Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 197, Otto's Past. The mission was a success. We've temporarily detained Dr. Octopus in the temporary holding cells beneath the Avengers Tower. We'll transfer him to the raft prison once the Avengers return. Coulson watched as the submarine surfaced. After Spider-Man and Ward came up with 2 test tubes containing symbiotes and Dr. Octopus, Coulson began to make arrangements. Seeing the 2 containers Ward brought out, Coulson frowned. I remember the report mentioned that the US military had 4 symbiote containers. Yes, sir, but we only have 3, Ward said, setting down the 2 canisters. He sounded a bit helpless. Otto said he lost one. He lost one. How? Coulson asked, puzzled. Ward shrugged helplessly. He said after he discovered that Spider-Man could perfectly bond with a symbiote, he began to suspect that symbiotes were highly intelligent beings capable of communication and cooperation. So he tried to communicate with one and let it attach to him. And then it ran away. Ward shrugged again, and Coulson was speechless. Spider-Man waved to them, and after all 4 of Dr. Octopus's tentacles were removed, he used his webs to secure him. He then let Venom tie up the 4 mechanical tentacles and carried Otto away. As for the symbiotes, the 2 sides had reached a temporary agreement. S.H.I.E.L.D. could conduct preliminary research and analysis while dealing with the troublesome U.S. military. Once a solution to the symbiote crisis was found, the symbiotes would be handed over to the Avengers. But all of this depended on S.H.I.E.L.D. having all 4 symbiotes. Now that they only had 3, the Avengers wouldn't believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't found the 4th one, they would just think S.H.I.E.L.D. was hiding it. There was nothing they could do, that was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s reputation. Coulson sighed. We can only hope the Avengers believe Otto Octavius's story and believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. really couldn't catch that last symbiote. Meanwhile, the real Avenger was carrying his lifelong nemesis. So, why did you work for Kingpin, create the Scorpion, help Mysterio, and why did you help the U.S. military with illegal human experiments, Doctor? You wouldn't understand, Spider-Man. There's no point in telling you. Let me guess. It's because of Norman Osborn, right? Otto, who was being carried on Spider-Man's shoulder, looked at Peter in surprise. You know. No, not really. But whether it's bad luck or fate, a lot of the enemies I've faced have had a connection to Osborn. I recently met a man whose patents Norman stole. So I'm guessing if a scientist is out looking for investors and has a tragic fate, Norman Osborn is probably behind it. Otto gave a dry laugh. See, Norman. Your bad reputation is known even to Spider-Man. You think you're a success, a rich man in New York, a successful businessman. But everyone knows you're nothing but a thief. Okay, Doctor, I'd love to hear your story, but unfortunately, I can't listen right now. Let's find a safe place to talk. The safe place Peter was referring to was the temporary prison in the basement of the Avengers Tower, where Shocker and Mysterio had been held before. Here, Hank's Ultron robots would be in charge. These still clumsy robots could handle simple commands, such as taking care of a paralyzed Dr. Octopus's daily needs. Other than that, Dr. Octopus would be stuck in bed, unable to move. So, let's talk about Norman, Peter said with a shrug. The Vulture incident had made him realize that even though Norman had given him full access to Oscorp's files, it didn't mean he could see everything Oscorp was doing. Norman undoubtedly wanted Peter Parker to see a highly successful and righteous Oscorp, but Peter knew that wasn't the case. Even Harry knew what a despicable person his own father was. You seem to know Norman Osborn's character very well already. What else do you want to know? Your story. You know, with all that stuff on your back, you must have a lot of stories. Oh, that's a long story. It wasn't that long, actually. The story began much like in the Marvel Spider-Man series. Otto Octavius and Norman Osborn were college classmates and like-minded friends. They vowed to change the world with technology, so they started a business in college and eventually founded one of the most successful emerging technology companies of the last century, Oscorp. Oscorp was meant to represent not only Osborn but Octavius as well. But then everything changed. Norman became greedy and arrogant. His scientific inspiration began to wane, and his shady ways of making money grew more and more numerous. Their partnership gradually turned into an Edison versus Tesla situation, with Osborn greedily taking all the credit and ignoring Otto's contributions. The situation escalated when Otto was diagnosed with ALS, gradually becoming paralyzed, and Norman's wife, Emily, died in a car accident. Finally, for my own sake, I wanted to design a neural implant to help me regain my ability to walk and move. The scorpion's artificial spine was the prototype I designed back then. Otto finished the story of how the two friends became enemies. After that, everything became very simple. To continue my experiments, I designed these mechanical claws to help me work. I even modified my throat so I could still speak. But just as the experiment was on track, Norman came to ruin everything again. He was convinced my experiment wouldn't succeed, and he cut the power at the most critical moment. A massive accident occurred in the lab, fusing me and my tentacles together via a neural link. At this point, Otto even demonstrated his special ability to still control the tentacles even after they were detached. Peter clapped and sighed. He didn't fully believe Otto's story and knew it needed to be verified. But all in all, Otto Octavius had been arrested and was no longer a threat. Chapter 198, Ward's Dream. It was 6:42 p.m. on Wednesday. This would be exactly 48 hours since Riot had possessed Ward. It was currently Wednesday morning and Riot was feasting on Ward's dark memories. Ward was a troubled young man from an unhappy family. A young man without his own beliefs, he was brought into the world of espionage due to his exceptional talent. His mentor, however, was not someone who could save him. On the contrary, the Hydra spy and SHIED Level 8 agent, Garrett, was a very interesting person. Riot saw Ward's deeper memories. He saw that due to family issues, Ward chose to burn down his own home. He was subsequently sued by his entire family and locked up in a juvenile detention center. Garrett, who saw his potential, then led his SHIELD team to raid the detention center and violently took him out. Step by step, he psychologically manipulated Ward, telling him that his family didn't want him to live and that he was the only one who could protect him. Father. This was what Riot sensed Ward longed for in his memories. Riot didn't understand what this father thing was, but it was very clear that to completely control the men in front of it, the role of a father was essential. And so, Riot began to interfere with Ward's dreams. Ward had a dream about Garrett, the man who was like a father to him. He recalled everything, especially the day Garrett told him that SHIELD had decided to recruit him. Garrett gave him a test. Kill your dog. It was an incredibly simple request, yet it was something Ward couldn't do. He had been abandoned by his family and left to survive in the wilderness by Garrett, with only this dog by his side. Only this dog would never leave him, and now, Garrett wanted him to kill it. Ward couldn't do it. Looking at the dog he had raised for several years, Ward took a deep breath and fired a shot into the sky. He hoped his dog would leave safely and never come back. In the end, he was unwilling to go against his true nature and harm his friend. He watched the dog leave and breathed a sigh of relief. Then came the sound of a sniper rifle. You didn't do it. Garrett appeared in front of Ward. After a moment of silence, Ward let out a helpless sigh, but Garrett didn't seem to mind, waving Ward over to sit down at his wilderness survival camp. He then said, "You know, Ward, what am I most satisfied with about you? I don't know. I taught you how to protect yourself. You fought for your freedom, but that freedom needs power to protect it." Garrett told Ward his thoughts. Because of this, to protect your own freedom, you need to get rid of anyone who might stand in your way. But Billy isn't. If you and it were both starving, can you be sure your dog would never attack you? Garrett looked at him, staring intently. When you would rather starve to death than eat it, can you guarantee that it won't betray you and eventually tear into your body? Ward hesitated. He was sure he was good to Billy, but could he really be sure that Billy would always trust him? He couldn't. Ward woke up, turned off his alarm, and went to the bathroom to wash his face. He looked at himself in the mirror. He seemed especially different today. Garrett appeared in the mirror and said to Ward, "Protect your freedom, my child. Protect your freedom, Ward." Ward took a deep breath. He felt like he had changed in some way, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He went to the gym and began training frantically. On a whim, he turned on the nearby TV. As he worked out, the TV began to broadcast another heroic deed of Spider-Man. He started to think about what he would do if Spider-Man became someone who interfered with his freedom. A person must live freely. A person can only gain freedom with enough power. In other words, freedom only belongs to those who have power. This is the true meaning of Hydra. People voluntarily give up their freedom in exchange for safety, submitting to those with power. In the end, only those with power have freedom. But since the age of superheroes began, freedom no longer belonged to those who were powerful in the traditional sense. These extraordinary individuals became the new people with power. Some chose to satisfy their desires, while others chose to help people. But no one chose to stand with Hydra. On the contrary, everyone else became a problem for Hydra. What would he do if Spider-Man interfered with his freedom? Ward was silent, only thinking about ways to deal with Spider-Man. The most effective way to deal with Spider-Man was, without a doubt, to gain more power than him and then defeat him. Gaining more power than Spider-Man. This power is within your grasp. Ward heard Garrett's voice again and was pondering its meaning when he suddenly heard footsteps. He turned to see Melinda, who had just woken up. He just nodded and continued hitting the punching bag. Melinda made herself a cup of coffee and then asked, "You look a little out of it." "Do I?" As Ward spoke, he hit the punching bag with his fist. "I'm just thinking that we are encountering more and more superhumans and all sorts of other strange things. One day, we will encounter an enemy we can't defeat. What will we do then? The Avengers won't be with us every time. That's why we exist. Maybe we're not a match for those superhumans, but we can build a barrier between them and ordinary people. Even if it's not very helpful, at least we tried." Coulson also woke up and showed them a tablet in his hand. "Fitz taught me how to use this thing yesterday. To be honest, I'm still not very good at it, but it basically allows us to see the locations where the symbiotes are sending signals." "They're still sending signals?" "Yes," Coulson answered Ward, "not just them, the symbiote that Director Fury froze has also been sending signals. They probably won't be back for another 2 days, so we're on our own until then." "What about the symbiote that escaped?" "No news." Ward nodded, a look of understanding on his face. "So all the symbiotes are sending signals, but the one that escaped hasn't said anything. So what are they sending?" Chapter 199, Chapter 199, the last Wednesday of October. It was actually quite unexpected that the signal sent from the symbiote had no real meaning. On the symbiote's home planet, Clintar, the symbiotes communicated using bioelectricity and released electromagnetic waves, forming a unique language, logic and structure. Although Peter didn't understand it at all, as a symbiote, Venom could receive this signal. The signal didn't mean anything in particular, it just told other symbiotes its location. It was essentially like sharing a location. Sounds like they were intentionally making noise on a public channel to provide cover for Riot, who got away, but where did Riot go? "I don't know, he didn't send a location." After a pause, Venom added, "That guy is very scary, probably the scariest of all of them. I'll be careful. The symbiote's weaknesses are obvious, so they won't have a chance to do anything." After saying words that Venom didn't know whether to be happy or sad about, Peter landed near Midtown High School. He found a corner, took off his symbiote suit, and fixed his hair and collar before walking toward the school entrance. Wednesday was an annoying day. It was in the middle of the work week, with a late night the day before and another day of work to come. Peter was no exception. Today, he had a detective club meeting, which would take up his time as Spider-Man. "Hey, Peter, good morning." Gwen approached him as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time. She looked at Peter with curiosity and asked, "Are you free after school this afternoon? There's something I want to talk to you about." "Huh? Sure." Peter shrugged indifferently, then smiled. "I can always make some time." "Great. Just us? We could get a burger or something." "Okay." Peter looked at Gwen with a hint of confusion and frowned. It seemed like this was the first time Gwen had been so mysterious. Was it something important? Peter shook his head and walked into the classroom. Harry and Amadeus were talking in the hallway. When Peter arrived, the two of them walked over mysteriously. Harry looked around and asked in a low voice, "Hey, Peter, I heard the Avengers have disappeared. Is it true?" "They haven't disappeared. It's not that dramatic. They're just on a mission and will be back by tomorrow afternoon." Peter rolled his eyes at the two of them for spouting nonsense and shrugged helplessly, but Harry got excited. "In other words, until tomorrow, Spider-Man is the only superhero in all of New York. Don't you guys consider the Defenders heroes, too?" Peter complained in his head, then shook his head and rejected Harry's suggestion. "Sorry, I have a date with Gwen tonight, so I might have to put off Spider-Man's duties for now." Harry was a little dejected when he heard this, but the young man quickly got over it. And then Peter immediately told him something else that would make him dejected. "Harry, do you know about Dr. Otto Octavius? My dad's old friend and his business partner. He passed away a few years ago." "Why?" "It's complicated, but in short, he's alive." After Peter said this, Harry's expression changed because he knew very well what was behind those words. The only one who could do something like this was his father, Norman Osborn. Peter then told him the full story Dr. Octopus had told him, but he didn't forget to warn him. After all, it was only Dr. Octopus's side of the story, and he couldn't believe all of it. However, if Dr. Octopus was so sure that this was the case, there must be a reason. It couldn't all be fake. Therefore, Peter asked Harry to help him investigate the matter. Harry listened to all of this with clenched fists. He had known for a long time what a jerk his father was, but he never thought he could be this big of a jerk. Helplessly, Harry sighed and told Peter. "I'll try, Peter, but I'm not sure how much I'll be able to find out." "It's okay, Harry. If anything, I'm the one putting you in a difficult position by asking you to look into this stuff." After consoling his friend whose father was a bad person, Peter went back to his long and boring day. After school, the detective club's meeting once again brought up the topic of going to Craven's Manor, which Harry had mentioned before. But this time, it was Harry himself who objected. One reason was that he needed to investigate the matter Peter had told him about, and the other was that Liz's father, Adrian, was still sick in the hospital, and he wanted to stay and be with his girlfriend. Felicia, who didn't know the whole story, looked at Peter with a hint of surprise, then smiled and just said she was disappointed. Peter gave her a look of disdain. You've already confirmed that Craven's Manor is safe, so what's with the fake disappointment? Felicia didn't care about Peter's look. The detective club went on as usual with some deduction games. When they were finished, Felicia came to collect everyone's answers, and Peter accidentally received a note when he handed his in. Felicia wanted to talk to Peter after school. But I already have plans after school. Peter mumbled as he took out his phone and secretly asked if it was something very important, but the answer he got was quite frustrating. Maybe, maybe not. What's with all the waffling? Peter sighed and just said he had some things to do this afternoon and hoped it was something important. This time, Felicia gave him a very definite answer. It was about evidence of Kingpin's crimes. However, it wasn't very urgent, and he could send her a text after he was done with his business. Fisk's crimes. Fisk has been enjoying the high life on Rikers Island since he turned himself in. Your evidence would at most just put him away for a few more years. It's not enough to take him down for good. I have to solve the Fisk problem once and for all. Of course, I'm not talking about killing him. The most direct solution is to make the entire city of New York give up on Fisk and tell him that his empire has abandoned him, but what if that doesn't work? Should I break his legs? Peter rubbed his temples and felt that something was wrong with him. He was becoming more and more irritable. He sighed and left the detective club's room, finding Gwen waiting for him at the door of the activity room. Hey, Gwen, I was just about to go look for you at your rehearsal room. I took the day off. I'm not going to rehearsal today. Gwen said with a hint of helplessness, looking at Cindy, who was following her silently. Well, shall we go? Chapter 200, Gwen's frustration. So, me asking you out like this, will Cindy get mad? When Peter handed Gwen the coffee, she asked a question he'd never even considered. The look on his face was a mix of confusion and, what are you talking about, and Gwen, holding her coffee, raised an eyebrow. I was just thinking, you both have spider powers and have gone out on missions together at least 4 or 5 times. She's also smart, in your class, and she likes to sit next to you. I just assumed you were a couple. No. Peter said, sitting down beside her. They were on a park bench in Central Park. A few people walked by, but no one lingered to listen to their conversation. Gwen seemed to latch onto a new thought. Wait, are you so obsessed with being Spider-Man because being a superhero is a way to escape girls who have a crush on you? Peter took a deep breath. He wouldn't admit it, but maybe there was some truth to that. So, why did you ask me to meet you? Do you need help with something? No, I don't need help. Gwen just held her coffee, not taking a sip. Don't you think you're a little too absorbed in being Spider-Man? How long has it been since you helped Aunt May at the soup kitchen? How long since you helped Uncle Ben with his car? You barely even have dinner with them anymore, right? I'm the one who eats with them most of the time. Peter fell silent. It was true. With the emergence of uncanny villains, he had to constantly fight off one supervillain and enemy after another, and his time with his family was shrinking. Both Uncle Ben and Gwen knew what he was doing, and to keep Aunt May from worrying, they had to constantly cover for him. I'm sorry. I really don't have the time. Does this city really need Spider-Man that much? Can't you spend some time doing other things? You don't have to push yourself so hard. New York won't fall apart without you for a few hours. Peter suddenly realized something. He drank his coffee without a word, staring at Gwen. His stare made her feel uncomfortable, and she asked with annoyance, "What's wrong? Am I wrong?" "No, you're right, but it just doesn't sound like something Gwen Stacy would say." Peter put his coffee cup down and smiled, tilting his head. "We've known each other for a long time, Gwen. We knew each other even before Uncle Ben adopted me, back when I used to come to his house to play. So, you know I like Sherlock Holmes, and you also know that I've figured you out." When Peter first discovered that the Stacy and Parker families were neighbors in this world, he had suspected it was Earth 65, the Spider-Gwen universe, since only in that world were Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy childhood friends. But then a lot of plots from the MCU movies also happened, leaving him confused about which universe this was. So when Peter attended the Science Expo, he had half expected the spider to bite Gwen and was even considering whether he should get bitten himself. But then Carl King just put the spider on his neck, ending the question. Now Gwen looked at Peter, displeased. "So, you've always helped me, ever since we were kids. You helped me deal with school bullies. When I foolishly tried to stop bullying on my own, you would stand with me. Peter said, a note of resignation in his voice. You introduced me to friends to make sure I wasn't an outcast at school. You've really helped me a lot. You're welcome. And now, I don't need your help anymore. Gwen's expression froze, and she took a small sip of her coffee. I'm not saying you're just trying to feel needed. What I mean is, you're a lot like me, you want to help people, especially the ones close to you. But now you've realized that you can't help me with the things I have to face. Gwen put her coffee cup down and looked at Peter. I can help. You just never tell me when you need help. I don't tell you because it's too dangerous. Even when I'm not facing supervillains, I'm dealing with all kinds of dangerous enemies. But I don't have to fight them. What if they find out you're helping Spider-Man? Then why can Harry and Amadeus help? Because. Peter was about to explain when his spider sense went off and his phone rang. He picked up the call, saw the caller ID, and let out a frustrated sigh. Gwen. I really don't know how to explain this to you. But never say that this city will be fine without Spider-Man. Peter shook his head helplessly as he answered the phone. Coulson. It's me, what's wrong? We have a situation, Spider-Man. Coulson's voice on the other end was rough with heavy breathing. The situation was clearly dire, it sounded like he had been ambushed. And what Coulson said next made Peter's face turn ashen. Riot has been attached to Ward all this time. He launched a surprise attack just before the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier was due to arrive in New York. He stole the other 3 symbiotes and attached them to Fitz and Simmons. It was obvious that Riot would use the 4th symbiote as well. He had been attached to Ward to gather his brethren. And it was far easier than he had imagined to trigger Ward's inner darkness and control him. In other words, Peter was about to face 4 symbiotes. How long until the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier arrives? 3 hours. The director said there's a situation with Grendel, and no one can back you up. Coulson delivered the most critical piece of information. It's all on you, Spider-Man. Gwen, who had overheard the conversation, was speechless. She had just said New York would be fine without Spider-Man, and now the city was in trouble, and only Spider-Man could solve it. It's very dangerous, isn't it? Gwen said, watching Peter get up, his face serious. I guess you won't let me help. It's more dangerous than anything I've faced before, Gwen. Peter's face was grimmer than ever. He had fought enemies far stronger than himself before, like Anansi, but back then, he had a Mjolnir. Now, he and Venom had to face 4 symbiotes. And their attack meant that Grendel was about to awaken. I'll get going then, so you won't worry. Gwen. Peter stopped her. Gwen looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Don't go back to Manhattan until it's safe. As she watched Peter leave, Gwen was silent. An ill-timed voice appeared behind her. I bet you were thinking he should have said you're different from them. Startled, Gwen jumped up and saw Felicia Hardy standing behind the bench. After taking a moment to calm down, she asked, when did you get here? For someone who just stared into space for 3 minutes, that's a pretty redundant question. Felicia said, handing something to Gwen. Gwen didn't take it, but asked, what is this? Criminal evidence against Wilson Fisk. You can give it to your father or that kid, I don't care. But the main point is, if Spider-Man says Manhattan is going to be unsafe, then it probably is. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 201, Riot arrives. So, the last symbiote is named Riot. Ward looked at Simmons and Fitz, who were conducting their experiments, and sighed in exasperation. The last thing we need right now is a riot. Exactly. New York's defenses are at their weakest. We can't stop any possible supernatural enemies. All we have is Spider-Man. After Coulson's statement, Skye immediately countered, doesn't New York have a bunch of other heroes? Like, the Defenders. Can't we contact them? First, they have no formal connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. or any official agency. The only contact point we have is Jessica Jones's detective agency under a fake name, Coulson explained wearily. Second, they aren't immune to symbiote possession. Also, it seems they don't use any weapons. Almost every member of the Defenders we know of fights with their fists. Since they all use their fists, they wouldn't be able to deal with a symbiote. In contrast, Spider-Man was already protected by his own symbiote, making him more reliable and safer. Ward glanced at the clock. It was 6:40 p.m. At the end of October, it was already getting dark, and New York's nightlife was about to begin. But he felt something was wrong with his mental state. He was starting to see a hallucination of his mentor, Garrett, which was clearly not normal. What's wrong with me? Perhaps you've just realized that in this era, the power you hold is no longer enough to protect yourself. Garrett stood beside Ward, whispering with a smile. He spoke to Ward in a low voice, the thing I'm most proud of is teaching you the skills to protect yourself. But in this new era, your old skills are useless. So what are you going to do, Ward? I need to acquire the power to protect myself. Ward. Agent Grant. What are you doing? Coulson's voice snapped Ward back to reality from his hallucination. Ward jolted awake and saw everyone in the team except Sky pointing their guns at him. He looked down at his own hand reaching for the 3 symbiote canisters behind the protective glass, and he was stunned, staring at his hand in disbelief. What's happening to me? Are you okay, Ward? Sky, who wasn't an official S.H.I.E.L.D. agent yet, hid behind Melinda May and asked. Ward didn't know how to answer. He just looked at the clock. 6:42 p.m. He felt as if something had merged with him. His past, his thoughts, everything about him was now shared with another being. He felt the other's longing, a longing for an all-powerful father, just like his own. I feel. He feels great. The voice that came out of Ward's mouth wasn't his own, but a different one, a low and raspy voice that he'd never heard before. Then Ward felt his vision rapidly being taken away, and a new consciousness quickly replaced his. A dark gray biomass spread from under Ward's skin, forming a human-like creature that wasn't very tall, almost the same height as Ward's original body. We feel great. We are Riot. Riot said, transforming his arm into a massive warhammer. He swung it and smashed the protective glass, then grabbed the 3 canisters. At that moment, Coulson activated the sonic emitters in the room. The intense sound waves made everyone uncomfortable, and they instinctively covered their ears. Coulson, enduring the high-frequency noise, looked at Riot and said, "You were lurking in Ward, just waiting for this moment, waiting for S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive so you could take all your companions. But it's a shame. None of you will escape." "Oh, poor Coulson. We know every single one of you. I, Grant Ward, we are Riot together. Just like Spider-Man and poor Venom are only a complete Venom when they're together. You don't understand symbiotes. For example, even though almost every symbiote fears sound waves and fire, Riot smiled and extended his hand. His arm turned into a gray fluid, which pierced through the roof of the secure room, destroying all the sonic emitters inside. Flames instantly surged out, but Riot still smiled within the fire. I am not afraid. He then turned his hand into a blade, sliced open the canisters containing the other 3 symbiotes, and threw them out. Phage and Agony quickly lunged and went after Simmons and Fitz, who were less agile than the others. The science team had no time to escape. The purple Agony attached itself to Simmons, and Fitz turned into a short, chubby Phage. Besides, the reason I stayed here is because where else can I find so many excellent hosts, each with a unique skill? Riot laughed. As the other 2 symbiotes slowly got up, Coulson immediately told everyone to take cover. He pressed the self-destruct button for the secure room and shot Lasher, who was pouncing on him, with a sonic gun. Poor Lasher was instantly turned into a puddle of goo and was scooped up by Agony. Coulson quickly fled and called Spider-Man. Agony was about to give chase but was stopped by Riot. Riot looked at Agony smugly. Why stop him? Besides Spider-Man, who else does he have to turn to for help? He will bring Spider-Man right to us. As Coulson walked, he told the people around him to evacuate. He then quickly connected to Fury's phone. Director Fury, we found Riot. Then why are you out of breath? Fury was looking at the situation with the symbiote dragon, which was showing signs of an increase in its molecular activity, a risk of it coming back to life. They were still about an hour away from the New York port. Riot possessed Grant Ward and was hiding in the secure room. Now half of my team is gone, sir. There's a new development with the symbiote dragon. We can't spare any forces for you. I understand. Helpless, Coulson called Spider-Man and explained the situation. Ward had become Riot, Simmons and Fitz were controlled, and only he, Sky, and May had escaped. Spider-Man had no other support, he was on his own. Chapter 202, A Barrage of Symbiotes. The temporary S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house was in the docklands on the west bank of the Hudson River. For some reason, these chaotic organizations are always drawn to docks, they love causing trouble there. Docks seem isolated and secure but actually have a surprisingly high volume of traffic. Hello. Is this the New York Fire Department? Please do not extinguish the large fire on the west bank of the docks. There are dangerous alien organisms inside. Please stand by on the perimeter and be ready to receive casualties. NYPD. Please quickly seal off the west dock area between 71st and 78th Streets. There are dangerous alien organisms inside. After quickly contacting the necessary agencies, Peter swung on a web and arrived near the port. The entire area was a sea of fire. This environment was not suitable for symbiotes, and combined with what Coulson had said about Riot's traits, Peter took a deep breath. He realized he was in for a tough fight, and he might have to rely on himself without the Venom symbiote. He activated his suit's sonar system. In this high-temperature environment, infrared vision was useless. Fortunately, he had prepared the sonar device when dealing with Mysterio. It could quickly create a clear image to check for survivors. He first located a port warehouse where people were trapped. Peter immediately went over, used his webbing to toss away the burning cargo blocking the door, and then pried open the red-hot entrance. "Thank you, Spider-Man," the trapped dockworkers said as they scrambled out. One of them added, "You're better in that suit. Less scary." "Am I scary?" "Maybe they just have a prejudice against black." "Oh, wait." The sonar system showed a symbiote moving in the distance. Peter immediately rushed over and saw the symbiote Whiplash corralling people who were running from the flames. He extended whips from his back, yanked them toward him, and then, one by one, he ripped off 2 of their heads. He dropped the 2 headless bodies and was about to enjoy his 3rd meal when Spider-Man landed on him. With both hands, he unleashed a powerful blast of pure white electricity that instantly caused the whips to disintegrate. The people dropped from midair and fled in terror. "Ah, Spider-Man, my old rival," Whiplash said with a smile. He extended whips from his back, turning the 2 headless bodies into puppets. "Good, I'm starving. Since you stole my dinner, you can pay the price. The Earth isn't your restaurant, and you'd better take humans off your menu," Peter said, dodging attacks from Whiplash's puppets. He then lunged forward and punched Whiplash in the body with a powerful electrical charge that lit up the night sky. The intense heat made Whiplash howl in pain. He thrashed his whips wildly at Peter, but the black suit took advantage of the brief respite from the heat to cover Peter's body. He moved with flawless agility, performing various high-difficulty maneuvers in the air, dodging the whipping tendrils and maneuvering directly above Whiplash. Peter used his webbing to grab a burning wooden plank from a nearby fire, held it in his hand, and slammed it into Whiplash's body. Whiplash shrieked in agony, using all his strength to fling the 2 puppets and Peter off his back. He then plunged into the sea. Just as Peter looked at the water's surface, a purple biomass blade shot out from the depths. It was followed by a voluptuous but incredibly dangerous-looking female symbiote. She landed in front of Peter, giving Whiplash time to escape. "Hello, Spider-Man, nice to meet you. You can call me Extreme." "Sorry, but I don't like extreme women." Holding the burning wooden plank, Peter coolly twirled it around before charging forward, intending to use the high temperature from the flames to his advantage. However, Extreme clearly understood Peter's tactic. She turned her hands into 2 long swords and sliced off both burning ends of the plank before lunging at Peter. "Can't you change your weapon or something?" "I don't think so." "Oh, wait." Whether it was an idea inspired by Lady Deathstrike from Peter's memories or the symbiote reaching its limit, the Venom symbiote extended Peter's fingers into long claws. Peter actually used his new, slender fingers to grab Extreme's blades and then kicked her away. The main reason was that Peter didn't want to kill her. Without a true bond with its host, the symbiote couldn't protect the human inside. For the host inside Extreme, the symbiote was just like a suit she was wearing, it couldn't guarantee her safety. Fortunately, Peter still had other ways to deal with symbiotes. While Extreme was reeling from the kick, Peter swiftly charged toward her, using his spider sense to dodge several of her acid attacks. Extreme quickly got back up and shrieked, swinging the blades in her hands. But Spider-Man vanished. He wasn't just hiding in the dark, he had completely disappeared. Extreme began swinging her blades, one after another, but suddenly, something was slapped onto her forehead. A ball of webbing with a small, portable sonic emitter attached was stuck to her head. Instantly, a violent sound wave began to pierce Extreme's entire body. She screamed in agony as she began to separate from her host, Simmons. Spider-Man, who had been in midair, shot out webs from his wrists, hooked Simmons, and pulled her from the symbiote's grasp. He then leaped, crossing dozens of feet of flaming wreckage, and landed directly on the street sealed off by the NYPD, carrying Simmons to an ambulance. "Spider-Man, what's the situation? Are there any more survivors in there?" Captain Stacy asked as he came over to direct the scene. "From what the sonar shows, there aren't any." Peter sighed as he looked at the captain. "I didn't make it in time to save everyone." "You did a great job." Captain Stacy comforted Spider-Man. Another explosion rocked the port area. He looked at the docks and asked Spider-Man, "The innocents are out, but the bad guys are still in there, right?" "Yeah, I've gotta go take care of them." Spider-Man leaped back into the fight. This time, the symbiote that appeared was not as strange. Devour was short and stocky, using his disproportionately large fists to smash the dock's pavement. He turned and looked at Spider-Man, who had just landed in front of him. Chapter 203, Spider-Man vs. Riot. The defining characteristics of Phage were its hardened defense and immense strength. Correspondingly, its speed was not fast. Therefore, Peter immediately decided on his battle strategy. He would use his invisibility and disappear completely. Phage's own intelligence was not very high, but the host he had bonded with, Fitz, was extremely intelligent. He quickly determined Spider-Man's strategy, so Phage chose a counter-tactic. He slammed his giant fists into the ground, creating cracks and instantly filling the area with smoke. This would reveal the shape of an invisible person. At the same time, Phage stuck out his tongue and began to use his sense of taste to pinpoint Spider-Man's location in the smoke. Here it comes. A huge fist smashed backward, but it didn't hit Spider-Man. In shock, Phage looked and saw Spider-Man holding a thick warehouse door in front of him as a shield. Before Phage could react, a sonic emitter hit him in the head. Phage dissipated, and Peter pulled Fitz out. These three symbiotes were not immune to sound waves and high temperatures, so they were naturally easy to deal with. The problem was Riot. Where had Riot gone? Just as Peter was thinking this, a deep voice sounded behind him. Then, the dark gray symbiote finally appeared. He was perhaps the most venom-like of all the symbiotes. At a glance, the two symbiotes looked identical except for their color. Riot also lacked the flashy abilities of the other three. In fact, he was the shortest, only a little over 6 feet tall, the same height as his host, Ward. "You're really kind, Spider-Man. You were even thinking of saving people and didn't kill a single symbiote," Riot said. He controlled his viscous biomass to retrieve his two defeated brethren, threw them aside, and then walked over. Peter watched Riot silently. Then, without warning, he did a side flip, dodging Riot's shot. It was a sonic attack. Fitz's little tech. "He gave it to us," Riot said with a laugh, showing Peter the pistol in his hand. He then merged it with his arm. Then, Riot's arm fired a powerful sonic blast that destroyed a burning warehouse on the side. Peter understood Riot's hint and made Venom hide. Now, the enemy with anti-symbiote weapons was Riot, and the one who feared all of this was Venom. The tables had turned. In the next moment, Peter disappeared from Riot's sight. Riot chuckled. Did he think the same trick would work on me? He had already prepared everything. He had assimilated S.H.I.E.L.'s infrared camera equipment. In the next moment, he saw Spider-Man. Spider-Man was carrying Fitz and running out of the battlefield. Riot was stunned for a moment, then he laughed. Just as Peter handed Fitz over to the medics, Riot walked out of the flames and headed straight for the street. Upon seeing this, Captain Stacy immediately ordered everyone to fire. Countless bullets rained down on Riot, who turned his left hand into a giant shield to block the bullets as he casually approached. Captain Stacy continued firing while looking at Peter, who was standing motionless beside him. "Spider-Man, aren't you going to do something?" "Actually, I was waiting, Captain." "Waiting for what?" "Not for us to stop firing, right?" The answer was revealed quickly. An iron suit in a red and gold color scheme landed in front of Peter and opened up. Peter walked into the suit, and after it was fully closed, he looked at the captain. "I was waiting for this." With that, the bioelectricity in Peter's body went into full, even overloaded, operation. Combined with the arc reactor inside the Iron Spider suit, it launched 5 full-power white energy beams from the repulsor cannons in the hands and the tips of the 3 mechanical claws. They hit Riot's left-hand shield, directly melting it. "You said you weren't afraid of fire." "Perhaps, Riot, but that only applies to ordinary flames. The fire at a fire scene usually doesn't exceed 1,000 degrees Celsius. Now, let's see if you can withstand a temperature of over 6,000 degrees. The intensity of the 5 powerful beams exceeded Riot's expectations. He had not anticipated such a terrifying attack. Or rather, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know about the Iron Spider suit. It was precisely because of this that Peter wasn't afraid of Riot's presence. The 4 symbiotes were indeed powerful, and the Avengers were indeed not in New York right now. But their absence didn't mean that Peter's status as an Avenger was meaningless. Riot, whose body surface was in immense pain from the burning, immediately chose a better way to resist. In his wailing, he chose to revert to Grant Ward's form. Peter stopped his attack as expected, letting Ward fall to the ground. Peter kept a lookout for Riot's next move while flipping Ward over and looking at him. "Are you okay, Ward?" "Spider-Man, you can't kill me." "Huh? What did that have to do with anything?" Peter helped Ward up in confusion, completely baffled by what Ward was trying to say. But Ward had already shared Riot's memories and saw Riot's plan. "Riot's goal is to kill you, or to kill me. As long as either of us dies, Null will be freed." What? Peter had never heard of this plot point. In the comics, Null's resurrection was achieved after Dark Carnage collected a large number of codexes. How could he be resurrected by just killing one of them and absorbing one codex? Snap out of it and make more sense. Ah. Ward let out a classic Wilhelm scream. Peter turned and saw that it was Toxin, who had jumped into the sea, crawling back up. That's right, Peter hadn't freed Toxin's host in time, so he was still active. But even so, both Toxin and Riot should have realized that they were no match for him. Wait, there's a hybrid symbiote in the comics. As Ward was dragged back, Riot covered him again. At the same time, Phage and Lasher also covered him. Toxin also gave up his temporary host and joined them. After the four symbiotes merged, they finally formed a single red, monstrous humanoid creature. The viscous texture of the creature's body was even more obvious, and he was much taller. The tentacles extending from his back were not so much whips as they were more like some kind of octopus tentacles, thick and looking like a part of the creature's body. Now your fire is useless, Spider-Man. Peter sighed helplessly. The boss just has to have a second phase, doesn't he? Chapter 204, Battle with Hybrid, Part 1. In the comics, Riot, Extreme, Lasher, and the Unseen Scream were manufactured as 5 artificial symbiotes by an organization called the Life Foundation, which separated Venom cells from Eddie Brock. It was because of this that the 4 of them were able to merge to become hybrid. But the problem was that in the current 616 continuity, that never happened, so how could they merge? Can all symbiotes merge like this? No, I've never heard of it at all. Even though I'm useless, I have heard of a lot of things. Are the 4 of them from the same family? Symbiotes don't have a concept of family, but if you mean their parent, I'm sure they're not. Peter told Captain Stacy to get away, then plunged into the battle. At the same time, he sent a message to the Fantastic Four, who were 100 kilometers away, asking them to think of a way to separate Hybrid from Ward. If that wasn't possible, permanent containment would also be an option. Then, wearing his Iron Spider suit, he began a fierce battle with Hybrid. In terms of size alone, Hybrid had become much larger. The Iron Spider suit's analysis showed that it was about 2.5 meters tall, not as tall as a fully unleashed Venom or Hulk, but given that its body wasn't as bulky, it made sense. When Hybrid saw Peter approaching, a single tendril from its back lashed out. The tendril expanded as it struck, instantly becoming a behemoth over 10 meters high. The impact caused the ground to collapse, and river water poured into the port. This is interesting. We've never tried this before. Hybrid looked at its hands like a newborn baby looking at a new world. It ignored Spider-Man, who had dodged the strike, and used its other hand to enlarge and grab a small steam yacht, throwing it at him. Peter nimbly dodged the steam yacht and fired an energy beam at Hybrid. Because he had consumed some bioelectricity, he wasn't as powerful as before. Finally, Hybrid seemed to feel a hint of pain. It looked at Peter, then extended a hand, resisting the high temperature that Riot couldn't withstand before. Then, it charged at Peter. His spider sense buzzed, but his reaction speed couldn't keep up. Hybrid grabbed the head of the Iron Spider suit, squeezed it hard, then let go and opened its huge mouth, biting down. The thick metallic taste spread in Hybrid's mouth. It chewed twice before realizing it had only bitten the helmet of the Iron Spider suit. Peter had already made an emergency escape, then rolled under Hybrid's legs and flashed to its back. He then unleashed Venom, and the 3-meter-tall Venom roared and punched Hybrid in the head. Hybrid didn't move. It just slowly turned around. What a weak punch, you should be more like this. Hybrid punched Venom, sending the massive body flying. It tore through one building after another, shocking the police who were on guard. Captain Stacy immediately ordered everyone to evacuate and quickly withdraw from the nearby danger zone. The flying Venom tore through buildings for almost an entire city block before finally regaining control of its body. It landed on the exterior wall of a building across the street and couldn't help but say, "Oh," as it looked at the buildings with large holes in them. "I should probably take over." "No, you're not strong enough, Peter." "All right, Venom, think about what Peter Parker would do." Venom let out a strange cry and pounced toward the street, rushing back through the large holes it had created. Along the way, it constantly spread its symbiote biomass to stabilize the damaged building's overall structure. Then, it roared and smashed down on Hybrid from midair. At this time, Hybrid had already walked out of the burning port. 2 tendrils grew on the back of its hands, piercing the hearts of 2 police officers who were shooting at it. After pulling their bodies over and violently biting off their heads, Venom rushed over with a strange cry. Hybrid just waved its hand, and a huge tendril from behind it struck Venom. But Venom's target was never Hybrid itself, but the tendril that was coming toward it. It seized the opportunity, punched the tendril, and then lunged to grab it, holding it as it landed on the ground. It then lifted the entire tendril, pulling Hybrid along with it and smashing it into the ruins of a warehouse that had already been damaged multiple times. Venom landed on the street and came up to Captain Stacy, giving a direct command, "Captain, you need to evacuate to 3 blocks away." Did anyone bring chocolate? Captain Stacy looked at the huge black, bare-bottomed monster that resembled the Hulk and couldn't help but ask, "Are you Spider-Man?" "No, I'm his partner. I'm his suit. When he needs to deal with a big, stupid monster, I'm the one to do it. I'm strong." Venom said, pointing at the burning warehouse, "They are bad, I am good. That's about it. I've never heard of a living suit before. It's an advanced alien suit. Seriously, did no one bring chocolate?" A police officer took a box of chocolate from his police car. Is this enough?" Thanks. Venom was polite enough not to ask if it was enough. It just swallowed the entire box of chocolate, box and all, then licked its mouth. It tasted good and replenished energy. A commotion came from the distant warehouse. 4 huge tendrils shot into the sky. Captain Stacy took a deep breath. He thought he had already encountered enough absurd things, but now he realized he was just getting started. You have to go up and deal with the big, stupid monster, don't you? Yeah. Listening to the commotion in the distance, Venom nodded, then got into a ready stance, clenched its fists, and charged toward the distant warehouse. Hybrid, which had gotten back up, also seemed to have become even bigger because of the attack. It looked to be a full 3 meters tall, and it also dragged its huge tendrils and charged toward Venom. The 2 behemoths, in the flames that symbiotes were supposed to avoid, threw heavy punches at each other's faces. No one knew who would win or lose, but the entire police force felt the ground tremble under their feet. Captain Stacy took a deep breath and picked up his walkie-talkie to give orders. Everyone, move the defense line back 1 block. Evacuate all blocks from York Road East, from 71st Street to 78th Street. A voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie, and then, Captain. Then, pray that Spider-Man wins. Chapter 205, Battle with Hybrid, Part 2. Venom knew very well that he was no match for Hybrid. In fact, he wasn't a match for any of the 4 symbiotes that made up Hybrid. Venom was the most ordinary, most unremarkable symbiote on Clintar. He wasn't like the members of the Cosmic Special Forces from his home, who had special abilities and could choose kind hosts. Nor was he like a few of the criminals. He was just an ordinary symbiote you could find anywhere. Venom knew very well where his strength to fight Hybrid came from. It came from his host, from this young man named Peter Parker. Whether the other person was strong or weak, he would make the same choice, unlike Venom. Venom was a coward, an ordinary symbiote who didn't dare to fight back when kidnapped by bad symbiotes. He could only obediently be taken away. But luckily, that was how he met his host. Come on, you ugly bastard. Venom clenched his fists together, using his joined hands as a hammer to slam hard into Hybrid's face. He hammered again and again, with no time to hesitate. He had to attack continuously, constantly weakening the opponent to create an opportunity for Peter. Give me a moment. That's what Peter Parker said. And Venom trusted his host. So Venom, at full power, hammered Hybrid over and over again. It didn't matter if there wasn't much damage, the important thing was not to give Hybrid a chance to counter. But Hybrid wasn't that easy to deal with. After just a few punches, he grabbed Venom's fists. Hybrid's enhanced strength had already surpassed that of Spider-Man's enhanced strength. Hybrid landed a powerful headbutt on Venom, knocking him down and kicking him over. His right hand transformed into a sharp blade and stabbed toward Venom. Venom roared and grabbed the blade with both hands, but a corrosive, highly potent acid began to flow from the blade, eating away at Venom's hands. In his pain, Venom kicked Hybrid away and looked at his hands, which were regenerating slowly. The massive tentacles on Hybrid's back propped him up. He folded his arms across his chest and looked at Venom. You know, in every way, you are no match for me. Whether it's you or your host, there can only be one outcome. You brought me here to collect the Codex for Null, Venom roared. Right. A Codex for Null will awaken his consciousness. Isn't that right? Haha, you're a real genius. Whether it was a taunt or not, Hybrid said this and extended both of his arms, turning them into 2 huge blades that rushed toward Venom. Venom barely dodged them, then lifted a massive concrete slab and threw it at Hybrid, who shattered it. Riot's resistance and tactics, Phage's hard skin and strength, Agony's extreme agility and acid, Lasher's flexible control, all combined with Grant Ward's talent as one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s best agents. Hybrid was now confident he could kill both Venom and Spider-Man. He was still expanding. Whether it was Venom, Peter, or both of them who had this thought, as Hybrid took more damage, his body expanded even more. This showed that while Hybrid looked incredibly powerful, he was actually unstable on the inside. That's why Peter wanted to try that method, but it was a gamble, and Peter Parker wasn't sure he would win. But then again, when did Peter Parker ever act only when he was sure to win? The 4 tentacles behind Hybrid also turned into blades, like butcher knives, and attacked Venom. Venom immediately chose to flee, while also grabbing onto one of the tentacles and biting it hard. Then, he was pierced through and was thrown off by Hybrid with a shriek of pain. Venom got up and clutched his abdomen. The blades were covered in acid strong enough to injure him. But that was enough, because he saw Hybrid's body continuing to expand little by little. Venom extended his hand toward Hybrid, and the Iron Spider suit, missing a head, flew up and began to attack Hybrid. Most of the attacks couldn't break through the other party's tough skin, but hadn't Venom just bitten one of the tentacles? The Iron Spider suit aimed directly at that wound and kept attacking. Hybrid impatiently grabbed the Iron Spider suit with a tentacle, so the Iron Spider suit immediately self-destructed, and the explosion from the arc reactor blew off one of his tentacles. You idiot, you know you're no match for me. Why are you resisting? Hybrid's tentacles regenerated quickly, and his height had already ballooned to 6 meters. Venom clutched his wound, but just looked at Hybrid and grinned. Do you hate it here? What? The human rock music, the car horns, the flames, all the annoying light. Do you hate it here? Venom smiled and launched one last charge toward Hybrid. Did your host ever ask you if you hated it here? Are you afraid? Are you afraid of being lonely? Or did he ever ask you, do you miss home? Are you lonely? These were the questions Peter Parker had asked him. Venom roared and charged. Hybrid, unable to understand Venom's actions, used his 4 tentacles to block Venom. But that massive black body was getting smaller, becoming agile, slender, and elegant, transforming into a lean, black-clad Spider-Man. Under the attack of the now oversized Hybrid, he was incredibly agile and nimble. He stepped on Hybrid's tentacles. Before the acid could cover his feet, his webbing had already stuck to Hybrid's head, and he had already leaped onto Hybrid's head. He pressed his hands on Hybrid's head. You know what? After I found out that your body was unstable and would get bigger, I came up with an idea. You know I've been to other universes, right? Got you. Hybrid's hands grabbed for his head, but Venom detached from Peter's body, leaving only a part connected to Peter. He transformed into a giant mouth and bit onto Hybrid's hands, clamping down on them tightly. Peter spoke another little secret to Hybrid. In another universe, I once lifted a hammer that could summon lightning. Hybrid's eyes widened. So, maybe the lightning I release still has the properties of that hammer. You guys are very familiar with that thing, aren't you? In the next moment, a massive bolt of lightning shot into the sky, illuminating the night over Manhattan. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 206, Riot Dies, Null is Born. The white lightning nearly illuminated the entire night sky over Manhattan. Peter Parker watched Grant Ward, who had collapsed to the ground, out of breath. His theory had been proven correct. He had once wielded Mjolnir in the wasteland, and his bioelectricity still carried a portion of the hammer's divine power. In other words, if he could release a massive burst of bioelectricity in an instant, he could, just like Thor, sever a symbiote's mental link. It was just exhausting. If this failed, I wouldn't have the strength to keep fighting. Another drawback was that this method was indiscriminate. The mental link between Peter and Venom was also weakened when the lightning was released, but because Venom had also been on him when Peter held Mjolnir, the connection didn't break. Now it had mostly recovered, but Venom was quite injured and a little sluggish. Riot, Phage, Carnage, and Lasher, the 4 symbiotes had all turned into puddles of slimy goo, lying motionless beside Ward. Peter first pulled Ward away to prevent the symbiotes from reattaching themselves to him once they regained their mobility. The others were fine, but Riot was a hassle because he didn't succumb to the usual symbiote weaknesses. According to Ward, Riot had clearly formed a codex with him. If Riot died, his codex would somehow flow into Null's consciousness, thereby awakening Null. Which one was Riot again? The gray one. Maybe I can eat them. It might be able to block the codex. Are you sure? Not sure, it's just a feeling. Don't forget Null is nearby. Maybe he's influencing you. Peter said weakly, then scooped up Riot. Riot seemed to regain consciousness at this moment and began to writhe. At the same time, Ward woke up, looked around in confusion, and saw Spider-Man and Riot in his hand. Spider-Man. Riot buried proximity mines here. Proximity mines. Peter was stunned for a moment. The Riot in his hand began to shake violently, and his spider sense buzzed and changed dramatically. What should he do? If he ran with either Ward or Riot, the other would be killed by the bomb, and Null would be revived. If he took both, Riot might reattach to Ward, and the iron spider suit was already destroyed. Take them both. Peter made a quick decision. He stuck Riot onto himself, then swung on a web to pull Ward up from a distance. Less than 3 seconds after Ward left the ground, the entire pier exploded, sending up a mushroom cloud. Great, Spider-Man caused a pier explosion. That's definitely tomorrow's Daily Bugle headline. Peter clung to the side of a building, looking down at Ward. So what's with the proximity mines? He embedded a piece of himself into my heart, which sped up my heart rate. If his symbiotic relationship with me was severed, my heart rate would drop and the proximity mines would be activated. The bombs are shield tech, he learned about them from me. He really was a lunatic symbiote. Was this even influenced by Ward? Peter maliciously speculated, but then he sensed something was wrong. His whole body began to sway. Riot had chosen a new tactic. He was trying to form a new hybrid with Venom and fight for control of Peter's body. This was impossible, as Peter and Venom's symbiotic relationship was extremely stable, but he didn't need to actually gain control of Peter's body. They were 100 meters in the air. In a moment of desperation, Peter had jumped here, holding onto Ward only with his grip. He only needed to create a moment of chaos, make Spider-Man let go, and if Ward fell and died, Null would be revived all the same. He planned for this too. He really had a contingency plan for everything. Peter didn't try to hold onto the web. Instead, he extended a web hand and tightly gripped his web shooters. The web began to descend rapidly. As an excellent shield agent, Ward immediately understood what Spider-Man was doing and quickly slid down to the ground. Has anyone ever told you that you'd be a great Batman? He forcibly tore the thrashing riot off his body. Peter looked at the large lump of slime in his hand, furious. This guy was incredibly annoying, and he'd had enough. You'll do anything just to die, won't you, Riot? Riot said nothing, and he couldn't now. He just bared his fangs at Spider-Man and roared. The weak roar made Peter feel resigned, but at that moment, a figure appeared on the roof of the building he was clinging to. It was Lasher. A dark green whip shot toward Peter. He immediately leaped to dodge. The countless whips from Lasher's back struck out. He had only one goal, to grab Riot. Wait, how did Lasher survive that explosion? Did I miss something? Lasher's temporary host is still alive. Son of a bitch. Riot, you are truly something else. Peter was going crazy. Riot had really tried to account for everything. This was absolutely ridiculous. From the moment he brought Venom to Earth, this guy had been plotting, always having a backup plan. This was the first time Peter had ever met such a cunning enemy, and this guy wasn't even human. Lasher lunged at Peter. In that instant, when Peter didn't dare to let go of Riot. Riot tried to form a hybrid with Venom for the second time. Peter's whole body lost its balance. He instinctively shot a web and clung to the building, but Lasher, in free fall, finally grabbed the thrashing Riot and tore him into pieces. Then he, too, fell and died at the base of the building. Peter stumbled to the ground, muttering curses as he looked at the remains of the symbiote on the ground, which seemed to be slowly writhing. Maybe Riot isn't dead yet. Soon, the two clumps of symbiote residue merged, turning into a pure black similar to Venom. Then, a withered, pale hand emerged from within. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, The Symbiote Swarm. From the mass of symbiotes squirming on the ground, a hand emerged. A gaunt, pale hand. The moment that withered, skeletal hand appeared from the sludge, Peter's spider sense nearly exploded. This was second only to the time he sensed the arrival of Anansi. He immediately began transmitting video to JARVIS, which was then sent directly to the Avengers. It's null. Venom confirmed weakly. The many failsafes Riot had designed finally worked. Regardless, Riot, Venom, Peter, and Ward, the four codex bearers, one of them had died after all. Null's hand groped its way out. Peter tried to attack, but a special force field kept him at a distance. The hand then pulled a whole body out of the sludge. It was a gaunt, human-like creature nearly 3 meters tall. It couldn't even be called gaunt because there was nothing but a skeleton and a layer of skin covering it. It didn't even seem to have lips, just 2 rows of sharp, exposed teeth. That's not Null, Venom. It's just Null's consciousness. His divine body is still on Clintar. This is just a clone created by Null's consciousness using the remaining body tissues of Riot and the others. The King in Black had only woken up, he wasn't fully alive yet. When the gaunt, white-haired man stood up, a black symbiote covered his entire body, forming a sturdy suit of armor. A red dragon symbol appeared on the armor's chest, but for some reason, it looked very similar to the spider symbol on Venom's chest. An abyss dweller who betrayed me. Interesting. Submission or death? Null was surprised because a crimson chain wrapped around his outstretched arm. Strange suddenly appeared nearby, shouting, "Crimson bands of Sidorak." He pulled Null away, and as he chanted, the space around Null shattered like a mirror. Then, Null himself vanished. Peter didn't even get to say the name, Strange, before he was unceremoniously thrown into the Sanctum Sanctorum by a sling ring portal. Strange then walked out, looking helpless. It failed, didn't it? Ah, if you were watching, why didn't you come out and stop him? I wasn't watching, Spider-Man. Strange sighed in frustration. I've been monitoring the frozen ancient dragon and only rushed over when I sensed a god's presence. Null is now trapped in the mirror dimension, but for him, breaking out is very easy. I can't buy much time. Then why don't you just... Listen, Spider-Man, you're in a terrible state, an absolutely terrible state. In my prophecy, you are the key to fighting Null. Strange said, directly casting a spell on Peter. Get a good night's sleep, get some rest. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. But... Looking at Spider-Man, who had collapsed from the sleeping spell, Strange sighed. He was going to have a busy night. At this moment, a huge commotion broke out on the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier. In fact, Null broke through the mirror dimension even faster than Strange had anticipated. He appeared on the floating carrier in an instant, almost silently, and went directly to Grendel, awakening the sleeping ancient dragon. First, conquer this barbaric, rude planet. Then, return to my body and begin my revenge. Null whispered his simple and direct plan, smiling as he turned around. He was sure that the protectors of this world had arrived. Actually, only two people charged at him. The first was the Human Torch. In this situation, he was finally given permission to unleash a temperature equivalent to a supernova. He crashed into Null, and as everyone watched, Null simply grabbed the neck of the superfast Human Torch. Ah. I see. You all think that since I'm the master of the living abyss, I'm like them and fear fire and sound. Foolish mortals. The reason they fear these things is because when I forged the first living abyss, I melted it with fire and pounded it with force. I don't have their weaknesses, I'm the one who gave them their weaknesses. Avengers, attack. At Captain America's command, Hulk charged first. Null easily dodged Hulk's powerful punch and placed his hand on Hulk's body. Ah, what an irrational beast. You would make a good soldier. The moment Null touched Hulk, a layer of symbiote emerged from Hulk's body and completely covered him. The giant, pitch-black Hulk turned around and stood beside Null, roaring at his comrades. He can turn organic matter he touches into a symbiote. Reed Richards said, completely shocked. The four top scientists had been studying symbiotes for a long time, but this was the first time they had seen such a characteristic. Organic matter. Your vision is too narrow. Null sneered. The part of the shield helicarrier under his feet also began to turn into a symbiote. It was clear that any person he touched would also turn into a symbiote. But at that very moment, a series of golden portals appeared under the feet of the superheroes and every employee on the helicarrier, and they all fell through. Null was stunned for a moment, then his expression turned grim. Since the employees were gone, the helicarrier began to fall toward the New York harbor. But with another giant portal, the shield helicarrier crashed onto the dock that had been destroyed by the battle between Spider-Man and the symbiote hybrids, igniting a raging fire. No one knew what had happened. They only knew that they had mysteriously disappeared from the shield helicarrier and then reappeared. Now they were all in a magnificent, spacious, ancient mansion. Good evening, everyone. I am the Sorcerer Supreme's assistant and servant. You can call me Wong. The plump sorcerer walked down the stairs and pointed to a door for Nick Fury, who was pointing a gun at him. Out that way, the SHIELD agents can organize an emergency evacuation of Manhattan. The Sorcerer Supreme. Tony suddenly remembered. Oh, the Gandalf who warned Peter. Where is he? The Sorcerer Supreme is setting up a barrier to ensure Null cannot leave Manhattan, Wong explained. Until we find a way to defeat Null, or until Null kills him. The first major event in this book, the Symbiote Swarm, begins. Chapter 208, Chapter 208, The Symbiote Swarm, The Black Knight. On Wednesday, October 31, 2012, people in New York saw a SHIELD helicarrier suddenly appear off the coast. It immediately caught fire and exploded, tearing into pieces in midair before its falling wreckage abruptly vanished. The debris then reappeared, strewn across the docks where Spider-Man had just fought his enemies, erupting into a raging inferno. Amidst the flames, Null walked unharmed. He simply moved through the fire, and the flames went out. Even in the extinguished areas, the intense heat prevented new symbiotes from being born. That sorcerer was clever, Null thought. In an instant, the sorcerer had teleported everyone away, except for the corrupted Hulk and the unconscious Human Torch, to a place Null couldn't yet sense. The commander of the warship was also decisive, choosing to self-destruct to buy time. But it doesn't matter. Null held out his hand, feeling the codex of the living abyss flowing through him. Unfortunately, Devour, Extreme, and Whiplash had left no codices behind and were all dead. The only codex that had awakened Null was Riot's, and for that reason. So, rise, my child. Amidst the silvery gray metal beneath his feet, the dark gray living abyss was reborn with a shriek. What's more, just as it had when it bonded with its host, it took on a human form. Riot looked at himself in surprise, then at Null standing beside him. He respectfully knelt down and lowered his head, a gesture of absolute obedience. My master. Do not be anxious, my child. I cannot sense where the codex that killed you is, but trust me, he will not hide for long. Null turned, and the wreckage of the SHIELD helicarrier began to rise. It transformed into masses of screaming and howling symbiotes, suffering in the high temperatures. These symbiotes, dying from the heat, eventually became the building material for Null's palace, forming pillars and a jet-black throne on the ground. Null sat on the throne, bored. A tall, symbiote-covered Hulk walked out from behind him, his tongue lolling. But Null raised his hand. The surrounding temperature was still too high, and the symbiote on the Hulk would surely have problems if he went outside. He would have to wait a few hours. In the meantime, Riot, who was not afraid of high temperatures, was the perfect pawn to use. As for Null himself, he chose to sit and wait. He looked out at the golden, transparent magical barrier that enveloped all of Manhattan, separating him from the outside world. If he were in his own body, he could have shattered a barrier like this with a single punch. He thought for a moment, then handed a whole mass of symbiotes to Riot. I found some interesting things within your codex. Go and find the special beings of this world and tell me where they are. As long as I can create a codex within them, I will no longer need those traitors. Even here, I can still create a unique army. Also, find a way to break through this barrier. As you wish, my master. The emergency evacuation of S.H.I.E.L.D. was underway. Several magic apprentices from Camartage opened up portals on the main bridges of Manhattan. Outside were S.H.I.E.L.D. emergency checkpoints where all evacuees underwent blood tests to ensure no one possessed by a symbiote left Manhattan. The NYPD officers were also forced to work overtime, preparing for everything. An emergency evacuation. Jonah Jameson demanded, staring at the NYPD officer in front of him who was in charge of the dispersal. Are you telling me to leave New York now? Yes, Mr. Jameson. New York is under a widespread alien invasion. Orders have been issued for us to escort citizens to safety. Have Fox and CNN left? They've all evacuated, Mr. Jameson. Most of the media have left. I'm not leaving. Jonah Jameson said with righteous indignation. I will not leave. Almost every media outlet in New York has left. What about the remaining citizens? What about the ordinary people? I'm staying. The Daily Bugle is staying. Every person in Manhattan will know that Jonah Jameson is still here, until we get rid of these damned alien monsters. Jonah Jameson refused to leave Manhattan. The city was chaotic and noisy, but nothing seemed to be happening. Except for Riot. Riot was happily carrying out his mission all over Manhattan. There was no more annoying Spider-Man or Venom to interfere. He threw the mass of symbiotes in his hand at innocent civilians who either hadn't been able to evacuate or were still sleeping. As soon as a person was touched, they would immediately become a mindless symbiote monster under Null's control. Null's symbiotes were simply weapons with corrupting abilities. They no longer just intensified their host's emotions, they would completely turn them into brutal killing machines that only obeyed Null. Null sat on his throne, quietly feeling the new army Riot was building for him. The numbers were increasing slowly, but it didn't matter. Null wasn't interested in ordinary humans. He was more interested in the so-called superheroes. Only by having symbiotes bond with them and form codices could his army gain all sorts of unique abilities. As for ordinary people, no matter how many there were, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Cannon fodder was useless, S.H.I.E.L.D. could kill them all just by using a sonic gun. But where were the heroes? Why weren't they showing up while Riot was running amok? And why were none of the numerous superpowered individuals in New York appearing? In the underground prison of Avengers Tower, Dr. Octopus noticed something unusual. He asked the Ultron robot acting as a guard, why has the prison gone into alert mode? Anomaly detected. Please do not be impatient, the Avengers are handling the situation. Dr. Octopus suddenly began to laugh. A specific melody emanated from his electronic voice. The Ultron robot immediately went offline, then walked over and opened the door for Otto Octavius. His electronic vocal cords could do more than just speak. Chapter 209, Symbiote Swarm, Special Team. We need to get out of here. It's the Avengers' responsibility to protect the people. After Nick Fury and his subordinates left the Sanctum Sanctorum, the captain immediately expressed his opinion to Wong. The Avengers needed to act and fight Null. The last thing you need to do is go out there. Null wants to fight you, said Doctor Strange after setting up a barrier and opening a portal. Behind him were Tandy Bowen and Tyrone Johnson, or as S.H.I.E.L.D. called them by their code names, Cloak and Dagger, who were training their powers in Manhattan, a location provided by S.H.I.E.L.D. We can't just sit here and wait for death, Strange. All right, I understand your noble intentions, Captain Rogers, Strange said, raising his hands to calm the captain. But you don't understand what kind of being Null is. Even if the current Null is just using his consciousness to fight you, you are absolutely no match for him. We already know we're dealing with a medieval vampire who can create symbiotes with a snap of his fingers. But we're also sure that guy dodged the Hulk's punch, Stark said, walking up to the captain and looking at the mustached wizard. I'm pretty sure we know enough about him. He's still afraid of your power. Strange rolled his eyes at Stark helplessly. Leave your shallow science aside, Stark. This isn't the time for you to show off. You have to admit that Null is a being that transcends existing science. Any attempt to explain Null's actions with current science is superficial. Oh yeah. Then how does your magic explain him? Strange decided to ignore him. Null is a god, a real god. He is far older than Thor, whom you have met. He was born before the birth of the universe, and the darkness before that birth is Null. Strange explained Null's existence using the simplest concepts. He is the Lord of the Void. His only purpose in this universe is to restore the entire universe to its state before birth. If he hadn't used his consciousness to manipulate his creations to conquer the four corners of the universe, he wouldn't have accidentally been cut off from his body by Thor's divine power. We wouldn't even have the capital to fight him. But this didn't explain the captain's confusion. What does that have to do with us not being able to fight Null? Your so-called symbiotes are the products of Null's contact with life. They are the personification of Null, living abyss. The living abyss that has lost Null's control has its own consciousness because it has no master, and it will also be influenced by the host's consciousness. But if it's a living abyss created by Null himself, they will only absolutely obey Null, fully guiding the destructive desires within the host's body and overriding the host's original consciousness with a mind that obeys Null. Strange explained why the Avengers couldn't rush in. If the Avengers were infected by a symbiote created by Null, they wouldn't be able to influence the symbiote with their own will, unlike with a normal symbiote infection. No matter how noble their character was, they would become Null's puppets. And once the control exceeded 48 hours, they would also form a codex. At that point, even if the symbiote on them was expelled and destroyed, Null could create a large number of symbiotes with the host's superpowers at any time. In short, unless you have the ability to ensure you won't be bonded with a symbiote, don't go against Null. The Hulk has already become a victim, and the most powerful Avenger has suddenly become Null's most powerful henchman. So, how many people who can't be infected by symbiotes can they find? What about our Spider-Man? He has venom bonded to him, so he won't be possessed by that Lord of the Void's minions, Stark said, looking around. Strange explained, well, I performed a divination. Spider-Man is a necessary condition to defeat Null, but before that, he needs to learn how to do so. He has to stay here for now. Johnny and Sue can. Normal symbiotes can't get close to fire, and Sue can generate a repulsion field. Reed first stuck his head in, but then quickly added after a half-second delay, however, Sue can't come. I have to go back to the Baxter building. I have some ideas on how to deal with the symbiote invasion, and Sue can ensure our lab is safe. Good, Johnny Storm is one, the captain said, looking at the increasing number of superpowered individuals appearing around them. Anyone else? The X-Men's White Queen, Emma Frost. She's a telepath and can generate a repulsion field around her. Tony immediately thought of the X-Men, who hadn't been pulled into this crisis yet. There were two suitable candidates there. The other one is Iceman. I'm not sure if he can protect himself, but considering the situation with that dragon, maybe. In any case, he's a potential candidate. The US Avengers Jack of Hearts and Lightning Bolt. They are pure energy beings. There's also Citizen V, who's a robot. And our Thunderbolt's Ghost. She can move in a quantum state, so the symbiotes can't touch her, Nick Fury said, walking back over. The captain looked at Fury. How are things? Not great. The blood testing is slow. Each channel can only let 20 people pass per minute. The good news is that there are 17 bridges in Manhattan, including the railroad bridge, so we can let out about 300 people per minute, Fury said, pulling out a cigarette. But Strange's cloak slapped the cigarette out of his hand, so he had no choice but to continue. The bad news is that the symbiote riot, whom Spider-Man just took down, is now running amok and spreading symbiotes. There are now hundreds, if not thousands, of symbiote monsters in New York, and the number is still increasing. Strange was a little curious about how Fury had broken through the cognitive barrier, but that wasn't the issue at hand. I'll bring those people you mentioned in. What about you, Gandalf? Tony looked at Strange. With that all-powerful look of yours, you must not be afraid of those guys, right? I have to maintain the barrier that prevents Null and his dragon from rushing out. I also need to guide Spider-Man. But even so, Wong and I can each set up a temporary barrier for one of you. You can choose 2 people to go out. A few minutes later, the captain, along with a rescue team consisting of the White Queen, Iceman, the Human Torch, Jack of Hearts, Lightning Bolt, Citizen V, Hawkeye, and Ghost, set off. Their goal was to ensure that the infected people wouldn't harm the evacuating crowd and to ensure the personnel evacuation went smoothly. Meanwhile, Reed Richards, Tony Stark, and Hank Pym went to the Baxter building under the protection of the Invisible Woman, Sue, to try and solve the symbiote problem from a scientific perspective. As for Strange, he needed to have a talk with Spider-Man. Chapter 210, Chapter 210, The Symbiote Swarm, a report by Jameson. Avengers, attack. It was 7 in the morning. As the sun slowly rose, the support team stood guard by the bridges that hadn't yet been overrun by the endless symbiotes. Captain America caught his shield after it ricocheted off several symbiotes. Hawkeye, meanwhile, used a sonic arrow to hit an incoming symbiote, blowing it into a mess while looking at the captain. You know there's no one here but you, right? Hawkeye said. The captain shook his head with a helpless smile. It was a habit. A mess. Frost, what's the situation at the other evacuation points? Because the entire support team only had 9 members and had to guard 17 bridges, as the number of symbiotes grew, the captain had to make adjustments. He changed the evacuation routes to 3 bridges, one each for the south, north, and east, and then divided the team into 3 groups. They had been fighting for 11 hours, repelling countless enemy attacks, and everyone was exhausted. The captain took a deep breath, looking at the unrecognizable Manhattan, and shook his head in disbelief. They had been fighting all night, and it wasn't until now that he saw the state of the city. The entire island was almost completely covered in symbiotes. Black biomass spread between buildings, and one symbiote after another, able to maintain a humanoid form without a host, climbed the buildings. Their numbers were almost endless, but their attack frequency wasn't high. The captain looked at his body. The barrier cast by Strange was beginning to flicker, almost at its limit. But, how could they defeat Null? Hello, citizens of New York, this is Jonah Jameson. Jameson kept his promise and stayed behind to report the invasion to the world. His loud voice had an unexpected effect. When he yelled at the symbiotes with a microphone, they actually scattered. And so, Jonah Wire saw, Jameson decided to return to the fray with his camera and microphone, reporting the battle all by himself. At this moment, he stood on the side of the road, filming Captain America and his team's temporary retreat. After fighting for 11 consecutive hours, even the superheroes were extremely tired. And now, no one was evacuating from any of the exits, which meant that even if there were other survivors in Manhattan, they either feared the symbiotes' attacks or had some other reason for not leaving. This also meant that the rest of Manhattan had become a battlefield. The only thing we can be sure of is that these superheroes have not chosen to evacuate. Without a doubt, the heroes you see on screen right now are all able to avoid being possessed by these terrifying alien monsters. I'm also very certain that the other Avengers have not left either. They are still fighting somewhere in the city. In the small Eastern European country of Latveria, Dr. Doom sat on the throne of his palace, holding Valeria, and watched the symbiote-covered New York on the screen. The symbiote monsters seemed endless, and their origin was impossible to pinpoint. Reed Richards will have a solution. There's no way he can't handle these lowly alien creatures. If a loudmouthed reporter can survive until now, much less Reed Richards. Meanwhile, Jonah's news report continued. If you encounter these monsters, don't panic. I've found some weaknesses in these creatures. Use your loud voice, a microphone, or a megaphone to make a high decibel noise, and they will run away. If you have a lighter, they will also avoid you. Sound waves and high temperatures are what they fear. On the all-metal artificial island of Genosha, the mutant nation, the nearly 80-year-old Magneto, Eric Lane Share, watched the television showing Manhattan sealed by magic, without saying a word. He wasn't sure if Charles's students had gotten involved in this mess, but they probably wouldn't sit around. The X-Men always managed to get themselves involved in human affairs. I suppose you've come to bid me farewell for that reason, haven't you, Mr. Wagner? The man who had come before Magneto was Nightcrawler, Kurt Wagner, a member of the X-Men. His appearance was no different from a legendary demon with blue skin. He joked, yes. Thank you for taking care of me over the years, but the X-Men need me. And perhaps, they need you too. Magneto said nothing. It was clear that he was unwilling to get involved in a war between humans and aliens. So Nightcrawler bowed, turned into a puff of blue smoke, and teleported away. Are you really not going to help them? Wanda. Standing at the door was his 15-year-old daughter, Wanda. She had the same dark red hair as her late mother. Magneto once again explained his reasons. Wanda, you have to understand. It's not that mutants are unwilling to help humans, on the contrary, it's that humans have rejected the help of mutants. They don't need us, do you understand? If one day, humans choose to beg me for help, perhaps for Charles Xavier's sake, Magneto might agree. But not now. They haven't asked for our help, so why should we help them? We just need to wait and see. Naturally, others were also watching this news report. In the Sanctum Sanctorum, the X-Men and the American Avengers had all arrived. They watched Jameson on the news using a megaphone to demonstrate how to deal with the symbiotes. War Machine, Rhodey, shook his head helplessly and immediately retorted, we're just going to wait here. A regular old man can show how to deal with these things, but when it's our turn, we're powerless. We can't take the risk, Colonel Rhodes. The one who answered was Black Widow. She was also watching the news report. Let alone superhumans, even ordinary people like her didn't choose to help, because symbiotes could read their hosts' memories. And if some intelligence were to be obtained by Null, it might accelerate their defeat. But the problem was, they didn't know what to do right now. They could only watch the news report and assess the situation. November 1, 2012, Thursday, 7 a.m. DC time. The last person to be concerned about all this looked down on everything from high above Manhattan with a cold gaze. Jump to the corresponding time point. Begin observing the spatiotemporal anomaly, Peter Parker, codenamed Spider-Man, to determine if he is the original sample that will destroy the timeline. This year, Magneto is 75, and the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver are 15. Polaris is 7. Magneto is still going strong. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 211, Chapter 211, Symbiote Chaos, The Web-Slinger Protocol. Peter woke up from his sleep, and his first thought was that he had been knocked out during a fight and had just woken up. Then he remembered that Strange had cast a sleeping spell on him to make him pass out, and now he was in a bed, looking up at an unfamiliar ceiling. Ah, it's the Sanctum Sanctorum style. He also heard Venom's mumbling. Oh, I think I had a dream. I didn't dream, I just had a good sleep. Wait, how long have I been asleep? No one answered. Peter got up from the bed, feeling a bit hungry. He walked out of the room, went through the hallway, and was inexplicably drawn to the kitchen. Driven by hunger, he opened the refrigerator door. Then a blue octopus monster, with dozens of eyes on each tentacle, fluttered out, ready to pounce on Peter. Luckily, his super strength came in handy and he was able to swat the octopus monster back and pin it inside the refrigerator. He had just woken up and forgotten how wild Dr. Strange's kitchen was. Just then, a bald Asian man walked into the kitchen. He saw Spider-Man and said unhappily, "This isn't where you should be, Spider-Man. The kitchen is the Sanctum Sanctorum's most highly classified facility. Sorry, but I'm really hungry, and I don't know how I ended up here." Peter scratched his head helplessly, then suddenly realized, wait, the kitchen is a highly classified facility. Casting magic comes at a cost, especially non-white magic. To offset this cost, sorcerers need to consume various magical or dimensional creatures. The Sanctum Sanctorum has the most prized magical creatures. I would never eat that stuff, Peter thought. Then he saw Wong open the refrigerator. The big octopus seemed to have disappeared. Wong took out a sandwich and handed it to Peter. Seeing that Peter didn't take it, he asked in confusion, "Aren't you hungry?" "Oh, thank you." Peter took the sandwich and started eating. Wong then took out something that looked like a shell-less hermit crab from the refrigerator and started cooking. Before Peter could take a few bites, Wong had already boiled the thing into a colorful paste. He held the bowl of paste and looked at Peter. "Come on, the Sorcerer Supreme wants to see you." "Strange wants to see me." "Good. I wanted to ask him why he cast that sleeping spell on me." Peter grumbled to himself as he followed Wong into a room. Strange was standing by a table, looking at a scroll repeatedly. When Wong saw this, he snatched the scroll away first, then handed the paste to Strange. "If I ever catch you looking for solutions in the original Darkhold again, you'll have to eat Karndesh serpent stew for an entire month." Strange shrugged helplessly, watching Wong take away the original Darkhold. Peter looked at the scroll in Wong's hands with some shock, then looked back at Strange. "What was that thing?" "The Darkhold. I bet your spider sense was going crazy, wasn't it, kid?" Strange shrugged helplessly and gave an apologetic smile. "You know, when conventional methods can't solve the current situation, people always think of some devious ways. I was just thinking if I could use the Darkhold to deal with Null, but Wong obviously doesn't approve of that plan." "Who would approve of that plan? Are you trying to summon Thawne and watch the Master of Dark Magic and the King in Black fight on Earth?" "In any case, I'm just being cautious. I read a prophecy, Spider-Man. If we want to defeat Null, you are indispensable," Strange said, opening a portal with his sling ring. "I can't hold on for too long. Once 48 hours have passed, Null will get the Hulk's codex. At that point, he could just smash Manhattan Island to bits." "Wait, the Hulk?" "Yeah. When Null appeared in front of the Avengers, they decided to send the Hulk charging in. Pretty clever, right?" Strange said with a sarcastic tone as he took out a sword and handed it to Peter. "Take this. You'll need it." The Sword of the Dragon Fang. In ancient times, an Eastern sorcerer forged this sword from a dragon's tooth. It has many abilities. For example, it can absorb the user's blood to enhance its power and strengthen the user's swordsmanship. But none of that is the key. The important thing is that this sword can absorb magic and break through barriers. With it, you can harm Null. Peter remembered how he tried to attack Null but couldn't touch him when he first appeared. If you had given this to me sooner, maybe none of this would have happened. Null's consciousness is still inside that dragon's body. Killing that clone is useless. Strange rolled his eyes at Peter, and after muttering a spell, he turned the Sword of the Dragon Fang into a bracelet and merged it with the web shooters on Peter's left hand. "So, do you have a way to get rid of Null without his consciousness returning to Clintar?" "Of course not." "What do you think the Sorcerer Supreme is, Doraemon?" Strange sighed and shook his head helplessly. This was all the help he could offer. The rest was up to the Avengers themselves. Peter had no choice but to say goodbye to Strange and head to the Sanctum Sanctorum's main hall. On the way, he saw a TV. The Daily Bugle was still working, and Jonah Jameson was driving his old car, holding a camera and a microphone, broadcasting live in Manhattan. Hundreds of Ultron bots were flying in Manhattan, using their sonic emitters to clear out the regular symbiote grunts, but they were quickly torn apart by even more symbiote grunts. Then more Ultron bots flew out of Avengers Tower. It seemed Tony and Hank weren't slacking off, and Avengers Tower was continuously creating new Ultron bots to contain the situation. What is Null doing? Is he really just waiting to get the Hulk's codex? That doesn't seem right. As Peter thought about this, he looked at the Manhattan covered in black symbiotes. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly had an idea. Hey, Venom. Buddy. I think Jonah Jameson might be right. The all-black suit looks like a bad guy, especially now that all of New York is covered in Null symbiotes. Design a new suit. Maybe. How about we go back to a classic look? Instead of Venomized Spider-Man, how about Venom and Spider-Man? As Peter spoke, he began to design a new suit in his mind. The black suit on his body started to change, eventually transforming into a completely new suit. Stop being so dark, Spider-Man. It's time to give people some hope. Chapter 212, Symbiote Frenzy, Spider-Man Strikes. Swinging through Manhattan, Peter saw more and more symbiotes appearing as he searched for survivors. Tony and Hank's upgraded Ultron Mark III robots had already rescued many ordinary people who had been bonded with symbiotes, bringing them to the Baxter Building or Avengers Tower for temporary refuge. However, it was impossible to tell from their appearance alone whether the symbiote grunt soldiers were created by bonding with ordinary people or were just simple symbiote monsters, so the speed of rescuing civilians had slowed down considerably. After just one night, Null had created a lot of symbiote friends for himself in Manhattan. There were short yellow ones that looked like Phage, which were the bruisers. There were purple ones that looked like Scream, which were the agile grunts. There were green ones that looked like Lasher, which were the ranged attackers. And there were the gray ones that were immune to fire and sound, which looked like Riot, the elite soldiers. Because Null had only retrieved Riot's codex, the other three types of symbiotes only resembled their originals in appearance and lacked any special abilities. Oh, and there were the most common ones, the black grunts that looked like Venom. They had no special characteristics and were as common as stray dogs on the streets. Null is mocking me. Really? I'm not sure he would even think about minor characters like us, whoa. The green symbiote grunts on the rooftops of the buildings on both sides, who only attacked with whips from their backs, tried to attack Peter. He nimbly dodged them in midair. Suddenly, a mass of sticky symbiote material welled up from a nearby wall, and Null himself emerged from it. My child. Sorry, we don't recognize you as our ancestor. I don't, and neither does Venom. Peter fired a web at Null's face, but the web was completely disintegrated before it even reached him. Peter quickly landed on a wall and narrowed his eyes, staring at Null. This is great, Peter. The supervillain is right in front of you. Take the opportunity to ask him what he's up to. You're probably confused, or maybe all the guardians of this planet are confused. Why I haven't done anything other than expand my army. So, will you be kind enough to enlighten me? I'm testing. Null smiled, looking at Peter. Testing your limits. I need to know how big of a threat I need to become before you decide to destroy me. Or maybe not. We already know that killing the symbiote dragon is the only way to revive you completely. Null let out a hoarse, dry laugh, then looked at Peter with a look of provocation. Yes, you know. But so what? Once Null became powerful enough, they would still have to choose to fight him to the death. If Null won, he would conquer the entire universe starting from Earth. If he lost, the only way for the people of Earth to defeat him would be to kill Grendel. Either way, they would still be doomed. Yes, but you might be spared. I've rarely seen a being like you who can merge so seamlessly with my living abyss. Submit to me, and I can preserve your consciousness to accompany me until this world returns to nothingness. Ah, there's always one downside to fighting so many villains. Peter said, as he launched a flying kick at Null. And that's having to listen to the same rubbish over and over again. Null lightly blocked the flying kick with his telekinesis and tossed Peter aside. Since they were fighting on a wall, Peter went into a freefall toward the street below. But he immediately shot a web and swung back toward Null. Null sighed, looking helplessly at the Spider-Man rushing toward him. You really are, pathetically foolish. Oh. Is that right? Peter's right hand touched the bracelet on his left wrist, and in an instant, he pulled out the Dragonfang sword. To Null's shock, he had already plunged the Dragonfang sword into his chest. This time, Null's defenses had no effect. Null looked at Peter with surprise, then his expression turned to one of confusion. Doesn't this person worry about killing me? That's right, he must have realized that the one he really needs to deal with isn't a Null clone, but Grendel. Null smiled, swatted Peter away, and before his body dissipated, he told Spider-Man his plan. The reason I've been waiting is simple. You self-proclaimed guardians have saved a lot of people, haven't you? That's the place you will definitely protect. The place that will force all of you out. With Null's last words before his body vanished, a monstrous roar echoed from the port on Manhattan's west side. The massive black symbiote dragon spread its gigantic wings, announcing its resurrection, and then headed toward the two strongholds, Avengers Tower and the Baxter Building. Captain, this is Spider-Man. I ran into Null. His goal is to attack the shelters after we've gathered all the survivors. He wants us to decide whether or not to kill him. Peter sighed after he finished, then saw a vintage car speeding down a street in Manhattan already overrun with symbiotes. Behind it was a huge mob of gray symbiotes that were immune to sonic attacks. On a large screen nearby, the Daily Bugle's live broadcast was still playing. I'm being chased by these wretched, shameless alien invaders. But don't you worry, my friends. Old J. Jonah will fight with you to the end. It seems even aliens can't stand J. Jonah Jameson's mouth. They've sent so many people after him. Peter shrugged helplessly, then swung on a web and landed directly in the back seat of Jameson's vintage convertible. He punched an elite symbiote grunt that had jumped onto the car, sending it flying. Morning, Jonah. Just hitching a ride. Peter said, and then punched another elite grunt that leaped at them. J. Jonah Jameson looked up, surprised to see Spider-Man had saved him. Oh, you. Spider-Man. My God, you're alive. Did you switch back to your old suit? Of course I'm alive, and this is a brand new design. Where are the Avengers? They're discussing a plan. Only those who are immune to symbiote bonding can fight, so we don't increase the enemy's forces. Peter said, as he took care of all the grunts. However, a unique individual appeared behind them. Riot stomped toward them. Spider-Man. Die. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, The Symbiote Swarm, a second battle with Riot. Spider-Man. Die. Jonah Jameson, with a camera in the passenger seat pointed at himself, looked at Spider-Man in a daze and asked, "You even have a grudge with an alien creature?" "I took him out yesterday at the docks, I think twice, but his alien god master resurrected him." Peter squinted as he watched Riot approach. Jameson looked thoughtful. "You seem to know a lot, Spider-Man. Do the Avengers know, too?" "No." "Yes, but I can't tell you, Jonah. Not because I don't want to, but to ensure the safety of ordinary people." "Damn it. Tell me now, Spider-Man." "I have a right, people have a right to know the truth." "Then you'll have to get the government to reveal the truth about the human experiments in the Hudson River first, Jonah. Otherwise, I can guarantee your broadcast signal will be cut immediately. You have to decide for yourself whether to report the current truth or hear the truth alone." Jonah Jameson could clearly feel that Spider-Man was threatening him, but the threat didn't come from Spider-Man or the Avengers, it came from their own government. The US military and the government were hiding something, and Spider-Man's hint suggested that this alien invasion was linked to the illegal human experiments the US military was conducting at the bottom of the Hudson River. In truth, the connection wasn't huge, but it wasn't non-existent, either. The fact that Riot and the others were released by Dr. Octopus certainly had something to do with the US military. After a moment of silence, Jameson suddenly began to yell at Spider-Man, "Spider-Man. Turn the camera. Show the audience something meaningful. All right, viewers, this is your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. As you can see, J. Jonah Jameson is doing a show with his least favorite special guest, The Great Escape. I'll be fighting the monster, and Jonah will be driving until he's safe. So now, let the games begin." Peter said this in a rapid-fire manner as Riot charged towards them. But Riot was hit by Peter's bioelectricity. After a flash of brilliant white lightning, Riot fell onto the road, but he quickly got up and charged again. Riot currently had no host and was in a purely symbiote state. This meant that the move Peter used against him before was useless. Combined with Riot's own powerful resistance and his exaggerated stats that could rival the current Spider-Man, this was going to be a difficult fight. Or so it should have been. Riot took long strides, his running speed no less than Jonah's old car. Peter shot a web and pulled a giant TV off a wall, slamming it onto Riot. Riot quickly pushed the debris aside and continued to follow. Jameson saw this in his rearview mirror and couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens, Spider-Man, do you have to cause so much destruction every time you fight? Money is never more important than human lives, Jonah." He pulled an unattended car from the roadside and threw it at Riot. After a burst of explosions, Riot continued to charge at him. Peter took a deep breath. It was bad luck to run into this guy. He was immune to both soft and hard attacks. "Spider-Man, he's getting close." "I know, Jonah." Seeing Riot about to close in, Peter once again pulled out the Dragon Fang sword. The sharp magical weapon sliced Riot in half. No blood splattered. The two symbiote masses simply began to merge and regenerate before continuing their charge. Jonah was stunned. Is that the T-1000? Well, do you know where there's a sulfuric acid pit to deal with this thing? If not. Peter didn't finish his sentence because a few passing Ultron bots, with their heat rays and sonic cannons, blocked Riot's path. Peter paused for a moment, then squatted in the back seat and gave Jameson directions. Go to the Avengers Tower, Jonah. The survivors who couldn't be evacuated are all there. I don't run from a fight, Spider-Man. I'm not asking you to run. On the contrary, the enemy is attacking the Avengers Tower right now. In the distance, in front of the Avengers Tower, the Human Torch and Living Lightning were firing flames at a pitch-black dragon. Goliath made himself gigantic to stop the dragon from getting closer, and Iceman created chains to slow its movements. The others were also attacking, trying to hold the enemy back. But it all seemed to be useless. The dragon continued to flap its wings, slowly approaching the Avengers Tower. An idea formed in Jonah Jameson's mind. Can the Avengers win? Outside the universe, there exist different dimensions. Some dimensions have masters, civilizations, or even a kingdom. For example, Asgard. Asgard was as magnificent as ever, a golden realm where its people lived carefree and happy lives, with one exception. A black-haired goddess walked to the balcony and looked at Thor, who had his hand on the railing, and asked, You seem to be so gloomy, Thor. I'm just worried about Midgard, Sif, Thor said. He held a cup of mead, but he hadn't taken a single sip. The turmoil in Midgard over the past few years has surpassed the total of the last 1,000 years. I have a feeling something terrible is about to happen there. But you've said that Midgard has great warriors you can trust, haven't you? Sif didn't finish her thought. What she really wanted to ask was whether he was worried about Midgard or about that mortal woman named Jane Foster. Yes, the Avengers will protect Earth, but I'm constantly wondering if they need my help, but the Bifrost is still being repaired. A few months ago, Thor brought Loki and the Space Stone back from Earth. Odin used his great power and the power of the Space Stone to begin repairing the Bifrost. Once the repairs were complete, Asgard would be able to extend its influence to all 9 realms again. But Thor was getting a little impatient. Thor, my brother. A god in blue armor came up behind them. He had the same long golden hair as Thor. Thor looked at him with a little surprise. Balder, what is it? Father sent me to find you. The Bifrost has been repaired, and Midgard is under attack. He commands you to go to their aid, but you need to go to him first. Father has something to say to you. Thor picked up the helmet from the railing and put it on, then reached out and summoned his hammer, Mjolnir. I'll go at once. Chapter 214, The Symbiote Swarm, Mighty Thunder. The symbiote dragon Grendel was the most powerful enemy the Avengers had ever encountered. Even the Chitauri army relied on overwhelming numbers to wear down the Avengers, but until now, the heroes had never faced an enemy against whom all their attacks were almost completely useless. All their current attacks were merely distractions, they couldn't harm Grendel at all. The only 2 effective attacks came from Johnny Storm and Jack of Hearts, but their damage was very limited. The massive symbiote dragon spewed black flame onto Goliath, who collapsed onto a skyscraper. Below him, Captain America and his team quickly dodged the falling debris before regrouping to attack. Tony, have you guys figured out a way to solve this? The captain asked while taking down a symbiote drone that had appeared on the street. He had no other choice, he couldn't fly and he couldn't beat the dragon. His job was to stop the tidal wave of symbiote fodder from getting past their defensive line. To prevent high-frequency sound waves from interfering with the team, the captain had even shut down the sonic emitters at the base of Avengers Tower, leaving only the Ultron robots to continue the sonic attacks against any symbiotes that breached their perimeter. Frankly, the captain didn't want to be here. But Captain America's presence meant that the fight wasn't over. It meant they hadn't given up. As long as he stood there holding the line, there was still hope. And so, the captain had to be there. Ugh, it'll take some time, Tony said, working from the Baxter building. Hank was currently shrunk down, inspecting Reed's latest research. On the way, they had collected some symbiote samples to study, but so far, the results weren't satisfactory. We got an idea from the ice caps and from that kid, Iceman. Symbiotes fear fire and sound waves, but they also have to obey the most basic laws of physics. At low temperatures, their molecular movement slows down. So Reed is using his polymer materials to design an anti-symbiote suit. But there's not much progress. We can only achieve a 12-second delay. Was a 12-second delay useful? Maybe, but not by much, which was why Tony and the others didn't think it would work. The captain sighed helplessly. All right, it looks like we're still on our own. For now, stopping Grendel's advance was primarily up to Ant-Man's old friend, Goliath, who was using Pym particles to grow to a massive size and forcibly hold the monster back. Iceman was also doing his best to trap Grendel in ice. I can't find a thing. Ghost reported to the captain after emerging from Grendel's body. The inside of that thing is just black goo. He's not a dragon possessed by a symbiote. He's an entire mass of symbiote that just looks like a dragon. Look out. Emma Frost's voice rang out in everyone's minds. Iceman immediately created a massive ice wall to block Grendel's next blast. The black fire was barely held back before Jack of Hearts, the Human Torch, and Living Lightning launched another wave of attacks on Grendel. This time, things were different, but not in a good way. The three heroes were suddenly thrown back. Then, a figure gradually emerged from the back of the symbiote dragon. Null, clad in black armor, looked at the heroes resisting him with a hint of dissatisfaction and helplessness. How disappointing. I thought this world's guardians would be more capable. I didn't expect them to be unable to even stop my pet. If your symbiotes weren't so elusive, we would have had the Hulk take you out long ago, everyone present thought in unison. But Null simply smiled and drew a jet-black symbiote longsword. It seems you lack motivation. Tell you what, the lives of everyone in that tower there might make you a little more serious, don't you think? Meanwhile, Spider-Man had arrived at the scene. He was about to leap into the fray, but he suddenly stopped. He just sat on J. Jonah Jameson's car, even helping him adjust the camera angle to make the broadcast clearer. You don't seem very worried, Spider-Man. Despite his general dislike for masked superheroes, J. Jonah Jameson couldn't help but ask Spider-Man why he was so calm. Of course, Peter couldn't tell him that his spider sense was rapidly fading. Instead, he simply activated his super senses and replied calmly, "You don't hear it, Jonah." Hear what? The sound of thunder. A gigantic rainbow shot through the sky, and a boundless cloud immediately covered Manhattan. Lightning and thunder intertwined, keeping the city visible even in the dark clouds. A violent roar of thunder echoed, and the symbiote biomass clinging to the buildings across Manhattan quickly disintegrated. One after another, symbiotes shrieked in agony and crumbled into piles of residue. People were freed from the symbiote's control by the lightning, leaving behind only a few symbiotes that were immune to the sound waves. Like vampires seeing sunlight, the remaining symbiotes scurried back toward the wreckage of the SHIELD helicarrier. The rainbow bridge faded, leaving only a golden-haired, blue-eyed god in a shining silver armor and helmet suspended in the air. He held his divine hammer and aimed it directly at Null. Hear me, Null. My name is Thor, god of thunder, son of Odin, prince of Asgard. Thor stared at Null and declared, "This world is under my protection. This thunder, this lightning. So this is the one who sealed me within Grendel all those years ago," Null thought, frowning before he began to smile. He raised his hand, and Grendel flapped his wings, flying toward the lair they had built earlier. He landed on his throne and sat down nonchalantly, with Riot returning to his side. "My lord, why did you? Gods are a pain in the neck in any world, and even Grendel can't be sure of a victory. Besides, they were due for a win. Everything has been going too smoothly." Null clapped his hands with a smile, and the Hulk, now covered in an upgraded symbiote, walked out. "Besides, we have a monster to deal with, that so-called God of Thunder, don't we?" Chapter 215, Symbiote Swarm, a sudden turn for the worse. In the sewers beneath New York, Otto Octavius returned to his old laboratory. He had fled so quickly from Kingpin that the lab was abandoned, which, in turn, allowed it to escape the Avengers' search. It was a safe haven for him. Now was Dr. Octopus's chance for redemption. The Avengers hadn't been studying symbiotes for as long as he had. He was sure he could figure out a way to control them. Otto thought this to himself as he took out the symbiote samples he had collected on his way and began his analysis. As he analyzed, he came to a shocking realization. This was a blood sample from a host. Based on his previous experimental data, the symbiote in the blood sample should have already begun to decay. Why was it still active? Back at the Avengers Tower, Thor single-handedly turned the tide of the entire battle, an event broadcast to the whole world through J. Jonah Jameson's cameras. He had almost completely driven away all the symbiotes with just thunder, leaving only a small number of stubborn ones that retreated to Null's lair. The Ultron robots were immediately deployed to rescue everyone, aiming to gather all the survivors. Even the scientific trio, who had received the news, were dumbfounded. They hadn't even started working yet, and somehow Thor had already solved the problem. "Should we continue working?" Tony asked, a very direct and straightforward question. Reed thought about it. Since they had nothing else to do, why not? Besides, Thor's arrival had only reduced the severity of the problem, it hadn't solved it completely. In that case, they should continue what they were doing. They needed to find a way to solve the Null problem. It wasn't just the science team trying to solve the problem, other heroes were, too. Thor landed on the ground, and the captain finally breathed a sigh of relief. "It's great that you were able to make it. Asgard has a duty to protect Midgard. No need to thank me, Steve. Besides, our troubles are not over yet." Thor didn't let his guard down. Instead, he said with concern, "I've received a revelation from Odin. Null is a god who has conquered countless universes. He wouldn't retreat like this if he still had the strength to fight. Come on, with one swing of your hammer, all of Manhattan is back to normal. What are we afraid of him for? Johnny Storm said, annoyed. He had been choked unconscious by Null earlier and was very upset about it. However, everyone was clear on one thing: Grendel was not only difficult to deal with, but it was also best not to kill him. Of course, they would kill him if Null couldn't be stopped, but the priority was to find a way to deal with Null's invasion. But it was still best not to kill him, so the captain looked at Thor. Now that you're here, do you have a way to deal with Null? After all, you've defeated him once before. If we want to stop Null from acting again, we need to completely defeat that giant dragon. That will exhaust his mind and cause his consciousness to fall into slumber. Since Null had obtained a codex, his consciousness was awakened. In this situation, Thor's solution was relatively simple and direct: beat Grendel until he was tired, exhaust Null's spirit, make him fall back into a state of exhaustion, and then have a telepath guide him back to slumber. This was a fairly simple method. After Thor finished, before the captain even had time to think, a heavy thudding sound could be heard. A tall giant covered in a silvery gray symbiote walked over, his tongue lolling out. When he saw Thor, he roared and charged at him. That's the Hulk. He's controlled by Null. Leave him to me, Steve. I'll bring the Hulk back. Thor said as he swung his hammer and flew toward the Hulk. The two powerful heroes collided and quickly flew toward a different part of the city. The captain nodded helplessly and began to organize the others to lead civilians into the Avengers Tower. With Thor's arrival, most people had been freed, and now was a great time for rescue. The captain wasn't the only one with this idea. Yes, I understand, General. Colonel Rhodes hung up the phone with a reluctant nod and called out to his only subordinate present, Falcon. Orders from above: we're to assemble and show the world the power of the US Avengers. Showing the power of the US Avengers. It was nothing more than a PR stunt. After saying goodbye to the others in the Sanctum Sanctorum, Rhodey chose to assemble his team and begin rescuing civilians. Given all the messy things the US military had done, their rescuing of civilians was a bit of a joke, purely for show. As the US Avengers were deployed, they rescued one civilian after another with the help of the Ultron robots and used J. Jonah Jameson's camera for propaganda. They didn't even have to pay for the ads. Peter frowned. He felt something wasn't right. He got out of the car and walked up to the captain. Captain, I think there's a problem. They retreated too quickly. I feel the same way. Thor almost completely turned the tide of the battle, but Null didn't lose his fighting power, so why did he leave? The captain said, connecting to the comms channel. The message he received from the other end made him frown even more. What's wrong? Nick Fury has asked for his own team, the Thunderbolts, to go out and rescue people. Also, some of your street-level friends have found something strange, possibly left behind by the gangs who didn't evacuate. The captain said helplessly. It was as if Thor's arrival meant the world was safe and peaceful. He didn't know how they could think that way. In the captain's view, as long as the battle wasn't over, they shouldn't let their guard down. On the other side, Rhodey hadn't realized that the symbiote situation was different from before. He took a woman's hand and pulled her out of the debris. It's okay, ma'am, you're safe now. Rhodey didn't finish his sentence because the symbiote that had been dispelled by Thor emerged from the woman and covered Rhodey's body in an instant. Similar events were happening all over the city, even inside the Avengers Tower. The remaining symbiotes in the survivors' bodies had evolved into more symbiotes, as if it had all been planned in advance. Well, of course, if there wasn't a victory that cleared all the clouds, how would they have dared to come out, these excellent hosts? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, The Symbiote Swarm, The Swarm Descends. Jack of Hearts watched with his own eyes as his captain got infected by a damned symbiote while saving a survivor. The ordinary people who should have been freed from the symbiote's grasp by Thor's lightning had now become symbiote-possessed monsters again. Not only that, they were even stronger. War Machine and Blackhawk were immediately infected and became monsters, joining the Hulk as the newest possessed superheroes. They immediately attacked Jack of Hearts and Living Lightning, two beings of pure energy who couldn't be bonded with symbiotes. But they weren't the biggest problem. When the attack spread to Citizen V, the robotic hero, a strange change occurred. The Captain America-colored robot quickly morphed. An arc reactor-like device appeared on his chest, a machine gun appeared on his shoulder, and then a pair of Blackhawk's wings appeared on his back. He immediately attacked Blackhawk and War Machine. In Citizen V's judgment, these two had lost their combat capability and become enemies, and it was time to clean them up. What are you doing? Jack of Hearts was stunned. Even if Colonel Rhodes was infected by a symbiote, there was no need to attack him like that. Stopping him would be enough. Symbiotes weren't impossible to remove. Zax. We have to stop it. And so, the US Avengers began to fight each other in the midst of this attack. The US Avengers would have to first dodge attacks from their own teammates in the midst of the symbiote siege. The street heroes who had left weren't faring well either. They had left because they thought they were safe, wanting to use the opportunity to check on the gangsters of Manhattan. But soon, a large group of symbiotes appeared on the road. It was at this point that the defenders realized things were going south, because they saw several familiar faces among these seemingly ordinary symbiote grunts. For example, Tombstone, with his indestructible skin, Hammerhead, with his reinforced skull, and Prowler, with his flexible mobility. The gang leaders who had superpowers or special equipment had all become symbiote monsters. The defenders were now trapped by symbiote gangsters and street criminals, and the symbiotes within them would undoubtedly see them as the next high-quality hosts to bond with. As for the Thunderbolts, Fury had officially summoned them to take over for the US Avengers, but in reality, they were nowhere to be found, probably on some special mission. The captain, while throwing his shield, said to Peter, who was standing beside him, "Avengers Tower has fallen. Spider-Man, many survivors have been reinfected with symbiotes and are attacking others. The same thing is happening at the Baxter building, where the Fantastic Four are. Johnny has gone to help them." In an instant, the original rescue team was reduced to the captain, Iceman, and Emma Frost, along with a newly arrived Peter, and J. Jonah Jameson and other people the captain and his team had rescued from the Avengers Tower who were also retreating. This group of 5 was all the combat power they had left. If this were some DC Comics event, then the US Avengers, the Thunderbolts, the Defenders, and the Fantastic Four would all have their own side stories about what's happening right now. Oh, and Thor, why can't his lightning blast the symbiote off of the Hulk? That doesn't make sense. Peter kicked a symbiote enemy in the jaw. The captain was still fighting, but the protective magical barrier on his body was gradually failing. He swung his shield, knocking a symbiote flying, then looked at Peter. "Spider-Man, you should leave. We'll take these people to the Sanctum Sanctorum. It's the only shelter we have left." "I'm not sure the Sanctum Sanctorum will let you in, especially after what just happened," Peter said, helping the captain fend off several enemies. But the captain just looked at Peter and advised. "Strange said you were the key to defeating Null. Although I don't know how, since this is a mystical matter, we should probably listen to the sorcerer," the captain said, directing Iceman to defend. Neither Peter, the captain, nor possibly even Strange himself knew why Spider-Man was the key to defeating Null. But fate was always unpredictable. Peter looked at the captain for a moment, then nodded and swung away with a web. The captain continued to direct the others in defense, letting Spider-Man go to find a way to fight Null. Peter first went to the location where Thor and the Hulk were fighting. He watched their battle from a rooftop. In just a few minutes, the two of them had almost destroyed half a city block. Peter watched Thor swing his hammer, his lightning striking the Hulk in the face, sending the gray behemoth flying. But the symbiote on the Hulk showed no change. It just stuck out its tongue, roaring and continuing to charge toward Thor. So Null's symbiotes can't have their consciousness severed by Thor's divine power now. That's impossible. If Null could do that, he wouldn't have been trapped in Grendel's body in the first place. So how did Null manage to keep the symbiotes connected to the Hulk? Those symbiotes don't have their own consciousness. Those symbiotes don't have their own consciousness. Venom answered Peter's confusion in one sentence. To sever the mental link between a symbiote and its host, the symbiote must first have its own consciousness. The grunts created by Null did not have their own consciousness, instead, they were simply following Null's commands. In other words, he needed to start with Null to sever the symbiote's consciousness. No, it should be Grendel. Null's consciousness was actually trapped within Grendel, so he needed to start with Grendel. He had to prevent Grendel's consciousness from commanding the other symbiotes, while also not killing Grendel and allowing Null's consciousness to revive. According to Ghost's report, Grendel, like these grunts, was a monster made of pure symbiote and had no host. This was going to be a problem. Riot is here. Oh, Riot is here. Riot is here. Peter was stunned for a moment, then looked back. Riot didn't climb walls as gracefully as Spider-Man. It simply stuck its fingers into the wall and climbed straight up. All right, round 3. Let's send this guy back to Null. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 217, Chapter 217, The Symbiote Swarm, The Final Riot. Spider-Man. Riot's heart was filled with hatred for Spider-Man, and for good reason. In theory, Spider-Man was no match for him. If it weren't for Spider-Man's bioelectricity, which could sever the connection between him and his host, he would never have lost. As for Hybrid's defeat, that was because Hybrid was just a contingency plan, and it was natural for it to have problems. But if the link between him and his host hadn't been cut, who knows what the outcome would have been. So, Riot was here for revenge. Now, he didn't have the host debuff and could confront Spider-Man without any reservations. Peter had originally planned to go and help Thor, explain the situation, and then take the big guy to face Null. But now there was no time for that. Riot's arms transformed into two massive blades, his tongue darted out, and he charged at Peter. Peter shot webs from his wrists, sticking to Riot's blades. He then leaped into the air and kicked toward Riot. Riot watched Spider-Man seemingly seek his own death, anticipating his arrival, severing the webs with his blades, and attempting to slice Spider-Man in half. But Spider-Man vanished, and Riot's blades hit nothing. Peter went invisible and let go of the webs midair. He used his bioelectromagnetic field to stick himself to the floor, coming to a sudden stop. He then shot webs at Riot's legs and tugged, causing Riot to stumble and nearly fall. Riot dropped to one knee, but he flexibly transformed his arms into two large hammers and slammed them onto the ground. The walls of the building cracked instantly. The invisible Peter jumped up to dodge, choosing to free fall instead. He shot a web at Riot, and the immense gravitational acceleration yanked Riot down from midair. Both of them plummeted toward the ground. Riot extended his arms, embedding them into the buildings on either side, thinking he was safe. But then, his arms were sliced clean off, and he still crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater in the street. As the smoke cleared, Riot was sprawled in the pit, looking like Yamcha. "Stop faking it, Riot. I know a free fall won't kill you," Peter said, shaking the Dragon Fang sword in his hand. The magical weapon had granted him basic knowledge and techniques of swordsmanship. Of course, he couldn't compare to a master like Hawkeye, but Peter had both weapon skills and his spider sense. Combining the two, his proficiency with the weapon was quite impressive. "You knew you had no weapon, so you found one to deal with me." Riot laughed mockingly, and his hands regenerated quickly, forming a shield and a spear. He then charged directly at Peter. "Do you really think a weapon will make a difference, Spider-Man? This isn't just any weapon, Riot." Dragon Fang lightly parried the spear, then pierced through the shield made of symbiote biomass. Peter swept the sword horizontally, slicing the entire shield in two. "This is a divine artifact." Riot was strong, but he wasn't immortal. Peter knew this very well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been afraid of the high-energy rays from the Iron Spider suit, nor would he have been killed by a shield bomb. It was just that Peter didn't have a weapon of that much power on hand right now. However, he had a special way to eliminate Riot. With each attack from Dragon Fang, Riot was continuously cut, losing parts of himself. Eventually, his original height of over 6 feet shrunk to about 4.5 feet, forcing him to look up to fight Spider-Man. Peter, seizing the opportunity, was just about to unleash venom when his spider sense suddenly blared. He instinctively dodged. It turned out that the pieces of Riot's biomass he had cut off were still under Riot's control. They had transformed into sharp spikes and were now flying toward Peter. Peter, of course, wasn't hit. But at that moment, Riot extended his arm and grabbed the tip of Dragon Fang. He knew very well that Spider-Man was relying on this divine artifact to fight him. If he could get his hands on it, couldn't he destroy Spider-Man? "I'll take that." "Sorry, but this isn't your delivery." More and more biomass returned to Riot's body, and his strength gradually returned to its original state. He wrestled with Peter for the sword. In the end, they both pulled at the same time, neither of them getting the sword. Dragon Fang flew out and embedded itself in a nearby wall. Both people, exhausted from the tug-of-war, fell to the ground. "All right, buddy, plan B. I'll get you some extra chocolate later. It's going to taste terrible," Venom said, liberating himself. The massive, 10-foot-tall creature crawled to its feet, roared at Riot, and charged. Riot charged back without hesitation, and the two collided, their fingers locked in a test of strength. Venom looked at the 6-foot-tall Riot in front of him and couldn't help but mock him. "Ha, look at you, still so small. Poor Venom, so big, yet you only have the strength of someone half your size." Venom narrowed his eyes and stared at Riot. "Let's see, old man." The two were locked in a stalemate, but Riot looked at Venom with great confidence. The reason was simple, they could both hear the noise of the symbiote minions, and they were getting closer and closer. "I win, Aya." A sharp divine sword pierced through Riot's body, causing him to lose strength for a moment. Venom seized the opportunity, grabbed Riot by the shoulder, lifted him, and bit off his head. Riot turned into a puddle of goo, which Venom then shoved into his mouth. Dragon Fang clattered to the ground. Cindy looked on, a bit bewildered. She watched the venom revert to Spider-Man, and in her confusion, she blurted out a question that even she found strange. "How did it taste?" "I don't know. Usually, venom doesn't share taste with me, so I don't get tired of chocolate," Peter said, taking the sword from Cindy. "Thanks, Cindy. How did you get here? I sensed that your movements hadn't changed, and I was worried something might have happened to you, so." "I'm fine." As soon as Peter finished speaking, he clutched his chest. He felt something was wrong. Then, as if sensing something, he asked, disbelievingly, No, Venom absorbed Riot and stole Riot's codex. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 218, Chapter 218, The Symbiote Swarm, A Glimmer of Hope. Venom absorbed Riot's codex, or rather, Venom snatched Riot's codex from Null. This left Peter utterly confused. Where did this plot point come from? It wasn't in the comics. Venom claimed he didn't know either. You really don't know? No, I have no idea. If I had known I could stop Riot this way, I would have just devoured him at the docks last night. It would have saved so much trouble. Peter's mind then drifted to the game prototype, so he cautiously asked Venom, can you transform into Riot now? Or gain his abilities? At the very least, can you get his resistance? Can't do any of that. Then what's the point of absorbing his codex? To chat with him. What's the use of chatting with him? Peter complained helplessly before finally asking his last question, so, what did he talk to you about? Curse words. Peter sighed in defeat. Why did I even bother asking? Neither Venom nor Peter had any idea why Venom was able to absorb the codex. Venom was certain he was a completely ordinary symbiote with nothing special about him. Why he could devour Riot's codex was a mystery. But after a moment of silence, Peter suddenly had a thought, if Venom could absorb Riot's codex, what about Grendel? What if Venom could absorb the entire Grendel? We have to go to the Baxter building, Peter said, suddenly realizing the solution. He looked at Cindy. Wanna come? It might be the safest place right now. Cindy simply nodded, and the two of them swung off together toward the Baxter building. At that moment, the Baxter building was bustling again. The science trio had gone from slacking off to pulling all-nighters. A horde of symbiotes, immune to normal high temperatures and sound waves, swarmed the building like a zombie apocalypse. The Invisible Woman, Sue Storm, raised a force field, stopping all the symbiotes outside, while the Human Torch, Johnny Storm, was busy clearing the area. The Thing, Ben Grimm, who was the only one not particularly useful, just started throwing things down to vent his frustration. Hey, guys. Spider-Man. Reed Richards was deep in his research and wasn't even curious why Peter was there. I'm sorry, we're still working on a way to deal with Null, but we haven't made much progress yet. I have something. The three scientists immediately turned to look at Peter. What do you mean, you have something? It was an accident. Just now, I was fighting a revived Riot, and Venom just ate him. Then something weird happened, Riot's codex was absorbed by Venom. Even though Venom didn't get anything from it. The three scientific geniuses were stunned. After a moment, Hank Pym was the first to offer his opinion. It's possible that Venom himself is special. But if we put that aside, considering the collective consciousness of the symbiote species, that might also explain it. Generally, when a symbiote dies, its consciousness returns to the collective network, but you also mentioned that because they are away from Clintar, they can't connect to the symbiote network while they're alive. So when a codex is formed and then consumed by another symbiote that also has a codex, they will naturally form a symbiote network of their own. Tony Stark took over, looking a bit smug. Indeed, this was a very plausible line of reasoning, and following it, they all understood what Peter was proposing. If this hypothesis was correct, then there was a new way to deal with Grendel, have Venom eat Grendel. First, we have to consider that the Thing is huge, a full 30 meters long. Hank, you're the expert on size changing. What's the solution? Tony looked directly at Hank, who, as an expert in anything related to Pym particles, quickly responded. Considering Null's ability to reshape symbiotes, he can probably control the size of the dragon at any time. Of course, since he hasn't changed its size yet, we can assume he's more comfortable using its current form. In other words, using Pym particles to shrink Grendel was not feasible. And generally, to avoid negative effects on the user, Pym particles can only enlarge something up to 15 times its original size. That's why I rarely get bigger than 20 meters. Venom is already over 3 meters tall, so in terms of size, an enlarged Venom can certainly fight Grendel. But if the other side realizes this, they probably won't stay a fixed size. Unless, we can delay or freeze the symbiote's molecular motion, Reed realized. Iceman can do that. No, Null isn't an idiot. As soon as we start this operation, he'll quickly figure out how important Iceman is. He has a whole bunch of symbiotes at his disposal, and I just got news that another batch of superpowered individuals has been infected. Tony immediately summed up the problem. Then, the three of them looked at the research on the lab table. That won't work. It can only shape it, to stop the symbiote's form from changing. Reed, as the main researcher, immediately understood Tony's purpose and objected. But Tony just smiled. What does it matter? That's exactly what we need. As long as the Thing can't change its shape for a while, we can use Pym particles to shrink it and take it out. That would require greatly weakening Null's power and extending the effective duration of the polymer solidifier. Alright, we'll let you know when to go. We'll probably need a few more hours to get everything ready, Tony said, patting Peter on the shoulder. In the meantime, you should get some rest. I probably can't rest, Mr. Stark. The situation in New York is only getting worse, Peter said as he prepared to leave. Cindy, who had been following silently, just nodded at them before following him out. Tony watched them leave, then thoughtfully turned around to consider what to do next. To weaken Null, we might need a full team deployment, or find a way to prevent regular symbiotes from bonding with us. Alright, guys, any ideas on that? Chapter 222, Symbiote Frenzy, Kitty Pryde's debut. We need to go see how things are elsewhere. Null's faint earlier has a lot of people in a tough fight, Peter said to Cindy as he swung through the city. Cindy, as usual, stayed silent, following his lead. They first approached the American Avengers battle, which had devolved into chaos. Jack of Hearts and Livewire were trying to stop Citizen V from taking out Rhodey and Blackhawk, who were now possessed by symbiotes and trying to kill everyone else. In short, it was a messy five-way brawl. Peter used his Venom symbiote to web up Blackhawk's wings, dragging him to the ground. Meanwhile, Cindy yanked the machine gun off War Machine with her webbing and sent him into a nosedive. Fortunately, with the symbiote's protection, Rhodey wouldn't be paralyzed from the fall. Peter could tell that Jack of Hearts could handle War Machine and Blackhawk, but he was holding back. Symbiotes aren't that fragile, my friend. Sometimes you can be a little rougher, Peter said, webbing Blackhawk to a wall. Jack of Hearts finally relaxed, but then Citizen V swooped in, flapping his wings. It was Peter's first time seeing this world Citizen V, and he was surprised that the villain had completely copied War Machine's and Blackhawk's abilities, making him even more formidable than the symbiotes. Wait a minute, wasn't this the robot super adaptoid, who could mimic others' powers? Jack of Hearts groaned, we have to stop him from hurting our friends. Spider-Man, I need your help. Alright, helping people is a Spider-Man specialty. Give me a minute, Peter said, engaging the super adaptoid head-on. After a brief standoff, the robot performed a classic web shooting motion and began trading webs with Peter. But Peter wasn't alone. Cindy webbed the robot's back from behind, and the two spider people pulled in opposite directions, their combined strength tearing the machine in half. Jack of Hearts let out a surprised "Oh." I have to say, buddy, your teammate isn't a living person. As long as the data isn't corrupted, you can just dismantle him. You can always bring him back to be fixed after the fight, Peter said. Jack of Hearts let out another awkward "oh" and scratched the back of his head. He hadn't thought of that. Thanks, Spider-Man. We'll handle the Colonel here. You go on ahead. After parting ways with Jack of Hearts, Peter and Cindy continued their journey. According to Stark, to weaken Null, a full-scale assault was necessary, so freeing up as many fighters as possible was a top priority. In other words, Peter needed to check on the others who were on side missions to see if they could spare any help. Something's up over there, Cindy's voice broke Peter's thoughts. Peter saw a girl around his age running down the street, pursued by a horde of elite symbiote drones. He was confused, why was there a running girl on the street at a time like this? But seeing she was about to be caught, he didn't hesitate. He swung over, yelling, "Look out," and grabbed her by the waist, cradling her in his arms. Don't ask him why he didn't just grab her hand. Spider-Man wasn't Superman. His bioelectricity wasn't a bioforce field, and just grabbing her hand might result in just grabbing a hand. Surprisingly, as he swung her away, the girl seemed to get a glimpse of the ground growing farther away. In a moment of panic, she passed right through his arms and began a second freefall. Fortunately, Cindy, who was following behind, managed to catch her with a web, saving her from becoming a splat on the pavement. Thankfully, she didn't fall a second time. The two brought the girl to the top of a building. Peter finally got a good look at her. She was a short girl, about 15 or 16, with chestnut-colored hair in a ponytail and a pair of rare amber eyes. Hey, Spider-Man. I see you on TV all the time. And this is Spider-Woman. Cindy, uncharacteristically, spoke up, Silk. Oh, thank you, Silk. And Spider-Man, I'm sorry. It wasn't that you didn't grab me tightly, it's just I fell right through you. The girl apologized sheepishly. Peter had a guess who she was, but he waited for her to introduce herself. I think I might be a mutant. You think? Yeah, I never had any powers before. Until yesterday, when I was about to get caught by these alien monsters, they passed right through my body. The girl's voice was filled with anxiety. So I might be a mutant. What's your name? Peter asked. Kitty Pryde. Just as Peter had suspected. The girl in front of him was Kitty Pryde, the X-Men member who could make herself or anything she touched pass through solid objects. When he had worked with the X-Men before, he noticed Kitty wasn't among the past members. Now he knew why. She was from a different generation. The only mutant Peter knew of who was the same age as Kitty was Jubilee. "All right, it looks like you can protect yourself. Do you need us to take you too?" Peter trailed off, an idea sparking in his mind. He looked at Kitty, asking with a hint of uncertainty, "Perhaps, you could help us with something." "Help with what?" "Oh, wait." Kitty's eyes lit up as she realized what he was asking. "You mean I can help you?" "Help the Avengers?" "Yes, but I'm not sure if I should ask you. This mission is very, very dangerous." Peter's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kitty. He wasn't sure if she could do it. He was genuinely hesitant because if Kitty agreed, she would have to face the strongest hero on Earth right now. But on the other hand, if she volunteered and succeeded, the Avengers would instantly free up Thor and Hulk, two major powerhouses. "I think I can do it. After all, if they can't hit me, what's there to worry about?" Kitty said, sounding confident. She looked at Peter. "Why don't you tell me what the task is first? We need you to go face the Hulk." "Ah. Me. Fight the Hulk. And bring him out of the symbiote's control. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 219, Symbiote Frenzy, Kitty Pryde's debut. We need to go see how things are elsewhere. Null's faint earlier has a lot of people in a tough fight, Peter said to Cindy as he swung through the city. Cindy, as usual, stayed silent, following his lead. They first approached the American Avengers battle, which had devolved into chaos. Jack of Hearts and Livewire were trying to stop Citizen V from taking out Rhodey and Blackhawk, who were now possessed by symbiotes and trying to kill everyone else. In short, it was a messy five-way brawl. Peter used his Venom symbiote to web up Blackhawk's wings, dragging him to the ground. Meanwhile, Cindy yanked the machine gun off War Machine with her webbing and sent him into a nosedive. Fortunately, with the symbiote's protection, Rhodey wouldn't be paralyzed from the fall. Peter could tell that Jack of Hearts could handle War Machine and Blackhawk, but he was holding back. "Symbiotes aren't that fragile, my friend. Sometimes you can be a little rougher," Peter said, webbing Blackhawk to a wall. Jack of Hearts finally relaxed, but then Citizen V swooped in, flapping his wings. It was Peter's first time seeing this world Citizen V, and he was surprised that the villain had completely copied War Machine's and Blackhawk's abilities, making him even more formidable than the symbiotes. Wait a minute, wasn't this the robot super adaptoid, who could mimic others' powers? Jack of Hearts groaned, "We have to stop him from hurting our friends. Spider-Man, I need your help." "All right, helping people is a Spider-Man specialty. Give me a minute," Peter said, engaging the super adaptoid head-on. After a brief standoff, the robot performed a classic web shooting motion and began trading webs with Peter. But Peter wasn't alone. Cindy webbed the robot's back from behind, and the two spider people pulled in opposite directions, their combined strength tearing the machine in half. Jack of Hearts let out a surprised "Oh." "I have to say, buddy, your teammate isn't a living person. As long as the data isn't corrupted, you can just dismantle him. You can always bring him back to be fixed after the fight," Peter said. Jack of Hearts let out another awkward "oh" and scratched the back of his head. He hadn't thought of that. "Thanks, Spider-Man. We'll handle the Colonel here. You go on ahead." After parting ways with Jack of Hearts, Peter and Cindy continued their journey. According to Stark, to weaken Null, a full-scale assault was necessary, so freeing up as many fighters as possible was a top priority. In other words, Peter needed to check on the others who were on side missions to see if they could spare any help. "Something's up over there," Cindy's voice broke Peter's thoughts. Peter saw a girl around his age running down the street, pursued by a horde of elite symbiote drones. He was confused, why was there a running girl on the street at a time like this? But seeing she was about to be caught, he didn't hesitate. He swung over, yelling, "Look out," and grabbed her by the waist, cradling her in his arms. Don't ask him why he didn't just grab her hand. Spider-Man wasn't Superman. His bioelectricity wasn't a bioforce field, and just grabbing her hand might result in just grabbing a hand. Surprisingly, as he swung her away, the girl seemed to get a glimpse of the ground growing farther away. In a moment of panic, she passed right through his arms and began a second freefall. Fortunately, Cindy, who was following behind, managed to catch her with a web, saving her from becoming a splat on the pavement. Thankfully, she didn't fall a second time. The two brought the girl to the top of a building. Peter finally got a good look at her. She was a short girl, about 15 or 16, with chestnut-colored hair in a ponytail and a pair of rare amber eyes. "Hey, Spider-Man. I see you on TV all the time. And this is Spider-Woman." Cindy, uncharacteristically, spoke up, "Silk." "Oh, thank you, Silk. And Spider-Man, I'm sorry. It wasn't that you didn't grab me tightly, it's just. I fell right through you. The girl apologized sheepishly. Peter had a guess who she was, but he waited for her to introduce herself. I think I might be a mutant. You think? Yeah, I never had any powers before. Until yesterday, when I was about to get caught by these alien monsters, they passed right through my body. The girl's voice was filled with anxiety. So I might be a mutant. What's your name? Peter asked. Kitty Pryde. Just as Peter had suspected. The girl in front of him was Kitty Pryde, the X-Men member who could make herself or anything she touched pass through solid objects. When he had worked with the X-Men before, he noticed Kitty wasn't among the past members. Now he knew why. She was from a different generation. The only mutant Peter knew of who was the same age as Kitty was Jubilee. All right, it looks like you can protect yourself. Do you need us to take you too? Peter trailed off, an idea sparking in his mind. He looked at Kitty, asking with a hint of uncertainty, perhaps, you could help us with something. Help with what? Oh, wait. Kitty's eyes lit up as she realized what he was asking. You mean I can help you? Help the Avengers? Yes, but I'm not sure if I should ask you. This mission is very, very dangerous. Peter's eyes narrowed as he looked at Kitty. He wasn't sure if she could do it. He was genuinely hesitant because if Kitty agreed, she would have to face the strongest hero on Earth right now. But on the other hand, if she volunteered and succeeded, the Avengers would instantly free up Thor and Hulk, two major powerhouses. I think I can do it. After all, if they can't hit me, what's there to worry about? Kitty said, sounding confident. She looked at Peter. Why don't you tell me what the task is first? We need you to go face the Hulk. Ah. Me. Fight the Hulk. And bring him out of the symbiote's control. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 220, Symbiote Frenzy, The World's Strongest Heroes. If you were to ask any person on Earth who the world's strongest hero is, you would get one of two answers, either Thor, the god of thunder, or the Hulk. But unfortunately, these two have never truly fought each other, and they might not even know who is stronger. Now, however, Null has granted humanity their wish. The Hulk, corrupted by a symbiote, has launched a merciless assault on Thor. Enough, Hulk. Seeing the roaring Hulk charge towards him, Thor knocked him away with a single hammer strike. He spoke, panting, I know this isn't what you want, Hulk. You are a hero, a powerful warrior, not a puppet or a plaything. As Thor shouted, he watched the Hulk rise from the rubble of the building. The symbiote-possessed Hulk said nothing, only sticking out his tongue and baring his sharp fangs. Null's symbiotes are able to amplify the destructive parts of a person's heart to the greatest extent, and the Hulk was, at his core, a child who only knew destruction. Seeing the Hulk constantly charging at him, Thor took a deep breath, raised his hammer, and prepared to knock him away again. However, this time, the Hulk suddenly slammed on the brakes in front of him, causing Thor's hammer to miss. He then grabbed Thor's head and let out a roar before slamming him repeatedly onto the ground, causing Thor's helmet and hammer to fall off. The Hulk then let go and began to pound Thor with his fists, one punch after another, each strike causing the ground to collapse. After being repeatedly beaten, Thor's body released a torrent of lightning, striking the symbiote Hulk from the air and giving off a roasted smell. Thor finally took the opportunity to land a punch, sending the Hulk flying, and he stood back up and raised his hammer. Stop, Hulk. If we keep this up, the entire city will be destroyed by our fight. I don't think he can hear you right now, Thor. Peter landed, with Cindy carrying Kitty landing behind him. Before Peter could introduce himself, he heard a concerned voice from Thor. Ah, Spider. The Allfather Odin said you are the key to defeating Null. Step back, you are no match for the Hulk. Peter looked at Thor with his mismatched eyes and sighed helplessly at the brute. I'm here to help. In fact, we found a way that might be able to save the Hulk, but we're going to need your help. Gladly, Spider. What do you need me to do? I need your hammer. To be more precise, I need your hammer to take someone with it, Peter said, gesturing to Kitty. This is Kitty Pryde. She can phase through objects and can bring anyone or anything she touches with her. So you need this mortal to phase the Hulk out, but her power isn't enough. When it came to combat, Thor's intelligence was still online. While constantly attacking the Hulk with lightning to stop him from advancing, he held Mjolnir in the air. He then looked at Kitty. Come, young girl, grab my hammer. It will give you enough power to bring our friend back. Actually, I was a normal person, a normal mutant, just a few minutes ago. Now I'm going to save the world. Kitty took a deep breath, grabbed Mjolnir with her left hand, and looked at the three superheroes. Peter and his companions' mission was now simple, they just needed to temporarily contain the Hulk and stop him from moving. So Peter and Cindy immediately shot out their webs and swung towards him, while Thor, understanding their plan, charged forward with his bare fists and punched the Hulk. I never thought I'd see Thor without his hammer. Even Cindy was surprised by the sight. She swung from the side and her web stuck to one of the Hulk's hands. She then swung to the Hulk's back and began to pull on his arm with all her might. Peter landed next to her and also pulled on a web attached to the Hulk's arm. Who would have thought? But then again, Thor is the god of thunder, not the god of hammers. The two talked while pulling on their webs. The Hulk's two arms were temporarily pulled apart, and Thor took the opportunity to land several more punches, venting the anger from being continuously beaten by the Hulk. But the Hulk's rage was uncontrollable, and his strength grew stronger. He quickly broke the webs with brute force and threw another punch at Thor. But Thor just smiled slyly and held out his hand. Mjolnir phased through Thor's body, bringing Kitty with it and entering the Hulk's symbiote-covered body. The hammerhead then emerged from the other side of the Hulk's body. Thor took the opportunity to grab the symbiote Hulk's fist and, at the same time, controlled Mjolnir to quickly exit the Hulk's body. As Mjolnir broke through the dark symbiote, it brought Kitty and the massive Hulk with it. After all, Kitty alone wouldn't have been able to move the Hulk. The bewildered Hulk looked around and let out a roar, scaring Kitty, who collapsed to the ground. But the Hulk's attention wasn't on her. He looked at Thor, who was smiling as he summoned lightning to completely obliterate the symbiote. "Welcome back, my friend Hulk." Thor laughed and picked up his helmet to put it back on. But the Hulk didn't appreciate it. He walked up to Thor, stared at him for a while, and complained indignantly, "You should have left that ugly monster for me, Goldilocks. If you want to fight monsters, believe me, there are a lot more monsters waiting for you from Null." Peter shrugged and looked at the rescued Hulk. He thought of War Machine, Rhodey, and Hawkeye, and how Kitty should be able to save them too. And as a mutant, she should be with the X-Men, who happened to be at the Sanctum Sanctorum. So they should go to the Sanctum Sanctorum first. Now that everything seemed to be in place, they just needed to wait for Tony and the others' signal. So Peter and the others returned to the New York Sanctum Sanctorum and pushed open the door. Kitty didn't even have time to exclaim, "It's bigger on the inside," before she saw a huge mass of symbiotes filling the sanctum, like a giant, menacing slime. What happened? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, The Symbiote Swarm. Peter's reckless actions naturally didn't go unnoticed by Null. In fact, as soon as the Codex of Riot was lost, Null realized that something unexpected might have happened. He chose a swift and decisive solution: change all tactics. The Sanctum Sanctorum was the only place Null couldn't enter and was also the most heavily fortified. Since Null had already launched one surprise attack, the entire Sanctum Sanctorum had sealed itself off, screening and vetting everyone who entered to prevent symbiotes from getting in. But as the saying goes, 100 precautions are not enough for one oversight. This oversight came from the X-Men, who originally had very little screen time and were just spectators in the Sanctum Sanctorum. The reason was simple: Nightcrawler arrived. Of course, Nightcrawler couldn't just teleport inside the Sanctum Sanctorum. He had passed through the barrier and encountered many ordinary people who needed rescue. He led them on an escape, and along the way, he met the Thunderbolts, who were on a secret mission, but Goliath had been possessed. After helping them take down Goliath, he heard where the Sanctum Sanctorum was located and led the ordinary people there. He also didn't violate the Sanctum Sanctorum's rules. When he saw the instructions to quarantine, he obediently stayed outside. But to his complete surprise, Null didn't need anyone to sneak in. The symbiotes on the survivors immediately surged out, coalesced into a giant monster, and charged directly into the Sanctum Sanctorum, wreaking havoc. All he needed was the Sanctum Sanctorum's coordinates. Fortunately, Nightcrawler dodged just in time. Otherwise, if Null had gotten teleportation abilities, the entire planet would have basically been finished. All the above intelligence was provided by Emma Frost through telepathy. So, this giant blob is the mole Null sent in. Doesn't look that tough, Peter muttered to himself as he watched the massive puddle of goo charge toward the X-Men Cyclops and Colossus. Cyclops immediately unleashed a beam, shattering the goo, but the mass hadn't finished its transformation. Just as Peter was about to step forward, he saw the huge mass transform into something incredibly familiar. Enormous wings spread from the back of the symbiote creature. Its towering body burst through the Sanctum Sanctorum's floors, and its head reared high, spewing forth terrifying black flames toward the ceiling. This was a fearsome dragon, a dragon composed of pure symbiotes. Peter would soon realize that Null had no intention of a sneak attack on the Sanctum Sanctorum to reverse the situation. He chose to flip the table entirely. An endless tide of symbiotes surged out like a liquid. Captain America, standing at the front, didn't even have time to give a command before he was swallowed by the overwhelming tide. A moment later, a symbiote-possessed Captain America holding a shield stood up with a blank expression. Cyclops tried to use the high-energy beams from his eyes to block the roaring tide, but the black liquid came from all directions like an ocean, engulfing him in an instant. Wolverine, Colossus, and the other X-Men were swallowed as well. Even Iceman couldn't escape. He continuously released low temperatures to stop the symbiote spread, but in the end, he could only manage to freeze a small portion of the symbiote mass into ice. Thor, with quick reflexes, grabbed Peter and Cindy and flew up. Hulk, meanwhile, let Kitty Pryde climb onto his back and quickly leaped up, climbing to the rooftop. They stopped on the rooftop of a tall building next to the Sanctum Sanctorum, watching the symbiote tide spread like a wave, devouring everyone it encountered and reabsorbing them into the symbiote's embrace. This is just too absurd. We've worked so hard for so long, thought of so many ways to deal with Null, but now, he can break through our defenses in an instant. Watching this scene, Peter suddenly felt that their previous actions were somewhat comical. The captain and the others had been saving survivors and stopping Null's attacks again and again, but now, Null had swallowed the captain, most of the X-Men, and everyone else in one fell swoop. It was predictable that others, such as the Defenders who couldn't fly, or the Thunderbolts who were outside, would basically be unable to resist this. Peter even looked at Thor in frustration. Thor, how did you deal with him back then? I defeated him directly. But it's a pity, now Null's consciousness has been severed from his body. My lightning might kill it, but it can't seal it. Peter took a deep breath. The symbiote tide continued to spread. It heavily slammed against the barrier, then began to spread and pile up, growing higher and higher, gradually submerging the first floor, then the second. The entire Manhattan was being slowly consumed by the viscous symbiote ocean. Even Dr. Octopus, hiding in his underground lab, noticed the problem and quickly activated his molecular force field shield, hoping to hold out until everything was over or his research was complete. As for Peter and the others, they could only head to the Avengers' only remaining stronghold, the Baxter Building. Just as they were about to leave, a portal opened directly, leading to the Baxter Building's lab. They immediately rushed inside. The captain's communication is lost. The X-Men, the US Avengers, and the Thunderbolts have also gone silent. Tony's voice grew anxious. When he saw Peter and the others enter through the portal, he forced a joke, brought another new girl, Spider-Man. This isn't a time for jokes, Mr. Stark. The entire New York is in mortal danger right now. As Peter spoke, he looked at the lab. So, how are your molecular stabilizers coming along? We might not have enough time. We've been working on it all this time, and it only lasts for about 3 minutes. But we can't be sure that 3 minutes is enough for you, or rather, for Venom, to take down Null, Reed said, delivering the bad news. He then added a second piece of bad news, and, given the current situation, we need someone to break through to Null and deliver the molecular stabilizer to the Grendel's main body. And most importantly, we can't be sure your method will work. Spider-Man's method is effective. Doctor Strange opened a portal and stepped out. I just completed a divination. I saw a future where Null is sealed. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, The Symbiote Swarm, Transformation. Tony Stark glared at Stephen Strange with great displeasure. The two of them seemed to have a fundamental incompatibility, always bickering whenever they met. As usual, Strange ignored the arrogant, science-worshipping man and simply offered his objective opinion. The Eye of Agamotto revealed the possibilities of the future. The method Spider-Man came up with is the only way we can win. Is that so? Can your magical eye tell us if we even survive? Strange gave Stark a cold glance, saying nothing, but his silence set the tone. Once the molecular stabilizer was injected into Grendel's body, Venom had to consume Grendel within 3 minutes, and it had to be a live consumption. During this time, it also had to face a massive number of symbiote-infected superheroes. It was an arduous, almost impossible task. But, almost impossible, still left a sliver of hope. We can't provide direct support on the battlefield, so, in theory, the same people who can go with Spider-Man are the only ones. Iceman and Emma Frost are submerged by the symbiotes, Ghost is missing, and Livewire is also submerged. Hank Pym brought the discussion back to the main point, or rather, to the special situation they were facing. That leaves Human Torch, Jack of Hearts, you, maybe Thor, and Strange and 2 people he can cast spells on. That's our entire fighting force. And we'll be facing almost all the superheroes and supervillains who have been infected by the symbiotes. And me. Kitty Pryde added from the side. Everyone finally began to pay attention to the girl who had inexplicably appeared. They had all assumed she was just a civilian Peter had rescued on the way, a classic Spider-Man move. Now, they were being told she wasn't an ordinary person but a combatant. This is Kitty. She's a mutant. She can phase herself and anything she touches through any material, so even the symbiotes can't touch her. Peter introduced Kitty's abilities and then added her recent achievement. She's the one who brought the Hulk over. Reed and Tony exchanged a look, then glanced at the molecular stabilizer on the lab table. If she can ignore the threat of the symbiotes and phase through anything, she can carry the molecular stabilizer to stabilize Grendel's form. At the same time, if she carries Pym particles, she can further shrink Grendel's size. Our biggest problem is solved. No, the biggest problem now is, how do we inflict enough damage on Grendel while ensuring Spider-Man delivers the final blow? Reed shook his head. One problem solved, another appeared. The scientists looked at each other, and their gazes finally settled on the sorcerer. Strange. Are you sure you want to do this? Hank handed the Pym particles and the activation device to Peter with some uncertainty. According to Peter's request, he had made a slight modification to the Pym particle activation device. The current Grendel was a massive puddle of liquid inside the Sanctum Sanctorum. Null had undoubtedly learned a valuable lesson from the disappearance of Riot's Codex and had transformed the entire Grendel into part of the current symbiote swarm to avoid risk. However, these symbiotes were not Riot or the cannon fodder created from Riot's Codex. They didn't have the same resistance as Riot. And so, dark clouds gathered in the sky once more. Thor raised his hammer, summoning terrifying lightning. The sound swept across the entirety of Manhattan, turning the symbiote swarm that had almost engulfed the city into a sea of wailing, screaming creatures. But Thor's thunder did not strike, it simply continued to torment Grendel with its noise, forcing it to reveal its true form. After all, if Grendel was struck down and killed, the plan would fail. With the continuous roar of thunder, Grendel, from the ruins of the Sanctum Sanctorum, finally let out a long howl. Having converted a sufficient amount of matter, its body had grown to an immense size, nearly 10 times its original. It spat flames at Thor, who retaliated with lightning but still maintained restraint. Just as they had planned, Grendel was to be dealt with only by venom, to prevent anyone else from killing it. Then, a portal opened above Grendel. Kitty took a deep breath and dropped from high altitude, carrying 2 canisters. One contained the molecular stabilizer. As she phased into Grendel's body, a blue gaseous substance diffused, and the unstable symbiotes on Grendel's body immediately solidified. Then, phasing through Grendel's body, Kitty pressed the button in her hand. As the Pym particles took effect, Grendel, whose molecular structure was now fixed, shrank back to its original size. At that moment, standing on the rooftop, Peter raised the rod-shaped container filled with Pym particles high, activated it, and simultaneously released Venom. Venom's body rapidly expanded into a giant over 40 meters tall, striking a standard pose reminiscent of the first Ultraman in a battle stance. It was now on par with Grendel, which had regained its original form, measuring over 30 meters long with a wingspan of over 50 meters. All right, Earth's defense team, help our Ultraman take care of this monster. Tony's silver Centurion armor was covered with protective runes prepared by Strange. He and Hulk took up positions with the protective runes and fired a volley of missiles at Grendel's limbs. Tony Stark was certain that Peter's motion of raising the Pym particle container and Venom's behavior were cosplaying Ultraman, but it fit the atmosphere quite well, didn't it? Grendel roared. A multitude of symbiote-infected superheroes and villains appeared on the front line, rushing to block the remaining active superheroes. Compared to the 2 giants, the real fight started on the ground first. Oh, my God, it looks like the Avengers are out in full force. This is the moment that will decide the fate of Manhattan. Jonah Jameson's hair was a mess, but he still held his ground on the front lines, now watching the 2 sides begin their battle and the giant Venom charging towards Grendel, starting his solo news report. 3-minute countdown. The objective, devour Grendel. The operation begins. Venom isn't unenhanced. According to the nature of symbiotes, Venom has now evolved with super strength, super speed, enhanced senses, bioelectricity, release, invisibility, wall crawling, and the ability to generate webbing. That's right, symbiotes replicate their host's abilities after a long period of coexistence. However, for Peter Parker, there's no change in strength. Venom himself has gotten much stronger. Chapter 223, Chapter 223, The Symbiote Swarm, The Final Battle. A knight in ancient armor, riding atop a giant dragon, brandished a sharp sword, striking at the monstrous, ferocious-looking giant with bared fangs. This was the initial impression of the fight between Venom and Grendel. There was no other way to describe it, even the symbiote-enhanced Spider-Man already looked a little corrupted. Venom, however, was a far more terrifying monster, and compared to the handsome black dragon, he had no aesthetic advantages at all. But this didn't stop Venom from charging at Grendel and landing a punch. Aha, an uppercut. Venom slammed a fist into Grendel's face. To say that Riot's Codex brought nothing to Venom wouldn't be the truth. For example, the combat techniques Riot had acquired from Ward were mostly useless to Riot himself. However, these memories and skills were incredibly beneficial to Peter and Venom, who had only received basic training from Uncle Ben and a short period of training from Captain America. The close-quarters combat skills of a top-tier SHIELD field agent, second only to Hawkeye and Black Widow, were on full display, as Venom relentlessly pounded Grendel. Venom wasn't the only one trying to beat up Grendel. Hulk also charged in, landing a punch directly on Grendel's stomach. Grendel roared in pain and appeared to be in great agony before swiping at the Hulk with a claw. The Hulk was sent flying, and after a furious roar, he prepared to charge again. "Stop, Hulk, don't charge in." Tony, who was in a stalemate with symbiote Captain America, yelled at the Hulk. The Hulk turned and pointed at the big beast. "Why? What if you kill it?" Yes, that was the problem now. The Avengers were afraid to go all out. What if Grendel was killed by Venom? In fact, the situation was more complicated. Since the symbiote ocean had flooded Manhattan, almost no one had seen Null. Only Grendel had appeared. Null was supposed to be the master, so why was only a dragon-like beast roaring here? The answer was obvious. Null didn't intend to fight back. If the Avengers swarmed Grendel and killed it, Null would simply be able to resurrect it. If Grendel was consumed by Venom, did Null have a plan for that, too? Otherwise, why wouldn't he fight with all his might? The Hulk grunted in frustration and went to hassle symbiote Colossus and symbiote Wolverine instead. There were plenty of corrupted allies around, so it was a good time for a little payback. Venom had already started to try and eat Grendel. He bit into the dragon's neck, savagely tearing off a large chunk of symbiote flesh and swallowing it. But Grendel was still alive, which meant Venom wouldn't be able to finish it in 3 minutes. Thor's lightning began to rain down, striking every corner of Manhattan and wiping out the symbiote ocean, but it studiously avoided Grendel. Thor never doubted his ability to kill the symbiote dragon, he was just waiting for the right moment. After fighting the dragon for over a minute, Venom unleashed a high-voltage bioelectrical current from his hands, grabbing and tearing off one of Grendel's wings. The electrified claws inflicted what looked like significant damage, but Grendel's black flames made the non-resistant Venom howl in pain. The pathetic, hockey Venom was thrown against a building. Luckily, buildings in reality were much sturdier than the cardboard sets used in movies. Venom stood up, checked the time, and seeing there was only a minute left, he roared at Grendel. His entire body began to surge with bioelectricity, shimmering with a hint of Thor's power. Thor, who had been having fun zapping symbiote waves all over the city, let out a hearty laugh. He raised Mjolnir, pouring an endless stream of lightning into Venom. In an instant, Venom's surface almost boiled. Venom endured the pain and stood firm, forming a cross with his arms as a massive flood of divine lightning collided with the black flames Grendel was spewing. This is too bizarre. Jonah Jameson, reporting on the fight of the century, wiped his hair. He couldn't stay serious as he looked at Grendel on the left side of the screen and Venom on the right. He couldn't help but ask the audience, is this Godzilla? No, this is Ultraman fighting a monster. Gwen, who had been watching Jameson's live broadcast, couldn't help but sigh. She knew Peter liked live-action shows, but she never imagined he'd perform one on a global live broadcast. It was just too ridiculous. She had been worrying about Peter for nothing. It's okay, Aunt May, Peter will be fine. He called this morning to say he was rescued by the Avengers. But, oh, what was that child doing in some laboratory yesterday? Aunt May looked at the live broadcast with a worried expression. Uncle Ben and Gwen were by her side. More than Peter, Gwen was worried about her father, Captain George, who was still in Manhattan, holding his post, with his current status unknown. But it looked like the Avengers were winning. Enough. The roar didn't come from Null, but from the sudden appearance of Doctor Strange. He had stayed out of the battle to constantly monitor Grendel's state with the Eye of Agamotto, preventing it from being killed outright. Venom heard the command and immediately stopped his attack, then charged at Grendel. He opened his giant maw and bit off the half-dead Grendel's head, then quickly tore the rest of Grendel apart, swallowing it bit by bit. In about half a minute, Venom had somehow managed to consume a symbiote dragon almost his own size. Then, with a little help from Pym particles, Venom returned to his original size. Thor and Strange approached the normal-sized Venom, but Strange raised a hand, stopping Thor from getting closer. Just a little more, Thor, just a little more. Venom let out an unconscious, beast-like roar. The white spider logo on his chest turned red, the same as the one on Null's armor. A pair of giant wings made of symbiote material grew from his back, and his entire body began to deform irregularly. Spider-Man needs to suppress Null's will in the end. Only then will everything be a success. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, The Black-Clad Emperor. Peter felt nothing. He saw nothing, heard nothing, as if everything in the world had disappeared, as if nothing existed. He couldn't even feel his own body, the only thing he had was his memory. He saw Venom devouring Grendel. And then everything became like this. Null's lack of resistance was a surprise to Peter. Looking back, maybe Null thought that after Venom devoured him, he could directly control Venom. After all, he had awakened, and controlling a symbiote shouldn't be too difficult. The only challenge would be the host who was bonded with Venom, Peter Parker. So, this was Null's way of engaging in a battle of wits with him. And the spider said, "Let there be light." Peter raised his hand, releasing his bioelectricity. In truth, he couldn't feel his hand, he was just trying the idea. So, in the midst of the silence, Peter saw light. But then, the light was extinguished. The god said, "Let there be light," but the light was eventually extinguished, because light also had its source, and everything would dissipate. Peter roughly understood how Null intended to suppress him. This was a battle of essence. Null's essence was nothingness, not the kind of nothingness that represented the darkness in people's hearts like the centuries, but a tangible, objective nothingness. The state where nothing existed before the birth of the universe was Null's essence. And now, Null was reducing everything to nothingness on a mental level. What Peter needed to do was to mentally and conceptually list things that could resist nothingness. The first thing Peter thought of was existence. The Big Bang gave birth to a new universe, creating light that was powerful enough to harm Null. That was why Null was so angry. So Peter imagined an entire universe, a vibrant, thriving universe in the process of bursting forth. With the birth of the universe, objectively existing things appeared from the void. However, the existence of a universe wasn't eternal, a universe could also be destroyed and returned to nothingness. What about eternity? Peter began to conceive the physical embodiment of the multiverse, eternity. Although eternity probably wasn't eternal and indestructible either, Null shouldn't be a match for eternity. But Peter found that he couldn't imagine it. The description of eternity was too abstract, so he couldn't construct an accurate enough image of eternity. The same went for beings of similar level, like infinity, and higher-level beings like the living tribunal. So Peter had to settle for something less, trying to construct a celestial. This time, there was no resistance. Maybe it was because the celestials weren't as abstract, or maybe it was because they had indeed left many footprints in the physical universe. In any case, the celestials appeared. Not only did they appear, but they began to create life and planets. Null sneered, and then the celestials exploded, and they, too, were annihilated. Why does it feel like Null won? Peter, who couldn't understand why Null was sneering, then extended his hand, and a golden gauntlet appeared on his hand, embedded with 6 gems of different colors. When the infinity gauntlet appeared in his mind, Null let out a surprised, seemingly completely unprepared for Peter to pull out such a thing. With a simple snap, the nothingness disintegrated. Or did it? It didn't. Null wasn't an opponent for the infinity gauntlet, just as he wasn't really an opponent for the celestials. But regardless of what it was, he maintained a consistent attitude. Nothingness was a concept, and it was also the end of everything. All things had an end. Whether they were gods like the celestials or artifacts like the infinity gems, they weren't indestructible and eternally existing. They still had the possibility of being destroyed, and as long as that possibility existed, everything would return to nothingness. Therefore, no matter what Peter brought out, as long as it could theoretically be killed, destroyed, or replaced, it couldn't escape the definition of nothingness. All things die, and the end of all things is nothingness. And Peter needed to find something that, conceptually, couldn't be annihilated, something eternally indestructible and truly undestroyable, and it couldn't be too abstract, so he didn't end up like with eternity. The cosmic cube. The ultimate nullifier. After thinking for a while, Peter looked at the space where nothing existed and said, "Nothingness doesn't exist." Null seemed to let out a surprised "ah" again, but nothing changed. Seeing this, Peter continued, "All things die, and the end of all things is nothingness. But when everything has reached its end, nothingness also ceases to exist. If there is no existence, there is no non-existence." Interesting. I thought you would show your unyielding will or bring out more bizarre things. Null finally appeared. The boundless darkness was illuminated by light. The black-clad emperor needed to be in the light to show his darkness. He walked toward Peter with a smile, looking at the young human in front of him. "Very interesting, you not only know a lot of things, but you also tried to defeat me with logic. I must say, it's very creative. Did I say something wrong?" "No, but it's not enough. To defeat the Cosmic Emperor, the Lord of the Abyss, you need something else." Null laughed, seeming to be waiting for Peter's idea. Peter thought about it and quickly came up with the first possible solution. All things might return to nothingness, and perhaps the current black-clad emperor was Null. But it was never said that Null was the only, irreplaceable black-clad emperor. Now that Peter and Venom had devoured Null's mind and will, he could totally... No, wait. Why did he need to defeat Null? Peter suddenly realized something. What they had to do was never to fight against Null's consciousness. Null's consciousness was actually in Grendel's codex, and all they had to do was devour the codex. Venom had said that he could communicate with Riot's codex, but Peter couldn't hear Riot's words. This was a trap. Null wanted him to say the answer, Peter Parker becoming the black-clad emperor. "Then you can come out when all things are dead, Null. Maybe you can try here to see if I can waste time with you forever. Trust me, you might regret it," Peter said, staring at Null. I know who your opponent is, the god of light, the power of the enigma, the messenger of eternity, Captain Universe. Oh, by the way, I don't think I've ever conceived of the power of Captain Universe here. Want to give it a try? Null laughed again. Foolish mortal, do you think you know a lot? Well, enjoy your victory for now, you hard-headed one. I gave you the chance to become a god, but you gave it up yourself. Null said as his figure dissipated, but you'd better remember, the end of all things is nothingness. I will be back, sooner than you think. Anyone can talk a big game. I have a feeling I can't wrap this up, so I have to handle Null's feeling this way. Chapter 225, Kong the Watcher. Less than 3 minutes after Venom became distorted, the distortion ended. Venom tapped his chest in disbelief, looking with some distaste at the red spider emblem before turning it back to white. Strange was about to ask a few questions, but Thor was a step faster. Is it all over? Oh, hold on. Peter refused to become the god of symbiotes, which extinguished Null's consciousness. Null can't be revived now unless I or Peter dies, Venom explained, retracting his wings. He then demonstrated his new abilities. After consuming Grendel's codex, he gained the ability to shapeshift, growing giant wings from his back, turning into a puddle of liquid to move quickly, and transforming his arms into various weapons like Riot, finally giving Peter a boost in combat power. Venom excitedly showed off his new tricks, diving in to become a nearly invisible black puddle on the ground, then swiftly moving through the matter, seeping through a wall on the other side. He then bled out of the wall hole, cheering excitedly. Then, seeing Strange and Thor staring at him, he immediately switched back to Peter, donning the new version of his suit. Sorry, guys, he's a little excited. But I think it's all over now. As Peter said, the symbiotes all took on a grayish-white hue and quickly changed from viscous liquid organisms to solid matter. They then turned to ash and were scattered by the wind. All the superheroes, including Captain America, looked very confused, but seeing the few heroes standing and chatting, they understood one thing. The crisis was over. The symbiote frenzy, sparked by Null, which had lasted from the night of October 31st to midday on November 1st, had come to an end. The Avengers had once again protected the Earth, just as always. They would simply clean up the battlefield, get themselves ready, and then return to their daily lives. Most of the factions that had been monitoring the crisis would also shift their attention elsewhere now that it had subsided. Only a few were an exception. Set the timeline to 201211010637. A man wearing purple armor made of a strange material sat on the throne of his warship. He nonchalantly arrived in a laboratory. This was Dr. Octopus Otto's lab, where he was studying new symbiote samples. These samples, made entirely by Null, loyal only to him, and without a consciousness of their own, had captured Otto's attention. Spider-Man was getting stronger and stronger, and to avoid being bothered by that annoying spider when he sought revenge on Osborn, he had to increase his own abilities. If he could control these symbiotes just like Null, that would be one way to do it. Dr. Octopus was engrossed in his research, but Kong, standing beside him, had no intention of waiting. A progress bar appeared before him, and Kong pulled the timeline. The surroundings began to change rapidly, showing the moment when the symbiotes were about to turn to ash. In his panic, Dr. Octopus touched a symbiote sample, then merged with it. His nervous system, enhanced by his surgical modifications, had managed to form a link with the symbiote while Null's consciousness was sealed. A symbiote suit was born, one that belonged only to Otto Octavius, had no consciousness of its own, and allowed him to stand once again. But this was not the person Kong was looking for. Set the timeline to 201211010911. Pulling the timeline back, Kong saw the defenders protecting a man named Martinley. His ability could instantly kill the symbiote grunts while freeing the people inside. The defenders believed this man was the key to dealing with the symbiotes and wanted to protect him on his way to the Sanctum Sanctorum. This person, like Dr. Octopus, was closely related to Spider-Man. However, it still wasn't him. The time flow on his person was very stable. Kong then switched targets and continued to browse for the next possible candidate. He jumped the timeline back to a little after 4 a.m. At this time, most of the mobsters had been taken over by symbiotes, and their headquarters were empty. A lithe cat burglar infiltrated the Tombstone Gang's treasury and found evidence of their illegal drug sales. Throughout the entire event, this thief named Black Cat had been carrying out similar heists. But it wasn't her either. Kong was silent, returning to his throne and sitting down. Great Kong. You have lingered at this point in time for a considerable amount of time. Have you found the person you need? One of his underlings came to report. Kong the Conqueror, having conquered the Earth in the distant 31st century, had become the greatest emperor in the universe. He had then traveled through various eras, integrating himself into history. Kong the Conqueror could be said to be the most powerful and greatest time traveler, the only one who could alter history without creating a new timeline. But recently, he had been repeatedly traveling through post-2012 Earth with his most elite troops, seemingly searching for something. No. Spider-Man is not the one who caused the multiverse collision crisis, at least not yet. While he was born 3 years early, his impact on the timeline is less than that of Steve Rogers. Kong sat on his throne, flipping his hand to reveal the time stone. He looked at the New York battle projected within it. I have investigated the anomalous time points of Captain America and Spider-Man, but their energy spectra do not match the temporal distortion that occurred in 2015. In 2015, a terrible disaster occurred on Earth 616. The continuity of the timeline was broken and torn, causing the space-time structure of the entire multiverse to become unstable, leading to a multiverse-level collision crisis. What was even more terrifying was that due to the tearing of space-time, no time traveler could enter the entirety of 2015. If it couldn't be stopped, in the future, Earths from different multiverses would collide with each other, triggering one cosmic annihilation after another. As an emperor, Kong would not tolerate this. He needed the time stone to stop all this from happening and protect his empire from the multiverse collision crisis. Where is the next temporal anomaly? November 13, 2012, Great Kong. Kong leaned back in his chair, narrowing his eyes. Prepare to depart. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 226, Writing about Daily Life. After the battle, most of the Avengers had to handle the aftermath, but some had other matters to attend to. For example, Peter, who had to keep his identity a secret, needed to get home first to let Aunt May and Uncle Ben know he was safe. Okay, Aunt May, I'm on my way back now. Don't worry, I'm fine. After reassuring Aunt May on the phone, Peter swung through the city as quickly as possible, heading back to his queen's home. But he couldn't be too fast, he had to time his arrival. He basically arrived at the Parker home right at the theoretical time that the average Peter Parker would, opening the door with his key. He could hear the hurried footsteps the moment the lock turned. As he opened the door, Aunt May rushed forward and hugged him. I'm fine, May. I told you on the phone. How do I know you're not hurt or something else happened and you're just not telling me? Peter helplessly let Aunt May hug him, then looked at Uncle Ben and Gwen, who were smiling behind her, and gave them a pleading look. Uncle Ben walked over and patted Aunt May's back. I told you, Peter is a Parkerman. He'll be fine. If there's one thing I've learned since marrying into the Parker family, it's that when a Parkerman says I'll be fine, he's lying. Aunt May finally let go of Peter and rolled her eyes at Uncle Ben, who was trying to lie. Uncle Ben gave a slightly helpless smile. After letting go of Peter, Aunt May couldn't help but cover her nose. Oh, my goodness, Peter, why do you smell so bad? You know, I haven't showered since last night. I was on the run for a while, and then I got stuck to those things for a few minutes today. You got stuck to alien monsters? Yeah, just for a few minutes. Peter nodded helplessly. Aunt May frowned and looked at him disapprovingly. No wonder you smell so bad. You need to take a shower now. Right now. Peter had no choice but to nod. He put down his backpack, then went upstairs to grab some clothes before taking a shower. During the shower, Venom complained. I don't smell bad at all. Yeah, I just said that to placate Aunt May. Hey, buddy, how's Null? Null is gone. Question mark. Peter frowned, genuinely confused. What did Null is gone mean? Grendel hasn't bonded with any other hosts, so it doesn't have a codex. Oh, we succeeded, don't worry. For a moment, Peter actually thought he had failed and Null had been resurrected, but when he heard Venom's words, he tentatively asked, Are you sure? Yes, I can feel Grendel's power flowing through me. So that's why you can phase through walls again and create weapons and wings. But that doesn't make sense. You didn't get Riot's resistance, and it doesn't seem like it's enough to turn you into a giant dragon. Because you rejected my power. In that instant, Peter was certain he heard Null's voice, but when he came to his senses, he only heard Venom's rambling. He didn't know why he couldn't use that power. He only knew one thing, he now had infinite potential. The best news is that even if we unleash the power, our appearance doesn't have to change. Let me think. We can switch our current red and black suit based on the mission. When we need strength, we can transform into a muscular, pure red Spider-Man. When we need speed and agility, we can become a sleek, slim, pure black Spider-Man. Venom was waiting for Peter to ask, then why not just use the red form from the beginning, but noticed Peter's silence. It asked with curiosity and concern. Did you forget something? No, it's just. I think I heard Null's voice. No, you're probably just hearing things. Peter was certain he wasn't hearing things. He had heard Null's voice. Not only that, he realized he could now, or at any time, accept Null's thoughts and become the King in Black. A key was placed right in front of him. All he had to do was pick it up, and he would have infinite power. The question was, did he want to pick it up? So Peter took a shower, changed his clothes, and dried his hair, ready to rest. He passed his room and saw Gwen sitting on his bed. He couldn't help but sigh and walked inside. I should be glad I don't keep a diary, or someone would definitely be tempted to snoop. No way, I would never read someone's diary. Gwen shrugged and then handed Peter a flash drive. Felicia said this has new evidence against Fisk. She said I could give it to my dad or you. I thought it would be better to give it to you. Huh, that's weird. What's weird about it? Gwen was thoughtful, then realized. You mean she's hiding something? Definitely. The defenders have been handling Fisk's case all along, and she knows them. There's no need for her to specifically come to me. The point isn't the evidence. She's either telling me that she's found something new, or she's telling me not to investigate something. Gwen's expression was strange. Your way of communicating is weird. Don't try to guess a cat's thoughts, or you'll get yourself tangled up. I'll just ask her when we're back at school tomorrow. Oh, we might not even have school tomorrow. I'll just ask her whenever we do. Peter shrugged and put the flash drive down. He then casually asked Gwen about Captain Stacy. So, Uncle George still isn't back? Of course not. He has an entire New York City to take care of. His own daughter has to be put aside, obviously. Gwen sounded like she was complaining, but she was really just helpless. She really wished she could help, but she was just a normal person. With superpowered crime becoming more and more rampant, what could Gwen Stacy do? Gwen Stacy could do nothing. About that. Oh, there's something I need to tell you, Gwen. Peter suddenly remembered something. The school is planning a trip to the Arecibo Observatory this month. You just have to win the prize at the science quiz, and I saw that the questions are easy, so. You want me to go with you? Peter nodded. Okay, when is it? I need to tell my dad. The flight is on Monday the 12th. It's a one-week trip to Puerto Rico, and we'll be back Friday afternoon. Chapter 227, Gods and Monsters. General Ross, what a rare visit. 5 hours after the symbiote swarm ended, Thaddeus "Thunderbolt" Ross, the Pentagon's head of superhuman affairs and the founder of the U.S. Avengers project, came to the concrete bunker deep within the Pentagon. It was here that a special prisoner was held. Behind the thick, reinforced glass designed to contain the Hulk, General Ross looked at the man inside who was watching television. The man was thin and gaunt, with shackles on his hands and feet. His skin was an extraordinary green, and his most distinct feature was his abnormally large, or rather, towering head. Samuel Stearns, give me one reason not to send you to the raft, especially concerning your creation of the abomination. Samuel, who actually preferred the name the Leader, smiled. He paused briefly, stood up with a grin, and stepped aside. The news on the TV was reporting another successful mission by the Avengers and the near-total annihilation of the U.S. Avengers. Let's be frank, General Ross. You won't send me to the raft because you need monsters. The Leader pressed his face against the wall, looking at Ross with a provocative stare. Think about it. You wanted to create a super soldier, but you created a monster instead. How long have you been chasing that monster? Almost 10 years, right? From the very beginning, you disliked the name of that bookworm who won your daughter's heart, Bruce Banner. You hate him because, to save some fool who rode a motorcycle into a military base, he entered a danger zone, and one of America's finest scientists just turned into a terrifying monster. You hunted him because you were afraid of that power. You were afraid that monster would harm your family, your daughter, your country. You used every bit of power from the world's most formidable war machine, only to find, to your surprise, that you couldn't defeat it. So your fear turned into terror, and then into obsession. The Leader laughed, a dry, raspy sound escaping his throat. General Ross just stared at him, saying nothing. Hunting the Hulk, calming your inner fears, proving the Hulk is a terrifying monster that you can eliminate, that has been your life's goal, General. The Leader stared at Ross. But all of a sudden, aliens invaded. Twice. The green monster you hunted became a hero. Everyone trusts him. The symbol of the nation, a billionaire, and a god are all his friends. You'll never be able to hunt him again, General. And your daughter will even fall into that monster's embrace. Ross still just looked at the Leader with a cold expression. You talk too much. The Leader smiled. Maybe so, but I watched the news. Your U.S. Avengers were annihilated. They were pathetic. That's because all you have are some pitiful, closely monitored subjects. They don't have enough desire to fight, nor do they have enough power. The most crucial thing is, this is an age of monsters, and you, the United States, have no monsters. You need monsters, and I can create monsters. I can create the next Blonsky, strong, resilient, and without losing his mind. You will have your own monsters, General. Or maybe, you can become the next monster. Enough. Ross cut him off. I came here only to tell you that your place of confinement is about to change. You will be held in the Cube prison, deep in the Mojave Desert. It was specifically designed for gamma monsters like you. You will be very safe there. And if the Hulk were there, he'd be very safe too, wouldn't he? In the end, Ross ignored the provocation and turned to leave. Shortly after he left, he received a call. In silence, Ross went to the Weapon Expansion Project laboratory. He was about to demand an explanation for why Otto Octavius had caused such a terrifying symbiote crisis when he was left speechless in surprise. According to the files, Otto Octavius should have been a cripple, but here he was, walking freely. His 4 limbs were covered in something that was undoubtedly a symbiote, and there was no sign of rejection or any negative side effects. You have triggered an extraterrestrial invasion of Earth, Dr. Octavius. Actually, the alien species that caused the invasion was brought here by S.H.I.E.L.D., Otto defended himself while handing over a canister. Inside was a symbiote, which was supposed to be uncontrollable. But thanks to this, I have completed the preliminary research on the practical application of symbiotes. The only problem now is what to do next. Almost all of the samples have been destroyed. There might be some remaining samples scattered around Manhattan. General Ross didn't reply, but he had already made up his mind to use the gangs and other underground organizations in New York to collect as many remaining symbiote samples as possible from the aftermath of the battle. To do so, he would need to put a little pressure on Wilson Fisk, who was in prison. Compared to General Ross's problems, the Avengers were much simpler. The Damage Control Bureau, funded by Tony Stark, was cleaning up the battlefield, recovering any symbiote fragments they could find. Meanwhile, Tony was asking questions of the only magic user on the team. Welcome back to the team, Thor. Are you planning to stay for a while, or are you heading back once you're done with your business? The Bifrost has been repaired, Iron Man. I shall, as always, maintain peace in the 9 realms, but yes, I will be mainly staying in Midgard. Thor nodded, and the two walked and talked as they entered the Avengers Tower. When winter is at its coldest, I must return to Asgard. Every year on the coldest day of winter, Odin falls into a deep sleep. During that time, all the forces in the 9 realms that resist Asgard will attack. I must guard Odin's side. Got it. You have to take a week off every year. So diligent. After a sarcastic remark, Tony asked again, so, what's your advice on the super sorcerer who rejected the Avengers' invitation? The Sorcerer Supreme is Midgard's barrier, Iron Man. He is responsible for protecting Earth from invasions by gods from other dimensions. Null is just one of them. There are other powerful dimensional gods like Dormammu, Thon, Mephisto, and Sidorak who will also invade Earth given the chance. Tony was silent for a moment, then stared at Thor. Isn't that a little too many? The origin story here is based more on the comics. The foolish young man, Rick Jones, who was saved by Banner, causing Banner to become the Hulk, would later become the Hulk-related superhero A-Bomb, the Blue Hulk. New novel dropping tomorrow, stay tuned. The only player in the Marvel world. For a prize of $10 million, Dumu is trying to clear a large-scale virtual game called The Marvel World. Unbeknownst to him, when the game started, he had already transmigrated into the real Marvel universe, becoming the only player in this world. Nick Fury, Dumu is an excellent agent, he just doesn't like to follow orders. Every time I give a mission, he skips it. Tony Stark, I don't know what happened, that day I teamed up with Dumu, and when I came back, I was left with only one pair of underwear. Banner, my situation is exactly the opposite of yours, only my underwear was stolen. I got so angry I transformed into the Hulk, and I was on the front page of every major news outlet that very night. Thor, Dumu said he had already maxed out his justice value to 1,000, then he picked up my Mjolnir and ran off. Facing the complaints of a group of superheroes, Dumu calmly states, these are all operations allowed by the game. If you have a problem, go talk to the game planner. Chapter 228, Guardians of the Galaxy. I always thought there were only 6 of us in the detective club. The first week of November, or, more accurately, the first half week, was a holiday. Due to the symbiote invasion causing chaos throughout Manhattan, all schools in the area had announced closures until next Monday, the 5th. This meant Peter got 2 extra days off. It was during this time that he received a text from Jessica, the club president. The detective club was holding a team-building event in Puerto Rico, because all members had successfully passed the Science Olympiad quiz. Peter had honestly believed the school's detective club was on the verge of shutting down and that it really only had 6 members, the president, Jessica, the vice president, Felicia, and 4 first-year students. He assumed the lurkers in the social group were just burner accounts the club president had created to make it look like there were more people. But now, they all suddenly came out of the woodwork, over 60 people in total. Peter scratched his head. The scale of this event was much larger than he had anticipated. Over 60 people just from the detective club, not to mention other students. Midtown High School truly lived up to its reputation as a top-tier high school that collaborated with Oscorp and Stark Industries. As a public high school in America, it was incredible that it could produce so many academically gifted students. After some thought, Peter sat down at his desk. He didn't have a reason to write a diary, but he needed to make a checklist and get things done. Today was the 2nd, and he wanted to handle as much as he could before the 11th. Let's see. First, there's Dr. Octopus. He actually escaped. I don't know if I'll be able to catch him. Then, I need to go to the Raft prison to see some old friends. And there's the USB drive Felicia gave me. I need to go to the lab to figure out what's on it. Katie is joining the Xavier Institute, and Cyclops told me to go take a look, too. Oh, and the Baxter building. Oh, one more thing. While things were quiet, he needed to make a trip to Oscorp to see Dr. Kurt Connors. Meanwhile, across the galaxy, something far from pleasant was happening. With a terrifying tremor, a planet's surface erupted in a massive tidal wave that shot into the sky. On closer inspection, the wave wasn't made of water but of rolling magma. It was magma that had been directly flung from the planet's surface by a fierce battle. A man with 2 energy guns, sprinting toward his spaceship, immediately opened the rear hatch and motioned for his companions to hurry and take cover inside. Go, go, go. Groot, what are you dawdling for? This man was the legendary Star-Lord, an unknown Earthling named Peter Quill. The first to rush inside was Rocket, the genetically enhanced raccoon who was always complaining. He was followed by his large, childlike companion, Groot, a Flora Colossus. Then came Gamora, the famous adopted daughter of Thanos, the Mad Titan, with her green skin. Behind her was Mantis, a woman with 2 small antennae on her head who could sense emotions through touch. Finally, a man with gray-green skin and many red scars stood at the hatch, watching the rising magma wave with a blank expression. Star-Lord was at his breaking point. Drax. What are you doing? The Warlock hasn't returned yet. Oh, for crying out loud. Star-Lord rushed to pull Drax into the ship, yelling toward the cockpit while dragging him. Rocket. Start the engines now. Already on it. The giant raccoon said as he pushed the engines thrust to the maximum. In an instant, the ship broke through the planet's atmosphere and sped off into the galaxy. Superheroes don't just exist on Earth, they exist throughout the vast universe. While the Avengers protected Earth, a heroic team called the Guardians of the Galaxy protected the galaxy. For a fee. As the planet's surface tore apart, the entire planet began to disintegrate, breaking into countless pieces. Amidst the silent shock of the Guardians of the Galaxy, they saw a man shimmering with blue light fly out of the shattered planet. He seemed to be in a daze as he grazed past their ship and flew off somewhere unknown. On the bright side, at least the Kree paid us for the ship's damages, Rocket said from the cockpit. Peter Quill wearily walked over to the gunner's seat and slumped down. Bang. A man with golden skin and an orange gem embedded in his forehead crashed into the ship's front window, startling Star-Lord. Ah, does this broken ship have wipers, Quill? Nope. I'll go get that guy in. Oh, wait, Gamora's already going in her spacesuit. Get the airlock ready. As Gamora brought their last teammate into the ship, everyone gathered around him, staring. Drax said with a hint of surprise, our Warlock is still alive. He has an Infinity Stone embedded in his forehead. That's a relic Thanos himself is after. But he survived a planet exploding, Drax added. Gamora ignored the brute. Star-Lord stared at the Warlock, then looked at Mantis. Mantis. Wake him up. Ah. Before Mantis could act, the Warlock jolted awake, startling everyone. But the now conscious Warlock only weakly grabbed Star-Lord. Peter, I couldn't stop that person. You did your best, Adam. Get up first, Star-Lord said, helping the Warlock, Adam, to his feet. But he found that the man was still clinging to him. Adam clutched Star-Lord, pleading. We have to stop him, Quill. You have to stop him. He's going to destroy one planet after another. Stop a guy who can blow up an entire planet. Rocket grumbled, forget it. Even if someone was willing to pay us for this job, we'd have to survive to spend the money. The Guardians of the Galaxy were a heroic organization, only Adam Warlock truly believed that. We have to do this. Adam's roar startled everyone. Star-Lord quickly tried to calm him down. I understand, Adam. We're not saying we won't go, but we don't know who he is, what he wants, or where he's going. How are we supposed to stop him? I know, Adam said, staring at Star-Lord. When I touched him, I understood who he was and where he was going. His name is Michael Korvac. He's going to your home planet, Quill. He's going to Earth. Chapter 229, Dr. Connors. Good morning, Kurt. I brought a friend along, hope you don't mind. Dr. Jonathan Drew, using a single visitor's pass, brought Peter into the Super Soldier Program Center at the Oscorp corporate headquarters. Unlike other US military super soldier programs, the Savage Strength project was very high profile and openly advertised. After all, it was essentially just a scheme for Oscorp to fleece the Pentagon for investment. That depends on who the person is, Jonathan. Dr. Connors clearly seemed pleased with the guest Jonathan had brought. You must be Peter Parker. You look a lot like Professor Richard. I've heard about you, and honestly, I agree that you're the best candidate to inherit the professor's research findings. He was probably referring to the radiation-mutated spider that Richard Parker had been researching, but Peter hadn't deliberately gotten bitten. It was a total accident. He had even thought at one point that Gwen was going to be the one bitten. Hello, Dr. Connors. Peter shook the hand of Connors, who only had his left hand. Peter was a little curious. Prosthetic technology in the 616 universe wasn't primitive, and even setting aside the god-tier tech, there was no need for Connors to leave one sleeve empty. This is to remind me that I am disabled, so that I have the motivation to complete my research. Connors noticed Peter's confusion. He then led the two into the lab. The lab had changed drastically since Peter's last visit. There were hardly any arthropods or similar creatures to be seen, replaced instead by a large number of higher animals. Peter saw a massive tank containing a swarm of electric eels. These eels were continuously discharging electricity, which was then absorbed and stored by a device inside the aquarium. These are genetically programmed voltaic electric eels. The voltage they can reach exceeds 3,000, which is 4 times their original peak value, Connors explained when he saw Peter looking at the eels. My work is currently still in the stage of genetically programming animals to alter their inherent abilities. So, human trials haven't been initiated yet. We've only conducted theoretical research, and the progress on human trials is not even as far as Jonathan's spiders. If we were to start human trials now, I could practically guarantee the clinical subject would die instantly. Connors delivered some good news. This tank of electric eels, which could potentially create electro, did not possess the ability for biomodification. Peter then toured a few other facilities. It was evident that unlike Richard Parker and Jonathan, who favored spiders, Connors preferred reptiles and fish. Come on, let me show you something good. Connors smiled and led Peter and Jonathan to a climate-controlled chamber, looking at the lizard crawling inside. Lizards, geckos, and other reptiles have the ability to regenerate their tails. I extracted their genes and modified them. Take a look. As he spoke, he activated a laser cutting device. The laser sliced through half of the lizard's body and cauterized the wound. Both Peter and Jonathan could see the lizard was barely alive, but in just a few seconds, new flesh was regrowing, pushing out the charred surface, and regenerating completely. I have spread its regenerative capacity throughout its entire body. This is a tremendous leap in science. Imagine if we could transfer the genes of this lizard to humans, human disability would no longer be a problem. This is the project I have poured my heart and soul into, and it's where I've made the most progress. In fact, as far as Peter knew, the US military had similar research underway, but they were working on the genes of mutants with healing factors like Wolverine, rather than starting with animals. However, he decided not to mention this to Connors and instead asked another question. So, has this project also not moved to further experimentation? Connors' expression immediately became complex. He then led Jonathan and Peter into another laboratory. Here, Peter saw lizard men, lizard monkeys. Small, bipedal lizards with all their hair gone, or perhaps monkeys with lizard skin, were displaying an astonishing urge to attack. They were trying to strike anyone they saw, thankfully protected by tempered glass. Peter now understood Connors' progress. He finally wasn't causing the genetically modified lizards to instantly kill the test subjects, but they were still being turned into lizard monsters. If their strength can be greatly enhanced, combined with their regenerative ability, the US military might order a batch of your lizards. Jonathan said it half-jokingly, but Connors sighed at the remark. Perhaps, but I don't hold out much hope. As things stand, the lizard monkey's intelligence has regressed significantly, while their brain activity has increased. The US military can't create super soldiers with these. They can only create a horde of rampaging lizard men, a bit like DC's Killer Croc, but without the brains. Evidently, a large number of scientists are introverts who read comics. Can it be reversed? Looking at the monkey plastered against the glass, trying to hit him, Peter asked the question he cared about most. Connors didn't immediately grasp Peter's question and quickly asked, "What?" "I'm asking if there's any way to reverse this genetic modification, to turn it back into a monkey." Both scientists fell into contemplation upon being asked this question. After careful thought, Connors first restated the effect of the lizard serum. Based on the current process, the serum introduces entirely new genetic material, embeds it into the DNA, and accelerates cell division, thereby rapidly achieving full cellular transformation. And if we could bring the original genes back, or rather, revert the altered genes, then it can be done. Connors suddenly had an epiphany and answered Jonathan's question. Yes, theoretically, as long as a blood sample of the test subject from before the serum injection exists, it would be possible to restore it. And we wouldn't have to worry about rejection. That's a brilliant idea, Peter. If we can apply this principle in conjunction with the effects of the super soldier serum, we could actually create a cure for diseases by replacing a patient's current disease sequence with the DNA sequence from when they were healthy. And if the US military ever needs to turn them back from monsters, there's a way. Norman Osborn walked into the lab, smiling, and extended his hand to Peter. Welcome to Oscorp, Peter. The new novel has dropped. Don't miss out, start reading today. The only player in the Marvel world. For a prize of $10 million, Dumu is trying to clear a large-scale virtual game called The Marvel World. Unbeknownst to him, when the game started, he had already transmigrated into the real Marvel universe, becoming the only player in this world. Nick Fury, Dumu is an excellent agent, he just doesn't like to follow orders. Every time I give a mission, he skips it. Tony Stark, I don't know what happened, that day I teamed up with Dumu, and when I came back, I was left with only one pair of underwear. Banner, my situation is exactly the opposite of yours, only my underwear was stolen. I got so angry I transformed into the Hulk, and I was on the front page of every major news outlet that very night. Thor, Dumu said he had already maxed out his justice value to 1,000, then he picked up my Mjolnir and ran off. Facing the complaints of a group of superheroes, Dumu calmly states, these are all operations allowed by the game. If you have a problem, go talk to the game planner. Chapter 230, Norman's Gift. Hello, Peter, why didn't you let me know you were coming to Oscorp? Norman Osborn immediately brought up money-related matters. He had heard that the first step of the regeneration serum plan was to sell it wholesale to the US military, so the military could drop lizard men into battle, then revert them afterward, treating them like the bows from Resident Evil. Unfortunately, even setting aside the question of profitability, the ethical implications alone were unacceptable. Not just Peter, but even Connors felt it was too much. He planned to significantly raise the cost of the antidote to make Osborn think it was unprofitable, thus stopping this horrible, inhumane behavior. As for Peter, he could only offer a vague excuse for why he hadn't told Osborn about his visit. I decided to come on impulse, Mr. Osborn. I suddenly remembered that Dr. Connors was my father's student, so I wanted to stop by. Ah, I see. That's a shame, Norman sighed. Dr. Miles Warren has been working at the European branch. Otherwise, you could have chatted with another brilliant student of your father's. The Jackal. He was my dad's student too. I'd rather not. He'd probably just create a bunch of Spider-Man clones for me to deal with. Peter sighed, then heard Norman's question, oh, right, is there anything else? Peter, I have a little gift for you. Oh, no, I'm done. Norman prepared a gift for me. Filled with curiosity, Peter followed Norman to his office. The last time he was here was when the Vulture, possessed by Whiplash, tried to kill Norman. Peter looked around and actually sensed an undercurrent of danger. Green Goblin, open my private lab. The ill-ominously named AI opened up a section of the wall, revealing a space that was less a private lab and more an armory. Inside, Peter saw a familiar-looking glider and several bombs shaped like pumpkins. This is getting even more ominous. Peter watched Norman take out a brand new suit. No, rather than a suit, it was more like an accessory, resembling a strange vest. A bioelectric field diffusion device. It was developed based on your bioelectric abilities, Norman explained the vest's function. Its purpose is to release a powerful biocurrent to create a biofield. While wrapped in this field, as long as your body is releasing bioelectricity, it can generate a special field in a radius of about 1 meter. This will allow you to save people at high speeds without worrying about their physical tolerance. Oh, my God. Peter immediately took it, absolutely loving the vest. This is incredibly useful. I put quite a bit of effort into making this. After all, I'm still a scientist, too. Norman smiled and then grew thoughtful. I heard from Harry that you're going on a trip to Puerto Rico. Oscorp won't be able to provide you with backup for almost a whole week, Peter. So, I had to prepare something for you in advance. Thank you, Uncle Norman. You're very clever, Peter. I have high hopes for you. Norman smiled with a hint of melancholy. For example, a single thought from you just now can change the research direction of a super soldier serum. I wish Harry were as smart as you. Oh, and these are flashbangs designed to deal with large-scale firepower attacks. They might be useful if you need to face a large group of enemies. A few minutes later, Spider-Man was swinging between the skyscrapers of Manhattan again, carrying his new gear. Venom had immediately absorbed the vest and integrated the bioforce field ability into himself. I think Norman Osborn is a little too harsh on Harry. I think he just hates stupidity, but his bar for stupid is pretty high. Venom offered a completely different interpretation. The two chatted as they swung to the top floor of the Avengers Tower. Venom could technically grow wings and fly Peter, but as Peter had once told Spider-Man 2099 on Earth 700. If you can fly, what kind of Spider-Man are you? More importantly, it was a matter of speed. A flying venom would still fear sonics and heat, so the high temperature from friction and the sonic boom created by supersonic speed would both harm hockey venom. The utility of flying was greatly reduced. The good news was that Reed Richards was accelerating the development of a long-term stabilizer for symbiotes. This serum would make Venom's molecular state more stable, which would then give him resistance to fire and sonics. And, the Avengers Tower is empty again today. Good morning, Jarvis. Good morning, Spider-Man. Glancing inside the tower, Peter shrugged, then plugged the USB drive, which Gwen had passed on from Black Cat, into a desktop, asking Jarvis to read the information. Since he was worried about potential viruses, Peter didn't use his own computer. It would be terrible if a certain feline had put something on it that could take down the spiderweb base. Never underestimate a cat's curiosity. Let's see, human trafficking, the final flow of these transactions points to Pentagon-related interests, In other words, Felicia was still investigating the super soldier serum matter. Although they had already figured out the entire logical chain, the most important thing was to identify the killer of the Black Cat, the Hydra mole embedded in the Pentagon, which was probably what Felicia was trying to uncover. Peter wasn't worried about the fighting power of a super soldier, but he was concerned that if Felicia's investigation led to the Winter Soldier as the assassin, she would be no match for Bucky Barnes. Any viruses detected? No hidden programs found. Okay, first, I'll hand this USB drive over to the defenders. They can use this. Then I'll figure out who I should go after. During the symbiote swarm, the defenders encountered quite a few street thugs. To prevent crime from worsening in New York while he was away in Puerto Rico, it was important to deal with a few well-evidenced culprits first. Evidence. Peter's gaze fell on the USB drive, and he took out his phone to call Felicia. Hey, Black Cat. Spider-Man has a question for you. Do you happen to know the location and time of any major gang boss's transactions? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 231, Tombstone's Arrest. In the abandoned subway tunnel, Peter shone the spider flashlight on his utility belt ahead as he asked, "You mean you're not going to Puerto Rico?" Looking at Felicia, who was now in her Black Cat gear and holding the grappling hook gun he'd given her, Peter expressed his confusion. May I ask why? The answer is simple. When the most nosy Avenger, Spider-Man, leaves New York, that's the best time for my investigation. All the freaks and monsters come out to play. Felicia stretched languidly, giving her answer. Peter looked at her, concerned. It sounds like you already have a direction for your investigation. Of course. Why else would I need you? I need your help dealing with them before you leave. Felicia smiled at Peter. What's wrong? Worried you won't have company alone? Need a girl to accompany you to the Caribbean beaches? Peter gave Felicia a look of disdain. It seemed like the woman couldn't speak without flirting. He checked the time on his lenses and countered, "Are you sure he's in here?" "Absolutely. I personally checked his ledger. I can't believe you were running around Manhattan gathering intelligence during a massive symbiote invasion." Felicia glanced at Peter but said nothing more because the person they were waiting for had arrived. Tombstone, with his ashen white skin, stepped onto the platform. Peter immediately turned off his flashlight and cloaked, while Black Cat hid to the side. Tombstone's skin was natural. He was an African-American man with albinism. Because of this, he was discriminated against in both the black and white communities. However, he came into contact with a special chemical that made his albino skin incredibly tough, making him virtually bulletproof and granting him super strength. Tombstone might not be the most powerful among these gangsters, but he's definitely the most troublesome, Black Cat whispered. Bulletproof, super strength, and Tombstone's decent engineering knowledge made him a late-game, possibly final boss-level threat for most street-level heroes. Maybe only Iron Fist's punch could hurt him. Peter took this threat quite seriously. Though Peter was invisible, Felicia could still feel him right next to her. She smiled and looked at Peter. "Have you figured out how to deal with this walking rock? If you had asked me when we first met, I might not have had a solution, but it's different now. Tombstone is just a small-time character. We can handle him easily," Peter said confidently, then moved with Black Cat in the darkness. The gloom of the abandoned subway station provided them cover, allowing them to silently take down Tombstone's henchmen one by one without being harmed. It wasn't until then that Tombstone realized something was wrong. Why were so many of his men missing? "Someone's setting us up. Stay alert." Tombstone arrived at the platform, waiting for his buyer, and vigilantly surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, an incredibly familiar old man, bundled up in webbing, was thrown out. Tombstone finally realized who was responsible and roared, "Spiderman." In the darkness, even a spider can enter silently. A deep voice spoke, followed by a heavy, powerful punch that slammed into Tombstone's head. Tombstone was sent flying, practically smashing through the tunnel wall. He stared blankly for a moment, then laughed, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up, charging at Spider-Man, who had revealed himself. Spider-Man's declaration wasn't over. In the darkness, even a spider can bring light. Spider-Man, who had deliberately lowered his voice to sound like Batman, let white lightning course over his hands and struck the charging Tombstone. In that instant, Spider-Man indeed brought light. He clamped his hands onto Tombstone's face, releasing a powerful, high-voltage electric discharge. Tombstone immediately shrieked in pain. Concurrently, Black Cat complained as she took out a henchman with a roundhouse kick. "Thanks for the light, Spider-Man. Now everyone knows where I am." Peter shrugged. Tombstone still wasn't down, his virtually indestructible skin made him the ultimate punching bag. He gripped Spider-Man's hand, intending to crush his wrist. But Peter didn't budge. Instead, he lifted Tombstone. In the darkness, even hidden evil has nowhere to run from the spider. Peter controlled the Venom symbiote to extend thick tendrils from his back, directly lifting Tombstone and pinning him against the tunnel ceiling. He suddenly had a thought: Tombstone's skin was only tough, his internal organs shouldn't be. If he were to force the symbiote down Tombstone's throat right now, it would definitely burst him. Peter frowned. What was going on? Was Null influencing him? Why else would he think of something so vicious? But then again, unlike other criminals, Tombstone was a drug dealer. "Do you think Tombstone deserves to die?" Peter asked Felicia. Felicia, who had just knocked out all of Tombstone's men with her super soldier physique, looked surprised, then frowned. "He deserves what's coming to him, Spider, but I shouldn't kill. Don't let people fear you." Black Cat walked up to him. "People fear power they can't master or understand. That goes for supervillains and superheroes. But you've made the whole city stop being afraid of you. Don't ruin that." "You're right," Peter said, retracting his tendrils and letting Tombstone fall to the ground. He sighed and webbed him to the floor. "Call the NYPD." A few minutes later, Black Cat stood on a rooftop and asked Peter, who was crouched at the edge, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. If you're not coming to Puerto Rico with us, stay safe." Felicia nodded, while Peter frowned. He wasn't sure if he was being influenced by Null, but the feeling was definitely there. He needed to make a trip to the Baxter building first. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 232, Mental Health. You mean, you suddenly feel a surge of destructive desire, and during a fight, you actually start thinking about how to kill your enemies?" Hearing this, Reed Richards looked at Peter in confusion. "Spider-Man, I think this is a psychological issue. Perhaps you should see a therapist." "I know this sounds weird, Dr. Richards." The Thing, listening in, scratched his non-existent ear. What's so strange about someone thinking they're a psychopath just because they thought about killing? Wouldn't that mean every working person in the world is a psychopath? Few workers probably haven't fantasized about stabbing their boss. Of course, Peter didn't mean it that way. "What I mean is, you said before that the symbiote amplifies the host's desires. I thought that was okay, but the kind of thoughts I had today, they never happened before. These all appeared after Venom sealed Null, and I definitely heard Null's voice. Could it be related to them?" Reed Richards frowned. Based on his molecular analysis of Venom, the symbiote hadn't undergone any significant changes. At least, from a scientific perspective, consuming Grendel didn't alter Venom. "Afternoon, Spidey. What's going on?" The Human Torch, finally encountering Spider-Man at the Baxter building, walked over with a smile. After Reed briefly explained the situation, Johnny's expression also became very strange, but his focus was clearly elsewhere. "If you're having that kind of problem, why don't you go ask that sorcerer guy?" Peter looked at Johnny and realized he had a very good point. So, a few minutes later, he arrived at the Sanctum Sanctorum, which had been almost completely torn down 2 days ago but was now fully repaired. "Afternoon, Spider-Man. I assume you're not here to mooch a meal." Before Peter could knock, Strange opened the door and welcomed him in. Once inside, Peter told Strange about the problem he was experiencing. Strange listened, then began to use the Eye of Agamotto on his chest to examine the situation. "Strange. Null's soul has entered a state of dormancy. Logically, you shouldn't be experiencing any problems. In fact, your condition should be better than before. It's highly unlikely for Null to be able to tempt you." After using the Eye of Agamotto to give Peter a thorough scan, Strange explained the current situation. It seems that before being completely consumed, he managed to corrupt a tiny bit of Venom with the Codex of Riot. It's not a major issue. As long as you're careful, it won't affect you." Strange also felt it wasn't a big deal. Peter scratched his head and continued to ask, "Is there any other solution? I felt things were much better before." "Probably not for now. I'll make a prediction for you. Also, regarding matters of the gods, you can go ask Thor, although I doubt he'll have any good suggestions. Peter scratched his head again. Today was all about rushing around to different places. And as Strange had predicted, being a famously reckless god, Thor was even more cryptic than Strange on this matter. This is the Black King's nature. He will lure out the most terrifying and uncontrollable desires in every heart, thus causing corruption. Thor, who finally didn't call Peter Spider, looked at him seriously. Spider-Man, you must always be vigilant against Null's temptations and make the right choices. So, what else could Peter do? Finally, he went to the X-Mansion. So, you're planning on letting Emma Frost poke around in your head to give you a suggestion or something? On the training grounds of Xavier's school, Logan looked at Peter while puffing on a cigar, shaking his head disdainfully. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't do that, kid. You just need to overcome this yourself. But what if I hurt someone because of it? Logan was silent for a while, watching the newly gathered students training, and exhaled a puff of smoke. If I have any advice, it's that if you only do something to avoid hurting someone, it's far from enough. Anything can happen. Preparation. Preparation will be useless when the time comes. You have to rely on yourself, on that suit you're wearing. Do you believe in it? Does it believe in you? Logan said his piece and didn't elaborate further. After finishing his cigarette, he rudely tossed the butt on the ground and continued, and the most crucial thing is, I don't trust Emma Frost. Peter looked at Logan with some curiosity. Frost and the people behind her are definitely planning something, there's no doubt about that. But the biggest problem is that we don't know what she wants. She's taken Jean's place and is inseparable from Scott, acting as if they deeply care about each other, but in reality, both of them are wary of the other. The most obvious thing is that even though using Cerebro to detect mutants is the simplest and most direct method, the White Queen still hasn't been able to use it, even when she suggested that it might help find the long-missing Jean Grey. Cyclops still hasn't agreed. In fact, this violates their initial agreement, but Cyclops just won't allow it. The reason is obvious. Peter pondered for a while and ultimately felt that Logan made sense. For a moment, he had a fleeting thought, could this worry and apprehension also be Null's interference, meant to distract him from focusing on potential battles? While Peter was silent, Kitty ran over. Good afternoon, Spider-Man. Oh, good afternoon, Kitty, Peter said, noticing the X-Men uniform on her. He offered a sincere compliment, that uniform suits you very well. You're a great fit for the X-Men. Kitty smiled a little bashfully. Principal Scott said I could actually move to Genosha. But my parents don't mind that their daughter is a mutant, and I also want to help out. We saved the world together, right? So, when's the next time, if there's a chance? Peter was instantly speechless. He didn't know whether to praise the girl's optimistic spirit of dedication or tell her it's better not to wish for the end of the world. About that, maybe next time. But I have to leave New York for a while to take a vacation. Null says that the Spider-Man's overly dramatic lines in the last chapter have nothing to do with him, he's a victim too. Having a bit of writer's block. The second chapter will be a little late. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 233, Destination, Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico, a U.S. territory, is a peculiar place. Its peculiarity lies in the fact that it's an excellent sociological sample, showing you how colonies used to operate. Puerto Rico is sovereign U.S. territory, but none of its residents have the right to vote or be elected in presidential elections because it is not one of the 50 U.S. states, it's merely an overseas commonwealth. They can democratically elect their own governor and government, provided they meet U.S. requirements. They can also elect a resident commissioner to the U.S. House of Representatives, but because they are a commissioner, not a voting representative, this official has no voting power. However, due to its special geographical location in the Caribbean Sea, it genuinely possesses a unique advantage for astronomical observation and research. Otherwise, the U.S. would never have built its Eye of the Sky, the Arecibo radio telescope, here. Alright, we'll be arriving at San Juan International Airport shortly. Most of your itinerary will be completed in San Juan. The researchers from the Stanford Research Institute, the National Science Foundation, and Cornell University, who are responsible for managing the telescope, will lead you in various scientific activities and related experiments. As soon as we land, the relevant staff will be there, so please follow their instructions. The supervising teacher stated the expected itinerary. After all, even removing the 2 half-days for the round-trip flights, the students would be in Puerto Rico for a full 4 days, and it was impossible to spend all that time just looking at the radio telescope. Peter looked at the increasingly close landmark and recalled the preparations he had made for this trip over the past 2 days. First, Tombstone and his drug cartel were finally apprehended. Then there was the Venom problem, although not yet solved, they had found a direction. Besides that, he was also responsible for escorting a batch of prisoners into the Raft prison and taking the opportunity to visit the inmates. He was probably the Avenger who cared the most about the raft prison. After all, it's a known truth that the moment a prison appears, the probability of a jailbreak increases significantly. So, he specifically went to check on the raft's security issues and had a friendly chat with the captured supervillains. This included playing half an hour of 21 blackjack with Deadpool, just the two of them. Another point of concern for Peter at the raft was its warden, Ultron. Since Otto Octavius had used his electronic vocal cords to hack into the Ultron Mark II system, and with the temporary upgrade of Ultron Mark III proving inadequate in the fight against the symbiotes, Pym was rushing to develop Ultron Mark IV. The good news, however, was that Ultron's underlying logic had been reprogrammed. It was no longer the vague and grand goal of helping humanity achieve peace, but the specific objective of assisting the Avengers' operations. Hopefully, it wouldn't turn into a robot apocalypse again. Apart from all this, Peter genuinely hadn't had a vacation in a long time. It was the perfect time to leave New York for a week and relax in the Caribbean. Puerto Rico wasn't the densely populated New York City, so there probably wouldn't be any supervillains, right? Peter, the itinerary shows activities mostly in the afternoons. The mornings are essentially free time. Gwen, sitting in the aisle seat to Peter's right, checked the schedule on her phone and asked Peter curiously, "Do you have any plans to fill that time?" "That's the biggest problem. I have no plans." "Didn't you say your detective club has a team-building activity?" "What is it?" "That's at night. 4 hours of Call of Cthulhu, tabletop role-playing every day, but without the Cthulhu monsters, it's purely deduction. Some upperclassmen write the modules and act as GMs, and the other members are players who perform the deductions." In other words, Peter Parker's daytime hours were free. Gwen raised an eyebrow and started searching for places nearby they could visit. Cindy, sitting to Peter's left by the window, was, as usual, engrossed in a book, seemingly uninterested in joining the conversation. The plane soon landed at the airport. Somewhat unexpectedly, Peter and his group were asked not to leave the airport through the normal channels. The staff from the Arecibo Observatory had specifically arranged 2 large buses to take them directly to their hotel. Peter felt puzzled and strange about this arrangement and couldn't help but look around. His spider sense told him there was currently no immediate danger. In fact, it wasn't just him. Almost all the students began to murmur and discuss. A large portion of the students attending this event were members of the detective club. They were highly sensitive to unexpected situations and illogical behavior, and they immediately started debating why this was happening and if something was wrong. The bookworm's curiosity and wild imagination were unleashed instantly. Peter, did something happen?" Harry leaned over and asked curiously, "Do you have any insider info?" "No, everything is normal in Puerto Rico," Peter replied crankily. He then looked at Cindy. "If the Avengers hadn't found any trouble in Puerto Rico, what about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Cindy simply shook her head, indicating that S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know anything either. Just as the bookworms were arguing, a clear, artificial cough interrupted all the chatter. A tall woman in an Air Force uniform stepped down from the bus. She had long blonde hair, wasn't wearing a military cap, and stood before the students with her hands clasped behind her back. Most of the students gasped because the female officer, who looked to be in her 20s, with a tall figure, blonde hair, and blue eyes, was truly beautiful, far beyond the typical range of girls most of the bookworms had encountered. "Hello, children. I know you have some concerns, and that's normal. After all, this is a somewhat unusual arrangement. In fact, we have a reason for doing this. This visit is part of an effort to observe students from high schools across the country who show an interest and potential in astronomy and cosmology. If you have excellent academic records and show talent in related research, the Pentagon will pay for all your tuition and cover all your student loans." The bookworms gasped even louder. Of course, someone asked why they didn't just recruit people directly from universities or find capable professors. "Because the plan we are undertaking is for the next 100 years. This is an era of rapid change, and we need young people with innovative thinking." The female officer chose to evade the question with an equivocal statement, then smiled and introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. I am Carol Danvers, Security Director for the U.S. military's Project Pegasus and the Arecibo Observatory. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 234, Project PEGASUS. So, what exactly is Project PEGASUS? In short, it's a new type of aerospace initiative developed by the United States after winning the Cold War. The project's goal was to enable humanity to achieve light-speed travel, and it was widely known as one of NASA's major methods for scoring hefty budgets. It wasn't until last year, when Thor landed in New Mexico and Earth first confirmed the existence of other life forms in the cosmos, that Project PEGASUS was reprioritized and redefined. It became the Weaponized Lightspeed Technology Project. Its objective, to develop a fleet of light-speed capable interstellar warships to defend against the next alien invasion. This is Project PEGASUS. Carol Danvers smiled proudly on the bus, explaining the history and significance of the project to the students. She radiated confidence, seemingly having great faith in the plan. Peter, however, was highly skeptical. For starters, the Earth had been invaded by aliens twice this year alone, and both times in New York. This PEGASUS project seemed to have made precisely zero progress. Furthermore, to research light-speed technology, you'd need the actual technology. What, did the US government capture an alien spacecraft besides the symbiotes and start reverse engineering it? While not impossible, considering the 2 alien invasions that had occurred this year, it all felt quite ironic. In truth, many students were disgruntled when the military's true motive for hosting this competition for future scientists, that work now, pay later approach, was revealed. Who are we? They thought. We are the future elite, the scientists. And who are you? Just a bunch of dirty politicians and ignorant soldiers. You actually expect us to do your work? Why should we? I bet the Pentagon's hiding some secret gimmick to scare us, Peter whispered, show off some of their impossibly advanced technology and trick these bookworms into signing up. Gwen and Cindy both gave him a perplexed look. Weren't you just insulting yourself? Actually, no. What kind of bookworm is constantly running around fighting crime? Now, welcome everyone to Puerto Rico. And welcome to Project PEGASUS. Despite the momentous welcome, the students were taken to a hotel. The official line was unified management, everyone had to stay in a contactable location, no wandering off, with unified accommodation arrangements, and so on. Somewhat surprisingly, each student was assigned a separate room. Meaning? There's plenty of monitoring and listening equipment. They're just high school kids, after all. Peter easily located the surveillance devices in his room. He then began to hack the equipment to cover his tracks. Though this trip might turn out to be completely safe, it didn't stop him from finding the military's actions annoying, even distasteful. So, what exactly are they planning to show us? Peter muttered. Suddenly, he felt a sharp tingling between his eyebrows. He looked up at the sky. For some reason, his spider sense was buzzing. Peter sighed, letting venom emerge to cover his body's surface. It looked like Spider-Man truly couldn't find a moment of rest anywhere. Almost all of the Phase 2 results. That's rather bold. Back at the Arecibo Observatory, Carol Danvers was astonished by the open access plan described by the Project PEGASUS director. It was more than bold, it was practically reckless. You know, a lot of those projects are still, well, classified, Michael. Actually, they're in the unreleased phase, but they don't fall under official secrecy regulations. Michael Rossi, the chief scientist for Project PEGASUS, offered a shy smile and nodded toward a research finding. It was an impossibly ancient spaceship that the US military had excavated from an underground ruin. Also recovered were architectural relics whose style was clearly non-human. Undoubtedly, these were evidence of an alien civilization's visit to Earth in antiquity. From that alien spacecraft, which could be hundreds or thousands of years old, the US government had found what it was seeking, an ancient faster-than-light engine. While ancient and obsolete to the civilization that abandoned it on Earth, it was still incredibly advanced to Earthlings. Carol leaned on the railing, staring at the old spacecraft in a daze. You're always looking at that ship, Carol. Want to try it out? I don't think any pilot would refuse the experience of FTL travel. I've talked to you so many times about how happy I was the first time I flew a supersonic jet into the sky. Carol shrugged. If she had the choice, she wouldn't want to be stuck at this observatory, responsible only for security for a research base. She was a pilot, soaring through the skies was her true home. Maybe one day you'll be flying your plane and witness the crash of an alien spacecraft, Michael said with a smile, then frowned slightly. The telescope readings showed something strange. While looking at the computer, he continued, and then you'll meet a dying alien. Is he wearing a green ring and saying he wants to give it to me? I've seen Green Lantern. Carol smiled wryly, then noticed Michael's stern expression. What is it? The energy readings had a momentary spike. It's normal now. Just a sensor error, probably. Michael relaxed his brow and looked at Carol. Where were we? Oh, right, Green Lantern. Aren't you looking forward to that? Does our universe really have a cosmic police force? If so, why were there 2 invasions of New York, and they were nowhere in sight? Actually, there is, Michael thought to himself, but the Nova Corps of Xander is busy, too. As the two were speaking, the energy reading spiked again. This time, it wasn't a fleeting anomaly. Satellite images clearly captured a small, red spacecraft appearing through a warp jump just outside Earth's atmosphere. It then broke through the atmosphere and hurtled toward the planet. All right, another unidentified flying object incursion. Let's see where it's going to land. Noticing Michael's stiff expression, Carol felt a sense of dread. Don't tell me it's New York again. The good news is, this spacecraft isn't flying toward New York, Michael said with a sigh. The bad news is, it's flying toward us. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Hurry and Pay Homage to the Great Star-Lord. Peter was flying through the air. Although Spider-Man shouldn't be flying everywhere, the problem was that, apart from a few small cities like San Juan, the entire island of Puerto Rico was a sparsely developed island. Moreover, the direction the spaceship was heading was deep in the mountains. It would be too slow if Spider-Man ran on the ground. Plus, he wasn't the only one traveling, he also had to carry Cindy. Don't ask why he was carrying her, just know it was for convenience. As the wings generated by Venom flapped continuously and the spaceship drew closer, Peter finally got a clear look at the alien vessel. He not only recognized the ship but was actually quite familiar with it. Isn't that the Guardians of the Galaxy ship? The timeline was scrambled once again. Unlike Captain Marvel's postponed debut, the Guardians of the Galaxy seemed to have formed early. Their distinctive red-winged ship was flying toward the deep forest, and based on its trajectory, the target seemed to be the Arecibo Observatory. Peter and Cindy landed near the observatory just before the ship touched down, and a large group of U.S. military soldiers immediately surrounded them. Carol walked over, accompanied by a scientist in a white lab coat. She was carrying a massive energy rifle, likely some product of Project Pegasus. Spider-Man. What are you doing here? Though they hadn't met, Carol, who had heard of him, looked very surprised and then glanced at Cindy beside him. And this is Silk, affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter introduced Cindy and then explained his presence. An alien spaceship has landed on Earth. The Avengers need to send someone to check it out, don't they? You guys were fast. And both the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. are here? Does this mean they also plan to investigate Project Pegasus? As Carol mused inwardly, she watched the red ship land vertically. When the rear hatch opened, the first person to emerge was a scruffy, seemingly 30-something human male. What was he wearing? An 80s rock jacket. Why would a human male exit an alien spaceship? The next arrival was even more extraordinary, a giant, bipedal raccoon wearing clothes and holding a gun that was absolutely huge compared to his size. The rest were more normal, meaning the ones who followed were actually a group of aliens. There was a bipedal tree that was clearly an alien, and others with gold, green, and blue skin, all clearly not human. There was also one whose skin texture was similar to a human's, but from the eyes and antennae on their head, they definitely weren't from Earth. In that case, the human-looking leader might not be from Earth either, and that raccoon, was he a raccoonian? Carol, her head full of confusion, watched the man walk to the front with a smile that was less friendly and more goofy. Just as he was about to speak, the raccoon suddenly cleared its throat, holding its left arm behind its back and raising its right hand, interrupting the man's speech. Then, the raccoon, in a voice much louder than its size suggested, stretched out its hand and introduced the man in the rock jacket. Ignorant Earthlings, be quick and present your highest form of etiquette to the heir to the Spartax Empire, the Great Star-Lord. The air at the scene seemed to fall silent. After a full 10 seconds, Carol finally retorted. Who? 2 more seconds of silence followed, until the raccoon seemed completely satisfied and burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I told you. Quill, your broken planet has absolutely no idea who your old man is. No one in any corner of the galaxy recognizes you as Star-Lord. Ha 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 ha. Come on, buddy. You pulled that whole stunt just to prove a point and make fun of me. Star-Lord was completely mortified. Look at what you've done. You've made everyone go silent. Is anyone else laughing besides you? No one in the team behind him is laughing, okay? Could you please stop laughing, guys? Star-Lord turned his head and whispered to his teammates. This is my home planet. Just let me have a little face. You need no face, Peter Quill. Drax stated the situation with his usual bluntness. He was the only one in the entire team who wasn't laughing. As the first interstellar empire heir in history to have an intergalactic speeding ticket mailed to his own father, I don't think you grasped the concept of shame. The entire team burst into even louder laughter. Star-Lord couldn't help but shoot them a glare. Oh, thanks a lot. Okay, don't mind them. My name is Peter Quill. I'm half Earthling, and I'm kind of these guys, supervisor or something. Don't let their appearance fool you, I've saved the galaxy several times with them. Star-Lord unconsciously distanced himself and the Guardians of the Galaxy from each other. He then looked at the 4 people present. He first moved his gaze away from the 2 people in strange costumes and looked at Carol and Michael. So, who's in charge? I came to Earth to warn you that a terrible person is approaching here. You are under invasion. He found that both Carol and Michael were focused on the person in the strange costume. Wait, you're in charge? Who are you? I'm Spider-Man, an Avenger. Star-Lord looked Peter up and down, exclaiming in shock, so, you wear a spider costume, and you're a person, so you call yourself Spider-Man. And what about the lady next to you? Spider-Woman. No, her codename is Silk. That makes no sense at all. Either that, or you're terrible at naming things, buddy. Star-Lord looked at Peter and asked a second question, Avengers. What's that, a spandex-wearing freak show band? You'd better not say that when the Avengers are assembled, Peter grumbled in his mind and offered an explanation, a superhero team that protects the peace of Earth, composed of the planet's most powerful superhumans. Oh, I get it. The Earth version of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Carol, who had witnessed the entire exchange, held her gun and looked at Michael with slight weariness. If these people can save the galaxy several times, either I'm crazy or the galaxy is beyond saving. What do you think? I don't know, Michael shrugged. I don't know them. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 236, Chapter 236, Close Encounter of the Third Kind. Although it was determined that the Avengers could, probably, maybe solve the problem, Star-Lord and the others still held a small meeting to discuss whether or not to tell Spider-Man about the situation. Star-Lord was the first to speak. I don't think we can trust that kid. Look at him, dressed like that, he's a complete tight-suit pervert, clearly not a good person. Don't judge a book by its cover, Quill. Adam Warlock offered a definitive dissenting opinion. I can see that Youngman possesses an incredibly pure and noble soul, perhaps even more so than any of us. He is trustworthy. Whoa, so now we're dealing with a big good guy. Do you think we can get some nice stuff? Like that gun in the little lady's hand or something? Rocket didn't really care. Strictly speaking, he didn't even agree to continue investigating Michael Korvac. That monster was too dangerous. They had personally witnessed the monster blow up a Kree planet. Not even the Nova Corps could defeat something like that, let alone them. This planet is under threat. At least we should tell them that they are under threat. Drax said something nonsensical. Gamera looked at him, and then. We can't defeat that monster, so we should leave. While the Guardians of the Galaxy were having their little meeting, Peter was also discussing things. He had called the Avengers for backup and was chatting with Carol and the on-site personnel about extraterrestrials. I'm not entirely clear on the standard diplomatic protocol, but since this is an alien spaceship that landed on American territory, and you are government managers, perhaps you should be in charge of diplomatic affairs. Peter asked Professor Michael and Carol. The current Carol Danvers was still an ordinary person, which meant the plot of the Captain Marvel series of movies hadn't happened in this universe. In other words, the Skrulls probably hadn't arrived on Earth, and they might not even be alien refugees. But that wasn't the point. He was more curious about the true identity of Professor Michael Rossi, who was in charge of Project Pegasus, especially since his spider sense tingled slightly when he got close to the men. This person might be the Kree Empire's scientist, Mar-Vell's disguise on Earth. As for whether he was, and if so, what his purpose was for coming to Earth, Peter had no idea. In the comics, he came to stop Earth's aerospace program. Could he be here to stop America's Project Pegasus? However, on the other side, Carol and Michael exchanged glances after hearing Peter's question, then looked at him with an extremely troubled expression. Carol was the first to explain the situation. Well, we don't know the proper procedure for receiving aliens. We've never encountered aliens before. In fact, we weren't sure aliens even existed until this year. Really? The alien biological invasion in New York earlier this month originated from an extraterrestrial creature the U.S. military captured in the Arizona desert. Peter's words surprised Carol. Did that mean the U.S. military really captured extraterrestrial creatures, and these creatures even invaded New York? She hadn't been entirely immune to similar conspiracy theories, but for Spider-Man to state it as a fact was a bit. Michael, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. He even glanced at Carol, as if to say, did you think the U.S. military was some kind of just and benevolent force? While they were still chatting, the Guardians of the Galaxy finally reached a conclusion. Adam Warlock and Star-Lord, the two most reliable speakers among them, came over to explain the situation. However, when the two approached, Peter froze for a moment, then pointed at Adam's forehead with uncertainty. Wait, is that an Infinity Stone? Oh, yeah, you know about it, too. Star-Lord chuckled foolishly before realizing the problem. Wait, you know about it too. It really is. Which one? The Soul Stone. Peter realized the problem was even more serious. With the Time Stone not in Strange's possession, it was highly likely that the other stones were also having issues. In the comics, the Soul Stone was embedded in Adam's forehead, but given the special setting of the Soul Stone in the movie universe, he had to ask if it was indeed the Soul Stone. This surprised Star-Lord and Adam even more. You know about the Infinity Stones, but why? There are Infinity Stones on Earth. During World War II, the Red Skull found the Tesseract, which contained the Space Stone. Earlier this year, an Asgardian, along with an army of alien Chitauri and a scepter containing the Mind Stone, invaded Earth. We drove them away. Asgard retrieved the Tesseract, but the Mind Stone and the scepter are still on Earth. Listening to Spider-Man explain the history of the Infinity Stones on Earth in just a few sentences, both of them were quite surprised. But on the flip side, they wouldn't need to explain much about what was to happen next. Adam nodded, and the gem on his forehead began to glow brightly. Please don't worry, Spider-Man. I'm just showing you exactly what happened. The others present appeared in a fantastical space, as if they were standing inside an aquarium, with a protective glass on the other side, displaying the past experiences of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Star-Lord, who was raised by the Ravagers, received a commission to steal an Infinity Stone and deliver it to the Sovereign. That Infinity Stone was the Soul Stone. Subsequently, the Sovereign used the Soul Stone to create Adam Warlock, but because Adam Warlock could use the Soul Stone to see the essence of people's souls, a hilarious escape began. This was an alternative Guardians of the Galaxy origin story. Aside from replacing the villain with the Sovereign, revealing Star-Lord's identity as the illegitimate son of the Emperor of the Spartax Empire, and adding Mantis and Adam, it wasn't much different from the movie. In short, this group of unreliable people eventually formed the Guardians of the Galaxy, saved the galaxy once, and started working as mercenary-style superheroes. Next, they received a commission from the Kree Empire to investigate some unknown destructive activities. The Kree Empire's supreme accuser, Ronan, handed this small matter to the Guardians of the Galaxy to handle because the Kree Empire was engaged in a protracted war with the Skrull Empire. Peter glanced at Michael, confirming that his expression shifted for a moment when he heard Kree Empire. There, we found the entity causing the destruction. Unexpectedly, it was a person, who appeared to be an Earthling. In the illusion, Adam showed Peter and the others the image of a man who looked extremely gaunt and haggard. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, The Legend of Korvac. Michael Korvac, a fellow who suddenly appeared in the Kree Empire's territory, looked like an Earthling. His body leaked an incalculable amount of energy, causing considerable destruction wherever he went. When the Guardians of the Galaxy found him, he was already a crazy, babbling, self-propelled human bomb. Peter asked with considerable curiosity, so, what did he say? He said he was from the 31st century. At first, we weren't sure what the 31st century was, but judging by his arrival on Earth, he might be from Earth's 31st century. Adam recounted the story pieced together from Korvac's fragmented, lunatic ramblings. Upon hearing the name Korvac, Peter felt a surge of curiosity. The name Korvac sounded familiar. Oh right, in the EMH animated series, one episode also involved the Guardians of the Galaxy pursuing Korvac to Earth. However, that Michael Korvac was an ordinary Earthling who had been captured and modified by the Kree Empire, with no 31st century backstory. Having once again experienced a plot deviation, Peter chose to continue listening. Suddenly, his spider sense flared. Peter looked around curiously but didn't find anything amiss. Hiding to the side, Kong the Conqueror sat in his chair, quietly withdrawing from the scene. He was astonished that Spider-Man's spider sense could detect traces outside the timeline. He had only come here after detecting the keyword, 31st century, intending to investigate what was causing the multiversal collision crisis. And he himself just happened to be from the 31st century. So what? Korvac is from the 31st century, maybe from Earth, but why is he crazy, and why did he come to Earth? We don't know either. Adam shook his head helplessly. The only thing we know is that Korvac said he was driven mad by a terrifying conqueror. That conqueror coveted his power and wanted to dominate the entire world. 31st century. Conqueror. Kong the Conqueror? Just as Peter was contemplating Kang's existence, Kong completely froze up. He detached himself from that time node, returned to his battleship, and opened his computer, search for Michael Korvac, timestamp 31st century. But unfortunately, the computer from 1,000 years later couldn't provide the answer Kong needed. All the people named Michael Korvac that popped up were not the figure Adam had projected. Kong threw Korvac's image into the computer, but still got no answer. What on earth was going on? There shouldn't be a Michael Korvac like this. Perplexed, Kong returned to that time node and continued listening to Adam's narration. In short, because of the power of the Soul Gem, Adam decided to try and soothe Korvac, to stop him from acting like a madman, but Korvac's power far exceeded his imagination. When he began to enter Korvac's mind, Korvac's uncontrollable power started to erupt wildly. I tried to control Korvac's power, but I failed. Adam sighed helplessly. In the final moments of his consciousness projection, an entire planet was destroyed by the leakage of Korvac's energy. Meanwhile, Korvac was completely unharmed, muttering something as he floated away into the distance. Adam only managed to read one thing: Korvac's target was Earth. So you came to Earth, planning to help us. After roughly understanding the situation, Peter rubbed his brow. Fine, but faced with a guy who can blow up an entire planet, what good plan do you have? There is one plan, though it's uncertain if it will succeed, Adam said. But we need help, especially the strength of someone who can hinder Korvac's actions. Well, you've come to the right place then, Peter shrugged, and then pointed skyward. In midair, a god holding a mighty hammer was slowly descending. I received your call, Spider-Man. What help do you need? Thor landed next to Peter, then looked at Adam. And who is this incredibly powerful sorcerer? We need to locate a living bomb, but first, we have to figure out if he's arrived on Earth, or when he might arrive. Dr. Michael's mouth dropped open, as he recalled the abnormal signal that had briefly flashed across the computer screen earlier. Could Korvac have already? Spider-Man would probably never get a break. This was Gwen's conclusion. Even after leaving New York and coming to a small place like Puerto Rico, Spider-Man still ran into trouble and messed everything up. Now, they were out, leaving Gwen to wander alone in the small city of San Juan. This place naturally wasn't as bustling as New York, and there wasn't much worth seeing in the shops. Gwen sighed and walked out of a store, seeing a person collapsed by the roadside. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over and asked quietly. Are you okay, sir? Ah. The homeless man in a hoodie sat up, looking confusedly at his hands, seeming quite bewildered. But when he saw Gwen, his eyes lit up. Are you one of the spiders? No, you're not a spider yet. What did he mean by one of the spiders? Was he talking about Peter? Gwen frowned, stood up straight, and asked, Excuse me, sir, I don't understand what you're saying, and I don't know who you are. My name is Korvac. I'm a friend of the Avengers. I'm a friend of Spider-Man. Why hadn't Peter ever mentioned this person? Korvac nervously hugged himself, sitting on the ground and looking at Gwen. The not yet spider, what time is it now? 2 in the afternoon. I mean the date. November 5th. Seeing Korvac still looking confused, Gwen added, the year 2012. No, I'm too early. I'm too early. Damn it. Korvac stood up in frustration. He was unsteady on his feet, stumbling, and looked at Gwen with expectation. You know Spider-Man, right? You know the Avengers, help me contact them. I'm sorry, sir, I don't know you, and do you really need the Avengers' help? I think you might need lunch more. No, I need the Avengers. I need the Avengers to help me go home. Sorry, sir, your home is in. I don't know where my home is. Gwen was even more confused. Was this person suffering from amnesia or something? She frowned, staring at Korvac, and pulled out her phone. All right, I can try to contact the Avengers, but first, you need to be more specific about who you are and your relationship with the Avengers. My name is Korvac. I'm a friend of the Avengers. I'm a friend of Spider-Man. Korvac repeated this, then, seemingly thinking of something else, he added blankly. I am a cosmic cube from the 31st century. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 238, Kong the Conqueror arrives. Just as Peter and the others were considering how to deal with the seemingly formidable Korvac, Peter received a call from Gwen. After hanging up, he looked at the Guardians of the Galaxy and Thor with a strange expression and told them something unbelievable. A friend of mine found Korvac. Actually, he was looking for us. To be precise, he was seeking the Avengers' help. Everyone looked at Peter, confused, completely failing to understand what was going on. In truth, Peter didn't know what was happening either, but one thing was clear from Gwen's call, Korvac was in a very bad state. He claimed to be the living cosmic cube, which was very odd. This universe already had a cosmic cube, confirmed to be the shell of the space stone. For another entity with the same name, but as an evolved cosmic cube, to suddenly pop up seemed illogical, especially since this one claimed to be from the distant 31st century and related to Kong the Conqueror. Also, because Kong the Conqueror was involved, the probability that the issue involved time travel was extremely high. Peter thought as he flew with the Guardians of the Galaxy to the outskirts of San Juan. As requested, Gwen had brought Korvac there. As the spaceship slowly descended, the seemingly imbecilic, drooling Korvac slowly moved his head, tracking the ship's descent. When Peter stepped out, Korvac grinned foolishly and shouted, Hey, Spider-Man. It's me. Korvac. Sorry, Korvac, I don't know you, at least not yet, Peter shrugged. If I'm not mistaken, you must have experienced time travel. So you know us, but we don't know you. Oh, yes, I came too early. Korvac nodded, then looked around warily. But the Avengers promised to take me home. Kong the Conqueror had been observing all of this from nearby Spider-Man's location. The moment Korvac appeared, he paid close attention to the entity. Then, the energy signature emanating from him attracted his notice. After careful comparison, Kang was stunned to discover that the energy he had been searching for, the energy that triggered the multiversal collision crisis, was identical to the energy bursting forth from the men before him. He had finally found the source of that energy. Kang acted. In an instant, before anyone noticed, he froze time around the area. He descended from his throne, took out a future tech pistol, and aimed it at Korvac. He didn't believe the pistol could destroy Korvac, but it could emit a stasis field that fixed an object's time. Perhaps taking Korvac would cause an error in the time stream, but it didn't matter now. He was Kang the conqueror of time. Modifying history was merely a commonplace chore for him. Kang is here. Korvac let out a sharp, booming cry. A powerful surge of energy instantly tore through the frozen spacetime. In a moment of shock, Peter and the others were stunned to see a man in purple armor suddenly appear among them, someone who had not been there moments before. Who is he? Star-Lord reacted first, pulling on his mask and demanding sharply. Kang remained silent, for he too was profoundly shaken. This person named Korvac possessed no time travel device, yet he could break through Kang's stop time. It was truly strange. Indeed worthy of being the entity that triggered the multiversal collision crisis, he clearly had some tricks up his sleeve. I am Kang the Conqueror, a time traveler from the 31st century, and the ruler of Earth at that time. I have no intention of interfering with your past, but I must take this person with me. I say, you have to give a reason if you want to take him, Star-Lord said, raising his gun and aiming it at Kang. Kang paused, then offered an explanation, because in the future year 2015, a crisis will tear apart the temporal structure of the entire multiverse. The entire multiverse is headed for destruction, and without a doubt, this man is the culprit. The multiverse is being destroyed. By Korvac. For a moment, almost everyone was lost in thought. Some were pondering the plausibility of Kang's words, others were wondering how it could happen. But regardless, Kang's movements didn't stop, he directly attempted to launch an attack. In contrast, Korvac, upon realizing that most people had started thinking, fell into a panic. In that moment, he felt abandoned by everyone. You won't catch me again. Kang. Never again. Wait. Korvac. Peter failed to persuade Korvac, who was past listening to reason. A blinding, almost destructive light erupted from him. Peter instinctively pulled Gwen, who lacked self-protection, behind him. In that split second, Thor slammed his hammer into Korvac, sending the entire entity flying out. Leave this to me, Spider-Man. You are not his match, Thor said with a serious expression, then raised his hammer and flew up. Adam Warlock followed, his face grim. The two of them were going to face a living cosmic cube. Meanwhile, Peter noticed a new anomaly. Wait. Where's Kang the Conqueror? Yes, in the instant Korvac flared up, Kang had vanished, he'd run away. They call that guy Kang the Conqueror. Should be Kang the escapist, Rocket sighed helplessly, then looked at their spaceship. All right, let's go, Quill. This planet is doomed. You don't actually think that human-shaped bomb can be stopped now, do you? Star-Lord silently gazed up at the sky. After all, this was his home planet. Amidst the general silence, Peter looked at Professor Michael. The professor had remained completely silent since hearing the phrase cosmic cube. Peter's suspicion about the professor's true identity deepened. Professor Michael, are you hiding something from us? What? Michael looked at Peter, not understanding why Spider-Man would say that. I don't know what you're talking about, Spider-Man. When I passed by you, I felt a sense of danger. Professor Michael, you're not an ordinary person. And when the Kree Empire was mentioned, you had a clear emotional fluctuation, Peter finished, then looked at the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Plus, there are some aliens here. I believe these friends might be able to tell me exactly who you are. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 239, Marvel. Spider-Man's accusation was based on no evidence whatsoever, it was purely a charge derived from his own intuition. Therefore, almost as soon as he finished speaking, Carol Danvers frowned and retorted, Spider-Man, please mind your words. Are you suggesting that a scientific director of the US military is actually an alien? You need to take responsibility for what you say. And that was precisely what Peter meant. Professor Michael rubbed the bridge of his nose and raised his hands in resignation. No, Spider-Man is correct. If the Guardians of the Galaxy hadn't shown up, perhaps I could have kept the secret, but since they are here, I can't hide it any longer. As Michael spoke, he raised his hand. His skin underwent a subtle change, displaying a pale blue hue in the sunlight, the color of his blood. Simultaneously, the bracelet on his arm shape-shifted, releasing a suit with green markings that covered his body, featuring an 8-pointed star shape on the chest. My name is Marvel. I belong to the Kree Empire's Science Corps and came to Earth to carry out a special investigation mission. After a moment of shock, Carol immediately aimed her weapon at Michael, or rather, Marvell. You've been an alien all this time. You've been lying to me. I meant no harm, Carol. Peter, however, was less concerned with that. Even if Korvac hadn't arrived, Marvell was his primary investigative target. He simply asked, all right, let's take things one at a time. First, what mission brought you to Earth? The Kree Empire rose thousands of years ago. At the time, the Kree Empire was in its nascent stage and faced many enemies, but lacked sufficient manpower. For this reason, the Kree intended to find an intelligent life form and modify them into soldiers. Earth was one such planet. Marvell began to explain the background of his mission. Kree scientists studied a portion of your ancient ancestors' DNA, hoping to create superpowered soldiers that could be controlled. However, as the Kree Empire successfully rose to power later, the project was eventually abandoned. We passed on technology, knowledge, and the Kree language to this modified group, establishing an agreement that should the Kree Empire face war in the future, they would be obligated to join that war. Peter knew exactly who Marvell was talking about, the Inhumans, one of the superpowered races in Marvel. The Inhumans originated from Kree genetic modification of humans. Their entire race has several defining characteristics. The most obvious is that their powers awaken through exposure to a substance called Turigen mist, and this substance is highly toxic to mutants who possess the X gene. Furthermore, their TV show was terrible, and their leader, Black Bolt, was killed by a mother during the Wanda's search for family storyline. But currently, the Inhumans are mostly not on Earth, so even if Marvell were looking for them, he wouldn't find them anyway. Most of the Inhumans reside in the blue area of the moon, where they established their own empire. A small number remained on Earth, based on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. storyline, but their numbers are few and they live in seclusion. Given how chaotic this current universe is, and that the storyline may not unfold as originally intended, Peter estimated that there were even fewer Inhumans on Earth. The Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire are once again at war. We are evenly matched, with neither side able to defeat the other. Therefore, the Kree High Command revisited this project and sent me to investigate whether any of these Inhumans still exist on Earth. If they do, they are expected to fulfill their obligations and join the war. From the Kree perspective, they helped civilize the Inhuman race, passed on technology and culture to them, and signed a treaty. Doing this was quite justifiable. Of course, from Earth's perspective, they would not agree. But the biggest problem is that, until now, not even S.H.I.E.L.D. knew that the Inhumans existed on Earth. So, by the looks of it, you haven't found them. Carol had calmed down slightly. Marvell nodded. Superpowered individuals like Spider-Man were naturally outside his scope of investigation. He had already tested the genetic sequence of mutants and found that the X gene could not coexist with Turigen mist, meaning mutants were not Inhumans. I personally do not wish to see Earth dragged into the war between the two interstellar empires. Thus, I am currently compiling a report. As long as it can be confirmed that the Inhumans no longer exist here, Earth will have no strategic value to either side and will not need to be drawn into the war zone. Marvell spoke with sincerity. As for whether the locals actually trusted this alien, that remained to be seen. Cindy had already notified S.H.I.E.L.D., and Carol would surely notify the U.S. military. For now, they had a more immediate problem, dealing with Korvac. You reacted to the term cosmic cube, Mr. Marvell, Peter said, looking at him. Do you know what it is? Yes. Thousands of years ago, when our technology level was about the same as yours now, the Skrulls in the cosmos were already an incredibly powerful space empire. Their emperor created a powerful weapon called the cosmic cube. With this weapon, they conquered countless planets and civilizations. The Kree were among them at the time. Marvell shared the history of the cosmic cube. However, the cosmic cube was a powerful weapon that could not be controlled. It was influenced by the tyrannical mind of the Skrull Emperor at the time and ended up destroying 2/3 of the Skrull Empire, which is what gave us Kree the opportunity to rise. And, how did you deal with that cosmic cube? Communication. The cosmic cube had evolved its own consciousness and become a self-aware weapon. The Supreme Intelligence, the Kree Empire's highest ruler, communicated with it, introducing it to the Kree's morality and ideals. The cosmic cube eventually perfected its own mind and autonomously left this universe. Marvell added, I believe that perhaps Korvac is not insane, but rather hasn't fully formed his personality, leading to his madness. He comes from the 31st century, and it's possible that Kong the Conqueror, who appeared earlier, recreated him in the future. But that contradicted what Kong had said. Peter frowned in thought. Beside him, Star-Lord quickly grasped what everyone was aiming for, so, what we need to do is calm that lunatic down, find him a kindergarten teacher, and let him go home. Peter added a final point. And prevent Kong the Conqueror from provoking him. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 240, Call for More Reinforcements. Just as Peter and the others were learning about the cosmic cube from Marvell, in the sky above, Thor and Adam Warlock began their pursuit of Korvac. We cannot allow Korvac to act freely. He doesn't know how to control his power, and if we let him run rampant, the Earth will be destroyed. Flying at high altitude, Thor heard these words and immediately accelerated, charging in front of Korvac. As he flew, he warned the other men, "Korvac, we are not your enemies, nor will we hand you over to the so-called Kang the Conqueror. Stop now, the Avengers will help you." "Help? Where is your help?" Korvac just screamed and flew erratically, though he didn't actively attack Thor. Thor frowned and simply hugged Korvac tightly. In his panic, Korvac radiated a terrifying blue energy, and Adam Warlock watched in shock as Korvac violently exploded in midair. When the flash of the explosion subsided, an unharmed Thor was holding Korvac, calming him with righteous words, "The Avengers are not your enemies, Korvac. You came to the Avengers for help, and I am an Avenger. I am here." Adam Warlock looked at Korvac, who slowly calmed down amid his rapid breathing, then looked at Thor with incredulity. He flew to his side. "I have never seen a life form as powerful as you. Korvac unleashed such tremendous energy just now, yet you are completely unscathed. The vitality of Asgardians is beyond the imagination of common lifeforms, but even so, I am not unbeatable." Since Korvac had generally calmed down, he seemed to have lost his ability to fly. Thor grabbed him by the back of his collar like a small chicken and flew toward Puerto Rico. However, during the flight, Korvac suddenly began to cry out again. "Kang is coming. That elusive Kang the Conqueror. He was back." Before Thor and Adam Warlock could react, time was paused once more. Kang the Conqueror sat on his flying throne, taking aim at Korvac from a distance. This time, no one could stop Kang. If he could only splinter Korvac into countless fragments and toss him into the chaotic time stream, he would no longer be a threat and could not interfere with Kang's empire. So, he pulled the trigger of the time weapon in his hand. A green energy beam shot toward Korvac. But this time, just like the last, the instant before Korvac was hit, his scream broke the solidified time. Kang's face darkened as he watched Korvac tumble out of midair, dodging the shot. Thor narrowly avoided the time ray and swooped down to pull Korvac up again, while looking towards Kang. "Kang the Conqueror, whatever your goal, you are placing this planet in extreme danger. You must cease threatening this world. I have already told you. The man you hold poses a threat far exceeding your expectations. He is a terrifying entity that will destroy the entire existing structure of the real universe." Kang immediately began speaking in complex terms, what with the multiverse, the structure of reality, and other confusing things, leaving everyone baffled. But more importantly, they hadn't witnessed any threat from Korvac. On the contrary, the one who consistently posed a threat was Kang the Conqueror. His repeated threats toward Korvac were the very thing causing the living bomb to become emotionally unstable. However, Kang wasn't truly concerned about any of them. For Kang, he and his empire were essentially detached from the general timeline. Even if he blew up the 21st century Earth, it wouldn't stop him from ruling the 31st century Earth. The time gem granted him and his empire the power to exist beyond the timeline. If it weren't for the multiverse collision crisis starting in the year 2015, which would lead to the complete destruction of the entire universe, he wouldn't bother with any of this. Even if he blew up 21st century Earth, he had to ensure he could change the history of the multiverse collision crisis to protect his own empire. Stop, Kang. Your current actions will only cause greater destruction. You cannot jump to conclusions about something that hasn't happened yet. Adam Warlock shielded Korvac. Can you absolutely confirm that Korvac is the one causing the crisis? The energy readings are identical to the energy levels on him, there's no doubt he is responsible. Although the entire 2015 timeline was inaccessible, preventing Kang from having concrete evidence that Korvac was the culprit, various circumstantial pieces of evidence pointed to him. Unfortunately, Korvac possessed the power to break through time's constraints. With him present, Kang couldn't resolve the issue. And so, Kang simply vanished, leaving behind a solemn Thor and a frustrated Adam Warlock. He wouldn't even negotiate. Adam sighed helplessly, feeling quite exasperated by Kang the Conqueror's behavior. But since they couldn't catch him, they had no choice but to return to Puerto Rico to deal with the immediate problem. While Thor and the others were intercepting Korvac, Peter had already called for new external help. Not the Avengers, while capable of dealing with the Cosmic Cube and Kang the Conqueror, weren't enough. Facing a 31st century cosmic entity and 31st century divine artifacts, they needed other cosmic entities to handle the situation. By the time Thor and Adam Warlock returned, the Fantastic Four's supersonic airship had already arrived at Puerto Rico. They descended slowly alongside Thor. "Is this the reinforcement you called?" Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. Gwen looked at the descending airship and asked curiously, "Can he handle 31st century technology?" "I don't know, but if the smartest man in the world can't solve this problem, then no one else can." Carol, who was watching Gwen and Peter chat, glanced at Cindy, whose lower face was covered, and a daring idea formed in her mind. I saw that girl on the bus, she's one of the students visiting. Do you think Spider-Man might also be a high school student? A high school student, so what? Marvel, who was asked the question, looked at Carol confusedly, then seemed to understand something. Wait, you're not planning to investigate Spider-Man's true identity, are you? How would that help? I just can't believe we might be relying on high school students to save the world. Note, in the comics, Kong usually rules the 40th century, but the century was changed to the 31st century here, along with Korvac, to narrow the technology gap and unify some non-essential settings. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 241, Let Them Witness It, Godstick D. Hey, Webhead. Human Torch, Johnny, was full of his usual fiery enthusiasm, greeting Peter with a hug. Peter didn't mind, feeling that Johnny had always been friendly to him, perhaps since that incident where Mysterio nearly burned him to death. Aside from being a little simple-minded, the guy was generally decent. I don't like him. It'd be strange if a symbiote liked a walking, talking Human Torch. Excuse me, Johnny, could you ask Spider-Man to come over here for a moment? I need some help from people who understand science, thanks. Reed's comment caused Johnny to shrug his shoulders in annoyance. Hearing the request, Marvel walked over with curiosity. Excuse me, I consider myself something of a scientist as well. Perhaps I can be of assistance. Oh, I've heard of you. Welcome, welcome. I was just looking forward to learning about the technological level of the Kree Empire. Reed smiled, completely unfazed by the fact that Marvel was supposedly an alien spy. Of course, Marvel wasn't really much of a spy. The reason he was assigned the mission to contact the Inhumans, which even the Kree Empire thought was a lost cause, was to slack off at work. His time on Earth was his chance to relax and goof off. As long as the Inhumans weren't confirmed to be non-existent, he could keep staying, pretending to be an Earth scientist and helping them with what amounted to elementary school homework. As Thor dropped Korvac, carrying him with Korg, the Fantastic Four's Fantastic Car's scanning device immediately scanned Korvac. Reed, with zero sense of personal space, stretched his head, only his head, out in front of Korvac. After a careful look, he returned to review the data reports. He is an entity composed purely of energy. What we are seeing now is merely the phenomenon of that energy solidifying in reality, which is quite fascinating. This energy is constantly dissipating and transforming. The Kree Empire once tried to study the energy source of the cosmic cube but learned nothing, Marvel said, manipulating a projected console. He doubted Reed Richards could discover anything, yet Reed, after looking at the report for a moment, said quite matter-of-factly, there is no energy source. No energy source. Then where is the energy coming from? From the multiverse. No, that's not quite right, either. The vibrational frequency in his body indicates that he does belong to our universe, but because he is pure energy, upon entering this universe, he immediately became a part of our universe's laws of physics. That is extremely clever. Reed Richards adjusted his glasses, speaking words that were almost incomprehensible to those around him. As he spoke, he pulled up the data from his past investigation into the Tesseract, which he had done at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s request. I once studied the Tesseract, and it bears a slight resemblance to the cosmic cube. Now it appears that his human form and the Tesseract's essence are the same. They are both a container, an enclosure. Their nature is to protect the item within. The cosmic cube started as a simple cube, someone interjected. I believe Dr. Richards means that the cosmic cube, whether in Korvac's current body or in its cube form, is just an outer shell, an enclosure. Peter took over for Reed, then asked Marvel, I'm guessing someone in the Kree Empire once tried to replicate the cosmic cube but failed, right? Marvel did not answer, but the result was obvious. The Kree Empire had indeed tried to create their own cosmic cube and failed. When the Tesseract is activated and outputs energy, the surrounding dark matter changes. This suggests that the Tesseract, or rather the Infinity Stones, fundamentally draw energy from within this universe. While they are powerful and mysterious, from an energy observation perspective, they are still matter of this universe. That's also why the Infinity Stones release gamma rays. They are undergoing decay. The cosmic cube, however, released no radioactive materials and caused no change in dark matter. This meant that the Infinity Stone's power came from within the universe, while the cosmic cube's power came from outside the universe. Perhaps we need your ability, Spider-Man. We need you to tear open a rift in the multiverse to see where this power is actually coming from. The best location would be the Baxter Building, Reed mused, stroking his chin. Then he suddenly realized something. Perhaps that's it. Doctor, what is it? Peter looked at Reed. Reed rapidly ran calculations on the console, then shouted at Korvac, Mr. Korvac. Care to take a few steps? Everyone. Just 2 steps, please, thank you. Korvac, confused, took 2 steps. Reed then smiled and enlarged the projected data. It's confirmed. When Korvac moves, the Einstein-Rosen bridge effect actually occurs. The surrounding gravitational constant changes, but is immediately corrected by himself. Reed proudly displayed his results. The so-called cosmic cube is actually a wormhole, a spatial rift, protected by some kind of container. The energy from that other universe is constantly leaking and overflowing. This energy is extremely powerful, which is why it can manipulate reality. Because of this, the method for sending Korvac home is very simple. He can go back on his own. He himself is a spatial rift. Everyone looked back at Korvac, who nervously shook his head. No, I can't do it. I've tried, I can't do it. According to Kree Empire records, Korvac's current personality is incomplete. We first need to help him construct a complete personality before he can send himself back, Marvell said, amazed by Reed's abilities. He had, however, already stated how to get Korvac back. The problem now was how to give him a complete personality. In the distance, to avoid detection by Spider-Man and Korvac, Kang the Conqueror observed everything with a drone. He had heard Reed Richards' explanation of the cosmic cube's essence, and an idea sparked in his mind. He quickly returned to his empire. Retrieve all reports on spatial theory from the 21st century onwards. Study how to repair the issue of a cosmic rift. Kang returned to his throne and ordered his subordinates. This might take months, or even years, of research, but it didn't matter. He was Kang the Conqueror. While only a second passed for Spider-Man and his friends, he had infinite time to accomplish all of this. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 242, There's Always a Way. While Reed and the others were still discussing how to perfect the mind of Korvac, Kang began frantically accumulating technology in his own kingdom. Fortunately, he had an endless supply of time. He could spend decades completing his research, while only a second passed for Spider-Man. Thus, in the very next moment, Kang the Conqueror appeared before them. Once again, this new, not quite enemy but persistent figure had arrived. He was dressed, as always, in his boldly purple battle armor, seated on his throne, and addressing the superheroes before him with his declaration. Avengers, the Great Kang thanks you for your contribution, but now, the Great Kang has completed your task. Kang the Conqueror once again took out his small pistol and aimed it at Korvac. This weapon will stitch up the spatial rift caused by this variable, filling the world completely. Now, Avengers, stand down. Wait, we haven't verified the consequences of closing the rift from the outside. Reed Richards shouted almost instinctively, but it was too late to stop Kang the Conqueror from deploying his secret weapon. However, just as the beam was about to hit Korvac, a strand of web stuck to Korvac's back, yanking him away and dodging Kang's shot. First, why do you refer to yourself in the third person? Second, why do you put the Great in front of your name? Peter shielded Korvac. And third question, don't you get tired of talking like that all the time? You are resisting pointlessly, Spider-Man. I'm already sick of your unannounced appearances, Kang. Kang said no more, simply raising his small pistol. A green light flashed from the barrel. In that instant, Adam Warlock, sensing a peculiar fluctuation, cried out in surprise, "What? It's the time stone." The time stone in Kang's hand. Somehow that doesn't feel all that surprising. Peter's thought process lasted only a moment before he realized Kang had vanished. He reappeared behind them and fired a shot at Korvac. But the situation Kang imagined, where Korvac utterly disappeared and the crisis was averted, did not happen. On the contrary, what occurred was far beyond Kang's wildest expectation. A brilliant energy erupted from Korvac's entire body, exploding in an instant. Kang, and everyone else present, was covered by the fierce light almost simultaneously. Only Spider-Man's and Adam Warlock's warnings were delivered in time. Then, with a blinding flash of light, everything was annihilated, as if nothing had ever existed. I'm still alive. Gwen woke up to find herself lying in a grassy field. The surroundings felt familiar, like the lawn in Central Park, but somehow different. Her clothing had transformed into the suit she had designed for herself, the one that might never have become real, except this suit was black, more ferocious, and looked very dangerous. Of course, you're still alive. A voice appeared inexplicably in Gwen's mind. After a moment, Gwen realized what she was wearing and greeted the voice awkwardly. Hey, you're Venom, right? I heard Peter talk about you. So, what happened? Gwen tried hard to recall the events. When Thor went after Korvac, Peter wanted to persuade Gwen to leave, but Gwen wanted to stay and watch. So, Korvac arrived, then a guy in purple appeared, and then Korvac seemed to explode. So, did Peter have Venom cover her at the moment of the explosion to protect her? Where's Peter? Is he all right? I don't know, but he should still be alive. Venom was mostly certain Peter was alive for no particular reason other than sheer intuition. As for where they were, even Venom didn't know. The instant of the explosion, they were transported here, to this unfamiliar patch of grass. Gwen walked a few steps in the symbiote suit and uttered a wow, because this lawn wasn't just like Central Park, it was Central Park. After a few more steps, she could see Manhattan. So where was she? Had she been teleported back to Manhattan? It didn't seem quite right. The New York she remembered from 2012 didn't have the Twin Towers. Hey, what are you doing there? A police officer appeared and shouted at Gwen. Gwen paused for a moment before choosing to run quickly. She was astonished to find her running speed was incredibly fast, almost keeping pace with cars driving down the street. When a car at an intersection zoomed toward her, she sensed something and instinctively leaped, landing gracefully on the glass facade of a tall building. Whoa! Gwen was stunned by herself. Looking at her suited reflection in the glass, she curiously asked, "Are these Peter's powers?" Almost a one-to-one replication. Cool, but where is Peter? Do you know? Venom genuinely didn't know. It wasn't Cindy Moon, it couldn't sense Peter's location anywhere and everywhere. Gwen clumsily swung on a web, stealing a newspaper from a newsstand. This was the fastest way for her to figure out where she was and who was around. She climbed to the top of a skyscraper with the newspaper, surveying the entire Manhattan landscape. Something seriously off. There's no Avengers Tower, no Baxter Building, but there's an Oscorp building. Why is there an Oscorp building? Don't know. Gwen sat on the rooftop and unfolded the newspaper. Spider-Man saves New York City. Spider-Man defeated the Vulture again in last night's battle, preventing the heinous evil scientist from releasing poison gas into the air. New York's hero protects his city once more, reported by J. Jonah Jameson. What bizarre parallel universe is this? Did I travel to another universe? Gwen tilted her head and put the newspaper away. After a moment of thought, she decided to check out the Spider-Man of this world. It looked like this world's Peter had been Spider-Man for several years. Maybe if she found him, she could find a way back. Peter Parker had always been a smart person. No matter what the situation, there's always a way. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, What? It's Spider-Man. If Spider-Man were still Peter Parker, he would undoubtedly live at 20 Ingram Street in Forest Hills, Queens. After telling Venom to hide, Gwen took the subway all the way back. On the way, she glanced at her own house. It felt like it had been abandoned for a long time. Out of curiosity, she went to her house before going to the Parkers but found the key was different. Thankfully, Venom's liquid form allowed her to pick the lock easily, and she slipped inside. She then discovered that the Parkers' neighbors were no longer the Stasis. Apart from the room layout, there was no trace of her or her father having lived there. After searching carefully twice, she quickly slipped out before anyone noticed. She learned her lesson and used the spider abilities granted by Venom to sneak up to the second floor of the Parkers' house. The area seemed very different. She slipped through Peter's bedroom window, only to find the room had been turned into a storeroom, almost entirely stacked with boxes. Okay, well, at least this is still the Parkers' house. Finding some of Peter's old toys, Gwen sighed. But the question remained, where was Peter Parker? The house is empty now. Huh? Is that so? Gwen tiptoed down to the first floor. The layout here hadn't changed much. Photos of the Parker family were on the wall. She saw some pictures of Uncle Ben and Aunt May looking much older, photos she'd never seen before, but they were smiling happily. Gwen placed her hand in front of the photos, scanning through them one by one. There were pictures of Peter, not just the current Peter she remembered, but also an older Peter. Besides those, there was a picture of herself and Peter together. Her hand stopped. The photo of her and Peter wasn't an ordinary one, it was a wedding photo. Oh, this is a parallel universe, right? Gwen, relax, it's just a parallel universe. Gwen took a deep breath and stepped back. So, the Peter and I of this world got married when we grew up, and, they must have moved out. Uncle Ben and Aunt May used to live here, but they don't live here now, right? Venom remained silent, just watching Gwen finish her performance. Only after she fled the Parker house and began swinging away on a web did Venom speak up. Do you like Peter? Gwen nearly hit a wall, quickly switching webs before she regained her composure. Me? I don't know. We're really good friends. We've known each other since we were kids. We were neighbors after his parents died, so we know each other pretty well. If you asked me about dating Peter or something, I guess I'd say I don't hate the idea. Gwen was a bit flustered, swinging aimlessly through Manhattan. But then, the spider sense that Venom provided screamed, and Gwen quickly dodged. Whoa there, Mississippi. I didn't know you were so nimble. A slightly more mature, yet still familiar voice drifted over. Swinging beside her was an obviously older, more mature Spider-Man. He tried to stop Gwen while saying, "I'm sorry, miss, but a symbiote isn't something to play with." "What?" "I'm not." In just a few seconds, Gwen realized what was happening. She quickly landed on a nearby wall and waved her hand. "Hey, I'm not a bad guy." "Maybe, but you definitely don't know what you've attached yourself to, Mississippi." Spider-Man landed next to her. Gwen was speechless for a moment, but quickly figured out what to do. As she pulled down the mask of her symbiote suit, she said, "All right, but you're not going to believe this." Gwen took off her mask, looking at the bewildered adult version of Spider-Man in front of her. "I'm Gwen Stacy from another world." When Cindy Moon woke up, she couldn't believe what had happened to her body. She had grown taller, or rather, older. No, that wasn't right. She felt like she'd had a dream about when she was still in high school. She climbed out of bed. She was now living alone in an apartment in New York. A photo of her and Peter hung on the wall. She quickly made herself breakfast. The doorbell rang. She opened the door to find Peter holding some drinks. "Morning, Cindy. Want to eat breakfast together?" "He's here. I can sense him." That was all Cindy Moon could feel for just a moment. But quickly, she snapped out of it and sharply questioned the Peter Parker in front of her. "Where is he?" "Hey, baby, what's wrong? What happened? Where is he?" Cindy swung a punch filled with anger, but she hit nothing. The moment she threw the punch, she reappeared, now back to her high school self, on a beautiful field. The field was covered with plants she'd never seen before. The morning sun hung to one side, illuminating everything in this world. Cindy looked around in confusion. She could feel Peter wasn't far away, but she couldn't see him. She looked around and saw a golden figure collapsed on the ground. It was the alien named Adam. Cindy seemed to grasp something. She ran over and helped Adam up. Adam appeared relatively conscious but was extremely weak. You woke up." Adam looked at Cindy in surprise. Cindy, in silence, asked him in return, "What happened? Where is this place?" "This is inside the Soul Stone. The Soul Stone holds a pocket universe that can sustain life." Adam began to explain what had happened. Kong tried to destroy Korvac, but he failed. The intense power leaked out, and that power could easily kill all of us. So I urgently used the power of the Soul Stone to teleport everyone inside. Also, this is a chance to help Korvac complete his personality. The Soul Stone can see through a person's heart and desires, constructing the best world you can imagine. I hoped Korvac could use these worlds to perfect his personality. I didn't expect you to wake up so quickly. The heart's desired world. So, the world she was just in was just her fantasy. Feeling a little regretful for having destroyed that world, Cindy blushed and pulled up her mask before asking Adam. "Then what should we do next? I need to maintain this world here. You must do me a favor. I brought Kong the Conqueror in too. You must stop him from finding Korvac and causing secondary destruction." Cindy sensed the location of Peter Parker, then nodded. She had to find Peter. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, The Other Me in This World. The Peter of this world was teaching at Empire State University, ESU, which was pretty consistent with Gwen's perception of Peter. Aside from being a university professor and a scientist, Gwen wasn't sure what else Peter should be doing. And Empire State University looked exactly the same as it had a few years ago when Gwen and Peter visited. If you didn't genuinely look like a teenager, I'd think my Gwen had been possessed by a symbiote. The older Peter, having changed his clothes, said this as he led Gwen into the university's internal hallway. Gwen, slightly curious, asked, "Wait. You don't have a symbiote suit?" "I sent my symbiote suit back." "That's suspicious." Venom's sudden interjection made Gwen freeze, then she countered, "Why do you say that?" "No reason." No reason. Was it no reason for Venom to leave Peter, or no reason for Peter to abandon Venom? And no such scientific technology. "I thought sending you back wouldn't be very difficult. This universe doesn't have Tony Stark, nor does it have Reed Richards, unless you think Norman Osborn can do it." Gwen wanted to argue, but couldn't find a reason, so she sighed in frustration. The older Peter stopped at the door of an office. After knocking, he looked at the person who opened the door and said, "Gwen, you'll never guess who I met today." "Wait. Who is he calling?" Gwen looked at the person opposite the door in surprise. Dressed in a white lab coat, it was undoubtedly a future Gwen Stacy. A few minutes later. "I don't know much about parallel universes. I can only say, based on the information you've heard, we should analyze the problem as much as possible." The older Peter said this while turning on his computer. Gwen wasn't particularly clear on the matter of the multiverse either. She only knew one thing: Peter had mentioned that different multiverses possess their own unique, vibrational frequency, which Reed Richards used for analysis and calculation. As for Gwen, she honestly didn't understand science, so she stood aside with her older self. As they watched the older Peter busy himself, Gwen heard her older self ask, "So, how's your progress coming along?" "Huh? What progress?" "You and Peter." The older Gwen countered curiously, "What, you haven't made any progress at all?" We're not like that yet." Gwen stammered and shook her head. The older Gwen simply picked up her coffee, took a sip, and then asked, "So, have you thought about what you want your future boyfriend to be like?" "No, why?" "Maybe you can try to imagine what type of person you like in your heart." Gwen looked at her older self, saying nothing. Both of them knew the answer, but Gwen didn't want to say it. Or, look at it the other way, think about where else you could find someone better than him if you let the chance slip away. We're only 15, we haven't even graduated high school. We have plenty of time. Gwen mumbled defensively, shrugging her shoulders, not planning to continue the topic. The older Gwen didn't press further, merely standing beside her. After a good while longer, Gwen finally countered, don't you sometimes feel powerless?" "Are you referring to how we don't have superpowers and can't help Peter?" "Yeah. We have many ways to help Peter, it doesn't necessarily mean fighting side by side with him. Sometimes, the most important thing is simply letting him know that he has someone supporting him." Gwen received an unexpected, yet not entirely surprising, answer. She watched her older self hand her a cup of coffee. "He might be more vulnerable than you think, perhaps not as resilient as you imagine. He hasn't experienced many failures yet, hasn't lost many people he couldn't save, but one day, he might. When a person is beaten down too many times, when he feels that nothing he does will have a good outcome, when someone who wants to help others is about to despair. I'd tell him to give up." The older Gwen looked at her younger self in surprise, but Gwen's expression was firm. "No one ever said this world absolutely has to have a Spider-Man, and no one said this has to be his burden to carry. If all this is going to break Peter, then I won't support him. What if the world gets destroyed because of it? If the safety of the world has to rest on the shoulders of one person, that only means there's something wrong with this world." "There is something wrong with this world to begin with," Gwen added internally. This wasn't about the topic itself, but because during the previous conversation, her older self wasn't talking about the Peter Parker of her universe, but Gwen's own. As for other aspects, well, Peter didn't seem to actively try to get closer to other girls anyway, so if something were to happen. "Don't you know Cindy kissed him?" "What?" The sudden outburst made both the older Gwen and Peter look over. Gwen quickly recovered and tried to cover her mistake. "I just thought of something, sorry, please continue." Gwen walked quietly to one side and fiercely confronted Venom. "When was this?" "Late September. I hadn't even escaped from the lab yet. He never told me. He and Cindy are both pretty awkward now. They barely talk, though I suspect they didn't talk much to begin with." "What are you going to do, talk to him? Or talk to Cindy?" What can I even talk about?" Gwen wasn't sure if she was angry or what she should even do. In the midst of the confusion, her head throbbed painfully from her spider sense. She instinctively executed a roll, and immediately afterward, the lab's glass window shattered. The older Peter instantly took a combat stance. But the person who burst in was not an enemy. It was a girl who looked to be only 15 or 16, wearing a black-limbed, white torso web-patterned suit, with a red mask covering the lower half of her face. Gwen was utterly stunned when she saw this suddenly appearing, familiar but not too familiar classmate. Cindy Moon. Cindy looked over, confused, seemingly wondering why Gwen was here. As for Venom, who had been escalating the situation and enjoying the drama, he had only one thought at this moment. "Oh boy, we're screwed. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 245, An Illusion." When did it happen? Cindy stood up. After seeing the older versions of Gwen and Peter, and the identical lab coats they wore, she understood what was happening. She just didn't quite grasp why there were two Gwen Stasis. "Peter isn't here." Gwen was about to say something but suddenly understood Cindy's meaning. She asked with a hint of curiosity, "Wait, can you travel through the multiverse too? This isn't a parallel universe. This is a pocket universe generated by the Soul Stone based on the thoughts and wishes in everyone's hearts. It's not a new parallel universe. Based on the thoughts and wishes in everyone's hearts." "Wait." Gwen, realizing something, opened her mouth to ask a question, but Cindy simply glanced around and added, "I have to find Peter. Peter must be here too." Understanding this, Gwen decided not to ask the question she had planned. She took a deep breath, let Venom transform into the symbiote suit, and put it on. She explained to Cindy, whose eyes held some surprise, "Peter let Venom come to protect me. So the Peter in this universe doesn't have venom, not because he really sent venom back, but because this pocket universe doesn't have venom. That's why there's no Baxter Building or Avengers Tower here. I've never been to the Baxter Building, and I've only been to the Avengers Tower once. As for Oscorp Tower, I went there for the Oscorp Tech Exhibition. Speaking of which, why didn't Venom enter the world of his dreams? I think things are great now. Well, you can't give a dream to a salted fish who thinks they have no more needs. Gwen scratched her head after roughly understanding. She looked at the older versions of herself and Peter behind her. She wasn't sure if the two of them had grasped the situation, but the older Peter took off his lab coat, revealing the uniform underneath. "It sounds like you two need help, right?" he asked. "So, when do we leave?" Cindy looked at Gwen. After a moment of contemplation, Gwen extended her hand. If this was a dream, then everything would end once the dream broke. The next moment, the entirety of Manhattan vanished. The two girls reappeared in a blank grassland. The plants here were unlike any Gwen had ever seen, rendered in purple and blue, not looking like Earth flora. Whose mind universe is this now? Adam Warlock. That little golden man, he's the owner of the Soul Stone, Cindy said. She then stood on her toes and reached out a hand, seeming to be fumbling for something. Gwen waited beside her. If the previous one was her inner universe, then was her ideal. Was it being able to help Peter? Yes, that must be it. You can fool others, but don't fool yourself. Shut up, Venom. Patting her slightly flushed face, Gwen coughed twice and asked, can I ask what you experienced, classmate Moon? You don't have to say anything if you don't want to. The same as you. Well, she answered very directly. I sensed that the person in front of me wasn't actually Peter, so I broke the whole thing open, Cindy said calmly. Then, seeming to grasp something, she tore down the space itself, like pulling down a curtain. The girls' clothes changed back to normal casual wear, and they reappeared on the streets of Manhattan. Cindy felt the surroundings and said with certainty, Peter is here. Okay, Manhattan again, but where do we find Peter? Cindy raised her hand. Gwen followed Cindy's gaze and saw the advertising slogan on a large screen. Parker Industries, bringing you life, innovation, and a better tomorrow. Parker Industries was a high-tech company jointly founded by young entrepreneur and scientist Peter Parker and his high school classmates Harry Osborn and Amadeus Cho. This company had a very peculiar, even alternative, characteristic. They publicly disclosed all their patents to the world, relying solely on higher quality and cheaper products for profit instead of relying on patent fees. Publicly disclosing all patents for free, like Tesla did with his AC patents, is certainly something he would do. Gwen said, then unskillfully swung on a web, following Cindy to the Parker Industries tower. It was a building she had never seen before, located somewhere in Hell's Kitchen. They sneaked over the fence and crept forward in a corner. Cindy stopped and tilted her head, looking at the security booth at the entrance. A particularly tall doorman was chatting with an employee driving in, then let them drive through. That's Alexei Sitsovic. Cindy's words made Gwen pause, and she asked back, confused, who is that? The Rhino. A man with advanced bionic protective skin implanted. Peter fought him. And he's here now, working as a security guard. Huh, interesting. The two girls continued talking while sneaking into the building. The receptionist completely failed to notice the two girls clinging to the ceiling and quietly snatching two intern IDs from the front desk using webbing. Afterward, the two girls each stole an intern's lab coat and strolled in boldly. Where are we going? Peter's office. I don't know. Cindy's answer surprised the slightly expectant Gwen, who then questioned back in disbelief, how can you not know? Aren't you supposed to be able to sense his presence? He's definitely here, but he's flickering, like Schrodinger's cat, in a superposition. What does that mean? Peter is here and not here at the same time. Having no choice, the two took the elevator to the top-floor CEO's office. On the way, the elevator stopped, and a black researcher walked in with a smile, greeted the two girls, and then got off on his floor. That's Herman Schultz. The shocker. Gwen lifted her hair. She remembered this person, he was the first supervillain Peter faced. Yet, like the Rhino, he was working at Parker Industries. I checked the news on the way here. This world has superheroes, but absolutely no supervillains. Everyone lives in peace. Essentially, the superheroes haven't caused any global interference. And all the supervillains have become ordinary people. They got the life they wanted. Shocker became a famous scientist, and the Rhino. I don't know why he was a villain, Gwen sighed. This is the world Peter wants. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, The Perfect World. After arriving at the predetermined floor, they saw Quentin Beck, the great director, just emerging from an office. He was excitedly muttering to himself, having secured project approval. This genius of the special effects world was reportedly sponsored by Parker Industries to write, direct, and star in a movie with explosive special effects. Mysterio, Rhino, Shocker, they all got what they wanted. Or rather, what Peter knew they wanted, Cindy said, approaching Peter's office. She knocked, but when there was no response, she used her superhuman strength and kicked the door right open. The office was empty. I can sense Peter is here, but he isn't. Gwen walked nonchalantly to Peter's desk, finding only a framed photo of him with Uncle Ben and Aunt May, and another with his best friends, Harry and Amadeus. Where's mine? Looks like he doesn't have any plans to date yet. Gwen put down the photos of Peter and his buddies. Cindy also glanced over and suddenly asked, somewhat worriedly, do you think he might not like girls? You're overthinking it. I saw him collecting Anne Hathaway posters, Gwen shrugged. As his childhood friend, she was certain Peter's orientation was completely normal. He just doesn't have time to think about dating right now or he doesn't know who to choose, Gwen mumbled under her breath. Cindy gave her a look, and the two continued their search. Scorpion was still a private detective here, but he had long been sentenced to death for murder. Furthermore, Gwen was shocked to see that Flash Thompson, Carl King, had died in a car accident. I can't believe Peter hated Flash Thompson that much. Didn't he tell you? Gwen paused, then asked, incredulously, are you saying Peter had something to do with Flash Thompson's disappearance? It was Flash Thompson who put that spider on Peter's neck. You should know about that. Peter swatted it off, and then that same spider bit my ankle. Cindy recounted the events to Gwen. I crushed that spider, but Flash Thompson picked it up. He later ate the spider and turned into some kind of spider swarm monster. He ate a lot of people and wanted to eat Peter and replace him. I didn't know any of this, Gwen said with a touch of remorse. It wasn't because Peter hadn't told her, but because she was worried about Peter's state. No matter how much of a bully Flash Thompson was, he was still Peter and Gwen's high school classmate. They knew him. Killing someone you know. I was the one who killed him in the end. Seemingly understanding what Gwen was about to say, Cindy stated the situation preemptively. Although the process was very different from what Gwen imagined, it was still the truth. The two fell into silence for a moment and continued to search for possible clues. If Peter wasn't here right now, where was he? Crucially, Cindy's sense was very clear, Peter Parker should definitely be in this place. Suddenly, both heard footsteps and instinctively hid. They opened the window and scaled the wall, listening as the footsteps entered Peter's office. A rare, almost unheard sound followed. How strange. Mr. Parker is clearly not here, yet the office door is open. Who is that? Gwen, who wasn't very familiar with all the supervillains Peter had fought, naturally assumed the newcomer was another potential supervillain Peter had reformed. However, to Gwen's surprise, Cindy also looked confused. She didn't know who this new person was or where they had come from. After listening for a while in confusion, the two decided to peek through the window to see who had arrived. It was a slightly short, middle-aged doctor. When Cindy saw him, she finally realized, that looks like Otto Octavius. Who is that? Venom provided the answer at the opportune moment. Dr. Octopus. The evil scientist who studied the symbiote. A total bad guy. Well, at least Peter didn't think he was beyond saving, and even gave him a job. Wait a minute. While Cindy was still observing, Gwen flipped right through the window, startling Otto Octavius. Oh my goodness, are you some new superheroes who popped out of nowhere? Yes, we are looking for Spider-Man. We can locate him right here, Doctor, Gwen said with a smile to the stout doctor, pointing toward Peter's office chair. But we can't find him. He seems to exist here, yet he doesn't exist here. Otto Octavius adjusted his glasses. All right, ladies, follow me. Oh my goodness. Cindy, who flipped over the window next, startled Otto again. He adjusted his glasses once more, clutching his heart, and led the two Spider-Women to his laboratory. Looking at the standard and expensive equipment inside the lab, Gwen leaned toward Cindy and asked, unsure, are you sure this is truly the world that everyone's soul desires? That's what the little golden man said. Then this is too realistic. How can I not create a lab this realistic? While complaining under her breath, Gwen waited for Otto, or rather, the Dr. Octopus of Peter's memory, to provide an explanation. After thinking carefully, he explained, all right, after hearing your description, I performed some calculations. The conclusion is that if Spider-Man suddenly disappeared, then based on current inferences, he is not in a quantum state. Otherwise, even if you couldn't touch him, you should still be able to see him. But we can't find him, Doctor. That is precisely what I was going to say. Otto Octavius adjusted his glasses again. Your ability to sense Spider-Man transcends time and space, Miss Silk. Neither the barriers between multiverses nor other obstacles can prevent you from sensing him, so your perception is correct, he is undoubtedly here. But the problem is that your perception only involves the 3 dimensions of space, not time. Therefore, Spider-Man must not be in the same time. The one you can sense is the future or past Spider-Man. Cindy and Gwen exchanged glances, and in an instant, they understood exactly what was happening. Peter was fighting Kong the Conqueror. An important announcement, time to write our own novel. Hello everyone. Thank you all so much for your support, it truly helps me keep going. I have some exciting news. After translating many fanfics, I've decided it's time to start writing my own novels. I plan to begin with a new fanfic. I'm currently thinking of either the Avatar, The Last Airbender or Dolu Adali universe, featuring a neutral protagonist. That is exactly what I meant by neutral protagonist. This refers to the character's alignment. A neutral protagonist is not strictly bound by concepts of absolute good or evil, nor are they necessarily tied to law or chaos. Their actions are generally motivated by their own survival, personal goals, or a desire for balance, operating in a morally gray area. Once I've written a few fanfics and gained more experience, I can then move on to developing my own original novel soon after. If you want a direct hand in shaping the main character's destiny and giving input, be sure to join the poll. I've launched a poll on my P@T Rayon page. How you can participate. 1. Head over to our P@T Rayon page and become a member. Don't worry, even those with a free membership can join the poll and share their input. 2. Select any option you desire in the poll. 3. Leave a comment on the poll post or send me a DM if you have any specific thoughts or ideas. P@Trian Hongmeng Z. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, The Bound Ones. Peter Parker currently lacked the symbiote suit, and without Venom's help, his power level had dramatically decreased, or rather, it had returned to the expected level of Spider-Man. And the opponent he faced was Kong the Conqueror. The resilience of your soul freed you from the illusion, but it has brought about your destruction, Spider-Man. Kong the Conqueror looked at the exhausted Peter with a self-assured, even arrogant smile. You also cannot stop me from thoroughly eradicating the threat of the cosmic cube. Give up. I am fighting to save the entire multiverse. As Kong said, Peter's current situation was, in a sense, self-inflicted. The Soul Stone had created the world each person's soul desired and completely absorbed Korvac. The cosmic cube's energy was temporarily sealed within the Soul Stone. Among the individuals enveloped, a few were special. Cindy was one, waking up because she realized the Peter in front of her wasn't the real one. But Cindy wasn't the first to wake up. The earliest were Peter and Kong the Conqueror. Kong woke up entirely due to the power of the Time Stone, allowing his thoughts to break free from the constraints of spacetime. Peter, on the other hand, was protected by the Spider Totem, preventing the Soul Stone from affecting his mind. He realized his predicament almost instantly. Peter then began trying to communicate with the theoretically ubiquitous Korvac. He succeeded, and the dispersed energy reformed into Korvac, albeit without sentience. This, however, attracted Kong the Conqueror. Fortunately, within the Soul Stone, even the Time Stone's power was restricted and couldn't be fully utilized. When Kong attempted to use the Time Stone to abduct Korvac and Peter, the Soul Stone exerted its power. Kong only had time to transport Peter and Korvac to another point in time before the Time Stone's power was restricted to affecting only the user. To save the entire multiverse, you can abandon the current Earth. Your actions just now nearly destroyed the entire world, and you don't even consider the possibility of Reed Richards sending Korvac back. Peter looked at Kong the Conqueror and retorted dismissively. The villain spoke grandly about saving the universe and Korvac being a multiversal threat. In reality, Kong simply didn't care about 21st century Earth. All he wanted to do was preserve his own 31st century. He didn't even entertain the possibility of Reed Richards and Adam Warlock succeeding, believing only he could achieve success, even if it meant blowing up 21st century Earth. In that case, Spider-Man, I'll take you out first, and then eliminate Korvac. The exposed Kong was not angered. As he spoke, he used the Time Stone to push his speed to the absolute limit, attempting to bypass Peter, who was trying to protect Korvac, who was currently stunned, trying to complete his personality using fragments from different people's souls. Therefore, Peter's task was simple: stall. Stall until Korvac fully awakened. At that point, a cosmic cube who could control his abilities would surely find defeating Kong to be a walk in the park. Peter barely dodged Kang's attack using his spider sense and just managed to land a punch, which cracked Kang's faceplate. As the crack automatically regenerated, Peter quickly turned invisible and hid. When Kong lost sight of Spider-Man, he activated the analysis device on his faceplate to pierce through Spider-Man's cloaking. But he still couldn't see Spider-Man. Because Peter had hidden on the back of Kang's chair. Yes, even having traveled into the Soul Stone, Kong still brought his chair. Peter conveniently stuck himself to the chair's back and then extended his sinful hands, channeling a massive surge of bioelectricity directly through the chair and into Kang's entire body. You primitive, you think lightning can penetrate my defenses? Kong the Conqueror's battle armor was naturally immune to lightning. He grabbed Peter, his voice sharp with interrogation, but Peter merely looked at him nonchalantly. At least I didn't have to wait for you to stop, right? And with that, he punched Kong in the face. We have to find Reed Richards. Emerging from Peter's perfect world, Cindy knew exactly what she needed to do and who to find. In Peter's perfect world, even Dr. Octopus, whom Peter admitted was incredibly smart, had no means to achieve time travel. In other words, in this situation, conventional methods were obsolete. To travel to other points in time within the Soul Stone space, they needed a different approach. They first found Adam Warlock, but unfortunately, the Golden Warlock was extremely weak. The Soul Stone was a part of his body, but now, another Infinity Stone and an entire Cosmic Cube were within the Soul Stone. He was as weak and powerless as if he had indigestion, unable to help much. The only thing he could do was guide them into other people's pocket universes to wake up more people for help. So, they had to find Reed Richards, hoping that the smartest man in the world could somehow build a time machine within his dream world and then return to Peter's pocket universe to take them to Peter. I will guide you to the entrances of those pocket universes, but I am very weak now and cannot clearly see whose universe each one belongs to. I hope you can successfully find the person you need. This little golden man looks incredibly powerful, yet he's completely useless, Gwen grumbled after bidding farewell to Adam Warlock. Cindy remained silent. A fissure appeared before them, and the two girls stepped through. Gwen looked at the surrounding streetscape, which she had only ever seen in movies and music videos about the 1980s. She scratched her head, very certain, I'm sure this isn't Reed Richards' dream world. The question is, whose is it? Cindy didn't know either. They heard a voice that sounded vaguely familiar, rhythmically singing. Hey, what's the matter with your head? Yeah. A smiling Peter Quill jogged down the street, pushing a shopping cart filled with children's toys, listening to the classic tune, Come and Get Your Love, on his Walkman as he passed the two girls. Gwen and Cindy watched his retreating back, silent. Should we wake him up too? Gwen asked uncertainly. Cindy hesitated for a moment and then nodded. An important announcement, time to write our own novel. Hello everyone. Thank you all so much for your support, it truly helps me keep going. I have some exciting news. After translating many fanfics, I've decided it's time to start writing my own novels. I plan to begin with a new fanfic. I'm currently thinking of either the Avatar, The Last Airbender or Doluwadali universe, featuring a neutral protagonist. That is exactly what I meant by neutral protagonist, this refers to the character's alignment. A neutral protagonist is not strictly bound by concepts of absolute good or evil, nor are they necessarily tied to law or chaos. Their actions are generally motivated by their own survival, personal goals, or a desire for balance, operating in a morally gray area. Once I've written a few fanfics and gained more experience, I can then move on to developing my own original novel soon after. If you want a direct hand in shaping the main character's destiny and giving input, be sure to join the poll. I've launched a poll on my P@T Rayon page. How you can participate. 1. Head over to our P@T Rayon page and become a member. Don't worry, even those with a free membership can join the poll and share their input. 2. Select any option you desire in the poll. 3. Leave a comment on the poll post or send me a DM if you have any specific thoughts or ideas. P@Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Go Wake Up Everyone. Mom, I'm home. Peter Quill wheeled a cart of 1980s children's toys into his house. His mother was home, as always. The big boy, who considered himself a toy collector, happily showed off his finds, listened to his favorite music, and enjoyed lunch with his mother. Nothing was missing. This was the life Peter Quill truly desired. Witnessing this, Gwen asked Cindy the same question, but with a different feeling this time, do we really have to wake him up? She truly couldn't fathom what a person must have gone through to regard this as the most perfect world. Cindy Moon stood up, nodded, and then knocked on Peter Quill's front door. Quill, who was eating with his mother, smiled and opened the door. Seeing two high school girls standing outside, he asked with some confusion, Kids, are you two in some trouble? We need Star-Lord's help. I'm not sure where you heard the name Star-Lord, but I'm just a normal guy. Quill shrugged indifferently. I'm not a big shot. Star-Lord is just my band name. Who's in the band? Quill smiled brightly. We have Rocket. That's a raccoon. No way, how could Rocket be a raccoon? Oh my god, Rocket really is a raccoon. What kind of what-if timeline is this? This is the Soul Gem, inside the Soul Gem of Adam Warlock. Peter Quill rubbed his face and instantly sobered up. He looked behind him and offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, wait for me, okay. I just need to say goodbye to my mom, thank you. They watched Peter Quill exchange a few words and an embrace with his mother. During the hug, the world completely dissipated. They were transported back to the planet. Peter Quill looked at the returning gear on his body and the strange plants in the unfamiliar location, running a hand through his hair. Isn't this the High Evolutionary's place? The best place in my memory, my friends. Adam Warlock walked over weakly and looked at Cindy and the others. Thank you. As long as you can wake up more people, the Soul Gem can unleash more power, and I will be in a better state. Alright, so, do we split up? Or maybe it's better to stick together. There are some people we don't know, Cindy explained to Star-Lord. If that's the case, even if we meet them, we won't know how to wake them up. They quickly entered the next person's pocket universe. The next person to appear before them was Johnny Storm, the Human Torch. In this universe, everything was normal, harmonious, loving, and friendly. The Fantastic Four were the greatest heroes, surpassing the Avengers, and the Human Torch was a global superstar. Johnny Storm was throwing a pool party, the kind with lots of girls. When they found him, he was walking over with two pretty girls on his arms. Sorry, little ladies, I don't host minors here. Did you get lost? Then, he was punched awake. Gwen rubbed her knuckles with satisfaction. Next. They arrived in the world of Ben Grimm, the Thing. Although the Human Torch was annoying, he recognized Ben before he turned into the Thing. Johnny walked directly up to the handsome pilot who was flirting with his girlfriend, yelling for his buddy to get up and save the world. So, Gwen and Cindy witnessed the entire process of a handsome pilot transforming into a giant rock-like behemoth. Then, Gwen punched him again. If I hadn't known what you're like, Johnny, I'd have decked you. That's only because I dodged quickly, Johnny said helplessly while flying in the air. Besides, Alex is still your girlfriend, isn't she? She doesn't mind you looking like this. You're the one moping all the time. The Thing remained silent. Next was Drax, whom the Earth-based heroes didn't recognize. Waking him up proved to be the most troublesome. He had returned to a time when his wife and daughter were alive, living happily with them. In the end, Star-Lord handed Drax a saxophone and, by singing and causing a frenzy with Drax and his family, somehow managed to bring him back. What was the principle behind that? Thank you, Peter Quill. You let me re-experience the goodness of family and reminded me why I must persist with my revenge. Star-Lord sighed helplessly. That was not his original intention. They arrived in the world of the Invisible Woman, Sue Storm, whose presence and name seemed to match. Johnny looked at his sister, who appeared the perfect devoted wife and mother, with disbelief. Ugh, you guys have no idea how fierce she really is. The next second, accompanied by Sue's roar as she pulled her brother's ear, her ideal world shattered. The next universe was Gamera's. She lived amicably with her father and sister. Coincidentally, Gamera's adoptive father was Drax's nemesis, Thanos the Mad Titan. So, Drax first got to experience the pleasure of killing his enemy here, which subsequently ended the non-existent perfect world. Gamera, too, woke up. At this point, they couldn't help but complain. They were supposed to be looking for the Mr. Fantastic, yet he hadn't shown up yet. Alright, how many people do we have left? Rocket, Groot, Mantis, the Kree guy, that female officer, and the Rubberman, Mr. Fantastic. After Star-Lord quickly reviewed the situation, Adam Warlock raised his hand, drawing their attention. I've recovered enough. I can now essentially sense the precise location of the remaining people. Everyone can split up into teams now. Okay, we'll go find Rocket and Groot. You guys go find the Rubbermen. As for the other two, nobody cares about them. Star-Lord shrugged helplessly. After Adam Warlock showed them the path, the two Spider-Women and the Fantastic Four members entered, while the entire Guardians of the Galaxy team walked into Rocket's world. They only saw a few cages, a suppressive atmosphere, and fully armed guards. I had no idea Rocket was so repressed. Maybe we should pay more attention to the mental health of our animal friends. Star-Lord mumbled while leading his team to take down the guards and continue forward. They finally found Rocket, but it was again different from their expectations. Star-Lord had assumed Rocket would be a terrifying, evil scientist. The reality was that Rocket, along with several other clearly modified animals, was huddled inside a cage. An important announcement, time to write our own novel. Hello everyone. Thank you all so much for your support, it truly helps me keep going. I have some exciting news. After translating many fanfics, I've decided it's time to start writing my own novels. I plan to begin with a new fanfic. I'm currently thinking of either the Avatar, The Last Airbender or Dolu Adali universe, featuring a neutral protagonist. That is exactly what I meant by neutral protagonist. This refers to the character's alignment. A neutral protagonist is not strictly bound by concepts of absolute good or evil, nor are they necessarily tied to law or chaos. Their actions are generally motivated by their own survival, personal goals, or a desire for balance, operating in a morally gray area. Once I've written a few fanfics and gained more experience, I can then move on to developing my own original novel soon after. If you want a direct hand in shaping the main character's destiny and giving input, be sure to join the poll. I've launched a poll on my P@T-Rayon page. How you can participate. 1. Head over to our P@T-Rayon page and become a member. Don't worry, even those with a free membership can join the poll and share their input. 2. Select any option you desire in the poll. 3. Leave a comment on the poll post or send me a DM if you have any specific thoughts or ideas. P@Trian Hongmeng Z. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, Genius on the left, Idiot on the right. Splitting the narrative, Cindy and Gwen, along with the rest of the Fantastic Four, arrived at the world the soul of Reed Richards yearned for. But this time, the scene was almost entirely unexpected by everyone. There was nothing here, just one Reed Richards spacing out in a pure white space. I have to say, I always thought Reed's brain was a little off, but I never imagined he could be this off. Johnny, Human Torch, sharply critiqued his brother-in-law here, earning a glare from his sister. Susan, Invisible Woman, walked up, looking at her husband. Are you all right, Reed? Who are you? Oh, Susan. I apologize. I am. I find that all my knowledge has been forgotten. Reed spoke words that shocked everyone. The Human Torch looked at him in disbelief. Reed Richards' ideal is to be an idiot. No, my ideal is perpetual knowledge-seeking and curiosity, along with the satisfaction of gaining knowledge. Another Reed Richards appeared in the pure white space, and as everyone was confused, he revealed the truth to them. Simply put, he is responsible for permanent curiosity and the drive to seek knowledge. I am responsible for the satisfaction. All the knowledge he gains is retained by me, while I will never be aware of my own ignorance or confusion, only the satisfaction of knowledge. Therefore, every time he calculates that 1 + 1 = 2, he is extremely satisfied because he has forgotten this fact, and so am I. Gwen was silent for a moment, then exchanged a look with Cindy. They had absolutely no idea that Reed Richards was such an extraordinary figure. To simultaneously achieve the satisfaction of having knowledge and the curiosity of wanting knowledge, he had literally split himself in two, with each half responsible for different functions. How do we wake him up? The Thing, Ben Grimm, posed the first question. Gwen thought for a moment, then tentatively asked, Dr. Richards, do you know where you are right now? Oh, that's an excellent question. The ignorant Reed smiled brilliantly, while the omniscient Reed quickly provided the answer, a soul world constructed according to a person's wishes. This conclusion is based on my current state. I have not undergone any surgery on my own brain, so this power must be external. Furthermore, the surrounding space indicates this is an independent pocket dimension, it must be inside the soul gem. I don't even understand how he came to that conclusion. Gwen complained, shrugging her shoulders. Meanwhile, Reed was still analyzing why he had arrived in this world. He had already deduced that it was Adam Warlock who contained everyone at the moment of the explosion and used these soul worlds to develop a personality for Korvac. Cindy directly interrupted Reed's incessant chatter. Dr. Richards, Peter, and Kong the Conqueror were teleported to the future node of his mental universe. How do we find him? Since you've come to seek my help, it indicates that this matter exceeds Adam's capabilities. He can't directly dismantle each person's pocket dimension. Reed smiled, preparing to launch into a long lecture, when Cindy sheepishly added, I'm sorry, we didn't ask him, we just thought of coming to you to handle the problem. In an instant, Reed's pocket dimension collapsed. You didn't ask. How can something as rigorous as science involve not asking? Do you have any idea how important it is for an experiment when a constant becomes a variable? The near-collapsing Reed Richards felt ignorance through his omniscience, not the ignorance of knowing nothing, but the ignorance of outright stupidity. Even the Human Torch was moved to exclaim, whoa, looks like even omniscient Reed has something he can't figure out, and that's how people can be so ignorant. I apologize. What was your question again? If you're asking about directly dismantling Spider-Man's mental universe, I can't do that right now. Adam walked over, giving Reed the answer he needed. The energy of the cosmic cube is filling the soul gem. I can't fully mobilize the gem's power. Aha, in that case, the answer is quite simple. Reed stroked his chin. We only need to regather the cosmic cube's consciousness and energy. This power is strong enough to modify reality and break through the barriers of time. Theoretically, this world should not contain the concept of time. It was Kang's time gem that established the concept of time here. Therefore, we only need to summon the self-aware Korvac within Spider-Man's mental universe, and he should be able to take us to that created time node. What are we waiting for? Gwen excitedly prepared to lead the group, only to find an argument breaking out on the other side. Star-Lord, who had now brought out Rocket, Groot, and Mantis, was verbally sparring with Rocket, and it was getting ugly. You guys are nothing but busybodies. I knew I was in a dream all along, you didn't have to rescue me. Oh, really? Who was bawling their eyes out when they realized their little buddy was about to vanish after waking up? Shut up, Quill. When you die, I'm going to inherit your ship and laugh my head off while keeping your urn strapped to the back of the engine. The complete opposite, Rocket. When you die, I'm going to wail my heart out and wipe all my snot and tears all over your grave. The two walked over, hurling insults at each other, making it impossible to tell if they were good friends or not. In any case, everyone was now accounted for, except for Marvell and Carol. Since the others didn't know these two well, Adam suggested that the current group was sufficient to go, especially since Reed Richards had already found the method for time travel. I quit. Get me out of here, Adam, Rocket complained. Quill is a foo, beep, idiot. He wants to play the hero and drag everyone next to a bomb. I don't want to get blown up. The tall tree person placed a finger on Rocket's shoulder. I am Groot. Am I wrong? Is this the team we want? Saving others, what do we get? Getting ourselves killed. To save the next Rocket. Drax's one-sentence silenced Rocket. He turned to look at the big, simple guy. What did you say? If the Guardians of the Galaxy had been formed a long time ago, you and your friends would have been saved, Rocket. Rocket stared blankly at Drax, while Star-Lord put on his mask. Yeah. So, we're going to save the world again. For the second time. Going to die together, Rocket. Someone was overlooked, did everyone notice? Mantis is present, she has been added. An important announcement, time to write our own novel. Hello everyone. Thank you all so much for your support, it truly helps me keep going. I have some exciting news. After translating many fanfics, I've decided it's time to start writing my own novels. I plan to begin with a new fanfic. I'm currently thinking of either the Avatar, The Last Airbender or Doluwa Dali universe, featuring a neutral protagonist. That is exactly what I meant by neutral protagonist. This refers to the character's alignment. A neutral protagonist is not strictly bound by concepts of absolute good or evil, nor are they necessarily tied to law or chaos. Their actions are generally motivated by their own survival, personal goals, or a desire for balance, operating in a morally gray area. Once I've written a few fanfics and gained more experience, I can then move on to developing my own original novel soon after. If you want a direct hand in shaping the main character's destiny and giving input, be sure to join the poll. I've launched a poll on my P@T-Rayon page. How you can participate. 1. Head over to our P@T-Rayon page and become a member. Don't worry, even those with a free membership can join the poll and share their input. 2. Select any option you desire in the poll. 3. Leave a comment on the poll post or send me a DM if you have any specific thoughts or ideas. P@Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 250, Crossing Time and Space, Giving It Everything. Peter was still locked in combat with Kang the Conqueror, and he had discovered Kang's fatal flaw. Kang couldn't fight. Likely due to being a future emperor and possessing the invincible time gem, Kang's personal combat skills were non-existent. He fought entirely with wild, untaught flailing. Only by relying on the performance of his high-tech armor and the time gem could he hold his own against Peter. Peter's assessment was simple: you fight worse than Tony Stark. You prepare to die, Spider-Man. Kang, having accelerated his own speed, threw a wild, haymaker punch. This 31st century armor far exceeds your imagination. Your so-called superpowers are nothing against my high-performance battlesuit. You don't even know how to use it, so what good are the specs? Narrowly dodging Kang's rapid punch with a backflip, Peter landed a kick to his face, directly short-circuiting his high-tech armor. Though the opponent quickly repaired his suit, he was immediately hit by another punch from Peter. There was no helping it. Kang had to actively use the time gem, but every use required a brief moment of time, and in that instant, Peter would pummel him twice. Honestly, Kang, I still think all your shouting is because I broke your chair. Peter punched again. Kang seemed to activate a form of bullet time for himself, dodging the attack in an incredibly contorted pose before accelerating into a punch. Peter, as usual, relied on his spider sense to evade, then landed a sharp punch to Kang's jaw. But I really don't think painting a chair purple is a good idea. Kang the Conqueror's jaw was shattered. He used the time gem to restore himself instantly, looking at Spider-Man with disdain. Your failure is inevitable, Spider-Man. You will grow weary, you will tire out. But the great Kang the Conqueror will forever rely on the power of time to remain in his most perfect state. The moment you collapse from exhaustion is the moment Kang achieves victory. Peter was too tired to even retort, not just from the fight, but from sheer exasperation. What a novel idea. A high-tech emperor from 1,000 years in the future, wearing future gear, can't beat me and can only rely on constantly restoring his state, trying to wear me out. Peter threw up his hands in resignation. I don't know how a big villain can be as pathetic as you. Can you at least say something menacing? Just then, an anomalous energy signature appeared on Peter's eye lenses. A spatial rift tore open, and then he heard two incredibly exaggerated voices, filled with dramatic flair. Supernova. Legendary. Everyone burst out of the torn spatial rift. Human Torch was in the lead, flying over and immediately hitting Kong with a flaming tornado. Next was Star-Lord, his rocket boots at maximum thrust, rushing in and unloading a torrent of fire onto Kong with his two-element guns, which seemed to be on autolock. After being thoroughly disoriented by the bombardment, Kong was grabbed by Groot's extended arm and slammed onto the ground. He then endured a vicious onslaught from Rocket Raccoon. Mantis also joined the melee. "You okay, Peter?" Gwen steadied a staggering Peter. Peter merely nodded. "I'm fine, just tired." You try fighting a guy who never gets tired. No matter how much of a weakling he is, it's exhausting. Cindy also came over. The two of them helped Peter sit down on the side. Peter watched as the entire Guardians of the Galaxy plus the Fantastic Four swarmed Kong, delivering a relentless beating. Then, he looked at Adam Warlock, who was standing on the side, taking a break, and asked the question most important to him. "Wait, where are Thor, Mar-Vell, and Carol? Aren't they here?" "We weren't familiar with Mar-Vell and Carol, so we couldn't confirm if waking them was safe, so I didn't." Adam Warlock used the downtime to apply some restorative energy to Peter. As for Thor, he didn't even come in. Huh. The Soul Gem brought everyone who could have been killed by Korvac's explosion into this pocket universe. But Thor was excluded because the explosion wouldn't have killed him. Well, fine. What else could he say but pray that Thor wouldn't panic when he saw his entire team vanish? Peter shrugged, watching the battle unfold. The plot had quickly shifted from Kong the Conqueror arrogantly trying to beat up a primitive man with his high-tech armor to Kong relying on that same armor to shamefully flee from the savage, violent primitives. It proved he was just weak, only capable of causing mischief by leaning on the time gem. "So, how did you guys get here?" "Thanks to Korvac. Your pocket universe was exactly what he needed to complete his personality. He's nearly whole again and tore open a spatial rift for us. Now, all we have to do is defeat Kong the Conqueror, and we can leave this place." Adam spoke while observing the fight. Kong, who was running around frantically, also spotted the spatial rift. Without hesitation, he simply jumped right in and ran away. Seriously? A future time traveler, with an infinity gem, is that much of a wuss? Johnny was stunned. He turned back to the others. "What do you say, should we chase him and fight? Does that even need to be asked? If we can't stop Kong the Conqueror, we can't safely allow Korvac to leave our world," Reed said, leading the charge into the spatial rift. Peter looked at Gwen, his meaning clear. "Time to give the Venom symbiote back. Now. Can't it wait a little, Peter?" Gwen looked at Peter, clasping her hands in a plea. "Please. But, you can't even fight, Gwen. But it's still so dangerous right now." Considering Gwen's safety, Peter still nodded, but he had no intention of letting her rush into the front lines. So, after confirming his stamina was mostly recovered, he also charged into the spatial rift with everyone else. As he passed through, he realized he wasn't in his own pocket universe anymore. All the heroes appeared in a brand new world. It looked like a vast expanse of advanced facilities with technology the people of Earth had never seen. "These are Kree writings." Gamera walked up to a console, confirming their location. Kong the Conqueror came to Mar-Vell's pocket universe, or rather, Korvac opened the portal right here. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 251, Mar-Vell's Perfect World. Captain Marvel. Mar-Vell's Perfect World was a world unknown to everyone, not even Peter. The reason was simple: the original Captain Marvel died very early in the comics, and Peter knew almost nothing about the character. The most he knew was that in one parallel universe, he had a terrible death and became the source of the infamous Cancerverse contagion. Judging by the current scene, however, it seemed to be nothing more than a large expanse of laboratories and various experimental facilities. "This place is giving me the creeps. God knows where the damned Kong is hiding," Rocket complained as he carried a large gun that matched his size. This environment reminded him of the cursed laboratory of the High Evolutionary, making him want to blow the whole place up. Meanwhile, Gwen seemed quite excited, immediately scrambling onto the ceiling and scuttling along in the shadows. Peter sighed helplessly, preparing to follow her. Cindy shot out her webs in sync with him and said with slight confusion. "She seems unusually excited. It must be the symbiote." Gwen was already very keen on getting superpowers. The symbiote is just intensifying that feeling. Peter sighed with resignation. The problem wasn't with Venom, but with the entire symbiote race. Symbiotes amplify their host's inherent emotions, which is why Gwen was so euphoric now and didn't want to give up the symbiote suit. Of course, the main reason was that Peter wasn't dead set on taking the suit back inside the Soul Stone's pocket universe, otherwise he could just call out to Venom and the suit would return on its own. Only Reed looked around the laboratories thoughtfully. A scientist's true character could often be seen in the research projects and methods they most desired. If he could ascertain Marvel's research direction and goals here, he would be able to judge whether Marvel was a friend or foe. These things look like biological culture dishes. No, more accurately, plant culture dishes. Reed's head darted back and forth between the various dishes before snapping back. So far, I can't see anything that violates ethical or moral principles. You shouldn't use Earth's morals and ethics to judge other civilizations. Different civilizations have different styles and customs. Some civilizations might appear evil to others, Gamera said, walking past Reed. I've seen some species whose funeral rite is to consume the bodies of the dead. Some self-righteous folks tried to civilize this species, only to find out they were a highly advanced civilization whose technology was centuries ahead of their own. Perhaps, but if Dr. Marvel is going to live on Earth now, he probably needs to adapt to Earth's values, Sue countered. Gamera didn't press the point. They were simply looking for the trail of Kong the Conqueror. Adam was now acting as a human radar, sensing Kang's presence. The group continued forward until they reached a more spacious area where a news broadcast was playing. The strange, unintelligible language quickly switched to one they could all understand. The Kree Empire and the Skrull Empire have reached a permanent peace treaty. Both sides have promised to no longer initiate wars for any purpose. Marvel, now in his blue-skinned alien form, was humming an unknown tune as he adjusted the environmental controls for the various plants in the lab. Hearing footsteps, he turned around, showing no surprise at seeing the group. He just smiled and said, "Hello, my friends. I'm simulating the native environments for the different flora and fauna in the lab. It's beautiful here, isn't it?" Following Marvel's gaze, they realized the lab was part of a giant space station. Marvel was enjoying the cosmic scenery, tending to plants from different worlds, and living a leisurely life. Gwen jumped down from the ceiling, scratching the back of her head, utterly confused. "May I ask how old you are?" 44 years old. Converted to Earth years, maybe early 30s. Marvel's smile was gentle and happy. The others exchanged glances. Rocket had initially assumed this man was another mad scientist, but now concluded that he was a slacker in his early 30s who was already planning for retirement. It seemed logical. How else could an investigation into the whereabouts of the Inhumans stretch out for several years? He was clearly a slacker looking to retire on Earth. "We are tracking Kong the Conqueror, Marvel. He came here." Even Reed was reluctant to disturb Marvel's retirement. He chose to hide the reality that this was a pocket universe and simply asked about the situation. For reasons unknown, the Soul Stone had arranged for Marvel to recognize Kong and find the entire situation completely normal. He readily opened a camera feed and began tracking Kang's location. "All right, he's on the 3rd level, Section 7 of the space station. Go and catch him." Seeing that Marvel had no intention of moving, the group felt awkward about pressing the issue. They nodded and left together. Not long after they departed, stray energy solidified into a gust of wind and began to condense. The slacking Marvel stood up, looking at the energy in confusion. He reached out his hand with slight curiosity. Very quickly, the energy gathered into a human form, taking on the appearance of Korvac. Korvac's appearance gave Marvel a massive shock. His eyes widened as he realized something, and his wristband instantly shifted shape. High-tech Kree battle armor covered his body. Korvac. I remember now. Understanding everything, Marvel was about to rush to help the Kong pursuit team, but Korvac, looking anxious, grabbed Marvel. "Kong the Conqueror is fake." "You mean the Kong they went after is fake?" Marvel finally understood Korvac's logic. Seeing Korvac nod, he quickly asked, "All right, then, where is the real Kong the Conqueror?" "I've been here the whole time." Kong the Conqueror smiled as he walked out, holding the gun capable of closing spatial rifts. He once again aimed it at Korvac, and this time, there is no one left to buy you. Marvel's wristband had transformed into a small handgun. He shot Kong the Conqueror through the heart, then remarked with annoyance, "Why does this person talk so much? Has he never been on a battlefield?" "That wasn't the real Kong either," Korvac said, his eyes glowing. He tore himself apart into countless pieces. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 252, Kong the Whipping Boy. Kong the Conqueror possessed the Time Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. Even if the Time Stone could only be used by him within the Soul Stone's pocket universe, its uses were still diverse. For example, he could manufacture countless versions of himself from different timelines, creating enough temporal residue to overwhelm the superheroes with sheer numbers. After all, Kang's supply was infinite, while the hero's stamina would eventually run out. It was embarrassing, perhaps, but it was practical. Of course, Kong the Conqueror didn't rely solely on throwing bodies at the problem. He hid, waiting for the enemy to come to him. As long as the Prime Kong holding the Time Stone remained alive, he could generate as many Kangs as he needed. So, as Peter and the others advanced toward the area where Marvel had spotted Kong via his monitor, it seemed there was only one ordinary Kong attempting to hack into a Kree Empire space station with his advanced technology. In reality, countless Kangs lurked in the darkness. Reed stepped forward, raising his voice to interrogate the Kong before them. Kong the Conqueror, your plan is all ready. Before he could finish, Rocket fired a rocket launcher, obliterating the Kong into dust. He then looked up at the stunned heroes and shrugged nonchalantly. What, did you guys have something you wanted to ask him? Actually, if you have something to ask me, I'm always available. Kong the Conqueror appeared with a look of disdain that he somehow found the nerve to display. Behind him stood an endless, army-sized procession of Conqueror Kangs, who swarmed toward the heroes. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then, the Human Torch raised his hand. Flames instantly covered the entire area, but the Conqueror Kangs were completely unharmed by the fire, as if nothing had touched them. Kong was about to boast about his advanced 31st century battle armor when the Human Torch transformed into a colossal fireball and plunged right into the mass of Kangs, using an explosion to instantly wipe out nearly all of them. There's nothing high heat can't solve. If it doesn't work, it just means you didn't burn hard enough. Johnny Storm tossed his hair back with a flourish, only to be met by his sister's roar, Johnny. You blew a hole in the space station. The flames on the Human Torch, along with the air in the space station, were sucked into the vacuum. He was nearly dragged out himself. Adam was about to escort everyone out when the flying Marvel used his universal wristbands to create a spray that temporarily sealed the breach, plugging the gap. Korvac was right behind him. Then, Korvac woke up, and the entire pocket universe vanished. Thanks, pal, but why didn't you just let your pocket universe collapse? That would have been easier for us. Johnny, who was reigniting his flames, shrugged helplessly. Marvel's answer was simple and direct, occupational habit. All right, guys. Peter looked at the cleared pocket universe and the countless vanquished Conqueror Kangs littering the ground, sighing. Good news, only one Conqueror Kong has the Time Stone. Bad news, there are countless Conqueror Kangs here. Worse news, every single one of them was holding a weapon that could wipe out Korvac. Korvac merely glanced around, seemed to understand something, and vanished instantly. The countless Kong beams struck only air. Peter quickly asked, where did Korvac go? Into Colonel Carol Danvers' pocket universe. That's the only one left. So, besides us and Kong, there's no one left here. Peter clenched his fists, then smiled. Well, everyone, get ready for a fight. Let's take out every Kong that shows up. Korvac arrived in the only surviving pocket universe, that of Carol Danvers. In a way, this one was the most unique. Only Carol and Gwen were entirely ordinary people, and because Gwen was protected by Venom, she couldn't be brought into her own pocket universe, forcing the pocket universe to create a false Gwen. So, what was the life of an ordinary person really like? Korvac was curious and began to peek. He found that many people in the pocket universes were seeking an ordinary life where they didn't need power. The Thing was like this, Star-Lord was like this, and so were Rocket, Gamera, Drax, and even Marvel. Even Gwen's thoughts, due to her proximity to others, weren't entirely those of a typical person. So, what was a true ordinary person like? Korvac grew curious and began to peer into Carol's life. He erased his own presence, much like Kong the Conqueror, and quietly stood on the side. He started to organize his chaotic thoughts while observing Carol's ideal life. Carol Danvers, an ordinary person, a dreamer. Her greatest lifelong wish was to be a pilot, preferably one who flew cutting-edge fighters capable of breaking the atmosphere. Her perfect world naturally inherited this. Her husband, Professor Michael Rossi, helped the military achieve this goal by developing a new generation of hypersonic fighters. Shoo, quiet, she's asleep. They have a daughter, Korvac thought, which must also be part of Carol's wish. But there seemed to be more to it. She and her husband began discussing all sorts of trivial matters, which amusement park to take their child to, how to celebrate their wedding anniversary, or which relative was going through what trouble. Korvac simply hovered in the air, quietly observing. He had witnessed too many heroes' worlds, and this one was no different. They're all the same, Korvac muttered to himself, reaching his conclusion. Heroes and ordinary people, scientists and the ignorant, they were fundamentally no different. Their souls had no high or low distinction. They still experienced joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. The scale might differ, but emotionally, they were the same. But Kong the Conqueror believed he was different. He believed himself to be supreme, to be unique. Korvac recalled his own past, which was this world's future, a possibility. He saw Kong the Conqueror opening a spatial rift to another universe, saw that rift being restrained, and saw himself being born. Then, Kong the Conqueror raised the incomplete cosmic cube, the one whose personality had yet to be born, and declared, "The Kong dynasty has come. No. No. No." Carol's perfect world was instantly destroyed. The violent energy of the cosmic cube poured out in that moment. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, The Power of the Cosmic Cube. As the last pocket universe collapsed, the energy of the cosmic cube began to flood the entire space. Korvac's eyes glowed with brilliant blue light. Floating in the pocket universe of the Soul Stone, he stared at the countless versions of Kang below and gently waved his hand. All the Kangs dissolved into nothingness. He's still here. Korvac seemed to see something. He reached out into the void and directly dragged out Kang the Conqueror's true body, which was hiding in another time node he had created. Korvac then annihilated him completely, but even the bystanders could see a segment of green energy emerge from Kang's body, resurrecting him entirely. Or, rather, Kang had set up a resurrection point, allowing him to revive at that specific point in time whenever he died. Korvac, you can't kill me. The reborn Kang the Conqueror reappeared. As he raised his weapon, his skin was violently torn away by Korvac, leaving only scattered muscles and bones. Human Torch watched, hair standing on end, only to see Kang reappear again. Korvac, you can't kill me. The utterly disrespected Kang reappeared yet again, only to be crushed into a ball by Korvac. The powerful Infinity Stone had no ability to resist in front of Korvac, and Kang was single-handedly destroyed over and over again. Only Carol, Captain Marvel, sat on the ground, completely bewildered, before being helped up by Marvel. She looked at the blue-skinned Marvel with confusion. What exactly happened? It's a long story. We'll talk later. Marvel decisively chose to skip the topic for now. He led Carol backward, retreating, while listening to Adam's shout toward Korvac. Korvac can't keep this up. Your power is too strong. The Soul Stone is at its limit. Adam cried out, clutching his head in pain. I'm bringing everyone back to reality. Korvac, you can't kill me. At this critical moment, Kang reappeared, only to be atomized by Korvac. Simultaneously, the entire world seemed to be falling apart. The surroundings turned into an endless expanse of blackness. Just as everyone was wondering where they were, they finally returned to the familiar scene in front of the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico. Before anyone could fully react, they heard Kang the Conqueror's next furious roar. Korvac, you. Thor watched Kang the Conqueror fly far away with the Mjolnir still pinning him down, finally turning around relieved. I can confirm that Kang won't be back so quickly this time. I trust all of you are safe. Thanks. After all, none of your souls appeared in Valhalla. Thor replied to Peter with a laugh. For a moment, no one knew what to say, but everyone turned to look at Korvac. Korvac looked back at them, controlled himself, and slowly descended. I think I should probably go. This planet is too fragile, I might destroy it if I'm not careful. I've lost count of how many planets I've destroyed. Korvac stammered, then looked at the crowd. You will see me again, in some future, yes. I remember everything now. I was created by Kang the Conqueror. He tried to use the cosmic cube to conquer all eras. But we won, right? Peter looked at Korvac. You came from the future where we defeated Kang, and that's why you came to us to help you get home. Yes, and no. Korvac floated in front of Peter and landed. Kang the Conqueror, no matter how much he seems like a clown, is indeed the person who can change history without creating a new timeline, the one who creates new parallel universes. There certainly exists a way for you to defeat Kang, and I did come from there, but Spider-Man, the crucial part is whether you can grasp it. Can't you just tell us? Human Torch mumbled from the side. Korvac explained, no, Kang can observe all timelines. If I say it here, he will know how to circumvent it. But Spider-Man, be very careful of the coming Kang dynasty. Kang will cause it sooner than he lets on. Careful, Kang has escaped. Thor's expression changed upon realizing Mjolnir was no longer restraining Kang. Korvac's eyes once again emitted blue light, ready to annihilate Kang the moment he showed his face. This time, however, Kang chose not to attack Korvac directly. Korvac, the great Kang demands your surrender. Kang appeared behind Carol. One of his hands had pierced Carol's chest at some point, and his other hand held the weapon capable of fixing rifts, pointing it at Korvac. My time stone can reset this woman's state. As soon as you are destroyed by me, I can let this woman live. Peter's spider sense began to fade. He looked at Kang the Conqueror, took a deep breath, and quietly activated his invisibility. Kang scanned in Peter's direction but continued to speak without showing any reaction. If you try to kill me, I will make sure this woman dies with me. Peter quietly moved behind Gwen and tapped her shoulder. Gwen looked back, confused, then nodded in sudden understanding. If Korvac is destroyed, the escaping energy will directly destroy this planet. Read, Mr. Fantastic, immediately pointed out the flaw in Kang's plan, but Kang merely chuckled. I believe the deep psyche of a personality composed of so many superheroes will undoubtedly choose to save everyone. He will not abandon any life. And Spider-Man, did you really think I didn't notice you? Peter immediately revealed himself, giving a mock salute. All right, Kang, you got me. But I didn't come alone. I brought a friend. Let's say hello. The symbiote instantly covered Kang's body, pulling him away from Carol. It then controlled Kang's body to crawl aside and quickly escape. The pulled away Kang immediately suffered another devastating blow from Korvac and died yet again. You must leave, Korvac. Reed looked at Korvac, who had landed beside Carol. He transformed his hand into a vascular network, maintaining blood circulation in Carol's wound. Kang's target is you. As long as you can't destroy the time stone, or don't leave, this slaughter will be endless. I understand. I'm very sorry. Blue light radiated from Korvac's entire body. Afterward, a small portion of the light drifted onto Carol's wound, healing it and repairing her torn clothes. He then looked at the crowd. Goodbye, my friends, and see you in the future. With the dissipation of the last blue light, only a small empty space was left in the middle. Korvac was gone, as if he had never been there. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Gwen, a superpower user. The final result is, the Korvac incident was essentially resolved safely, but aside from learning that the future Kang is going to launch an invasion against us, we gained nothing. Back in New York, Reed told Tony this. This was not something that could be discussed with the captain. The old man was already overwhelmed by the world 70 years in the future, let alone 1,000 years from now. Dealing with a future invasion could only be entrusted to Tony and Hank. Everyone knew that the next time Kang arrived, he wouldn't be coming alone. He was the sovereign of an empire, not a lone brute. So after experiencing 2 alien invasions, we now have to face a future invasion, Tony laughed helplessly. You know what the biggest problem is, Reed? Whatever preparations we make, that guy in the future can see them. We're practically working in vain. We can't just do nothing. My multiverse jumper is almost finished construction, it'll be done in about half a month at the most. Then we can seek help from other multiverses, Reed sighed helplessly. What about the Avengers? What are they planning? Hank thinks modifying Ultron or JARVIS into a self-evolving AI could counter Kang, but we have other concerns. The information from the multiverse made Tony uneasy. To counter a possible future Kang dynasty, should they risk triggering an Age of Ultron? Was this really appropriate? What about the Guardians of the Galaxy? They said they have to deal with galactic issues and can't manage Earth's problems. Reed felt that the Guardians of the Galaxy simply didn't want to get involved here. Of course, they also had some personal matters to deal with. Star-Lord had to visit relatives, as he just learned his grandfather was still alive. Rocket finally realized he was a raccoon, and that the damned High Evolutionary was an Earthling, so he was desperate to gather enough intel and go beat the living hell out of the High Evolutionary. But all in all, counting on these alien friends to help in time when Kang the Conqueror fully invaded was unrealistic. Alright, that Air Force colonel, what was her name again? How is she doing? She has become a super battery. She can absorb energy to strengthen her cells, which enhances her physical abilities, and she can also discharge energy, Reed shrugged helplessly. I'm still studying her exact body strength, but it shouldn't be too high. Well, I hope no other superpowered individuals pop up, Tony sighed helplessly, feeling a headache coming on. A U.S. colonel gaining superpowers, General Ross at the Pentagon must be overjoyed. In reality, the next superpowered individual appeared very quickly. Peter Parker was enjoying his downtime. He was sitting on a chair in the hotel's mid-level recreation floor, playing on his phone. His spider sense suddenly registered a slight disturbance. He instinctively reached out behind him and caught someone's wrist. He leaned his head back and saw a quite surprising person. Gwen. You. I didn't hear your footsteps. Peter released her hand. Gwen rubbed her wrist and happily sat down beside Peter. See? Even you can only sense me when I'm really close, right? So. Did you learn some kind of stealth technique? Not that. Gwen looked conflicted and urged, turn away first. Turn your head. Peter did as instructed, then seemed to remember something and continued scrolling on his phone. Wait, something feels wrong. Did someone just call me? Peter looked around blankly, finally saw Gwen sitting next to him, and instantly understood. Wait, you awakened superpowers. Yeah, I found that as long as I want it, anyone who isn't actively looking at me will feel that I don't exist. It's been like this since I came out of the cosmic cube, no, since Korvac left. Gwen was extremely delighted. The cosmic cube has the ability to alter reality, and as the first person Korvac saw, it seemed Korvac remembered Gwen deeply. He had told Gwen, "You are also a spider," but when Korvac left, his energy didn't transform Gwen into a Spider-Man. Instead, it gave her a different ability. "If you don't look at me, that Gwen Stacy doesn't exist. You won't remember me, know what I've done, or what I'm doing." Compared to the excited Gwen, Peter was more concerned about something else. Is this ability passive, or it's active? If it were passive, that would be way too troublesome. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. He was familiar with similar abilities, such as the obscure X-Men character Forget-Me-Not, a turning-the-head-forgets-you ability user. The classic Doctor Who villain The Silence also had the same ability. If this ability were passive, life would be complicated, but the real issue would be if the ability went out of control, and the whole world forgot Gwen. That would be a huge disaster. Forget-Me-Not in the X-Men was forgotten by people, so he wasn't even included in the Krakoa era's resurrection. So, what codename should I pick? Ghost. Someone is already called Ghost, so I don't think that works. Peter first vetoed Gwen's idea. If Gwen had gained spider powers right now, she truly would be a literal ghost spider, a Spider-Woman no one remembered. That would be too terrifying. As for now. First, we need to confirm that your ability came from Korvac and not from something else, like the X gene. Peter looked at Gwen very seriously. Gwen stuck out her tongue, waiting for Peter to continue. And then what? I also don't think your ability is suitable for a superhero. After all, no one remembers what you've done. S.H.I.E.L.D. might be very interested in you, but trust me, that place isn't for you, so you'd best, stay out of it. Peter said this even though he didn't believe it himself. Gwen not getting involved was impossible. The most convenient use of this ability is for infiltration and surprise attacks. For surprise attacks, Gwen's physical strength might not be effective. For infiltration, maybe he should talk to Felicia about it. While Peter was still racking his brain over this, Gwen seemed to have thought of something and interrupted Peter, who was about to continue. "Okay, let's put that aside for now. Actually, I have something else I need to talk to you about. Something very important." Peter sat up straight and looked at Gwen, wondering what she was going to say. "It's about my perfect world. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, Date Alive." Gwen Stacy absolutely did not want to talk about her perfect world because it made her feel incredibly embarrassed. But the problem was, sometimes if you don't speak up, someone else will. If it weren't for Venom, she wouldn't even believe that another girl would proactively kiss Peter, although imagining Peter proactively kissing someone else seemed even more outlandish. But Cindy had already kissed him last time. What about this time? That seemingly inarticulate emotionless girl had a super strong initiative. If she could be so frank in front of Gwen about her perfect world being the same as Gwen's, what would happen when she actually met Peter? But how should she bring it up? Peter just looked at Gwen. He didn't know what Gwen had seen in her perfect world, so he simply asked Venom, who was with Gwen. "I suggest you listen to her. In short, it's very explosive. You need to be mentally prepared." "What kind of mental preparation can I make? Is Gwen going to rule the world as queen?" Gwen hesitated for a while longer, then changed the subject. First of all, we saw your perfect world. It was truly perfect. Irredeemable bad guys got punished, and people you thought were good at heart got a chance at redemption. And we also saw your ideal, but I'm a little disappointed I didn't see my photo on your desk." Peter was at a loss for words, so he tentatively asked back, sorry. "No, it has nothing to do with being sorry. It's just, I had one in my world." "Sorry," Peter genuinely had to apologize this time. "What did you say?" "I mean, how should I put this? In the perfect world I saw inside the Soul Stone, there was a picture of the two of us grown up. We were both researchers at Empire State University." Gwen still didn't state everything clearly, but the meaning was understandable. In the perfect world Gwen desired, she and Peter had a picture together. "It was there that I understood what I could do, under normal circumstances, not cause you trouble, and when you needed support, let you know that someone stood behind you. If someone asked you to carry the whole world, I could tell you that the world isn't your responsibility, or something like that." Gwen muttered softly. Peter heard it, of course, but he didn't know what to say immediately. Gwen tossed her hair and continued, "That's why I said it was strange not to see my picture on your desk, and by the way, I didn't see a picture of Cindy either." "Why is that?" Faced with the sudden shift in topic, Peter didn't react quickly, subconsciously asking, "What?" "Classmate Cindy. She was bitten by the same spider as you. She can sense you anytime, anywhere. She's also very pretty, and you saved her. She even kissed you." Wait, how did Gwen know that? Cindy couldn't possibly have told anyone that, could she? "Venom, did you do this?" "It has nothing to do with me." I just felt she had the right to know the truth. The hell with the truth. What does this have to do with the truth? Venom, you need to be severely controlled. But Gwen ignored Peter's silent interrogation of Venom. She was busy interrogating Peter. So, she obviously has feelings for you. Everyone around you can basically see it. Why wasn't she an option? Don't you like her? Peter didn't know how to answer the question immediately. Gwen pressed him again. Do you dislike her? No, not at all. I just thought maybe she was caught up in the moment and didn't know how to express her gratitude, so. She said the world she wanted was the same as mine. Peter was stuck, unable to speak for a moment. He ran his hand through his hair and sighed deeply, trying to empty his mind as much as possible to figure out how to answer the question. But clearly, this question was slightly outside the capabilities of Spider-Man. Okay, let's summarize. Since you didn't have pictures of any girl on your desk, it means you haven't been struck by love at first sight with anyone, or you don't think you should date, or can date, right? If he were genuinely smitten with a girl, the question would actually be simpler. Gwen continued, and you don't dislike her, you don't dislike me, do you? How could I? We've known each other since childhood. Good. So, would you refuse to go on a date with me? Even Gwen herself was surprised by the smooth transition, and things were moving so fast that Peter was bewildered. He asked the question he'd asked countless times now, what? Exactly, the literal meaning. If I said I wanted to go on a date with you, would you refuse? Peter's mind was racing until the voice that should least be present right now appeared. He probably can't find a reason to refuse. Cindy walked over, carrying a book, and sat down on the other side. After hearing Peter let out a pained sigh, she added, I guess if I asked the same question, his answer would be the same. We were a couple in that world, Peter. Oh, and we had a wedding photo. Whoa, Venom exclaimed, she was so subtle just now, but now that she's met her competition, she's pulling out the wedding photo. And have they forgotten that those were just their ultimate fantasies? Why are they acting like these are things that have already happened? If you had said 2 fewer sentences, none of this would be happening. I think this is a good thing, especially since only 2 members of the opposite sex are clearly interested in you right now. Without a doubt, you will attract more and more. Is that based on your experience? That is the law of the Earth's biological world. The more outstanding the individual, the more they can attract the opposite sex. As for symbiotes, we are just a puddle of slime, we have no gender. There's a way, Cindy said, staring at Gwen, a sudden idea striking her. Minus 2 half-days, there are 3 whole days from Tuesday to Thursday. Let's pick 2 days. Each of us dates Peter for 1 day and lets him decide who he likes more. Fine. But I go first, since he was the one who invited me to Puerto Rico, I didn't invite myself. And they don't even consider the possibility that you might refuse. Of course, you won't refuse. Just one problem, what if there's still no result? Peter then looked at the 2 girls' scrutinizing gazes and raised his hands in surrender. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Composed and at Ease. Today was a lovely day. The sun was bright over Puerto Rico. While the Caribbean can be oppressively hot in the summer, it's definitely a wonderful destination in the fall and winter. So, where should we go first? Gwen looked at Peter with a hint of anticipation. Peter completely opened his mouth, then finally conceded the decision-making to Gwen. You decide. I'm good with anything. Gwen slightly suspected that Peter's, I'm good with anything, personality might have a lot to do with why he was in his current predicament. She sighed and shrugged helplessly, then led Peter into a mall. In truth, Gwen didn't plan on buying anything, mainly, besides the mall, she didn't have many other places to go. Should we go watch a movie? Feels a little cliché. Gwen walked in front, looking around. After thinking for a while, she stopped, and Peter, who was following her, also stopped. Gwen hadn't used her new ability to become a ghost because Peter was genuinely worried about her powers running out of control. To safely test Gwen's abilities, they probably would need to find the X-Men. So, whenever Gwen stopped, Peter stopped right with her. What is it? Peter looked at the paused Gwen, a bit lost. Gwen looked at Peter, puffing her cheeks, and asked, Are you just going to follow me all the way back here? What's wrong? Peter looked confused. Is that not allowed? Sorry. If you say, sorry, one more time, Peter, I'm taking you on a drop tower ride and then disappearing right before we launch. Gwen grabbed Peter's hand, annoyed. So, don't tick me off, smart guy. All right. Peter sighed, his hand now gripped by Gwen. Even though Gwen called him a smart guy, he still had no idea what to do on a date. San Juan is a city of clear divisions. Just as Manhattan has the crowded yet bustling downtown Old District and the midtown/uptown areas with streets cut like blocks of tofu, San Juan is divided into two very distinct parts, the modern, new city with towering skyscrapers and the ancient old San Juan. Gwen led Peter to the old city, which is situated on two small islands in the harbor. It boasts a plethora of ancient buildings, including many castles and churches left by the former colonizers. All traces of the past are now gone, leaving these structures behind as tourist attractions. Wait a moment, stand right there. Peter took out his camera and snapped a few photos of Gwen. As she posed, Gwen suddenly asked, curious, if I activate my powers, do you think the picture will still exist? First, let's not talk about powers. Second, you are very photogenic. Gwen was wearing a black turtleneck sweater and a knee-length sea blue straight skirt today, topped with a green windbreaker for warmth. She leaned against the fortress wall, the endless blue of the Caribbean Sea stretching behind her. The weather was perfect, not entirely cloudless, but the clouds were sparse, like cotton wool scattered across the sky, resembling milk poured into a bathtub. Peter said this while clicking the shutter. Gwen quickly rushed over, looked at the photo of herself, and nudged Peter with her elbow. Not bad shots. Here, let me take a few of you. Gwen fiddled with the camera a few times, then pressed the shutter. Looking at the photo, which was far from Peter's quality, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She then simply looped her arm through Peter's, pulled out her phone, and took a selfie. This method suited her best. All right, hurry up, we still have a lot of places to go. Peter felt slightly strange because, in his memory, museums and historical sites weren't the places Gwen liked. It was genuinely odd that she chose these locations for their date. Is it possible that these are places you like? No, I prefer laboratories and things like that. But there are no laboratories here. Okay, well, maybe these are the places I like second best. Peter sighed with a hint of melancholy and continued forward with Gwen. The Puerto Rico History Museum was also located in the white building of the famous old fort, El Morro. Gwen held his hand as they walked inside the museum and asked, a bit unsure, so, can you tell me a little bit about it? The exhibits and everything. I don't know much about this period of history, but I'll try. I think you can just make something up. She's not interested in any of this stuff anyway. How do you know so much, Venom? I can watch TV while you sleep. Believe me, it's possible. Peter chuckled awkwardly. He really wasn't familiar with this period of history. He just combined the information on the museum's display cards with the history he knew. But perhaps this actually had an unexpected effect. In this casual conversation, Peter gradually relaxed. The two walked hand in hand through the entire museum and then emerged from the fort. It was called a day-long date, but it wasn't really. Although Carol was still in a coma, the school tour still had to happen. They only had one morning. Peter figured their time was almost up and planned to take Gwen to the new city to find a restaurant for lunch. As they walked across a bridge, looking at the Caribbean seascape, Gwen suddenly sighed with emotion. It's a shame it's November. Otherwise, I would have brought a swimsuit. Don't you only wear one-piece swimsuits? Uncle George doesn't let you buy any other kind. Gwen chuckled twice, then suddenly remembered something and looked at Peter. What do you think would happen, I mean, if we actually started dating? What do you think my dad's reaction would be? I'm a little afraid to guess. Gwen smiled and tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. New Yorkers might all love Spider-Man, but to the people around Peter Parker, he was absolutely the golden boy next door. The only problem was that Peter himself was oblivious to this. If she started dating Peter, Captain George would probably be happy enough to dance. All right, Gwen, there's one last thing to do on this date, and it's not lunch. Peter, suddenly called out, had his neck pulled down by Gwen. He watched as she leaned in instantly. A few seconds later, Gwen looked at Peter and asked the question she most wanted to ask. Do you hate it? No. All right, let's do it again. Okay. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Encounter with the Panicked. All these things are really weird, truly. Peter was once again sitting in the hotel lounge. He had arrived in Puerto Rico on the first day, solved a major incident called the Cosmic Cube Crisis, and then went on a date with Gwen the next day. In the afternoon, they even visited a U.S. military exhibition which, as expected, showcased a lot of advanced technology inaccessible to the outside world, clearly meant to tempt nerds. You went on a date with one girl the day before, and you kissed her, more than once. And the next day, you're going on a date with another girl, so you think it's weird. Honestly, it's because your morals are too high. I guarantee Johnny Storm would handle this situation with total ease. Ah, heh. One benefit of having a symbiote is that you'll never be bored, and one drawback of having a symbiote is that his conversational style is very similar to yours. If you're already awkward, it just makes things worse. What a pity. If you were French or lived 300 years ago, you probably wouldn't have this problem. Shut up, seriously, this whole thing is just too strange. Should I really make a choice, or, the problem is? Peter was about to say something, but seemed to sense something, turned around, and stood up. Cindy walked towards him, wearing a white, off-the-shoulder evening gown and high heels to make her about the same height as him. She didn't wear much makeup, or perhaps she was too nervous to put any on. Cindy just walked up to Peter, nervously tucked her hair behind her ear, and stammered, sorry, Peter, for making you wait. Could we leave now? Peter nodded blankly, and Venom's commentary sounded in his ear. Wow, looks like someone temporarily couldn't make a decision and is now going on a date with the other girl the next day. Cindy and Gwen chose completely different dating routes, or to be frank, Cindy Moon simply didn't know how to date. That challenge to one-up Gwen was likely a spur-of-the-moment reaction after overhearing Gwen's date invitation. After that, she probably became a nervous wreck. She had no idea how to plan the morning. She stammered about seeing a movie together, but she didn't even know what movie she wanted to see. It's all right, relax, Cindy. Just pretend, we're just hanging out, relax. Peter looked around and draped his jacket over Cindy. Cindy first said, thank you, then paused, looking at Peter strangely, I'm not cold. I know, we won't get cold, but it's November, and it's best to wear a couple of extra layers so passersby don't get suspicious. Sorry. No, it's fine, you don't need to apologize. Perhaps the one who should apologize is the guy who should have figured out a strategy since the moment the girl took the initiative to kiss him, back when there was only one girl. Shut up, Venom. You should be thankful that only 2 members of the opposite sex have a desire for reproduction with you right now. You'll undoubtedly attract more later. Peter vowed that this was the first time he so desperately wished Venom would really shut up. He sighed and then comforted Cindy, it's fine, like I said, let's just hang out casually. Is there anywhere you want to go? An amusement park? Cindy asked tentatively. After seeing Peter not refuse, she continued, maybe a roller coaster or something. I used to be really scared and never dared to ride them. Now. Agent Silk definitely won't be scared of a roller coaster. Peter smiled. Then let's go. An hour later, Cindy, who was clutching Peter's arm, was shaken by him and looked around blankly. Is that it? Yeah. Cindy descended from the roller coaster with a slight sense of disillusionment. There was no thrill or excitement, or rather, she was no longer able to feel a rush from roller coasters, drop towers, or pirate ships. Worse, she felt like her performance was awful. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I messed up, I apologize. No, it's fine. I actually don't know how to date either. If I did, maybe things would be better. Peter quickly tried to reassure Cindy. Yesterday, Gwen was saying how often he apologized, but today, Cindy was practically, Miss Sorry, apologizing all day long. She looked like she was about to cry. The most important thing about going out is having fun, right? I had a lot of fun. If worst comes to worst, we still have the afternoon, right? We could go to the observatory, where we could do experiments or read together, and then there's the evening. This is the equatorial region, we might be able to see stars that aren't visible in the northern hemisphere. Cindy didn't speak, but just hugged Peter. Peter smiled helplessly, not knowing what to say. He simply let Cindy bury her face in his chest. For a moment, Cindy thought about asking Peter if he could proactively kiss her, but then decided she had been embarrassing enough for one day and couldn't bring herself to say it. She just let go of Peter, tidied her long hair slightly, and offered an awkward smile. Then, shall we go get something to eat? Yeah, sure, my treat. So how do you plan to answer who is better? Can't figure it out, Peter answered honestly. So I decided to escape for 2 days first. Perhaps you could try saying they're both great. Peter didn't intend to engage with Venom. He had already decided to use avoidance to dodge the problem. Cowardly as avoidance might be, it was effective. 3 days later. The day after Peter returned from his tumultuous trip to Puerto Rico, which was Saturday, Reed Richards looked contentedly at his modified Fantastic Four pogo plane and happily gathered the Fantastic Four. Sue, Johnny, and Ben. This is a great moment. Reed announced happily, then activated the device leading to the multiverse and was the first to take a seat in the plane. This is an epic scientific breakthrough. At least in our universe, it's the first time humanity has been able to break through to the multiverse. So, I get to meet another handsome Johnny Storm. Cool. Johnny immediately jumped into his seat. The thing got in, saying, or maybe, you'll find out for the first time just how annoying you are. Susan, are the kids taken care of? We asked Doom. Susan questioned her husband with a strange look, is it really okay to ask Doom every time? It's safer to keep him busy. Alright, let's go visit the Baxter Building on Earth, 2149. Reed excitedly launched the Multiverse Traveler, but unexpectedly, the device didn't open a portal as designed. Instead, it performed a direct swap between the multiversal counterpart from another universe and the Fantastic Four of Earth, 616. The Mr. Fantastic from the other universe grinned and lifted his chin. I smell fresh meat. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Welcome to Earth. Reed. I have a bad feeling about this. The Fantastic Four, having arrived at the Baxter Building on Earth, 2149, were distinctly confused. The Baxter Building currently reeked of a retro 60s style, but that wasn't the main issue. Different timelines in different universes are normal. The key was that it was pitch dark inside and permeated by a foul stench. Johnny felt instinctively uncomfortable. The surrounding environment looked extremely poor. Are you sure we've come to the right place? Johnny asked Reed with confusion. Reed himself became cautious and ran an analysis on the flying car's computer. Undoubtedly, we have indeed arrived at the Baxter Building on Earth, 2149. Satellite positioning shows no issues. Since that's the case, the only possibility is. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Reed Richards had to voice the most troubling possibility at that moment. The me of this world deceived us and brought us here. Reed hacked into this world's Baxter Building computer and satellites, projecting the data onto the flycar's screen. The hellish sight that appeared made the Fantastic Four gasp. Countless white bones covered the Earth, and the active entities were clearly superpowered individuals. Both superheroes and supervillains were alive, but in a state of living corpse. So, we've arrived in a Resident Evil universe. Ben rubbed his non-existent temples, suddenly posing a question. If that's the case, why aren't the fantastic corpses here to eat? Reed's hand froze over the keyboard, and he took a deep breath. Oh no. Earth, 616, Baxter Building. Look at this place. It's much more advanced than our world, the zombified Mr. Fantastic said, looking around while savoring the scent of living humans wafting through the air. A new world, only for us. We can fully enjoy all the fresh meat in this world. Enough, Reed, the zombie Human Torch immediately cried out in a tantrum. I want meat. Fresh meat. Where's the fresh meat? Fresh meat is everywhere, Johnny. Let me see, it's advanced, but limitedly so. Zombie Reed muttered, opening the computer. He then cleared his throat and summoned a batch of security guards working in the Baxter Building. They arrived on call, like a delivery. When these poor guards opened the door to the top floor of the Baxter Building and saw the zombified Fantastic Four, their screams and wails didn't even get out before they became a feast for the fantastic zombies. However, as they were feeding, they didn't notice a small, square-headed robot observing their every move, processing the logical inconsistencies, and uploading the data to the central computer for analysis. Meanwhile, unlike Peter, who used an internship as an excuse to travel the multiverse, Amadeus Cho was genuinely interning at the Baxter Building. The tech exhibition in Puerto Rico 2 days ago certainly interested him, and the U.S. military had offered generous terms to the students, but Amadeus wasn't tempted. He was cleverly hiding himself, pretending to be a regular high school student, learning knowledge he already knew, and not exposing his true intellect. All of this was for self-preservation. Even interning at the Baxter Building was a form of self-protection. Working for the smartest person in the world would undoubtedly mask his own brilliance. Plus, the Fantastic Four were much more trustworthy than the U.S. government. Alright, let's see what strange new topic Mr. Richards assigned last week. What is this? Amadeus rubbed his head, seeing a strange program running on the computer. It seemed to be the analysis program for Reed's robot assistant, HERBIE, which was inexplicably running at high speed. Was Reed Richards conducting some strange research? No, that didn't make sense. His own analysis speed wasn't necessarily slower than HERBIE's. Amadeus muttered to himself as he opened the program, then saw a shocking sight. The Fantastic Four had all turned into zombies and were gnawing on the corpses of the Baxter Building security personnel. Amadeus stumbled and sat on the floor, then quickly scrambled back up. What should he do now? Issue an evacuation order. Issuing an evacuation order would definitely alert all floors, and he might not be able to escape. It would be better to run before anyone noticed, while simultaneously notifying Peter. Amadeus Cho's hand pressed the computer's microphone. Attention all Baxter Building employees, attention all Baxter Building employees. Amadeus directly opened the continuous channel to the web-slinger base, Spider Base, and simultaneously bypassed the Baxter Building's external security protocol to activate the emergency evacuation system. The Fantastic Four have turned into man-eating zombies. This is not a joke. Repeat, this is not a joke. Everyone evacuate immediately. HERBIE's recording was transmitted to all screens in the Baxter Building. Then, Amadeus grabbed his cell phone and started running downstairs. He didn't choose the elevator, taking the stairs would be safer now. Zombie Reed, hearing the broadcast, raised his blood-soaked head in confusion and looked around. He finally spotted Herbie. After tossing the small robot aside, Zombie Reed began to forcibly lock down the entire Baxter building to keep all the fresh meat inside. But unexpectedly, his actions were blocked. Someone had accessed the Baxter building security system and was preventing him from locking down the entire building. How interesting. There's a top-tier hacker working in the Baxter building. Johnny, Ben, eat him, Reed said, continuing his work. He was about 3/4 full, and his intelligence had reclaimed the high ground. He didn't mind playing with this little hacker. He looked at the security guards' corpses. The fantastic zombies had been eating haphazardly, causing quite a few security personnel to turn into zombies themselves. Zombie Reed said with mild annoyance, blow that guy's head off. Susan, we don't need dead weight dividing our food. However, Amadeus, who was both fighting with Zombie Reed on his phone and descending the stairs, was utterly shocked when he saw the zombie Human Torch burst out in flames on the security camera feed. You've got to be kidding me. A zombie that could retain its original intelligence and even its superpowers, how was he supposed to play this game? Realizing the nature of these two superpowered zombies, Amadeus abandoned his plan to escape through the exit. He had to think of another way to save himself. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Biohazard. Alright, let's go over it one more time. Peter listened to Venom's muttering, feeling a mix of panic and something else inside, but he replied listlessly, okay, let's go over it one more time. Tuesday, you went on a date with Gwen and kissed her. Wednesday, you went on a date with Cindy and hugged her. Then Thursday, you said you were still thinking, and just straight up bolted. When you went back on Friday, the two girls were on either side of you. Congratulations, you successfully attracted the wrath of every nerd at Midtown High. They absolutely cannot understand why someone like you is mixing among them. Except for Harry and Amadeus. I seriously doubt if Harry counts as a nerd. Anyway, I really haven't come to any conclusion. It's so awkward. Peter effortlessly swung through the skyscrapers of Manhattan, chatting with Venom. It was a quiet, peaceful November. Aside from dealing with Kong the Conqueror, it was as peaceful as ever. Forget about supervillain crime, even ordinary crime was rare. Perhaps you just want to string both girls along. You enjoy watching them scheme for your attention. I do not. Admit it. You were happy when everyone realized both girls were orbiting you. That's. Peter was momentarily speechless. Happy. Having two beautiful girls revolve around you is always a pleasant feeling. But Peter quickly snapped out of it and questioned Venom, wait, are you the reason I'm having these thoughts? I can only amplify a thought, I can't create one out of thin air. If you think you can have many girlfriends, it's because that idea is already in your heart. There's a huge difference between having a thought and having that desire amplified enough to act on it. Peter was about to say this but held back. Why argue with a symbiote? They don't date. Spider-Man. Are you online? You need to look at this. Received, Dr. Jonathan. A video sent by Amadeus, Cho, recorded by Herbie, appeared on Peter's eye lens. He froze instantly, so much so that he crashed into the side of a building. Jonathan, Dr. Jonathan Owen, Spot, urgently asked from the other end, are you okay, Peter? I'm fine. I just briefly wondered what universe I was in. I think anyone would think that after seeing this. No, that's not what I meant. Marvel Zombies. One of Marvel's most famous parallel universe stories. It primarily takes place on Earth 2149 and Earth Z, but the zombie virus spreads across many universes. But the problem is, the invasion of the zombie Fantastic Four should have happened in the infamous Earth 1610, the old Ultimate Universe. Why did these guys come to Earth 616? What? Not only is 616 completely different, but 1610 has problems too. Did Reed end up with the clever Reed, evil Reed Richards, script? Amadeus, are you alright? I'm fine. Temporarily, yes. I'm trying to stop the zombified Mr. Fantastic from locking down the Baxter building, while dodging the zombified Human Torch and Thing. Mainly the Torch's pursuit. Peter listened to Amadeus's report while simultaneously notifying the Avengers. He quickly saw a large group of Ultron drones fly out of Avengers Tower and rush into the Baxter building, starting to evacuate as many survivors as possible. Amadeus, run down as much as you can. Ultron robots are locking down the scene and evacuating survivors. You'll be safe if you find an Ultron drone. Peter looked up at the sky. At that moment, a dazzling white light shot into the Baxter building. It looked a bit like the glow of the Bifrost Rainbow Bridge. Ah. Amadeus inside the Baxter building didn't answer, because he had already spotted the zombified Human Torch on the other side of the lab. The zombie Human Torch laughed heartily. Zombie Reed had already deduced the signal and located Amadeus. Now, if they could just take him out, they could feast on all the fresh meat in the entire Baxter building first. Found you, the zombie Human Torch shouted excitedly and charged, instantly smashing headfirst into a glass wall. Amadeus breathed a sigh of relief and immediately activated the control panel. For glass walls instantly rose up, and the zombie Human Torch punched the glass wall. Unexpectedly, the intense heat failed to melt the wall. High polymer materials were added to this. Mr. Richards specially installed this for the experiment to prevent you from messing around. You won't get out in a minute or two. A minute or two. You're just trying to live for an extra minute or two. Amadeus shook his head and placed his hand on the control lever. This is a vacuum laboratory, Mr. Johnny Storm. Zombies don't need to breathe, but combustion still requires oxygen. In an instant, the air was completely sucked out, and the flames on the zombie Human Torch extinguished. Without the flames, the accompanying super strength was lost. The Human Torch, now without his superpowers, had become an ordinary zombie. Amadeus quickly picked up his phone and walked toward the lab exit, but the zombie thing had already descended, blocking the lab door. Amadeus had to quickly hide. The zombie Human Torch continued to pound on the glass, but the zombie thing ignored him. Sorry, Johnny, I can't hear what you're saying. I'll let you out after I enjoy this fresh meat. Damn it, the thing arrived too early. The technology to deal with him isn't in this lab. Amadeus looked at the constantly approaching zombie thing. Finally, he gritted his teeth and tried to rush out, but the thing was faster. It grabbed Amadeus and laughed, haha, I got you. I'm going to enjoy your head first. A huge sense of weightlessness instantly struck. Amadeus fell to the ground, watching the thing's body, now missing its lower half, crash down in front of him. A muscular man, comparable in size to Thor and bare-chested, put away his warhammer and extended his hand toward Amadeus. The mortal realm is truly filled with strange things. Hello, mortal. I am Heracles of Olympus. Do you know where Thor is? Eastern Europe, Latvian Palace. Dr. Doom was staring at the incoming message from the Baxter building. The holographic image of his most hated person, Reed Richards, was playing. Victor, if you are seeing this, it means the Fantastic Four have failed. An unprecedented crisis threatens the entire Earth. I implore you, my greatest adversary, to put aside our differences and save our world. Foolish Richards. Doom stood up, handing Valeria, his adoptive daughter, to his deputy, then rose to his feet and opened a green portal in front of him. I don't even need to guess who caused this crisis. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, Dr. Doom arrives. Thanks to Amadeus's timely notification, the Avengers quickly sealed off the entire Baxter building. Ultron drones were constantly cycling in and out, rescuing as many people as possible. However, because of this, the zombie Fantastic Four inside seemed to have made a strategic adjustment and began rapidly infecting the remaining survivors. As a large hole was smashed through the high-rise exterior, a tall, muscular man leaped down, one person tucked under his arm, landing in front of the Avengers on guard. Thor looked at the men who had appeared and asked in surprise, Hercules. You've actually come to Midgard as well. Haha, Thor. After setting Amadeus down, Hercules gave Thor an unrestrained hug. The major pantheons are all beginning to awaken. Didn't you know? You're not the only one who came down. Ah, Thor, we can discuss your mythological friends later. First, we have to deal with the zombie Fantastic Four. Before Tony could finish his sentence, a green portal opened right in front of them. The person who emerged from the portal wasn't the frequently aloof Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Strange, but a man wearing high-tech battle armor, an iron mask, and a green cape. Dr. Doom. What are you doing here? Reed Richards expects Doom to clean up his foolish mess. I have no interest in competing with your circus, Stark. Doom had opened the portal here purely for convenience. He snatched the intern ID from Amadeus's chest and swaggered through the main entrance of the Baxter building. Peter, dangling upside down on a web line, asked Tony, we're just letting him walk in. Why not? We still don't know if those zombies are versions of Reed infected by a multiversal virus or zombies from another multiverse. Besides, it would be far worse if we got infected. Tony didn't mind Doom scouting ahead or getting killed. Since he's Reed's old nemesis, let him go in and try. Oh, it's the Doom from this universe. He seems to have figured something out. Zombie Reed smiled when he saw Dr. Doom stride confidently inside. I'm suddenly very curious what Doom's flesh tastes like. At this moment, the ground floor of the Baxter building was littered with the wreckage of Ultron drones. Dr. Doom didn't even glance at the robots. Facing the infected common zombies, he simply waved his hand, letting countless maggots devour their rotting flesh. He walked into an elevator and ascended directly. Zombie Reed was somewhat surprised by what Doom planned to do. He watched him reach the vacuum lab, use Amadeus's intern ID to open the control panel, and lower the glass wall holding Zombie Human Torch. With the rush of air, Zombie Human Torch smiled. "Well, friend, you're really thoughtful." The reignited Human Torch rushed toward Doom. "I'll give you a quick death, old friend." Green magic swirled around Doom's hands. He then extended one hand and grasped Zombie Human Torch's neck, while opening a portal with the other. He carried the zombie to the roof of the Baxter building. "Well, Doom, why are you here? To reverse our state, or to prove you're better than me?" Zombie Reed asked with a smile. Although he appeared inactive, his back had transformed into a giant sheet of flesh that enveloped Doom from behind, but you can't be completely seamless inside that armor. "I'll pry your armor open and eat your flesh." Doom merely looked coldly at Zombie Reed. Zombie Human Torch in his hand grew even brighter. With a deafening explosion, everyone outside the Baxter building was stunned. Tony looked at the column of fire shooting into the sky and exclaimed, "What did he do?" An unharmed Doom tossed down the charred corpse of Zombie Human Torch in the puddle of liquid, Zombie Reed, who was melted by the high temperature and utterly dead. Doom then walked toward Zombie Sue, who had activated a force field around herself. Zombie Sue maintained a fearful smile. "Don't kill me, Victor. You won't kill me, right?" "Indeed not." Seeing Dr. Doom lower his hand, Zombie Sue let out a sigh of relief. She immediately used her telekinesis to crush Doom's head, shouting, "You killed my husband." However, no blood splattered, only sparks of electricity erupted. "Because I need a sample to locate your universe." Doom appeared behind Zombie Sue. Before she could react, as his spell was completed, countless plants burst from inside her body, piercing her entire form and utterly tearing Zombie Sue apart. Doom snapped his fingers, incinerating the corpses of all the zombies, including Zombie Thing on the lower floors, into complete ashes. He then walked toward the main computer. Herbie rolled to his feet, but Doom ignored the robot. He quickly used the residual resonance frequency on the zombies to locate the universe where the Fantastic Four had been swapped out, then looked at the multiversal connection bridge. It was unusable. It contained parameters that Doom couldn't crack in a short time. In fact, it was already strange that Reed Richards could even invent a multiversal travel device. Doom had tried, and even if the theory was sound, the reality was too solid to tear open a spatial rift. How had Reed managed to overcome a problem that even Doom couldn't solve? He began searching Reed's computer, the Cosmic Cube, an interesting item, but not enough. An actual entity capable of traversing the multiverse. Doom looked at Spider-Man's information on the screen. Opening another portal, he arrived at the base of the Baxter building and, looking at Tony and the others, stated the result concisely: "The trouble Richards brought from another universe has been solved. If you intend to bring them back, hand Spider-Man over to me." "Wait, you mean Reed and the others are still alive?" Tony instantly reacted. "But, they went to another universe. A zombie universe. If that was the case, then perhaps only Peter could truly go." "No. The Avengers will find a way. We will send enough Ultron drones into that multiverse," Tony stated his immediate opinion. "I don't trust you. Doom bots are 100 times more sophisticated than Hank Pym's toys, Stark." Doom said this, but looked at Peter. After a moment of silence, Peter pulled out his phone. "In that case, should I make a phone call first? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 261, Zombie Heroes. Everything originated from a flash of lightning in the rolling dark clouds. In the ruins of the Baxter building on Earth, 2149, Dr. Doom stood with his arms crossed, glancing sideways at Spider-Man, wondering why the young superhero felt the need to utter such a phrase after arriving in this universe. Did it have any meaning? The Fantastic Four had undoubtedly been here, as evidenced by the signs of battle and the hole punched through the building by their Fantasticar. Doom applied an energy shield to Peter to protect him from the zombies' bites. To Doom, Spider-Man's only use was as transportation. As for Doom himself, Dr. Doom feared no enemy. "So, how are we supposed to find them?" Doom swept his eyes over Spider-Man again. "That question is meaningless." Even as he spoke, a violent explosion, triggered by a battle, erupted outside in what was essentially the New York City underworld. At this moment, the 616 Fantastic Four were fighting side by side with Magneto, who was likely the sole survivor. Well, perhaps not the only survivor. Magneto claimed to have hidden a dozen people in his space station, Asteroid X, and had managed to rescue 3 civilians who were following him. Their goal was to reach the Baxter building and use the multiverse transporter there to return to the 616 universe. However, the zombie heroes before them were charging forward in seemingly endless waves. Oh, my god. Does this universe seriously have this many superpowered people? Human Torch, Johnny, asked while incinerating a group of zombies. The thing punched the head of zombie Elektra into pieces, then joked, "Looks like Matchhead's chances of becoming a superstar just got even slimmer. Be careful, Ben. It'll be bad if you get bitten." Ha. They'll have to bite through rock first. Lacking sufficient defense, Reed Richards, the one who started the whole mess, could only stand back and let others fight. To say he was completely slacking wasn't entirely correct, as he was busy analyzing a piece of zombie flesh before him. Sue maintained a force field shield for them, while Magneto sorrowfully summoned nearly all the metal he could control to attack. His purpose was atonement and revenge. Fresh meat. Fresh meat. Zombie Quicksilver rushed toward the group. Just as he was about to reach the thing, a strand of web glued itself to his head. At his high speed, Quicksilver's body bolted forward, leaving only his head behind, which was then dismissively tossed away. I have to say, watching zombies on TV is disgusting enough, but fighting them is even worse. Wait, is that Spider-Man? Zombie Iron Man looked at Zombie Spider-Man, then at the other Spider-Man with a different suit and something on his back. Reed's machine succeeded. It succeeded, and it failed. The first thing the arriving Doom did was smash the half-finished multiverse transporter in this universe. What kind of messed up junk was that? Utterly pointless. The concrete ground beneath them shifted, and countless concrete giants appeared around the group, temporarily isolating them. Doom approached Reed and Sue. Reed looked at Doom with deep emotion. "Victor, I didn't think you would come to save me." Opportunities to appreciate the stupidity of Reed Richards are rare, Doom said, opening a portal. "The teleportation device at the Baxter building has been destroyed by me. Now, follow me." The three civilians rushed through first, followed by Magneto and the Fantastic Four. Peter, carrying something on his back, entered right behind them. Doom snapped his fingers, leaving the concrete giants to their own devices, and stepped through the portal himself. Immediately upon emerging, he heard Sue's idiotic brother ask an idiotic question. "Where are we?" Latveria. In the original Zombie Heroes storyline, after Zombie Reed infected himself and the rest of the Fantastic Four, he quickly chose to invade Latveria. However, due to the shift in the timeline, the 616 Reed had contacted Zombie Reed beforehand, causing him to change his mind and plan to venture to the 616 universe first for a feast. Coupled with the difference in the flow of time between the 2149 and 616 universes, Latveria had thus been spared. But clearly, once the zombies couldn't find food anywhere else on Earth, they would eventually come here. As for why Doom had come here. "I am the king of Latveria. I must save the citizens of Latveria." Dude, this isn't even your universe. Human Torch couldn't fathom Doom's mindset. Why bother saving this Latveria? It has nothing to do with the universe, Johnny. Reed offered his own theory. This is the last bastion of this universe. If it falls, this universe will have no hope. Johnny shrugged and looked at Peter. "Hey, Spidey, buddy, glad you came to rescue us. What are you carrying on your back?" King Chala. "I saw Zombie Pym mysteriously coming out of a basement, so I went in to check and found this poor guy." Peter found it awkward to admit he knew the plot and was carrying the dismembered Chala. Meanwhile, Asteroid X in the sky began its slow descent after receiving a message from Magneto. As for Reed Richards and Doom, the two of them walked toward the throne room of Latveria, chatting all the while, or rather, Reed was chatting, and Doom was just advancing with his arms crossed. "I've carefully analyzed this zombie virus and found that it's fundamentally scientifically insoluble. Once the infection is complete, it's irreversible, even healing factors are ineffective. However, this state is theoretically neutralizable. Given a suitable laboratory and enough time, I can create a neutralizing serum that, if used before the complete transformation, can halt the process." Doom remained silent, watching the large doors before them open. The Dr. Doom of Earth 2149 was sitting on his throne, searching for any possible solution to the problem. You heard what he said. The Dr. Doom of the 616 universe looked at his counterpart, who then looked at Reed. "You will have everything you need, Richards. Just don't be as foolish as your counterpart in this universe. As for you, Doom, I hope you are a wise enough man to know exactly what you are doing." The 616 Dr. Doom frowned in displeasure. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 262, Chapter 262, Doom is coming. In fact, just as Peter and his companions arrived in Latveria, another temporal adventurer also made it to Earth 2149. He was Ash Williams, the chainsaw-wielding, one-armed protagonist of the Evil Dead film series. He was also the first person to witness the zombie crisis erupt. In his universe, he died and arrived at what seemed like heaven. While he was haggling with an angel about whether he could bring his chainsaw and boomstick into paradise, a pervert in a yellow spandex suit appeared at the gates and started eating people. Then, accompanied by a flash of lightning in the rolling dark clouds, Ash was resurrected and brought to this universe. He felt threatened by his old foe, the Necronomicon, and believed the zombie virus was its doing. Thus, he embarked on a quest to find the Necronomicon. He rescued two superheroes, Dazzler and the Scarlet Witch, and after learning the Necronomicon was in Latveria at the Sanctum Sanctorum, he brought the two heroines there. But Doom ignored him, Ash offended Doom, and Doom locked him up. However, the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, let him out. So, he disguised himself as Doom and went to his study, found the Necronomicon, and was hit with a piece of information like a thunderbolt. The zombie crisis had nothing to do with the Necronomicon. The Necronomicon merely wanted to mock its old rival, Ash. It told him that a massive army of the dead was about to rise, and Ash would assume the Necronomicon was behind it. He'd then travel thousands of miles and risk his life to get to this miserable place. The Necronomicon had been waiting for this moment to mercilessly ridicule Ash, and tell him to forget about any heroic dreams of saving the world and winning the girl. The world was over. This was why a despairing Ash decided to release the imprisoned Enchantress Amora, whom Doom had locked up. "I'm really sorry, but I just don't have much resistance to pretty girls," Ash said foolishly to Dazzler and the witch who had followed him all this way, not noticing that Amora, behind him, had already turned into a drooling zombie with a gaping maw, charging at him. "Hey, try this." At that moment, a mass of pure black matter surged forward, rushing into Amora's mouth and inflating the zombie until it exploded, splattering blood and gore everywhere. Next, this black substance was cut off by its owner. Peter looked at the severed piece of the symbiote coating the ground, feeling disgusted. "Sorry, I might have to find Johnny to burn this. It'd be a problem if a zombie symbiote showed up." "Oh, Spider-Man." Seeing Spider-Man wearing what appeared to be a symbiote suit, the Scarlet Witch and Dazzler looked quite surprised. Wanda, as the sole survivor of the Sentinel arrival, looked at Peter with disbelief. "But you. I clearly saw you turn into a zombie." "Sorry, ma'am, but I'm not the Spider-Man of this world. The Fantastic Four from my universe were tricked here by your Fantastic Four zombies, so we came here to find our friends, and, incidentally, help you all out." Wanda finally nodded in understanding. Covered in zombie blood, Ash looked at Peter, helpless and angry, and asked word by word, "Why did you kill her? Is this guy an idiot?" "That was a zombie, pal. Ask them if you don't believe me." Peter gestured toward Wanda and Dazzler. Ash looked over, and the two girls both nodded. Ash fell silent. Peter then explained his presence. "When I visited the refugees, they mentioned some one-armed dude with a chainsaw running off and talking about saving the world. I figured I'd follow to see what was going on." "That would be you, right, pal?" Ash was stunned for a while, then let out a helpless sigh. "No, it's not. Ash. Witch, this disaster wasn't caused by the Necronomicon. It just wanted to mess with me. There's no way to fix this." Wanda and Dazzler, who had followed Ash all the way here, fell silent. Peter looked at them all and finally asked, "All right, then we'll have to follow Doom's original plan and use the dimensional portal to seek refuge in another universe. I happen to know one that needs some heroes. The problem now is that opening the portal takes time, and time is what we lack the most. If that book can't solve the zombie crisis, can we use it against the zombies?" Ash suddenly seemed enlightened and immediately ran back to Doom's study. Peter shrugged, and then turned to see a Dr. Doom. He reached out, but only to clean up the residue on the floor. "I was merely curious why my guests departed. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. You did well, Spider-Man, in providing Doom a measure of a wretch's worth. Mr. Williams will receive a ticket for his actions." Well, it was the native 2149 Doom, not the 616 Doom. Peter shrugged and followed him. A servant then reported that a massive zombie army was approaching. It had been less than 24 hours since the zombie virus appeared on Earth, 2149, and the entire world had already fallen. Perhaps a few survivors were hiding elsewhere, but they certainly wouldn't last long. It was questionable whether Latveria Castle itself could withstand the world's army of zombie superhumans for even a few minutes. 2149 Doom led the native Dazzler and Witch to the castle's main hall, which had been converted into a temporary laboratory and portal entrance. Reed Richards from Earth 616 was busy there, carrying several test tubes of murky orange-yellow liquid. "Good news, the temporary vaccine, is ready. It's effective for about an hour. Even if bitten, you won't be infected, or you can drink it before the conversion to prevent infection after a bite." Reed began drawing the vaccine into syringes, and then gave the bad news. "Bad news is, this is just the theoretical effect. We haven't had clinical trials, and we can't have clinical trials. And right now, if we're caught, we'll all be torn apart." "I have an idea, Dr. Richards." Peter looked at Reed. "We should send these refugees to the Wasteland universe. They need them there, and it's relatively safe. 616 Doom was simply analyzing 2149 Doom's dimensional portal, remaining silent, seemingly having discovered something. Reed paused, then nodded. Now, only one person disagreed with the plan. Chapter 263, The Origin of the Zombies. Sometimes, things are just this absurd. The superheroes and scientists of Earth, 2149 could never develop a vaccine. Perhaps Reed Richards of Earth, 2149 had the chance, but he chose to accept the infection, believing the zombie virus was a form of evolution. He then infected the Fantastic Four, Doctor Strange, Thor, and Luke Cage, beings that ordinary zombie heroes couldn't bite through. God knows how he managed that. In contrast, Earth 616 Reed, given a relatively stable environment, didn't even need 2 hours to complete the development of an experimental vaccine, though it would most likely just serve as food for the zombies. Honestly, at this point, both Doom and Peter could have chosen to leave. They had rescued the necessary people, and the location was extremely dangerous, clearly not a place to linger. But Doom refused. He insisted on staying in Latveria for reasons unknown, claiming he needed to save everyone here. Neither the Fantastic Four nor Peter would reject that proposal. I think Doom is hiding something from us, Reed said as he administered the vaccine to Sue Storm. Susan looked at Reed with a hint of curiosity. You know, Reed. I heard this world's Doom say that your counterpart in this world believed the zombie virus was a form of evolution and infected everyone else. Reed gave Susan a strange look. Only an idiot would think that's evolution. Forget the massive decrease in physical strength. We've fought those zombies before. They are creatures completely ruled by appetite, entirely unable to fight their own desires. Theoretically, they don't need to eat, yet they are tortured by a terrible psychic compulsion. This isn't evolution. If you ask me, it's a form of enslavement. That unknown virus is enslaving us. Susan raised an eyebrow and remained silent. It was clear that Reed had also thoroughly researched the zombie virus, they just came to different conclusions. I can be responsible for destroying the portal. After all, I can leave this universe on my own, so we don't have to worry about the zombies following us. Peter was explaining the plan to the Earth 2149 Doom. After he finished, Doom nodded. Reed had already set the destination to the Wasteland universe, Earth 21923, based on the vibrational frequency of the multiverse. Once everyone was transported, Peter would destroy the portal and escape on his own. As for the Earth 616 Doom, he was simply staring at the portal's control panel, seemingly having discovered something. Chala woke up in pain. The last thing he remembered was discovering Ant-Man Hank Pym had been bitten, and then Hank had attacked him. Am I dead? Or have I been infected and turned into one of those monsters? Chala struggled to sit up, finding that one of his legs and one of his arms had been replaced with prosthetics. Where his original limbs went was an obvious, grim question. You're safe, Chala, at least for a few hours. He heard an unfamiliar voice. It was Magneto's. Chala propped himself up and asked, Did you save me, Magneto? No, not me. It was heroes from another world who stumbled in here by mistake. You are in Latveria now. Doom created a portal that can cross the multiverse and plans to send everyone to a safe universe. A safe universe. Black Panther stared blankly at the unfamiliar room. He noticed a sob in Magneto's voice and likely understood what happened. Magneto's children were undoubtedly devoured or turned into monsters in this fight. He asked with concern, Are you all right, Eric? I. What have I done, my God? What? I brought all of this, Chala. It was me. As Chala watched in shock, Magneto told him a terrifying story. A day ago, Magneto was contacted by a mysterious individual on Asteroid X. This person claimed to have a virus that could differentiate between ordinary humans and superpowered beings for infection. After detailed communication, Magneto believed it was a bioweapon that could eliminate all ordinary humans and allow mutants to become the rulers of the world. Thus, Magneto chose to accept the deal. The moment he pressed the button, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky, and a superhero he had never seen appeared in Manhattan. That was when everything began. The mysterious person was right, the virus could indeed differentiate between ordinary humans and superhumans, but the problem was that superhumans were infected much faster. Who was that mysterious person? Chala grasped the key point and immediately counter-questioned. For a moment, Magneto forgot that detail and replied hesitantly, I don't know. He contacted me directly, on Asteroid X. And where is Asteroid X now? It has landed in Latveria. Black Panther immediately got up, walking with his still unfamiliar prosthetics, and headed toward Asteroid X. He walked past the confused eyes of a few survivors from the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men, went inside, and began sifting through Asteroid X's communication logs. If this terrifying disaster wasn't a natural selection but some kind of evil conspiracy, then perhaps the mastermind of this plot had a way to fix everything. He tried to re-establish contact with the individual but found no communication logs, causing him to angrily smash his fist onto the control panel. Hey, hello. Peter, who was looking for his father to tell him Magneto was alive, poked his head in. Black Panther sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, Spider-Man, I just... Who are you trying to contact? The mastermind. He unleashed the zombie virus on this world. Perhaps he has a way to solve all of this. Maybe your method is flawed. If the zombies, who are the source of the infection, aren't from this universe, then the person you're looking for might not be in this universe either. Peter shrugged and walked to the control panel. Fortunately, I know a lot about multiversal travel and vibrational frequencies. So we need to recalibrate the signal source. The screen on Asteroid X lit up. The mastermind who unleashed the zombie virus on Earth appeared. A massive, intensely polished bald head appeared on the screen, looking at Peter, who had contacted him, in surprise. Spider-Man. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, The Origin of the Zombies. Sometimes, things are just this absurd. The superheroes and scientists of Earth, 2149 could never develop a vaccine. Perhaps Reed Richards of Earth, 2149 had the chance, but he chose to accept the infection, believing the zombie virus was a form of evolution. He then infected the Fantastic Four, Doctor Strange, Thor, and Luke Cage, beings that ordinary zombie heroes couldn't bite through. God knows how he managed that. In contrast, Earth 616 Reed, given a relatively stable environment, didn't even need 2 hours to complete the development of an experimental vaccine, though it would most likely just serve as food for the zombies. Honestly, at this point, both Doom and Peter could have chosen to leave. They had rescued the necessary people, and the location was extremely dangerous, clearly not a place to linger. But Doom refused. He insisted on staying in Latveria for reasons unknown, claiming he needed to save everyone here. Neither the Fantastic Four nor Peter would reject that proposal. I think Doom is hiding something from us, Reed said as he administered the vaccine to Sue Storm. Susan looked at Reed with a hint of curiosity. You know, Reed. I heard this world's Doom say that your counterpart in this world believed the zombie virus was a form of evolution and infected everyone else. Reed gave Susan a strange look. Only an idiot would think that's evolution. Forget the massive decrease in physical strength. We've fought those zombies before. They are creatures completely ruled by appetite, entirely unable to fight their own desires. Theoretically, they don't need to eat, yet they are tortured by a terrible psychic compulsion. This isn't evolution. If you ask me, it's a form of enslavement. That unknown virus is enslaving us. Susan raised an eyebrow and remained silent. It was clear that Reed had also thoroughly researched the zombie virus, they just came to different conclusions. I can be responsible for destroying the portal. After all, I can leave this universe on my own, so we don't have to worry about the zombies following us. Peter was explaining the plan to the Earth 2149 Doom. After he finished, Doom nodded. Reed had already set the destination to the Wasteland universe, Earth 21923, based on the vibrational frequency of the multiverse. Once everyone was transported, Peter would destroy the portal and escape on his own. As for the Earth 616 Doom, he was simply staring at the portal's control panel, seemingly having discovered something. Chala woke up in pain. The last thing he remembered was discovering Ant-Man Hank Pym had been bitten, and then Hank had attacked him. Am I dead? Or have I been infected and turned into one of those monsters? Chala struggled to sit up, finding that one of his legs and one of his arms had been replaced with prosthetics. Where his original limbs went was an obvious, grim question. You're safe, Chala, at least for a few hours. He heard an unfamiliar voice. It was Magneto's. Chala propped himself up and asked, Did you save me, Magneto? No, not me. It was heroes from another world who stumbled in here by mistake. You are in Latveria now. Doom created a portal that can cross the multiverse and plans to send everyone to a safe universe. A safe universe. Black Panther stared blankly at the unfamiliar room. He noticed a sob in Magneto's voice and likely understood what happened. Magneto's children were undoubtedly devoured or turned into monsters in this fight. He asked with concern, Are you all right, Eric? I. What have I done, my God? What? I brought all of this, Chala. It was me. As Chala watched in shock, Magneto told him a terrifying story. A day ago, Magneto was contacted by a mysterious individual on Asteroid X. This person claimed to have a virus that could differentiate between ordinary humans and superpowered beings for infection. After detailed communication, Magneto believed it was a bioweapon that could eliminate all ordinary humans and allow mutants to become the rulers of the world. Thus, Magneto chose to accept the deal. The moment he pressed the button, a lightning bolt flashed across the sky, and a superhero he had never seen appeared in Manhattan. That was when everything began. The mysterious person was right, the virus could indeed differentiate between ordinary humans and superhumans, but the problem was that superhumans were infected much faster. Who was that mysterious person? Chala grasped the key point and immediately counter-questioned. For a moment, Magneto forgot that detail and replied hesitantly, I don't know. He contacted me directly, on Asteroid X. And where is Asteroid X now? It has landed in Latveria. Black Panther immediately got up, walking with his still unfamiliar prosthetics, and headed toward Asteroid X. He walked past the confused eyes of a few survivors from the Brotherhood of Mutants and the X-Men, went inside, and began sifting through Asteroid X's communication logs. If this terrifying disaster wasn't a natural selection but some kind of evil conspiracy, then perhaps the mastermind of this plot had a way to fix everything. He tried to re-establish contact with the individual but found no communication logs, causing him to angrily smash his fist onto the control panel. Hey, hello. Peter, who was looking for his father to tell him Magneto was alive, poked his head in. Black Panther sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, Spider-Man, I just... Who are you trying to contact? The mastermind. He unleashed the zombie virus on this world. Perhaps he has a way to solve all of this. Maybe your method is flawed. If the zombies, who are the source of the infection, aren't from this universe, then the person you're looking for might not be in this universe either. Peter shrugged and walked to the control panel. Fortunately, I know a lot about multiversal travel and vibrational frequencies. So we need to recalibrate the signal source. The screen on Asteroid X lit up. The mastermind who unleashed the zombie virus on Earth appeared. A massive, intensely polished bald head appeared on the screen, looking at Peter, who had contacted him, in surprise. Spider-Man. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, What exactly did you protect? Peter actually always knew who caused the zombie crisis. In the future, the zombie heroes of Earth 2149 would travel to Earth Z, Z stands for zombie, official designation 91126, where they would ignite another biohazard crisis. Ultimately, when the hunger virus infected Savage Hulk and the Sentry, the two strongest heroes of that world, everything would spiral out of control. After Earth-Z was also consumed, the Earth 2149 Ant-Man, who had traveled there, planned to use the zombie Sentry as an energy source to activate the Watcher's multiverse jumper to travel to the next universe. Following the desperate fight by the zombie Spider-Man and others from Earth 2149, the zombie heroes were eventually destroyed. The Watcher, who had observed all of this, decided to send the zombie Sentry back to Earth 2149 as the beginning of the Earth 2149 zombie crisis, thus forming a temporal closed loop to restrict the spread of the hunger virus across the multiverse. When Peter connected the Watcher's signal to the main hall of the Castle Doom, the Watcher finally explained the general sequence of events. Magneto's face twisted in anger as he listened to the whole story. You destroyed our world for this. Your world was already destroyed. I am merely adhering to the inevitable outcome. The Watcher did not believe he had done anything wrong, or rather, in his perception, it was a necessary sacrifice. Just two universes are enough to create a cage to contain this terrible disaster. Do you wish this horrible thing to happen across every corner of the multiverse? So your point is, we can save these survivors, but we cannot save this world, and we cannot even kill certain specific zombies. Reed rubbed his temples, summarizing the Watcher's intent. The Watcher nodded. He understood that these heroes from another world would not abandon life, but likewise, he needed to protect the entire multiverse. This crisis was too terrifying, so much so that he had abandoned the Watcher's pledge of absolute non-interference. I know the Watcher species. I know a member of them in our universe, Watu. Reed sighed and looked at Peter. He was most worried about Spider-Man intervening rashly, then getting infected or killed, causing greater loss. They are one of the most ancient civilizations in the universe. They once caused terrible results by interfering with the development of civilizations and thus took an oath never to interfere with other civilizations. If the Watcher himself believes he must intervene, then the situation is probably truly irrecoverable. Sorry, I don't have your patience. The 616 Universe's Doom interrupted their conversation, then tossed away the analysis device from the control panel. As for relying on causal cycles to analyze this virus, that is merely a joke. This universe has already experienced at least one split, creating at least one alternate timeline. As the screen switched, Doom showed the timeline he had observed. The Mr. Fantastic from another universe, Reed Richards, built the first multiverse jumper in that universe and pressed the button. Then, a purple lightning bolt tore through the clouds and struck Manhattan. The zombie Sentry appeared in that universe and began to devour everything. I was considering whether directly destroying the reality structure of this universe could prevent the outbreak of this crisis. But I discovered something else. Doom looked at the Watcher, if you plan to play your cycle game, you are welcome to continue playing it in that place. As for now, you had best not stop Doom. This is too horrible. The Watcher looked at all this in disbelief. He thought he had prevented the Doomsday Crisis, but reality told him it was only wishful thinking. Only the other Fantastic Four members looked at Reed in confusion. Why is it you again? That universe is a derivative of this universe, so he is the counterpart of this universe's Reed Richards. It has nothing to do with me. Reed offered a weak explanation. Although few believed it, he explained it nonetheless. He scratched his head in confusion, feeling he needed to slightly restrain himself. Hey, guys, have the zombie hordes arrived? Ash walked out holding the Necronomicon. I've negotiated with this thing. If they come, the Army of Darkness can go on the offensive. You are free to act, Mr. Williams. The entire world, including the Latverian countryside, has been completely consumed. They have 3 minutes at most before they arrive at the scene. All right, then, I'm going in. As Latveria satellites filmed the exterior of the Doomsday Castle, everyone held their breath. Tens of thousands of superhuman zombies surrounded the castle. Following the imposing roar of zombie Captain America, Avengers. Dinner is served, all the zombies charged forward simultaneously. And just as the apocalypse arrived, an army of the dead descended. They awoke from the graves, born from the darkness. Millions of the deceased souls consumed by these zombies returned. Compared to those monsters, these were the true Avengers. They began to grapple with the superhuman zombies, preventing them from getting close to the castle. They were already dead and could not be infected again. Johnny, have you injected the serum? We need you for anti-air. Already done. Human Torch smiled faintly and ascended into the sky. Magneto, having injected the serum, took a deep breath and also flew up. They needed to buy enough time for all the disaster victims here to evacuate. I know what you're thinking. You want to set up an explosion after everyone leaves, directly tearing apart the reality of the entire Earth. 2149. Reed injected Thing with the serum while looking at Doom, who had administered the serum to himself. You just need to tweak the multiverse jumper, correcting the particle collision parameters. At the very least, you can blow up this Earth. This place is meaningless. Doom did not refute, only looking at the Earth. 2149 Doom, who was directing the refugees to leave. The Necronomicon's army of darkness wouldn't last long, and what would happen then? Then, some figures appeared in the rolling black clouds. A corpse clutching a divine hammer landed amidst the army of darkness, nearly crushing all of them. Zombie Thor howled, almost tearing a gap in the army of darkness. Human Torch, who had just incinerated Zombie Falcon in the sky, was somewhat at a loss. Guys, what about that thing? The dead can pick up the hammer not because they are worthy, Johnny, but because it is an inanimate object. So what, Webhead? It's still an all-powerful hammer. Yes, it is still an all-powerful hammer. Peter extended his hand, releasing his maximum output of bioelectricity. Zombie Thor, who was furiously smashing, suddenly had the hammer yanked from his grasp, tearing off one of his arms in the process. Venom disdainfully slapped Zombie Thor's arm away, and Peter gripped Mjolnir. So, time for a thunderstrike. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Do you know Zombie Sentry? He has erased life beyond your imagination. You never said you could lift that hammer, Spidey. Human Torch, who had just turned another zombie Nova into a charcoal-grilled Nova, was practically screaming with excitement. Endless lightning bolts spread all around. Peter, wielding Mjolnir to clear out the zombie minions with lightning, shrugged as he responded to the torch over the comms. Yeah, well, Thor always liked his hammer. I never had a chance to pick it up. As Peter spoke, he flew up and immediately smashed the heads of Zombie Thor, followed by other high-defense zombies like Zombie Luke Cage and Zombie Wolverine. Oh my god, is that me? The now zombified Spider-Man from Earth 2149 rubbed his head and hailed the Thor Spider-Man in the sky. Hey, over here, look at me. Look at me. Spider-Man. I'm here. A bolt of lightning zapped the zombie Spider-Man into charcoal. In the last moment before losing consciousness, he thought of his wife and Aunt May. After he was infected, he truly couldn't control his hunger and ate them. Thank you for avenging them. Rest in peace. After sending off the figure who could be considered the true protagonist of the Marvel Zombies main storyline, Peter continued to command the thunder to sweep away wave after wave of zombies. It was funny, initially, he was hesitant about breaking the loop, but once Doom explained that the loop was useless, he stopped caring and simply connected infinite lightning strikes to zap these zombies to death. But unfortunately, the power of thunder in this universe was not as strong as in the Wasteland universe, and the efficiency was much slower. We have to take out the Thor Spider-Man, or not a single one of us will make it to the feast. Zombie Captain America, defending with his shield, shouted, calling upon their side's strongest fighter. Hulk, take him out. Hulk wants to eat Bug. Zombie Hulk leaped up, charging toward Peter in midair, but another entity of equal weight class also pounced, delivering a punch to the Hulk's head that sent him flying. Ha, big guy, how about finding an opponent in your own weight class? Zombies that got close to the fortress were instantly grilled by the Human Torch, while the fortress itself was enveloped in a force field by Sue Storm. Magneto was using various metals, even directly hauling chunks of Asteroid X to smash the nearby zombies. Dazzler and the Scarlet Witch were defending on the walls, and the Doom of Earth, 2149 had deployed countless Doom bots to patrol and sweep. Only Dr. Doom and Reed Richards were calibrating the multiverse travel machine. Reed still asked anxiously, "This conflicts with our original plan. If we really blow up this Earth, someone absolutely must be left behind to activate the machine, otherwise it can't be done. Spider-Man can't do it either. The moment the machine is activated, the Earth will be destroyed, and he'll die here. I don't plan on letting him die, I naturally know his importance." Doom glanced at his Earth 2149 counterpart. Undoubtedly, he had selected the sacrificial victim. Reed looked at the other Doom and asked curiously, "Are you sure this world's version of you would sacrifice himself for all this? I never thought you'd be this noble, Victor." The moment I proposed this plan, he must have been thinking about how to leave me behind to activate the machine, then impersonate me, enter my universe, and replace me, Doom said, entirely unconcerned about sharing his thought process with Reed. "So, what I have to do is very simple, act first and leave him behind." "That's so typical of you, Doom." In fact, the Doom of Earth, 2149 was indeed thinking about this. He was planning how to use magic to control the mind of the Earth 616 Doom, so that the latter would impersonate him and make the great sacrifice, never imagining that the Earth 616 Doom had already started his move. But right at this moment, the Watcher's eyes glowed, and he displayed an expression that could only be described as terrified. "Oh no, you have to hurry, you must hurry. He's here." "Who's here?" Peter's spider sense immediately screamed, its intensity no less than when Anansi descended. The difference was that when Anansi truly descended, his spider sense actually shut off, unlike now, when it wouldn't stop ringing. Using the divine power amplified by Mjolnir, Peter saw a golden figure flying from a distance. It was a muscular, golden zombie hero, with a large S engraved on his belt, radiating intense energy. Meat. I want fresh meat. Everywhere he passed, whether zombie heroes or the Dark Legion, instantly turned to ashes. He grabbed Peter with one hand, opening his blood-filled mouth. Next, a seemingly endless torrent of thunder struck. Peter, bathed in lightning, broke free from the sea of thunder, continuously controlling the lightning to strike the figure. The Human Torch looked at the golden figure with surprise and confusion. "Who is that? I've never heard of him. Is he one of yours? That's the source of the infection. I've never seen a hero like that." Inside the Latverian fortress, the Watcher was chattering relentlessly, introducing the newcomer, that is the Sentry, a terrifying existence that has never appeared in this universe or the 616 universe. He may be the most powerful superhuman in the world. He is too powerful, his body contains the power level of 1,000,000 exploding suns. Dr. Doom's hand paused. He looked at the Watcher. If that statement wasn't an exaggeration but the truth, then his plan was essentially doomed. A person with the power of 1,000,000 suns could not be killed by blowing up the Earth. So, does that mean he has to resort to the old path of destroying the travel machine? Reed looked at the crowd stepping through the travel machine, gritting his teeth. "We need at least 3 more minutes for the crowd to completely pass through the portal." "You can't last 3 minutes, the Watcher sighed helplessly. Neither Spider-Man nor the Human Torch can be a match for the Sentry. The zombie Sentry, bathed in lightning, flew out of the column of thunder. Such terrifying lightning couldn't even scratch his skin. The Human Torch, who was about to rush forward to help, heard Peter's angry shout. "Stay back, Johnny. You're not his match." Peter gripped the hammer and took a deep breath. What he had to do was simple. He had already heard the plan over the comms. 3 minutes. He had to use the power of Thor to hold out for those 3 minutes. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, The Power of Captain Universe. Everyone, Magneto and Human Torch fighting outside, Scarlet Witch and Dazzler on the city wall, and the others inside the castle, witnessed this scene. Accompanied by a fierce flash, Spider-Man was thrown back, and the superhuman's enhanced vision allowed them to clearly see the shattered Mjolnir. Almost everyone thought Spider-Man was certainly doomed. But Doom didn't move, because he noticed Strange merely watched the events with a slight upturn of his lips. Although he looked down on Strange, he had to admit the knowledge and insight passed down by Camartage. If Strange was so confident, there must be a reason. Then, they saw the zombie sentry rushing toward the fallen Spider-Man, intent on feasting. They then saw the zombie sentry launched into the sky by a single punch. Only a few seconds earlier, Peter saw stars, endless stars, a vast ocean of stars appearing before his eyes. Then, a power enveloped him. Peter opened his mouth to ask something, but the power answered first. Peter instantly understood what this power was, and then, he reached out as energy burst forth, punching the zombie sentry away. The zombie sentry, flying backward through the air, was both furious and panicked. He was furious that this piece of meat dared to resist him, and he was panicked because, for some unknown reason, he felt that the meat which had injured him was no longer just meat. What are you? Floating up from the deep pit that had been smashed into the ground was Spider-Man, yet not entirely Spider-Man. His whole body was covered in a profound black, with shimmering, flowing specks of light, like forming stars, turning the surface of his body into a starry sky. The simple patterns on his body and his hands and feet became silver, connecting with the silver spider pattern on his chest. We are one, we are many, we are mortal, we are also immortal. We are the guardians of life and the creations of the universe. We choose the selfless to wield our power. After the mysterious voice sounded beside the zombie, he heard Spider-Man's addition. It means that it is the Enigma Force, or the power of Captain Universe, and now, I am Captain Universe. Venom, sensing another consciousness crowding in, let out a sigh and immediately made room for the Enigma Force. I have to say, someone is already here, but since you are so powerful, please, go ahead. Peter charged at the zombie sentry again. After punching the opponent away, he made the motion of shooting a web, but no webbing shot out. Instead, the zombie sentry's body surface began to gradually decompose. The zombie sentry angrily glared at the other party, then began to control molecules as well, fighting against Spider-Man. Doing this won't be enough to defeat the sentry, Peter said while thinking, but Venom asked a confused question. Isn't stalling for 3 minutes enough? But if there's a way to eliminate this guy, of course I have to try. Peter roared, trying to disintegrate the zombie sentry with molecular control, then rushed up and gave the opponent a heavy punch, followed by another, completely knocking the sentry out of Latveria's territory. He quickly followed up while contemplating countermeasures. The power of Captain Universe allowed for molecular control, matter transformation, and even a certain degree of reality alteration. Moreover, this power was the polar opposite light-based power to Null. If Null was the god of darkness and the void, then the power of Captain Universe was the god of light and life. At the same time, the strength of the Captain Universe power itself was not fixed, it was essentially an amplification of the host's own power, and the host's inherent strength and method of use were the key determinants of the power's intensity. However, the sentry's power was even stronger than Peter had imagined. The same molecular control ability allowed the sentry to stop Peter's attempt at matter decomposition, while simultaneously freeing up enough power to fight him. In an instant, the two had crossed a large part of Europe, flattening countless mountains and destroying the terrain, yet Peter still couldn't gain the upper hand. Perhaps the only path truly left was to hold out for enough time and then leave. Peter began to think rapidly. He started recalling every plot point he could remember about the Marvel Zombies series, and tried his best to think of any solution. After trading another punch with the zombie sentry, he actually thought of a possible method, and took a deep breath. Then, Peter focused almost all of his power, unleashing a dazzling beam of light that relentlessly struck the zombie sentry's body. Is that all you can do? You are no match for me. In the captain's words, I could do this all day, but I don't have to. Peter looked at the zombie sentry flying toward him. The virus you're infected with, neither you nor the power of Captain Universe can reverse it. But I can do one more thing, I can make you full and eliminate your hunger. Now, temporarily, you are no longer hungry. The zombie sentry, who was rushing towards Peter, froze midair, standing still and dazed, and then, as if losing all his strength, fell toward the ground. Peter quickly followed and found that the zombie sentry had vanished, replaced by a frail young man wearing a t-shirt and casual pants. Once a zombie hero momentarily lost their hunger, their sense of morality and past emotions would resurface. This was the method Peter had thought of to defeat the zombie sentry, turn the zombie sentry back into the ordinary zombie, Bob. Oh my God, what have I done? Zombie sentry, no, zombie Bob looked at Peter. End this, Spider-Man, end this, please. Rest in peace, friend. Bob offered no resistance as he was completely decomposed. Peter then rushed back toward Latveria Castle, eliminating almost all the invading zombies on the way, before landing on the castle's long corridor. As he landed, the power of Captain Universe began to separate from his body, floating in midair, and then departed. I thought it would stay a bit longer. The Enigma Force leaves the host's body once it confirms the threat is gone. Strange walked over, not giving Peter a chance to ask how he got here, and cut straight to the chase. All right, Spider-Man, we need to talk in a moment, but first, you've been in this universe long enough. It's time to leave. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 267, Chapter 267, Doom, you calculated me. For Earth, 2149, the crisis was not yet over. Although Peter had taken advantage of the remaining mist force on his way back to dispatch hundreds of zombies, a portion of the zombies had not reached Latveria, and some had even fled. Therefore, everything had to proceed according to the original plan. Fortunately, the refugees of Latveria had already left, leaving only a group of heroes behind. Doom will be the last to leave. The Doom from Universe 616 looked at the assembled heroes, then glanced at Reed. A monarch does not abandon his world until all is settled. Indeed. The Doom from Universe 2149 agreed for once. Peter looked at the two Dooms, feeling something was amiss, but for some reason, Reed patted Peter's shoulder. Peter nodded hesitantly. All right, I'll go through first and talk to the Avengers there about what happened here, so they can prepare. Like I said, that universe is basically a wasteland, so there's quite a bit of preparation needed. Then I'll come back and tear up the portal. The biggest thing was that there was already an elderly Doom there who might need dealing with. Peter walked into the portal immediately after speaking. Reed, pretending not to notice the two Dooms, led the Fantastic Four through. Then, the remaining heroes from their universe, including a few mutants from Asteroid X, went through, followed by Dazzler and the Scarlet Witch. Magneto reached out, retrieving pieces of debris from the outside ruins, Iron Man's armor, Captain America's shield, Nova's helmet, and other miscellaneous equipment, hoping they could be used in the new world, and then stepped in. The last to enter was Ash. Although he desperately wanted to go live in a new world with several beautiful women, after a long string of chaotic adventures, he was somewhat fed up with wasteland universes. Can I choose my own universe? I'm not keen on the wasteland. The teleporter will remain active for a certain time after being set for destruction. You can randomly enter a different universe, explained 2149 Doom. The Necronomicon looked at Ash with a flicker of hope, but regrettably, Ash tossed the book onto the ground in disgust, rejecting it. Damn you, Ash. You wait. You think you'll have a good end, bastard. The Necronomicon raged, then looked pleadingly at the two Dooms present. Gentlemen. This thing is mine. Doctor Strange ignored the gazes of the two Dooms and picked up the Necronomicon. After all, he'd been annoyed by Spider-Man so many times, he deserved to gain something, didn't he? I don't care what you two plan to do, but remember, this is a dangerous reality. After briefly warning the two, Strange closed his own portal and headed to the Wasteland universe in a good mood. If he could travel to other universes without using magic, it was best not to use magic. The Watcher silently observed the two Dooms. He wanted to point out that Galactus was already on his way, and they didn't need to destroy the planet, but he was an observer, not an intercessor, so he quietly chose to watch the drama unfold. 2149 Doom raised his hand to cast a spell, but the spell failed as it activated. His consciousness blurred, and he began to collapse. 616 Doom looked coldly at 2149 Doom. When I thought of destroying the multiversal teleporter, I already planned how to deal with you. Remember that arm of Thor that Spider-Man brought? I knew you'd be arrogant enough to refuse Reed Richards' vaccine. Now, the virus carried by that arm has taken effect. But why did you? Reed Richards is foolish, but his ability is beyond doubt. Therefore, I was vaccinated, and you were not. Doom. You calculated me. Your entire universe is overly idiotic, just like this disaster, a thoroughly boring, morbid freak show. Be grateful. At least you sacrificed your life for the Doom who is truly worthy. Doom cast a spell to control the dead body, then ordered the zombie Doom to overload and self-destruct the multiversal teleporter. He himself chose to travel to the Wasteland universe. The zombie Doom followed the final spell command, overloading the portal and being incinerated in a magnificent burst of light. The Silver Surfer of Earth, 2149, currently en route to Earth, looked confusedly at the planet that was supposed to be Galactus's meal exploding into fragments. He scratched his head in puzzlement before continuing to search for the next suitable planet for his master to feed on. The Watcher was about to leave to head to Earthsea to transplant the new generation of zombie sentinels to another universe infected with the zombie virus. This crisis was far from over. He had already locked onto the signal, Earth 21050, a universe where Mr. Fantastic, not Magneto, received the zombie sentinel. He had confirmed that location. However, at the Watcher's lunar base on Earthsea, he received a signal that somewhat surprised him. Spider-Man. Earth 21935, the Wasteland universe, the American Midwest under Avengers control. In Hammer Falls, the capital of Avengers America, the elderly Hawkeye, the captain of the Sunset Avengers team, scratched his head, watching the refugees emerge one after another. These refugees all needed security checks to prevent them from turning into zombies, though 2149 Doom had already screened them, so there were no issues. I thought things were bad enough here, but a Resident Evil kind of thing exists too. Hawkeye was utterly unable to comprehend the chaos of the multiverse. As all the refugees left, he finally saw the Spider-Man of 616, Peter Benjamin Parker, who had saved this world before, walk out, followed by the Fantastic Four. Haha, Peter. And Reed Richards. My God, seeing you guys is like going back in time. The elderly Hawkeye enthusiastically approached. The Fantastic Four looked around with curiosity. The old man, highly excited, immediately intended to invite them to take down the Wasteland Universe's doom. This was a golden opportunity. But what followed was even more thrilling for him. A few mutants emerged, including a younger version of Forge and Black Panther Chala with a prosthetic limb. Then, old Hawkeye saw a sight that made him incredibly emotional. It was the Scarlet Witch of another world. He was so excited he was nearly in tears, because he could never forget the day the Scarlet Witch and other comrades died right in front of him, and Magneto killed his daughter, leading to the downfall of the Avengers. As for Dazzler, he wasn't familiar with her, sorry. The next person to emerge was Magneto. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, Return to the Wasteland. Earth, 21923, New Vegas. The original name of Hammer Falls was changed to New Vegas, a suggestion made by Peter. After all, Hammer Falls was located on the former site of Las Vegas, and the name served as a perfect symbol for the new era. It was also the name of a game Peter greatly enjoyed, which happened to be set in a wasteland. Hawkeye was stunned when he saw Magneto. The original native, senile Magneto of Earth, 21923 had been killed by Anansi, Spider God. Now, here was another, younger Magneto. He leaned closer to Peter and quietly asked, "Is this Magneto a good guy?" He should count as a good guy now. This Magneto had been through so much, he was likely focused solely on atonement. Speaking of which, it's hard to tell if it's the malicious intent of Marvel writers, but in both the Wasteland and Zombie universes, Old Man Magneto is the one who takes the blame. In the Zombie universe, he brought the zombies. In the Wasteland universe, if he hadn't killed the Scarlet Witch, perhaps Thor could have still turned the tide. He could only be called the Marvel editorial team's designated scapegoat. I brought these things. You might find them useful. Magneto said, bringing over a large pile of salvage from the battlefield. Inside were quite a few superhero equipments. The elderly Hawkeye's eyes lit up. These were great. They were struggling to figure out how to fight Red Skull and his army. And Magneto's arrival had an added benefit. Anansi had only been driven away a few months ago. Many places still didn't know Magneto was dead, or weren't sure he was truly dead. If a good Magneto were to pose as him here, it could greatly help Hawkeye and the others solve their problems, and even more, deter many restless fools. Ahahaha, I appreciate you thinking of us, Eric, Old Man Hawkeye laughed heartily. Don't worry about the history you have here. Consider this your new home. It truly was a new home. If these people traveled to other universes, they would easily run into their counterparts, which would cause a lot of trouble. Unlike here, most people were already dead, and it was 40 years later, so there would be no name conflicts. Wanda and Dazzler looked around. The Wasteland universe looked much more desolate than their own, but this was their new home. Magneto was silent for a moment, looking like he wanted to speak but didn't. Perhaps in the future, he would tell the people of this universe the truth. The next person to emerge was Ash, from Evil Dead, but no one paid him any attention, and he didn't care either. He was just waiting for Doom to come out so he could go to another world. But Doom didn't emerge, instead, it was Strange. He had hidden the Darkhold, Book of Sins, well. Not even Peter knew he had swiped it. A moment later, Doom stepped out, but only one Doom. He looked at the people around him, and finally offered a brief explanation. The other me didn't trust the safety of his people and chose to remain in his own universe, where he destroyed the multiversal transit device. Spider-Man, you don't need to go. Huh? What happened? Peter looked at Doom with disbelief, but Reed Richards patted Peter's shoulder and shook his head. The die is cast, Spider-Man. Nothing you say now will change anything. Now, we need to rebuild a multiversal transit device here. According to Strange, doing it this way causes less damage to the universe. The least damage would be if you didn't travel the multiverse at all. Strange shot them a look. But Reed merely shrugged, who knows? But on the bright side, we can help out here. When we travel the multiverse, we can adjust the time of return. We can spend half a month here, and only 4 or 5 hours will have passed on the other side. It's a good chance to help this universe. Undoubtedly, the addition of Magneto, the Witch, Dazzler, and Black Panther injected a completely new dynamic into the Sunset Years Avengers and the Wasteland universe. Both the aged Red Skull and Dr. Doom were clearly heading for trouble. Moreover, Doom's assessment of the local Doom was extremely low. He didn't know what the Doom of the Wasteland universe was doing, to let a completely power-vacuumed area devolve into a wasteland world. Pure incompetence. Peter, who hadn't noticed Ash sneak into the portal and head to the next universe, suddenly thought of something and looked at Reed. Dr. Richards, can you still build a device to contact the Watcher? I have something I want to ask him. What is it? Are there any survivors in the zombie century universe? Earth Z. With the help of a Spider-Man from another universe, the transformed Sandman and the former War Machine, now Iron Man Rhodes, eliminated all the zombie heroes. Peace was restored to the world, there were no more zombies. Then, Sandman and Rhodey looked at each other. They had won, but then what? The world was destroyed. Nothing was left. Not a single living thing existed in the entire universe. What did their victory bring? As the two remained silent, a portal opened. Then, someone entirely unexpected to them stepped out. All right, I hope the time coordinates and location the Watcher provided are correct. Hey, why are there a ton of bones on the ground? Did I just see my own bones? Spider-Man. Rhodey looked at Peter in disbelief, asking tentatively, are you really Spider-Man? Yes, but not your Spider-Man. Considering you've already met an alternate world Spider-Man, I won't bother with a full introduction. Peter said, making his proposal, I just rescued a group of survivors from another zombie universe. The Watcher told me about your situation. You two are the only living people left in your universe, right? Interested in moving? Say, to a world where a supervillain defeated the heroes, and they've ruled the Earth into a wasteland for decades. Sounds like a place that needs help. Rhodey looked at Sandman, or rather, the transformed Sandman, whose every grain of sand had been replaced by flesh-eating nanobots. What do you think, Flint, Marco? Anywhere is better than this dump. Great, let's go. Activating the Watcher's teleportation device, War Machine and Sandman arrived in a brand new world. It didn't look like a wasteland. Skyscrapers stood shoulder to shoulder, and various high-tech devices flew around. This was done by our universe's Reed Richards. Consider it a toll and a room and board fee. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 269, A Multiversal Level Crisis. Mr. Fantastic was in less of a hurry to return from the Wasteland universe now. He proposed a theory called sliding time coordinates, which explained why he had spent a few months in Universe 616 but only a short while had passed in Universe 2149, as well as why the elapsed time was never the same on both sides whenever Peter traveled. Simply put, when a person leaves one universe and enters another, a time coordinate is created for positioning. The effect of this coordinate is merely to prevent the universe itself from creating time paradoxes. Theoretically, as long as they master the technology of multiversal travel, they could even return to their original universe the moment after they left. There's one exception: if both universes contain matter from the other, the time flow becomes parallel. Therefore, the time flows of Earth 2149 and Earth 616 are already moving parallel. But the good news is that it hasn't happened here yet. We're free to move around in Earth 21923. Probably only 4 or 5 hours have passed in our world. Well, I should be thankful it's the weekend. Oh, by the way, Mr. Richards, this is Colonel James Rhodes from Earth 91126, the one the Watcher calls Earth Z, and Mr. Flint Marco, the Sandman, a former supervillain. They are the only two survivors left from Earth Z. Perhaps there were still some surviving civilizations deep in the cosmos of Earth Z, but Peter didn't hold out much hope. Reed merely glanced at the two men and nodded. You should take them to meet King Chala. I was just thinking you might need the vibrational frequency data or something from other universes. Peter shrugged. The Sandman was in no rush. After the great tribulation of the zombie universe, he just wanted a place to settle down in peace. However, Iron Man Rhodes asked with some curiosity, Chala. The Chala of this universe is still alive. No, that's actually Black Panther from Earth 2149, the source universe of your zombies, and the same universe the Watcher finally sent the zombie sentry to. We rescued thousands of survivors from there. The arrival of 2149's Black Panther and Magneto was excellent news. The side of justice in the Wasteland universe didn't have many leaders. While the old folks could still contribute to fighting supercriminals, governing an entire Wasteland world was much more difficult. These two, especially the more trustworthy Black Panther, were exactly what the Sunset Avengers needed. After all, they had 3/4 of America to manage. Why the extra quarter? Because Doom from 616 couldn't stand the Wasteland Doom. He couldn't fathom how a world-ruling Victor Von Doom could let the world turn into a wasteland, so he charged in and slaughtered the Doom of this world. Peter took Rhodes and Sandman to the government building in New Vegas. This used to be the kingdom of the Wasteland Magneto, but the 2149 Magneto had refitted it. The skyscrapers in New Vegas were completed by 2149's Magneto based on Reed's designs. Black Panther, who was processing documents, saw Colonel Rhodes, who looked incredibly aged, with numerous technological implants when he opened his faceplate, and his first reaction was, "You found Colonel Rhodes?" No, this is Colonel Rhodes from Earth Z, not the Wasteland universe. He and the Sandman spent decades eliminating all the zombies on Earth Z. Because he had spent decades on the task, Rhodes' age actually fit the general requirements of the Sunset Avengers perfectly. The Sandman, however, looked quite young because he had injected himself with a healing factor to allow his nanobots to constantly reproduce. Welcome to this multiversal survivor sanctuary. That's what Spider-Man calls it. He said that as a multiversal traveler, he hoped to find a place to settle all the multiversal survivors, those universes that are as unlucky as ours. Chala began arranging things for the two men, and Peter waved goodbye and left. It was strange, really, he could finally rest quietly in this place. There were no enemies, no crises, the wasteland universe was now incredibly safe and leisurely. You look like you have nothing to do, Peter. Old Hawkeye walked over with a can of beer, smiling. He was about to hand it over, then remembered something. Oh, right, you can't drink. In your world, minors can't drink alcohol yet. Old Hawkeye chuckled. After the successful transplant of Bullseye's Necrolock cybernetic eye, he no longer had to worry about his vision. But there were always other problems to worry about. More and more people needed shelter, but the numbers of the Wasteland Avengers were too few. He had been both frantic and content during this time. I don't know. In my world, I'm always busy, needing to handle all sorts of things, solving all kinds of trouble. But here? I've slept for almost a week waiting for Reed to fix the multiversal transporter. There's almost nothing to do. I know. When things are settled on one side, you always worry about the other. Ashley recently. Spider-Man, I need your help. A massive, bald head suddenly appeared in front of Peter and Old Hawkeye. The Watcher, who was supposed to be maintaining the new cycle of Earth Z and Earth 21050, had popped out again. I need you to help me stop a multiversal-level disaster, a very terrifying disaster. Peter froze for a moment, looking at the Watcher. He asked uncertainly, are you sure? I don't have the Captain Universe power right now. The most I have is Mjolnir. And you want me to stop a multiversal-level disaster? You can do it, Spider-Man. I am very certain of that. All right. Peter stood up. Looks like it's time to get busy again. Deadpool had slaughtered his entire universe, eliminating all existence. Finally, he found the door to other realities, the way to the worlds of those damned guys. He had to find the clown who talked to the Watcher and entertained himself with them. He had to completely eliminate them and end everything. After he killed the Taskmaster, who had followed him all the way, in a swamp, he executed the Man-Thing and opened the door to the multiverse. Now, who could stop him? As Deadpool prepared to step through the multiversal door, a figure stepped out first. A sewer again. Could you please stop associating spiders with sewers? Oh wait, this is a swamp. What kind of Spider-Man needs a swamp? Yes, I know a lot of them, but I'm definitely not one of them, alright. A self-muttering, non-stop talking Spider-Man, holding Mjolnir, walked out of the spatial portal and found himself face to face with the newly executed Man-Thing Slayer, Deadpool. Oh, it's you. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 270, Deadpool kills the... Given the Watcher's consistently cryptic attitude, Peter had no idea what the so-called multiverse-level crisis was, or why he was the one supposed to solve it. Then, when he arrived at the location, he understood. Oh, it's the world of Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe. Peter, who completely lacked this Earth's designation number, sighed. If the Old Man Logan Wasteland series was Marvel's attempt to create a tragic post-apocalyptic story, and Marvel Zombies was to cash in on the early 21st century zombie craze, then the Deadpool Kills series was a meaningless, pointless, purely sensationalist curiosity. This Deadpool is incredibly terrifying. He slaughtered all the superheroes in his universe, even killing powerful cosmic beings and a member of my own race. The Watcher, who was giving Peter the rundown, saw the evil Deadpool's gaze lock onto him and quickly teleported away. Oh no, he saw me. So, the only person responsible for stopping me is, Spider-Thor. Peter was silent for a moment before sighing helplessly. So, how did you do it? How did you slaughter your entire universe? How did I do it? Because you're all slaves and I'm free. You're just a comic book character, but I... Alright, let's talk about the details. For instance, how is it possible for you to kill Spider-Man? As far as I know, you just used a gun. Like this. The evil Deadpool fired a shot, but Peter tilted his head, and the bullet missed. See? That's completely illogical. What kind of Spider-Man gets hit by a bullet, especially one from a semi-automatic pistol? I can literally see every detail of you pulling the trigger, okay? Because I'm free. The evil Deadpool looked at his gun in confusion. That shouldn't have missed, should it? That move always worked. And Thor? How did you take down Thor? Oh, that was my masterpiece. The evil Deadpool was cut off mid-sentence by a smash from Mjolnir. Peter then recalled the hammer. The evil Deadpool, who had been slammed to the ground, immediately sat up, using a gun to fire Pym particles to enlarge Mjolnir. That's how he killed Thor. Then, Mjolnir stopped right in front of Peter. See? Why would Thor be killed by his own hammer? I can stop the hammer right in front of me. And there are plenty of people Thor can't kill with one hammer hit, so why did he die with a single hit? There's no logic. The evil Deadpool tried to argue something, but the giant Mjolnir smashed him back onto the ground, leaving only his head exposed. He still yelled, "You bound fool, what do you know? If you really want to talk, you're the comic book character, buddy." The editorial department wanted to release a sensationalist magazine, so they created you and wrote this meaningless plot: Thor killed by his own hammer, Spider-Man killed by a pistol, and Deadpool killing everything. How did you do it when so many characters capable of molecular manipulation could just decompose you? And now you've killed everyone in your universe, buddy. Your utility is gone. Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe, the end. The editorial department is about to cut you. The evil Deadpool, slightly exasperated by Spider-Man's incessant chatter, let out a roar, "You can't kill me, you ignorant bastard." Spider-Man seemed startled. He then turned and walked away from the portal without taking Mjolnir. The evil Deadpool sneered, starting to figure out how to escape from under the hammer. Before he could make a move, two people crossed through the portal, their non-stop chatter preceding their appearance. "Wait, Spidey, you're saying the me in this universe killed all the superheroes and villains? That's way cooler than Logan. He only killed the X-Men, but I killed the whole world. Yeah, if you count things like Thor getting killed by his own hammer, I guess I don't have an argument." Peter lifted Mjolnir, simultaneously pulling out the Pym particles he had brought back from 616 to shrink the hammer. Wade walked over to the evil Deadpool, crouched down, and gasped as he looked at the villain, who was mostly squashed, with only his head visible. "Oh my god, he's so ugly. You know you guys are technically the same person, right? Really? I can't solve everyone in my universe, the writer still needs to make money. But I can't figure this out. Shouldn't you have brought some super powerful guy to deal with him? Wait, is that a teleportation belt?" Deadpool suddenly grinned, having an idea. He covered the evil Deadpool's mouth, leaned down to the belt, and whispered, "Teleport halfway vertically." The next second, half of the evil Deadpool was teleported away. Peter, who hadn't managed to stop him, nearly gagged, but Deadpool casually picked the belt out of the pool of blood and strapped it on. Aha. See, this chapter of less than 2,000 characters has a bigger impact on our universe than your whole Walking Dead day trip. Peter, who seemed to have missed a line for some reason, suppressed his nauseous feeling and countered, "Did you ever think about what happens if he turns into two evil Deadpools? That will happen in Deadpool's solo story. But he won't be appearing in your story, Spidey." Deadpool, having changed belts, tugged at his pants, secured the belt buckle, and slapped his butt, looking satisfied. Aha. Now there's nothing left to do, right? Yeah, there are practically no survivors left in this universe. No more superheroes or supervillains. Actually. The bald man popped out again, seeing the crisis resolved. There are still two survivors. There are three people the evil Deadpool didn't kill: Wolverine's children, Dakin and X-23 Laura Kinney. Deadpool restrained their healing factors by hanging them on a trap that would burn them again the moment it detected healing, in an endless cycle. If you bring them down, they might still survive. Didn't you just say two people, Baldy? The Watcher looked at Deadpool. The other person is Shadowcat. She couldn't phase through the four-dimensional cube trap set by the evil Deadpool. Unfortunately, she doesn't have a healing factor, and she starved to death. I'm not even going to comment on how a healing factor and starving to death are linked. Peter grumbled weakly, feeling the whole thing was a massive farce. All he wanted to do now was go home and sleep. Wade nudged Peter's waist with his elbow and whispered, "Hey, Spidey, in your Wasteland universe, how many people are you planning on picking up in the end? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, ZZZT. ZZZT. November 19, 2012, was an ordinary Monday. The 57th presidential election was in full swing. Polls indicated that the incumbent president, Matthew Ellis, the Donkey Party candidate who supported superheroes, encouraged superhumans to become heroes, and assisted in combating superpowered crime, was likely to be re-elected. This meant that the general environment in America for the next 4 years would remain favorable for superheroes, and the government would likely not pass the Superhuman Registration Act sought by hardliners like General Ross. The biggest news stories of the last couple of days centered on two things. First, the Avengers loudly announced that Ares, the god of war from Greek mythology, and Colonel Carol Danvers, a U.S. Air Force officer who had gained superpowers, had joined the team. The group, which had failed to make any impact during the symbiote crisis, was finally getting a significant power boost. The other major story was the Baxter building explosion 2 days prior. After deliberation, the Fantastic Four and the Avengers decided to suppress the truth, only releasing an obituary for the security personnel and blaming everything on an experimental accident caused by Reed Richards, which, technically, was true. Mr. Fantastic announced that he would suspend some dangerous research, leading to groans of disappointment from scientists worldwide who had been hoping to piggyback on his work. Beyond that, everything was business as usual. Peter didn't need to worry about the Wasteland universe. He didn't even have to concern himself with Dakin and X-23, whom he had brought back from Earth 12101. The Wasteland universe had its own Old Man Logan, and with their Dakin and Laura dead, the Earth 12101 Dakin and X-23, who were now fatherless, were a perfect match. Peter could even openly use intelligence from the Wasteland universe to investigate his own universe, though he couldn't assume villains from other worlds would be villains here. For example, Kraven and the Vulture weren't bad guys in this world. Then there was Flint Marko, the Sandman. Peter was surprised to find no one exactly like him in the 616 universe after searching through the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. databases. Other villains had slight deviations, and with the existence of people with the same name, Peter was still sifting through the data. That afternoon after school, he made a rare visit to the Oscorp Industries Savage Power research department to keep an eye on Dr. Kurt Connors, who might become the Lizard, and to check on the box of electric eels. He couldn't shake the feeling that they were connected to Electro. "You're back again, Peter." Dr. Connors didn't mind Peter visiting. On the one hand, Peter was the son of his deceased mentor. On the other, Peter was very smart, and Connors had actually considered having him follow in his father's footsteps and research genetic engineering before he went to college. "Yeah, just checking in, Doctor. You don't need to be so cautious, Peter. The lab's safety measures are very complete. It's not like someone's going to sneak in today, steal things, and become a supervillain." Dr. Connors felt Peter Parker was being a little overly anxious, but Peter just smiled. Who knows? What if it did happen? So, Max Dillon isn't an Oscorp employee, so he shouldn't have access to the electric eels. Peter muttered to himself as he left Oscorp. Dr. Connors shook his head and returned to his lizard research. The lizard's abilities seemed to have improved, but primate experiments were still failing. The genes of higher-order animals were too complex to isolate simple, useful segments, which was probably why his mentor had chosen spiders. But where was the problem exactly? Dr. Connors worked late into the night before leaving. He didn't notice a figure hiding in the nearby electrical room. As soon as Connors left, the guy, dressed like an electrician, knocked Dr. Connors unconscious with a blow to the back of the head, then used his hand to open the lab door. He was the very Max Dillon Peter was thinking about, and sparks of electricity were already flashing on his hands. Undeniably, he was already a superhuman. Where is it? He searched desperately for what he needed. Then, he saw it, the aquarium full of sparkling electric eels. "Is this what you told me about? Are you sure this can help me?" Max asked skeptically. A scoff came from the other end of the communication. "What, don't believe me? Don't forget who got you out of the MRD, Mutant Registration Department, prison." "No, I'll do it right now." He gathered electricity in his hands and punched the aquarium, shattering it. The alarm immediately went off, but Max Dillon didn't care as he grabbed the struggling, modified electric eels on the floor. When he caught one, the 3,000 volts of high voltage released by the eel sent him into ecstasy. He groaned in pleasure, completely relaxed, and only regretfully stuffed it into a bag and tied it to his chest when the eel stopped discharging electricity. 3,000 volts. I can't just be limited to 3,000 volts. Max muttered, punching through the floor. He grabbed a live wire and squeezed, absorbing the current. The 110-volt standard voltage set by that fool Edison for America gave him no thrill at all. He clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction, frantically absorbing the current, and then stood up as the security forces entered. Beneath his skin, visible to the naked eye, dazzling currents flowed. He thrust his hands out, releasing a high-voltage shock that knocked out the security team sent to arrest him. Then, extremely exhilarated, he roared, smashed through a window, and leaped from the rooftop. The remaining security personnel rushed to the broken glass, watching the men speed away, accelerated by electricity. Report. A guy who can shoot electricity invaded the lab and stole a modified eel. I brought the goods back. With this, I can absorb even stronger currents, right? Max, carrying the bag of eels, handed it to Dr. Otto Octavius, the one who had helped him escape the MRD prison. But Dr. Octavius used his mechanical tentacles to pass the eel to another person standing nearby. Regrettably, I am not a mutant, so I cannot enter Genosha. Therefore, Max, Otto Octavius introduced the young woman who would be taking Max to Genosha. Meet Miss Essex, the head of the Weapon X project, Mr. Sinister's young protege. Note from the author, to facilitate the plot, Electro's origin has been changed to a mutant, well, a mutant before his abilities were amplified. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Heading to Genosha. Max Dillon is a mutant. That's why you couldn't find any information, Peter. The MSRD locks down its files and refuses to list any mutants they capture in their records. Janet's words offered no comfort to Peter. He never would have imagined that Electro in this universe was actually a mutant. And one who had already been captured by the MSRD. This contradicted every piece of known information. The multiversal intelligence network was utterly useless. His power is to absorb, store, and release electrical energy, and when his body stores enough energy, he enhances his physical attributes, especially speed. Hank analyzed the temporary MSRD file they received. But clearly, his storage capacity has a limit. He previously tried to absorb energy from a power plant and overloaded, knocking himself unconscious. If he can knock himself out, Captain America asked, puzzled, why would he go to a power plant? For the thrill. For this guy, absorbing electricity is like getting a fix. Low voltage isn't satisfying enough, but too high and he hurts himself. He's looking for something that hits the spot. Like modified electric eels. Tony said casually, but Peter was thinking more deeply. Perhaps out of paranoia, he always felt that anything related to the Super Soldier Project required careful consideration. The MSRD claims he was assisted in breaking out of jail by a radical mutant organization. While many mutant groups would do that, finding his way to Osborn Tech on the very night of his escape is too unreasonable. Peter stated the inconsistency, then offered his hypothesis. During their inventory, Osborn Tech found a missing electric eel, meaning Max took it. These eels are test subjects for the Savage Force Project, intended to create super soldiers. If such an electric eel was taken, was it really just for him to absorb its electricity? You're suggesting Max wasn't broken out of jail but was recruited by the Pentagon's Super Soldier Project. If he can use those eels to enhance his abilities and reprogram his genes, he might be able to increase his electrical storage limit, thereby solving the problem of overloading when absorbing high voltage. Hank followed Peter's "everything is about the Super Soldier Project" train of thought, then posed a critical and unavoidable problem, but the reports indicate these experiments have severe side effects, and they can't even guarantee a positive outcome. Plus, they inevitably introduce the eel's genes. Current technology makes solving that problem virtually impossible. That's right, they still can't precisely cut genetic fragments. If only they could do it precisely. Peter suddenly froze. Mutants, Super Soldier Project, gene cutting, precise harvesting. Especially mutants. The gene splicer. Everyone looked at Peter. After a moment of thought, Peter confirmed his idea. Mr. Sinister's gene splicer can achieve perfect gene cutting. It's high-precision, cutting-edge technology that even he couldn't replicate again. The gene splicer was created by Mr. Sinister using decades of contacts and wealth before his first death. It was now practically irreplaceable because the device was simply too expensive, and only Sinister knew how to make it. There is now only one gene splicer left in the world, located in Genosha. And Max Dillon is a mutant, which means he could enter Genosha unconditionally. Captain America looked at them. While it was only speculation, if Peter's deduction was correct, Max intended to use the gene splicer to enhance his abilities and power. But a normal engineer like him couldn't do this alone, he would need a scientist who understood the field. And when it came to motive and ability, the inventor of the gene splicer, Mr. Sinister, was the prime candidate. The two sides likely struck a deal, deciding to go to Genosha to get their hands on the gene splicer. This led to a new problem. Captain America sighed, resting his chin on his hand. But Genosha, and Magneto in particular, don't welcome outsiders. It's fine if one or two people go in, but it's highly unlikely that the entire Avengers team could enter. The Avengers finally reached a conclusion. So this matter must be entrusted to the X-Men. We can't leave it entirely to the X-Men. After all, the Avengers have been tracking this. We need one Avenger to go along to ensure timely communication and information updates, Tony immediately added, further specifying the requirements for this person. They should preferably have ties with the X-Men, pose a low enough threat that Magneto won't be overly wary, have the ability to defend themselves, and ideally have experience communicating with Magneto. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone looked at Peter. Peter was silent for a moment before nodding in cheerful agreement. This is a perfect excuse to hide from Gwen and Cindy. You guys have no idea how awkward the last 2 days have been. Spider-Man. Over here. When Peter arrived at the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, the Blackbird jet was already parked. To Peter's surprise, the mission team was almost entirely composed of newcomers. He saw Kitty Pryde, Shadowcat, and several other new mutants boarding the plane. The oddest thing was that their captain was Wolverine, Logan. Sending Wolverine to Magneto's territory, Peter wasn't sure if Cyclops did that intentionally or simply didn't think it through. Regardless, he boarded the plane. Kitty was the happiest. Since they had fought side by side before, she immediately started chatting with Peter as soon as he got on. Cyclops said it's perfect. We need to go out and test ourselves, and Magneto's place is quite safe, so we don't need to worry about enemies. Magneto's place is safe. That statement was so absurd Peter didn't know where to begin to mock it. Perhaps that was why Logan was leading the team. Because he posed no threat to Magneto. Speaking of Logan. I'm happy too, Kitty. This is my first time going to a place full of mutants. Oh, right, I have something I need to talk to Logan about. Peter walked over to the co-pilot's seat and spoke to Logan. I went to the multiverse earlier and met your children, Logan. Peter hesitated but decided to tell Logan about X-23, Laura Kinney. Logan, who was piloting the jet, heard one word from Peter and stopped. Child, Ren. There's more than just Dakin. There's a girl named Laura Kinney. She's most likely being trained as a killing weapon right now. Logan sighed, lost in thought. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 273, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The Mutant Sovereign Nation, Genosha. 6 years ago, after the X-Men, at the cost of Professor X's sacrifice and Jean Grey's disappearance, stopped Stryker from using Mastermind to manipulate the Professor into using Cerebro to wipe out all mutants worldwide, Magneto, who had maybe, possibly, cleaned up his act, disbanded the Brotherhood of Mutants, then Mystique reformed it. He then utilized his powers to lift sunk battleships buried in the deep sea and space debris floating in the cosmos, reshaping them to build a mutant island nation, Genosha, in the Atlantic Ocean. In just 6 years, 80% of the world's mutants chose to immigrate to Genosha. The nation is now home to over 16 million mutants, governed by Magneto. His daughter, 16-year-old Wanda Maximoff, was currently sitting on a wicker chair in the back garden of the head of state's residence, the Magneto Palace, flipping through a book. A silver blur, trailing a gust of wind, suddenly swept by. The book in Wanda's hand vanished. She looked expressionlessly at her silver-haired brother standing a short distance away, holding an apple, likely just retrieved from the kitchen, in one hand and the book she was reading in the other. The Social Contract. Seriously, you're reading this at 16. You're only less than half an hour younger than me. Pietro. Wanda sighed, calling her brother's name in exasperation. The next second, the book was back in her hand, and a plate of sliced apples sat on the small side table. I am serving the future Empress of Genosha. Look at you studying so hard, Wanda. Dad is definitely going to choose you to inherit our kingdom. Genosha isn't a monarchy, Pietro. Oh, really? Then why did he name the presidential residence the Magneto Palace, erect a colossal statue of himself in the capital harbor, and name the main square after our mother? Pietro swept out and returned in another whirlwind, holding a sketchbook and rapidly sketching a butterfly. Don't be naive, Wanda. Our father wants to establish a mutant empire. It's not because I want to be a prince, it's just the truth. Wanda sighed helplessly. Before she could say anything, Pietro placed his sketchbook in her hand and shrugged. What do you think? You really don't have any talent for drawing. Oh my God, you just stay home all the time. How would you know anything about drawing talent? You should go out, meet new people, go dancing, attend parties. We're young people, let's do young people things. Before Wanda could finish sighing, her brother had tucked a pink rose into her red hair. Pietro then completed a new sketch. Perfect. I'll tell them all how beautiful my sister is. Wanda had had enough. The next time Pietro dashed off, she raised her hand, and a dark red energy blast slammed into his face, knocking him backward and making him violently plow a deep furrow in the garden with his face. All right, why are you annoying me here instead of running off to play in Paris or New York, brother? Actually, Dad sent me to find you. We have a guest coming to Genosha, and he wants someone to host them. Pietro, who was practically buried headfirst in the ground, pulled himself out and quickly brushed the dirt from his hair. Wanda considered this and countered, the X-Men. The X-Men. Sort of. An X-Man is bringing a group of students to investigate a case. But why would the X-Men be special guests? Everyone knows we'll have to deal with them sooner or later. Pietro shrugged and sped over to his sister. It's an Avenger, a non-mutant, and a celebrity. Father wants to host him well, to show the world, or whoever, that he's not a terrorist, and that Genosha is warm and friendly, or something like that. I'll go see Father. Remember to clean up the garden. Pietro stood up, looking at the deep furrow he had plowed in the garden, and scratched his head. I didn't do this. Why do I have to clean it up? The celebrity Peter was on a plane listening to Kitty recount the happenings at the academy. He wasn't particularly concerned with the development of the Xavier Academy itself, as that was mutant domestic affairs, but Kitty was enthusiastically filling him in. The Xavier Academy was currently divided into two main factions. One was led by the financially backed White Queen, Emma Frost, and her Hellfire Club. Emma already ran a smaller mutant academy in Massachusetts and had even formed a student team called the Hellions in imitation of the X-Men. The other faction consisted of the older X-Men and the original staff of the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. They had established a student team called the New Mutants, following the professor's original ideology. Kitty was a member of the New Mutants, having received her codename Shadowcat. The other four members of the team were Sunspot, who could absorb solar energy to gain superhuman strength, flight, and energy projection; Cannonball, who could release energy through his skin; Danny Moonstar, a Native American girl with telepathic abilities; and Wolfsbane, who could transform herself into a werewolf or a wolf. Kitty was temporarily serving as the leader because she genuinely had extensive combat experience, albeit only helping the Hulk escape a symbiote and injecting Grendel with molecular stabilizers. However, the most important factor was her mindset. Her attitude was surprisingly good, with little reluctance toward combat. Of course, not everyone wants to fight. Like, Logan won't let Jubilee join us, and the Hellions aren't as cool as us. Their leader is a telepath, but the others are what? A rock guy, one who can turn into Mercury, one who can turn into a sandstorm, and one who can make anything he touches decay. It's not very nice to talk about your classmates like that, Kitty. Logan, Wolverine, who was piloting the plane, or more accurately, sitting in the pilot's seat watching the autopilot, spoke up quietly. Ever since he heard from Peter that Weapon X might have created a clone daughter of his, he had been quite distracted, only just now snapping out of it. Kitty reluctantly stuck out her tongue and returned to her seat to chat with her teammates. However, their time for chatting was running short. Genosha is coming up fast. Don't forget what I told you about Magneto. Even if he's pretending to be a good guy now, his nature won't change. Don't piss the old man off. In the distance on the horizon, a seemingly prosperous island gradually came into view. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Magneto. Genosha is an artificial island spanning approximately 3,500 square kilometers. The entire island's basic framework was created by Magneto, but other mutants also contributed their efforts to this city built entirely by mutants. The island features complete mountain ranges running through it, as well as beautiful beaches and other natural landscapes where the metal framework is virtually invisible. The Blackbird jet landed at the international airport, which didn't host many flights, in Hammer Bay, Genosha's capital. As the jet descended, Logan saw Magneto, without his helmet, smiling towards the aircraft. Logan let out a dissatisfied snort. Once the jet stopped, he was the first to stand up and walk down the ramp to confront Magneto. Peter immediately followed suit, with Kitty Pryde leading the New Mutants team curiously exiting the plane behind him. Wolverine, what an old friend after so long. Eric Laneshare, Magneto, should be around 75 years old this year, but because he can control magnetic fields and enhance his own cells, his face looked only about 50, not overly aged. Judging by his tall, robust physique, one might even mistake him for a young man in his 20s. I don't think we count as old friends, Magneto. Logan walked up to Magneto after getting off the plane. We're just here to investigate something. We'll leave as soon as we're done. Magneto smiled and stared at Logan for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh, which puzzled Logan. What are you laughing at? Scott Summers let you bring children to Genosha, Logan. That proves his goodwill, at least he's willing to believe that I am building this nation for the benefit of mutants. And yet, you speak to me with such coldness. Is that so? Logan crossed his arms and looked at Magneto. I thought Cyclops didn't trust you, so he sent me. That is why he is Charles's most excellent student. As Magneto spoke, he looked over at Spider-Man, who was approaching, and extended his hand to him. Welcome, Spider-Man. Genosha welcomes any friend to visit, as long as they don't harbor ill will. Yes. I saw a lot of travel ads for Genosha online, but unfortunately, there aren't many direct flights here. That's because some people are afraid of the public seeing the truth, seeing that my nation and I are not a hotbed of monsters and terrorists, but a utopia, Magneto said, smiling kindly at the students following behind, then looked back at Logan. If you don't mind, Logan, perhaps I can give you a tour of Genosha. It is a wondrous and beautiful country. Logan merely stared at Magneto, offering no reply to his self-praise. Magneto extended his hand and turned a nearby metal fence into a platform large enough for everyone to stand on. He stepped onto it first, then watched the others. The students looked at Logan, somewhat unsure what to do. Logan frowned. Then, Peter was the first to step onto the platform. This surprised even Magneto, who looked at Peter and praised him. Remarkable, Spider-Man. Your courage is admirable. In reality, it's just that the spider sense didn't register any danger, but it's probably best not to say that directly, Peter thought. As he did, Magneto handed him a wristband and explained, in Genosha, to prevent malicious damage, we have a system for identifying non-mutants. They will be unable to access a significant number of locations. So, we prepare passes for our visitors. Please don't worry, there is no metal in it. Peter nodded, took the pass, and put it on. Logan then led the students onto the platform. Magneto waved his hand, and the metal platform took flight, gradually leaving the airport and heading towards the urban area of Hammer Bay. So, what brings you here this time, Logan? And why the need to bring an Avenger along? Nathaniel Essex may have come to your country, Magneto. This is related to a super soldier program the Avengers are investigating. Nathaniel. Magneto sounded utterly unconcerned. He is not a mutant. If he were to sneak into Genosha, the identification system would immediately detect him. Not necessarily. The last time we saw him, he was able to fuse the genes of different mutants into the bodies of his clones. If he controls such a clone, it shouldn't be too difficult to sneak in. Magneto nodded at this, acknowledging the threat, but still didn't seem too bothered. Mr. Sinister's goal was singular. If he snuck in, it would be for the genetic trimming device, which cost as much as a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier to build. But that device was currently under Magneto's control. By simply waiting, the guy posed no real threat. In that case, how about we two handle the Nathaniel problem? You can let the children tour Genosha. Since they're out to see the world, visiting Genosha might be beneficial. After making this proposal, Magneto looked at Logan. What is it, are you worried I might do something harmful to the children? Logan merely continued to frown. He didn't have Peter's sensory abilities, but he could feel the sincerity, or perhaps, the indifference, in Magneto's words. He was truly proud of the nation he had built and wished to boast of his accomplishments to his old adversaries. The metal disc gradually flew over the urban area of Hammer Bay. A massive statue appeared before everyone, a statue of Magneto over 100 meters tall, composed entirely of the wreckage of Sentinel robots. Logan was about to scoff, but then he noticed that the statue was two-sided. Facing the ocean, visible to everyone entering Genosha, was Magneto. But the side facing the nation of Genosha was a statue that made Logan fall silent. Chuck. Calling the professor by his familiar nickname, Logan scratched the back of his head helplessly. If you can guarantee the students will be back before 9 to sleep, then fine. Of course. You will be accommodated at the Magneto Palace. Magneto landed the group in front of his palace. After getting off, the students left, mostly nervous yet curious. Peter and Kitty waved at them, intending to follow Logan inside to deal with the main business with Magneto. Unexpectedly, after just 2 steps, Magneto stopped and looked at Peter. Spider-Man, I hope you also take a tour of Genosha. A positive evaluation of our country from an Avenger would be helpful to us. Besides, I'm sure the Avengers would like to know what kind of nation Genosha truly is. I've also prepared a guide for you. She will show you around Genosha properly. Magneto smiled and introduced the red-haired young woman who was walking toward them. Peter recognized the girl's true identity instantly, as she was about the same age as him, and he had just met her older multiversal version 2 days prior. Come and meet her, Scarlet Witch. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Removing the Mask. Spider-Man recap, Electro, who ambushed and stole a genetically modified electric eel from Oscorp, is likely heading to Genosha to cooperate with Mr. Sinister for further self-enhancement, while also avoiding the complicated romantic mess caused by Gwen and Cindy's previous dates. Peter Parker decides to go to Genosha with the X-Men, or rather, the New Mutant Squad, to investigate Electro. Along the way, Kitty Pryde, Shadowcat, keeps trying to chat him up. And that's not all. To reverse the negative international perception of mutants in Genosha, and facing Spider-Man, the first influential non-mutant visitor since the nation's founding, Magneto wants him to have a good tour to prove Genosha is a harmonious, friendly country. For this, he recommended a tour guide, his daughter, Wanda Maximoff, who is around Peter's age, yet another young, beautiful girl. Go get Peter. Thanks a lot, Venom. You're welcome, pal. Ignoring Venom's internal sarcasm, Peter scratched the back of his head as he watched Logan and Magneto leave. Wanda relaxed when she saw Spider-Man make this gesture. She had initially thought the Avengers, as the world's most powerful hero team, were difficult people to deal with. But now, at least Spider-Man seemed like a very ordinary person. Wanda was less certain when she recalled the TV footage of a gigantic Spider-Man fighting a massive dragon. I'm sorry my father didn't give you much choice, Spider-Man, Wanda began with an apology. Although he never admits it, I can see that he's very tired. He's practically taken the entire future of mutant kind as his own responsibility. He seemed very excited when he heard an Avenger was coming, so. Yeah, I understand. How could he not understand? I've met one Magneto who stabbed you for the future of mutants, and another who let zombies in for the future of mutants. Talk about dedicated to mutant kind. Peter internally grumbled as he looked at Wanda. As long as the safety of the genetic sequencer is ensured and we catch the guy, I think it's fine. Maybe walking around the city will help me spot the target. So, you plan to walk around dressed like that? Peter paused. You're here to look for someone. If you wear your uniform, doesn't that tell everyone that Spider-Man is in this place? Wanda explained. Maybe you wear the mask to hide your identity and keep your family safe. But here, even if you take off the mask, no one knows who the person under it is. If you just walk down the street, no one will think you're Spider-Man. Peter was stunned, then fell silent for a moment before scratching his head. She's right, you know. Yeah, she is. Nobody here knows Peter Parker, and no one would connect Peter Parker walking down the street with Spider-Man. That only leaves one question. Can I trust you? If Spider-Man took off his mask and traveled in civilian clothes, the only person besides the already informed Logan who would see the face under the mask would be Wanda. Peter knew Wanda was trustworthy, but he still wanted to ask and hear the judgment of his spider sense. It's hard for me to ask you to trust a complete stranger, I know. Peter took a step back, retreating into the shadow of the entrance to Magneto's palace. After confirming that there was no one else nearby, he let Venom recede and pulled off his suit. Wanda stopped mid-sentence in surprise when she saw Peter, now back in casual clothes. She then smiled in disbelief. Spider-Man is about my age. A bit surprising, right? Peter felt a sense of relief. You can call me Peter. Thank you for your trust. Honestly, I'm very surprised. Wanda didn't know how to respond immediately, so she simply reintroduced herself. Likewise, you can call me Wanda. Just a heads up, I'm not very good at tourism. Every time I think everything's over and I can finally rest, trouble just keeps coming one after another, Peter warned Wanda. Don't blame me if I run into the person I'm looking for or if something else happens along the way. If that really happens, I'd actually be quite excited to see it. Hammerport International Airport. A man in a brown trench coat slipped into the building with practiced ease, skillfully bypassing all the guards. He had impressive eyes, not just because of his red irises, but also because of his black scara. So, this is the thing. He walked up to the Blackbird jet, shuffling a deck of playing cards in his hand. He smiled, then took out a coin-sized object and placed it on the cockpit door. A few seconds later, the cockpit door opened. He strolled inside, placed a small metallic cube on the plane's control panel. Otto Octavius's full-head hologram appeared above it. Excellent, Mr. Remy LeBeau. I initially had some doubts about the methods of the so-called Thieves Guild, but the facts prove you are indeed world-class thieves. Haha, I love hearing that from a generous employer. Remy continued shuffling his cards, then asked, is what you said before still true? No killing, no destruction. It's rare to find a place that doesn't mind my eyes, I wouldn't want to get kicked out. Don't worry, Mr. LeBeau. All you need to do is transfer my data to the Blackbird jet. As I said, I bear no ill will toward the X-Men, I simply wish to steal a few things. Well, you could have just asked me, Remy said nonchalantly, watching the small cube emit a faint green glow. But Dr. Octopus on the other side gave a dry laugh. He didn't trust these mercenaries. He couldn't let them know what he was stealing from Xavier's school. Fortunately, as a professional thief from the Thieves Guild, Remy didn't mind. All set. Job done. Wolverine can smell your scent. Don't forget to deal with that. Haha, don't worry your head about it. That's within our scope of work. Remy smiled and waved to Dr. Octopus. By the way, if you want to do similar business again, don't go through the guild. Just come straight to me, Gambit. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 276, Chapter 276, First Visit to Genosha. Genosha truly was a wondrous nation. Peter and Wanda walked through the streets, observing the diverse array of mutants passing by. Wanda used her powers to conceal the bracelet on Peter's wrist, ensuring no one would recognize Peter as a visitor or suspect he was Spider-Man. They would simply assume he was a newly arrived mutant unfamiliar with Genosha. This was a form of reciprocation for Peter's trust in her. For mutants, if they merely possessed uncontrollable superpowers, they could try to conceal them. In the current era, superpowers had even become a form of capital to show off. However, the changes in appearance caused by the mutant gene had instead become the main reason for mutant discrimination. Simply put, a significant portion of the population didn't fear mutants with superpowers but normal appearances, yet they discriminated against mutants with strange appearances. This situation doesn't just happen between ordinary humans and mutants, it happens among mutants too. When I first came to Genosha, many people also discriminated against those whose looks were distorted by the X gene. Wanda explained the dynamics of Genosha as they walked. They passed a birdman, who had a human physique but was covered in feathers, possessed a beak, and had strange limbs. Wanda informed Peter that despite having hollow bones like a bird, this man still couldn't fly, and was instead met with aversion from those around him. They also saw a blue-skinned man singing jazz by the roadside. His mutant ability was simply his blue skin. There are many like him. For example, there's a mutant whose neck is 3 times longer than a normal person's. That's the extent of his X-gene manifestation. He has no other superpowers. These people were discriminated against in their hometowns. After coming to Genosha, mutants with greater abilities discriminate against those with weaker abilities, or those who have no other powers at all. My father wanted to build a homeland for mutants, not a new chain of mutant-on-mutant discrimination. He expended a great deal of effort to essentially eliminate this situation, at least on the surface. After hearing Wanda's introduction, Peter asked curiously, how did he manage that? By having telepaths intervene. The perpetrators were given a thorough experience of what it felt like to be discriminated against and abused. Their appearance in the eyes of others was even briefly twisted. It was about making them walk a mile in someone else's shoes. Wanda smiled and paused in front of an ice cream shop, asking Peter what flavor he wanted. Peter replied, chocolate, and was surprised to watch the shop owner's hand transform into chocolate ice cream, which was then scooped into a cone. The hand then transformed into vanilla ice cream, and he scooped a portion for Wanda. His power is turning himself into ice cream. Yes, transforming part or all of his body into ice cream. If he wasn't in Genosha, his business certainly wouldn't thrive. But this is Genosha. Most people here have very high body strength and won't catch a cold from eating a little ice cream in winter. Wanda laughed and handed the ice cream to Peter. The two walked to a street corner, where a mutant with hydrokinetic powers was controlling the streams of water from a fountain. He wasn't demonstrating any fierce attack moves, but instead changed the water flow into various patterns, a beautiful, fluid performance that drew many onlookers. They were no exception. In Genosha, everyone could freely use their powers without affecting others, and it seemed everyone was abiding by this rule. Peter knew, of course, that Genosha had its own laws, but its residents came from all over the world. Bringing them together was already difficult, let alone making them adhere to unified rules and laws. How was it accomplished? Because they fear my father. Wanda hesitated for a moment before giving what she believed was the reason. I still remember a few years ago, my father would publicly execute criminals, hanging them outside the palace for all to see, demanding that everyone follow the rules he set. On the busiest day, he executed over 70 criminals. Although most were not killed, fear was instilled in everyone, and they began to live according to Genosha's laws, adapting little by little. At this point, Wanda fell silent for a moment, then sighed with resignation. Perhaps once people are used to it, this kind of high pressure won't be necessary. At least from what I see, most people in Genosha are still pursuing an ordinary life and won't violate the laws. Provided the laws aren't ridiculous, Peter muttered internally. This Genosha looked too good. Although Magneto had used a lot of force to stabilize the nation, overall, Genosha could be considered a paradise for mutants. He just wondered how real this paradise was. Yes, many people fear mutants, and many others hope to turn mutants into soldiers and weapons, but they forget, or are unwilling to admit, that most mutants are just like them. They don't crave dangerous battles. They only came here because they were tired of endless discrimination. Wanda and Peter talked and walked, finishing their ice cream. Venom, using Peter's vision, was checking if he could find Max Dillon, Electro, but so far, he had been unsuccessful. But that was fine, Venom was free, so he might as well put him to work. As they walked, Peter saw a poster of someone he knew. He paused in front of the Dazzler poster, and Wanda noticed, asking with a slight curiosity, "Are you her fan?" "What?" "Oh, not really, I've just heard of her." He had done more than just hear of her. On Earth, 2149, he had met a Wanda and a Dazzler, but there was no need to mention that now. "Then I highly recommend you attend one of Dazzler's concerts. Her power seems tailor-made for her music career." Wanda finished and looked at Peter. The poster showed that Dazzler's new concert was scheduled for that evening, inviting everyone to attend. Wanda was even more direct, telling Peter, "If you're interested, I can accompany you tonight. Let's talk about tonight when it's night." "You're right." Wanda nodded, then asked, "Shall we go get some lunch first? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels." P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 277, Lunchtime. Peter encountered a puzzle that began when he bought ice cream earlier. Genosha did not seem to operate on the concept of transaction, at least not when they bought ice cream or ate a meal, they didn't have to pay. When faced with this confusion, Wanda's answer was quite unexpected. Genosha doesn't need those things. I don't mean that transactions don't exist in Genosha. Actually, monetary exchange still exists. But for basic necessities like food, medical care, and education, citizens of Genosha aren't required to pay any funds. Wanda said something that seemed to break conventional understanding. Although a considerable number of mutant abilities only hinder their daily lives, overall, the abilities mutants gain can still greatly enhance their self-sufficiency. The wealth a single mutant can create might be several or even dozens of times what an ordinary human creates. And that wealth provides the entire nation with far more tax revenue than it needs. This gives us the confidence to implement complete free services for all basic public welfare programs. This didn't entirely resolve Peter's confusion. Logically, he believed that 16 million mutants could generate the productivity needed to make all basic needs free. However, he found it hard to believe that a nation established only 6 years ago could implement all of this without obstacles. Even with Magneto's iron-fisted rule, it seemed unrealistic. Of course, he didn't really understand all the details, but he instinctively felt it was strange. And the strangeness didn't stop there. Children, especially those under 6, were noticeably few. Why do I hardly see any young children playing outside? Peter's question caught Wanda, who was waiting for their meal, off guard. She looked outside with confusion and realized the problem was indeed present. After pondering for a while, she seemed to recall something. The reason Genosha's birth rate is low might be because Genosha requires parents who wish to conceive to undergo genetic screening. After all, as you just saw, some people's mutant genes have absolutely no special effect, and some are completely negative, even potentially harming their physical condition. Meaning, if those genes are deemed unsuitable for inheritance, then they aren't allowed to have children, is that right? Yes. My father believes that these mutant genes are like hereditary diseases in humans. If parents naturally possess genes that could lead to a child being mentally unsound or having various illnesses, they shouldn't let that child be born into the world to suffer. It's inhumane. Peter understood. He didn't continue to ask the question, who decides which mutant genes are suitable for inheritance and which are utterly useless? This was entirely Magneto's absolute authority, and it was evident that he hadn't fully explained these details to his daughter. Wanda Maximoff was indeed a girl who truly loved Genosha and understood it, and she believed her father was working for the future of mutants. Naturally, Magneto himself likely felt the same way, it was just that their understanding of the goal was slightly different. If Magneto needed it, he could engineer a mutant population geared toward war or toward other specific aspects. With about 80% of the world's mutants now gathered here, Magneto was fully capable of influencing what kind of next-generation mutants would breed. Or, perhaps Peter was simply overthinking, and Magneto really had changed for the better. Peter wasn't sure if that possibility truly existed, but given Old Man's personality, the chances were slim. I feel like, you're thinking about my father, wondering if he's a bad person. Wanda's words pulled Peter back to reality, but he shook his head. I don't think it's about good or bad, but rather, maybe what your father considers beneficial to mutants might be different from your view. Of course, I could be overthinking it. That's normal, but he will grow old eventually, and he's also said that the future is in our hands, the younger generation. When that time comes, we can push things toward the right path. Yes, toward the right. Wait, I thought your father was already over 70. Doesn't that count as growing old? That is hard to say. He was already almost 60 when we were born. He remarried after founding Genosha. When he was 70, he and my mother had a younger sister for my brother and me, named Lorna, who has rare long green hair. Lorna. Polaris. Speaking of which, Oldman really was robust, having a child at 70. While Peter was muttering to himself, the waiter brought their lunch. Surprisingly, the server was a contemporary of theirs with short silver hair and very quick movements. Your 2 steaks, medium well. Sorry, my sister doesn't like her steak too rare. Pietro Maximoff darted out, placing 2 medium-well steaks on the table with a mischievous grin, and it truly was just steak. But in an instant, sauce appeared on the steak, it was brushed with honey, garnished with a few washed 4-leaf clovers and cherry tomatoes, and 2 sodas were presented in one swift motion. A side note, although he moved like a gust of wind, Peter could actually clearly track every one of Quicksilver's movements. His speed hadn't reached supersonic levels, perhaps because he simply didn't need to, or perhaps, he wasn't capable of that speed yet. Faster than Quicksilver was Wanda's sigh, which was a mix of exasperation and embarrassment. Salt and pepper, white pepper, fennel, do you need a side salad? Never mind, eat the steak first. Sorry, Peter, I need to talk to my brother. Wanda sighed helplessly, raising her hand to catch the zipping Pietro with a blast of crimson energy. Pietro, meanwhile, had an innocent expression. Hey, I already cleaned the garden, Wanda. That's not what I need to talk to you about, dear brother. Let's talk outside. Peter simply smiled and nodded, watching Wanda haul Pietro away. Using his superhuman hearing, he listened to Wanda grit her teeth while yelling her brother's name, accompanied by a sound akin to the pitiful squeal of Tom the cat being beaten. A few minutes later, Wanda smoothed her hair, walked back in looking resigned, and sat down with an apologetic expression. Sorry, my brother is just like that. No, it's fine. I know a few classmates who might be even more boisterous than him, Peter reassured Wanda with a smile. Besides, this steak actually looks great. Let's eat. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Magneto's Plan. While the New Mutants were out sightseeing and Wanda was giving Peter a tour of Genosha, Logan followed Magneto into his palace. Magneto clearly understood Logan's personality, so with a wave of his hand, a hole appeared in the marble floor of the main hall, like ice melting in hot water. The displaced metal floor transformed into a staircase that continuously descended underground. Logan glanced below, wondering why Magneto was being so dramatic. But he still followed Magneto down the stairs. I know you have many questions, Logan. You are welcome to ask them. I will not refuse to answer you. Magneto spoke as he descended the steps. Logan frowned. He indeed had many questions, but for now, he needed to address the most pressing one. Are you sure the genetic trimming device is safe? Yes, you will see it shortly. It is stored alongside other items that require preservation. Other items that require preservation. In his confusion, Logan had a very bad feeling. As they continued their descent, a completely unexpected behemoth appeared in his sight, the massive head of a sentinel robot, over 50 meters high. After a moment of shock, Logan's reaction was fury. You stored the master mold beneath your nation. A sentinel manufacturing factory, programmed to kill all mutants, you placed it under the feet of 16 million mutants. Trask mastered the technology to analyze the X gene without requiring a DNA sample, and the master mold is the only means to achieve this gene detection on such a massive scale. We use it as an essential tool for identifying lawbreakers. You need not worry about it, Logan. We have reprogrammed it. It is no longer an enemy of mutants. Moreover, as powerful as the master mold is, she is still just a piece of metal. That familiar confidence and arrogance once again surfaced in Magneto's voice. Logan frowned and continued to advance, but the continuously appearing objects made his eyes widen, the wreckage of drones developed by Hammer Industries that once appeared at the Stark Expo, and Chitauri weaponry from the Battle of New York, in vast numbers. These pieces of equipment were meticulously stacked by the thousands. Not to mention the sheer quantity of ordinary military-grade armaments. You plan to start a war. Start a war. If I intended to start a war, I could have done so long ago. I spent the last few decades doing just that, waging war on humanity. But after Charles's death, I realized something, it's meaningless. Magneto looked at Logan, directly refuting his speculation. Do you remember William Stryker, Logan? His hatred for mutants reached the level of wanting to eradicate them, and the source of this hatred was nothing. His family was not harmed by mutants, his friends did not die because of mutants. Even when he and his wife had a mutant son, it didn't eliminate his hatred, it only intensified it. Mutants do not need to prove to the world that they are a superior race, Logan. Humans realized this long ago. And I don't need to bring them fear, they will generate it all by themselves. Logan had no intention of listening to Magneto's rhetoric. He pointed directly at the massive pile of weapons in the master mold, capable of infinitely creating sentinel robots. Then what are these things? Are they contraband weapons you seized under regulation? Does Genosha have a gun ban? These are for war, Logan. You just said you aren't planning to start a war. I am preparing for war, not preparing to start a war. Magneto finally revealed his plan. Imagine what people would think when a man who can terrify the world with just a dozen mutants declares his plan to establish a peaceful nation. What did you think? What will everyone think when this nation boasts a population of over 10 million mutants? What will everyone think when this nation continuously supplies mercenaries to war-torn regions? Purely to earn money, of course. Magneto smiled, looking at Logan. What would happen? A war would happen. In the past, most mutants wouldn't fight back, despite the discrimination they faced, because they could get by. They could survive. Because for a massive population of nearly 20 million mutants, those human experiments, massacres, and tragedies were so few in number and so far away. But what if I first give mutants a utopia? Then, humanity declares war on Genosha. Every mutant will realize that humanity will not permit mutants to live. At that point, 16 million mutants will become warriors fighting for their own survival. And since humanity started the war first, no one will ever believe that humans and mutants can coexist peacefully. It will only be a matter of one side eliminating the other. Charles Xavier believed in humanity, believed that mutants and humans had a reason to move forward hand in hand, right up until his death. Eric Laneshare once did not believe in humanity, believing that humans and mutants were destined to be unable to coexist peacefully. For this reason, he always advocated for striking first, until Charles died. He still hasn't changed his mind, but he has put down his weapon, handing the gun to humanity and waiting for them to fire the first shot. He is certain humanity will fire the first shot. What if war doesn't come, Magneto? Logan walked up to Magneto and stared at him. Magneto maintained his smile. Are you hoping for war, Wolverine? I'm asking for your plan. I will start with the countries that don't discriminate against mutants. For example, Africa or India, where they believe mutants are incarnations of the gods. Or Russia and the East, where they don't believe in that idea. Mutants can obtain legal rights just like other citizens. I will encourage them to marry, have children, and leave behind more descendants locally. When these countries have more and more mutants, superior mutant scientists, mutant armies, mutant politicians, the side that lags behind will either launch a war or change itself to catch up. And either way, Magneto wins. Only one question remained to be answered. What if you lose, Eric? Logan called Magneto by his first name for the first time. What if you lose this war that you are so confident you will win? My translated web novel, The Only Player in the Marvel World, has been banned down. You can read it on Patreon until I re-upload it. Thank you for your support. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 279. Chapter 279, Is S.H.I.E.L.D. a public restroom? Magneto's plan was bold and terrifying. He was betting on human nature, betting that there would inevitably be extremist anti-mutant factions that would gain enough power to declare war on Genosha. At that point, Magneto could easily and justifiably rally the strength of over 10 million mutants to launch a war against all anti-mutant groups worldwide. I have no intention of declaring war on the entire world. Not everyone opposes mutants. I only need to show those who are unwilling to live in harmony with mutants what their fate will be, and that will be enough. Magneto considered himself much more moderate, but Logan, who had followed the professor for years, clearly didn't entirely agree with this philosophy. However, discussing the issue now was unnecessary, as no one had attacked yet. Any discussion would be better held back at the academy with Cyclops and the others. So, Logan got straight to the purpose of his visit. Where is the gene trimming device? It's here. It always has been. As Magneto spoke, he waved his hand, opening a metal wall. Inside was a complex piece of equipment spanning nearly 100 square meters, almost all of it dedicated to serving the 5 experimental chambers in the center. It only takes 4 to 6 hours to create up to 5 mutants or adjust the mutant genes inside their bodies. If it's just for elimination, it's even faster. Magneto looked at the gene trimming device with a hint of regret. This was also a means for him to accelerate the screening process of the X gene, selecting mutants fit for survival. Unfortunately, even if Genosha could meet the manufacturing conditions through various means, they didn't know how to build it. This was the only gene trimming device on Earth. It couldn't even be disassembled and copied. Once destroyed, it couldn't be remade. Alright, you've seen it now. The gene trimming device is secure. In this location, no one can enter unless I personally come down here. Humph. Logan didn't reply, countering with a question. What if that Mr. Sinister guy uses your genes? You already destroyed one gene trimming device in Madripoor. That means Sinister can no longer mark himself genetically after that. Of course, he might have other ways, but I can detect any anomaly in even a single iron atom of this vault. Wolverine scoffed but somewhat conceded Magneto's point. The two then left, and Magneto sealed the vault, burying all its secrets deep underground. Logically, if Sinister intended to break in and steal the gene trimming device, he would have to breach Magneto's personal defenses and then face an attack from Wolverine. It was at that exact moment that a beam of light flashed, a tiny electric spark invisible to everyone else, illuminating a very small area. Then, Ms. Sinister and Max Dillon changed from ant-sized back to normal human size. Thanks to Magneto. If it weren't for him, it really would have taken some effort to get in. The beautiful Ms. Sinister held the Pym particle gun in her hand and smiled. Hank Pym really made something great. If we didn't have Pym particles, we wouldn't have known how to get in here. Thank Magneto, he personally opened the door to the vault for us. Getting bigger and smaller is truly a marvelous experience. Max Dillon looked at Ms. Sinister curiously, but you were actually able to steal Pym particles from the Avengers. The Avengers? Don't be ridiculous. Even if Tony Stark is an arrogant child and Hank Pym is a naive dreamer, their talents cannot be ignored. The security of the Avengers Tower is like a brass fortress, and their labs are even more troublesome. But S.H.I.E.L.D. is another matter. Thanks to S.H.I.E.L.D. recruiting Hank Pym's old assistant, Goliath, the towering black hero who also uses Pym particles in combat, they had access to Ms. Sinister and the Hydra organization behind her. S.H.I.E.L.D. was like a public restroom. They could come and go as they pleased without any obstruction, and anything was available for use. Alright, take out your electric eel and prepare for the surgery. The transplant operation takes 4 to 6 hours, as you just heard. Ms. Sinister said this while patting the gene trimming device. Then, as we agreed, will modify you so you can absorb electricity to your heart's content. In return, you need to cause a major disturbance in Genosha so I can take the device away. Naturally. Max said this while stripping off his clothes and obediently lying down on the gene-trimming device. He then asked with uncertainty, Magneto won't find out, will he? He won't find out. Everything here is perfectly normal. At least, he won't sense anything strange. Ms. Sinister said this while placing the barely living, modified electric eel into another processing chamber. Enjoy your last few ordinary hours, Mr. Max. When you wake up, you will become the strongest mutant, second only to the Omega-level mutants. Peter was beginning to doubt whether Max Dillon had actually come to Genosha. Yes, it was a possibility he had listed, and one he personally thought was likely, but so far, there had been no sign of him, and Genosha hadn't experienced any problems. He had basically spent the day wandering around Hammer Bay with Wanda. A mutant girl was playing with lightning on the street. The electricity she released from her hands skipped and danced like threads, transforming into various shapes. She didn't do this to make money or please anyone, rather, she was simply demonstrating her ability and receiving a word of praise from others. This was the daily life of Genosha. Mutants could proudly display their abilities. Maybe we could, too, as long as we make ourselves look like mutants. No, I'd rather not. Peter thought this as he watched Wanda walk over. She had just gone to inquire about Dazzler's concert. In a place like Genosha, tickets were still required for Dazzler's concerts. After all, the venue is only so big. But strictly speaking, tickets are only required for the area where you need to see Dazzler. Wanda said this, smiling, and handed Peter a ticket, holding one herself. Peter asked curiously, then tickets must be hard to get, thank you for the trouble. Not hard at all. Just leave it to Pietro. My translated web novel, The Only Player in the Marvel World, has been banned down. You can read it on Patreon until I re-upload it. Thank you for your support. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 280, Dazzler's Concert. Dazzler, originally named Alison Blair, is a globally famous singer and one of the most influential mutants, and her influence is quite unique. She is one of the world's most outstanding pop singers. Her ability is to convert sound waves into light waves. This light can certainly be destructive, but most often, it forms the dazzling lighting effects for her concerts. This is one reason for her success. After all, a singer who can bring her own light show everywhere, with effects that change according to her voice, has a huge advantage over everyone else. Plus, she can fly. The only issue is that she cannot convert the sound she produces into light, but that hardly matters. Singers carry microphones everywhere, and the sound transmitted through the microphone can also create brilliant light effects. Oh, for a concert, there's another problem: there are too many people. The sheer density of the crowd makes it incredibly difficult just to walk and find a spot to watch. Peter watched as Wanda was about to be swept away by the human tide, quickly reached out, grabbed her hand, and guided her to an area that was slightly less congested. Oh, I've never been to a live concert before. I didn't realize there would be so many people. Squeezed among various mutants, Wanda apologized to Peter. Peter, of course, didn't mind and just smiled. Wanda then looked around with a hint of disbelief, and it's so loud. You don't like it here? No, I just haven't been before. I'm not used to it. Wanda said a bit self-consciously, I usually read books at home. Even when I go out, I rarely do anything like this. I didn't expect it to be this crowded. I'm really sorry. I haven't been to a concert either, or I definitely would have warned you. So neither of us thought about it, right? Peter smiled, looked around, and had an idea. Do these walls say we can't stand on them? Actually, no. Mutants often choose to stand on top of the venue's walls to watch the concert, but it's probably pretty crowded up there too. I didn't say stand on the top of the wall. Peter said amid the clamoring crowd, I said, on the wall. Ready. Peter held out his hand to Wanda, but the crowd simply pushed her right into him. Wanda leaned in and immediately hugged his arm. Is this okay? Works for me. He didn't use his web shooters because that would be too conspicuous, nor did he use his wall-crawling ability. Instead, he had Venom sprout a pair of wings behind him, and he flew Wanda onto the wall. Then, he had Venom subtly modify a section of the wall structure to extend a small platform, just enough for two people to sit on. That way, it was completely non-Spider-Man-like. Thanks, buddy. You're welcome. So, Spider-Man can actually fly. No, that's my partner, an alien organism. My symbiote suit. The evil symbiotes invaded New York at the beginning of the month. Oh, I saw that. A giant Spider-Man fighting a giant dragon. Wanda smiled, leaning on the platform to sit down. Peter sat beside her. The concert hadn't officially started yet, but the crowd below was a sea of moving heads, and more spectators were starting to appear on top of the surrounding walls. It's not so noisy up here, is it? Peter smiled and sat down beside her. His sharp eye spotted members of the New Mutants team, but it didn't matter, not even Kitty knew what he looked like beneath the mask, and Wanda had only appeared after the New Mutants left, so they didn't know her either. So, there was no need to worry about his identity being exposed. Kitty, do we really have to come to a place like this? Danny Moonstar, a member of the team, felt uncomfortable with the surrounding clamor, but Kitty waited nonchalantly. Thanks to her ability, no matter how many people arrived, she never felt crowded. She just listened to her teammate ask, "Don't you think there are too many people here?" "Yeah, but concerts always have a lot of people. Why don't you go out and hang out with the others, Danny?" Aside from Kitty, the others weren't very interested in the concert. Cannonball and Sunspot, the two boys, were clearly more interested in Dazzler the beautiful woman herself than her actual concert, and they weren't that interested in beautiful women. After seeing the sea of people, they had strategically abandoned the idea of squeezing into the concert crowd. Wolfsbane simply had no interest in pop music. Only Danny, fearing something might happen to Kitty alone, had followed her. But now she was regretting it a little. Kitty saw her discomfort and took her friend's hand. "I'll take you outside first, then I'll come back. Will you be okay by yourself? What could happen to me?" Kitty laughed helplessly. No one could even touch her. How could anything happen? Did they think she was some easy-to-trick little girl who could be kidnapped? In the end, Danny nodded and accepted Kitty's help. Before leaving, she glanced around and spotted the small platform on the wall. "It would be great if we could watch the concert from a spot like that. That looks like a platform a couple built for themselves. They must have the right abilities to get up there. We don't, we can't even fly." Kitty shrugged helplessly, pulled her friend through the crowd, and sent Danny outside. The concert began shortly after, and as night fell, colorful light waves danced along with Dazzler's singing. Peter Parker felt that Dazzler's concert might actually be best appreciated from a distance. The dazzling light effects formed a beautiful panorama from afar, and her voice, amplified to cover the massive crowd below, was easier to enjoy from a little further away. Although neither Peter nor Wanda were the type of people who enjoyed this kind of venue. "This is the first time I've seen so vividly how many people are in Genosha. I know a lot of people live here, but seeing such a sea of people so directly is truly rare." The vibrant colored light circles reflected in Wanda's eyes, and she smiled involuntarily. "Perhaps we really have created a kind of paradise for mutants. It's not perfect, but at least." Peter just sat beside Wanda, listening to her talk, but his brow suddenly furrowed. His spider sense gave a subtle, indistinct quiver. He looked up at the people on the surrounding wall, who were supposed to be watching the concert. They were all looking in another direction, where something unexpected seemed to be happening. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 281, Handling Wolverine with Kid Gloves. What's wrong?" Wanda asked curiously, noticing Peter looking around nervously. Peter didn't hide it. "Something dangerous is happening. We need to go outside and check." "Oh." Wanda immediately stood up, using her energy to levitate herself and Peter. They quickly crossed the wall and saw lightning streaking across the night sky. "Is my father fighting?" Wanda asked, uncertainly. She seemed to sense traces of her father's battle but didn't know why Magneto didn't seem to be fighting at full strength. Wanda took Peter to a secluded corner. Peter immediately changed into his Spider-Man suit, and the two rushed toward the location of the royal palace. At the same time, Kitty, who was listening to the concert, and the other members of the New Mutants team, who were wandering elsewhere in Genosha, received a message from Logan. Kitty regretfully glanced at Vibra's performance before immediately leaving the concert hall. The person Peter was looking for had appeared. Let's rewind a few minutes. Max Dillon had never felt so good. 6 hours of exposure to the Vita-Ray chamber had completed the fusion between him and the suitable gene fragment from the modified electric eel. Mr. Sinister's young protege, Miss Essex, had perfectly embedded the necessary gene segment into Max's body, making the modified eel gene a part of his X gene sequence and completing a secondary mutation. At this moment, he possessed unprecedented power. His skin, once a white man's, had become a structure glowing with blue electricity. His entire body seemed to shimmer from the constantly overflowing electrical energy. He broke free from gravity's hold, shattered Magneto's vault, and ascended above Magneto's palace, releasing an incredibly brilliant flash of lightning before taking a deep breath. Electricity was forcibly sucked out of Genosha's power grid. With every inhale, the current surged into his body. He greedily reveled in the feeling, letting out a burst of cheerful laughter. So invigorating. So comfortable. Max could feel every strand of electricity being stored in his body, his every drop of blood was fused with the current. The currents that were once incredibly powerful and would harm him now only brought him pleasure. He spun once above Hammerport, greedily drawing every current he could find, virtually paralyzing the entire city in an instant. Magneto and Wolverine stepped out of the palace, looking up at Max, who was flying wildly and unleashing lightning. Logan couldn't help but sneer, "Failsafe vault, huh?" Magneto's face was dark as he watched Max in the sky. "Wolverine, take your X-Men and deal with him. And what will you be doing? If the man you were looking for has finished his modification, then Nathaniel must be preparing to move the gene-splicing apparatus," Magneto said coldly, stating his intentions. "That is Genosha's property, Nathaniel cannot take it. Moreover, this was your task to begin with." Logan stared at Magneto for a moment before letting out a cold laugh. After sending a message to his students, he put away his phone, stretched, and pulled his mask over his face. "Don't mind giving me a ride, do you?" "Of course not, Logan." Magneto took control of the adamantium in Wolverine's body, and with a wave of his hand, launched Wolverine into the air toward the aimlessly flying Electro. The reveling Electro didn't notice Wolverine, who was flying toward him like a fastball special. Before he knew it, Logan had stabbed him in the torso, sending him plummeting from the sky. Looking at Electro, who was still jumping around despite being stabbed twice, Logan couldn't help but smile. "All right, kid, let's take this to the plaza." Next, a bolt of lightning struck, sending Logan flying. But Electro was also hit by the same force, and both fell toward the ground. Logan was caught by a web, preventing him from smashing into the pavement. Peter landed on a nearby utility pole and asked, "How's the situation, Logan?" "Hard to say good. I've seen a lot of electric mutants, but this guy's different." Ignoring the faint smell of roasted meat coming off Logan, Peter dropped into the crater Electro had created. But Electro immediately flew up, blood flowing from his wounds. That blood also glowed blue, sparking electricity when it hit the air. Peter was slightly dumbfounded. What kind of Electro is this? Is this even Electro anymore? Electro was looking for the guy who had stabbed him. He knew it was the infamous Wolverine, but so what? He felt completely charged with power now. "No, it's not enough. I can absorb more energy. I've only had a light snack. I need more power. Are you Virgil?" Peter quipped, even as he instructed Venom to produce insulated webbing, sticking it to Electro's raised hands. He then yanked hard, slamming Electro to the ground fault. Before the severely grounded Electro could react, scarlet energy bound his limbs. Then, the finally arrived members of the New Mutants, Sunspot and Cannonball, unleashed their abilities in a burst of darkness. Thermal blast struck Electro simultaneously, pinning him to the ground. "You have a telepath on your team, right?" Peter looked at Electro, held down by Wanda, and turned to the New Mutants team. "Can you stop him from using his power? As long as he keeps using his ability, Genosha's electricity grid can't hold up." "It's not that simple. Moonstar's ability is essentially telepathy, but she can't yet form telepathic links with humans." Logan, dusting off the debris, walked over. "She can link with animals or create fear-inducing illusions for humans, but if you're expecting her to be like Chuck or Jean, the kid can't do it yet." Peter looked at Wanda again and saw sweat beading on her forehead. He quickly used his insulated webbing to cover Electro's skin, doing his best to reduce the pressure on her. Logically, Magneto was the best person to deal with Electro. He could control all forms of magnetism and magnetic fields, which theoretically could completely restrain Electro. But where was Magneto? "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z." Chapter 282, Mr. Sinister's Lady vs. Magneto. Magneto arrived at his vault but didn't descend immediately. He already knew from Logan that Mr. Sinister possessed the technology to integrate mutant X genes and that he had the mutant gene of Leech in his possession. Magneto could not approach lightly. Therefore, he chose to stand atop the vault, extending his hand, sensing everything below. He detected the iron atoms flowing in the blood, responsible for oxygen transport, belonging to approximately 5 individuals. Magneto's palm clenched tightly, his expression serious. He sensed that his enemies did not die as he expected from having all the iron drawn from their bodies. Instead, powerful magnetic fields appeared within them, not as strong as his, but sufficient to shield themselves within his magnetic field. If he had ample time for precise manipulation, he could even dismantle the cellular structure within these bodies. But he didn't have that time. The enemy had arrived. A clear, pleasant female voice rang out from the vault below. "To me, my sinister men." Floating up via telepathy and telekinesis was Mr. Sinister's lady, or Mrs. Sinister, who had brought Electro to Genosha. Following her were a Mr. Sinister with wings, a Mr. Sinister who shot lasers from his eyes, a Mr. Sinister who glided up on a trail of ice, and a Mr. Sinister as robust and muscular as a beast, with blue fur. Does it feel familiar? Does it feel like your youth has returned, Eric Laneshare? Mr. Sinister's lady had not only empowered Elektra with the gene splicer but had also used the other 4 empty chambers to create clones based on the original X-Men. Using the telepathic abilities derived from Jean Grey's gene, she controlled her 4 clones to attack Magneto. Furthermore, she actively launched a psychic attack against Magneto's brain. "You are too arrogant, Magneto. You didn't even bother to wear your helmet." Arrogant. Magneto merely looked at this clown, or these clowns, feeling the sharp pain penetrating his brain. "Do you know how many times I've suffered telepathic attacks since Genosha was established? The reason I don't wear my helmet is because I haven't needed it for a long time." He controlled the magnetic field in his own brain, forming a psychic barrier that didn't require a helmet, which instantly blocked the opponent's attack. Next, metal material from the vault shot into the sky, immediately dispatching the utterly useless Beast Sinister clone, who served only as atmosphere, cutting him directly in half. Mr. Sinister's lady flinched and retreated. Then the Cyclops Sinister clone fired his beam at full power toward Magneto. She had already shrunk the gene splicer with PIM particles so she could carry it. The sole purpose of these clones was to cover her escape. As for taking down Magneto with telepathy, it was a bonus if it worked, but no great loss if it didn't. However, she couldn't show any sign of running in front of Magneto. Her main body hadn't been injected with Nightcrawler's gene, so she couldn't teleport away. She needed to wait for reinforcements. The Cyclops Sinister clone's laser struck near Magneto, blocked by a force field shield Magneto raised. Then, countless amounts of metal, controlled by Magneto-like liquid, climbed up from the bottomless depths of the vault to the surface, forming swirling streams of liquid metal that engulfed almost the entire palace, creating a pure metal tornado. The Iceman Sinister clone immediately lowered the surrounding temperature, attempting to counter Magneto by reducing molecular activity speed. Unfortunately, the abilities of these clones could not reach the power level of the originals, so they failed to suppress Magneto. Magneto maintained his shield with one hand, blocking the Cyclops Sinister clone's assault, and with the other, he condensed a great sword made of liquid metal, slicing through the ice pillars created by the Iceman Sinister clone. The Angel Sinister clone seized the opportunity and charged directly at Magneto. Though he carried no lethal weapons, he was incredibly swift. Magneto knew exactly what Sinister was planning. These clones undoubtedly had the gene of the mutant leech implanted. If Angel got close, he would weaken Magneto's powers. Magneto released his great sword, and the liquid metal instantly covered the Angel Sinister clone's wings. The excessive weight immediately overwhelmed him, sending him tumbling toward the bottomless vault. Splat, his wings were broken. Yet, Mr. Sinister's lady remained calm, even seeing the Iceman Sinister clone thoroughly shredded by Magneto's liquid metal tornado and watching Magneto blind the Cyclops Sinister clone with a deluge of liquid metal. She had no need to panic. The gene splicer. Where is it? Magneto stared at Mr. Sinister's lady, descending steadily and asking the most critical question. Just as Mr. Sinister's lady prepared to utter some dramatic lines, Magneto pierced her brain with an iron rod. "Since she hasn't been anywhere else, I might as well kill her and search later." Magneto thought this as he descended into the vault. However, a cloud of red smoke suddenly appeared at the bottom of the vault. A red version of Nightcrawler, carrying Mr. Sinister himself, appeared in the empty space where the gene splicer should have been. Mr. Sinister smiled at the descending Magneto. "I must say, Eric, you are stronger and more formidable than ever. But I regret that I don't need to deal with you. After all, while you were creating a mutant nation, I also found a group of like-minded mutants." Magneto said nothing, merely clenching his fist. Instantly, an overwhelming tide of metal enveloped them. Sinister raised his hand, struggling to resist Magneto with similar magnetic abilities. He lasted less than 2 seconds before being utterly crushed into a pulp. But that small amount of time was enough for Azazel, Red Devil, to escape with the PIM particle-shrunk gene splicer. Magneto left the vault with a dark expression. Today, although he had killed 6 of Sinister's clones, the villain had still achieved his objective. Magneto had seen the shrunk gene splicer. Undoubtedly, only Hank Pym's technology could have achieved that. He wanted to ask the Avengers how PIM particles had fallen into Sinister's hands, but as he floated into the sky, he only saw a streak of lightning rapidly fleeing toward Manhattan. His face grew even darker. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z." Chapter 283, Electro. While Peter was still puzzled about Magneto's location, Wanda's struggle was becoming increasingly difficult. She could clearly feel that, due to her suppression, the energy within Electro's body was growing stronger and stronger from being unable to discharge. Wanda looked at Peter and stated this directly: "The energy in his body is still strengthening. If this continues, he's definitely going to explode." Cutting off Genosha's power supply was useless now. Electro's body was already glowing intensely blue, nearing transparency. Judging from his expression, it was clear he was in considerable pain. Peter made a decision almost instantaneously. Can you control him and pull him up? Lift him high into the sky, Peter asked the struggling Wanda. The latter managed a difficult nod, and Peter urgently instructed, now, throw him into the sky. As far as possible. But. No buts. We can't risk lives. He has absorbed too much electricity. We can't guarantee when he'll explode or what the blast radius will be. We have to ensure the safety of the people around here first. After Peter finished speaking, he told Venom to deploy its wings and begin floating. Then he looked at Wanda, now. The insulated webbing restraining Electro was torn, and the man was flung high into the sky. Spider-Man followed, flying up with Venom's help. In midair, he saw Electro struggling to adjust his posture, attempting to break free from the interference of the chaotic energy. Seeing the villain gradually regain control of his movements, Peter asked his partner. Ready? Undoubtedly. Finally. Electro roared, regaining control of his body. Currents condensed all over him. He seemed to be enduring immense pain, but at this moment, he no longer needed to hold back. He gathered all his strength, releasing nearly all his electrical energy, trying to unleash it towards Genosha Island below. Then he saw Spider-Man descending from the heavens. Electro scoffed at this. Just Spider-Man. What could he possibly do? Was Spider-Man going to absorb the electricity he was unleashing? Peter couldn't absorb such a massive amount of electrical energy. Although he had gained the ability to release bioelectricity and had held Mjolnir, he did possess some energy storage capacity, but it couldn't withstand Electro's impending strike. So, he chose a different method. Peter shot webbing towards Electro. Electro sneered, waving a bolt of lightning that met and shredded the incoming webbing bit by bit. But this was just a distraction. Peter was firing insulated webbing, which was clearly useless against the already desperate Electro. He couldn't even try to draw out the entirety of the electricity. Electro wasn't an idiot who'd use a cannon to swat a fly. So Peter was using himself as bait. As he lunged towards Electro and even took a solid lightning strike, Venom was already prepared, landing on Electro's body. The symbiote then wrapped around Electro, trying its best to take over his will and direct the lightning release towards the higher sky. Venom succeeded. Countless electrical currents shot into the sky. The brilliant blue electric light almost illuminated the entire area. However, Electro, having released the lightning, no longer needed to endure the pain. He quickly made currents flow across his body's surface, successfully beginning to attack Venom and block Venom's control over him. But Spider-Man had already arrived. Peter stuck Electro with insulated webbing. Taking advantage of the villain fighting the symbiote on his body, he pulled him close in midair and then refused with Venom, slamming punch after punch into Electro's face. Electro continuously attacked Peter with lightning, yet both Peter and Venom now had far greater resistance to electricity than a normal person. He dragged Electro down in a steady freefall. As Electro received Spider-Man's punches, he despairingly realized that the remaining electricity after his massive discharge couldn't kill, or even get rid of, Spider-Man. Could it be that the pleasure of freely enjoying the currents, which I've just gained, is about to end? Will I be locked up in that damned place, the raft, to live a solitary life in a circuit-isolated room? Never. Before Peter could land a single sarcastic word, he saw Electro's face fill with terror. After roaring that phrase, his entire body burst into a flash so bright it scorched the eyes. The high temperature made Venom shriek and forced Peter to let go, but fortunately, he did let go, because a few seconds into his freefall, Electro literally exploded, becoming a gigantic sphere of light twinkling in the sky before utterly vanishing. Peter plummeted from the high altitude, watching the complete dissipation of Max Dillon, Electro, in disbelief. Did Electro self-destruct? Oh no, not yet. In the atmosphere, countless electrical sparks surged. Then, numerous tiny blue currents condensed, slowly forming a humanoid shape, a figure composed entirely of lightning. I. Electro looked at himself, uttering a heartfelt exclamation. I'm so hungry. Hunger. After releasing all his lightning and self-detonating once, the genetically altered Electro had finally fully awakened his powers, but he had also exhausted nearly all the electrical power in his body. He felt no joy or satisfaction over his body being made of pure energy. Instead, he felt an endless hunger. He was so starved that his mind was somewhat sluggish. He didn't even care about those annoying guys on the ground anymore. He needed to find food, enough food. No, he didn't need ordinary food now, he needed enough electricity, ample electricity. So, he flew toward Manhattan. Peter was falling, but of course, he wouldn't keep falling. Venom could deploy its wings at any moment, but freefall was faster. Soon, however, he was caught. Magneto extended his hand and caught the free-falling Peter, revealing a smile. Spider-Man, thank you for helping Genosha reduce its losses and even save the lives of many mutants. Magneto manipulated the surrounding force field to gently set Peter down, then landed and looked at Logan and his New Mutants team. It seems the new generation of X-Men are not yet mature enough. Wolverine. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, Fast as Lightning. They're still just children, Magneto, and this fight is clearly not suitable for them. Both Scott Summers and you have challenged many enemies unsuited to your abilities, even those who counter your powers. You don't need to make excuses for the children's lack of maturity. Magneto didn't seem displeased. He simply snapped his fingers, forcibly supplying power to the entire island of Genosha with his abilities, while also anticipating that Elektra would be drawn back by the electricity here. Logan just stared at Magneto, not saying a word. Apologies, but the most important thing now is that Max Dillon escaped. Peter walked over, unceremoniously interrupting the tension between the two. He looks very weak, so he must be looking for electricity. The best place is the Avengers Tower in Manhattan. Max completely drained the power in my suit, so I can't contact the Avengers right now. I appreciate your help, Spider-Man, but Genosha is tied up at the moment, Magneto said. He raised his hand, doing something unknown, and looked at Peter with slight apology. But I will have my son, Pietro, take you to Manhattan. His ability is super speed, he can get you back to Manhattan the quickest. I'll have the kids use Genosha's restored communications to contact the Avengers. You head back first, Logan added, then continued to look at Magneto. I'm quite sure I still have a lot to discuss with him. Hey, I'm here. A silver flash of lightning arrived on the scene. Pietro was rambling about his great achievements. I rescued over 300 people, 23 dogs, and 2 cats, oh, and also. Pietro, the old man interrupted his son's chatter. I need you to take Spider-Man to Manhattan immediately and help the Avengers catch the mutant who crippled Genosha's power. Sure, Dad, easy peasy. Pietro put on his windproof goggles, then looked at Peter. Sorry, for my running posture, you'll have to choose between me carrying you or me giving you a piggyback, mate. No problem, I just need one hand on your back. I can stick to you. Pietro smiled. That works, too. He turned his back to Peter, shrugged, and as soon as Peter's hand was on his back, he immediately took off at full speed. An audible boom instantly marked his start. Speeding along with Quicksilver was a very peculiar experience. Peter felt the sonic boom and marveled at the speed with which he could sprint across the water while carrying a person. This was much faster than when he delivered steaks to himself and Wanda a few nights ago. Even more astonishingly, Pietro's running seemed to create some kind of air barrier. Peter didn't feel the G-forces associated with high velocity at all. How fast can you run? Normally around Mach 5. This is an emergency, so I have to push my sprinting limit. So, my fastest time was running around the Earth's equator in about 3 minutes, but you know, just like a regular person running a kilometer, that requires technique and is much slower. As Quicksilver stopped, Peter looked at the familiar furnishings of the Avengers Tower penthouse. Quicksilver removed his goggles and slicked back his silver hair. Also, no need to shout so loud. When I run, I can keep the air around us relatively still, and you're kind of noisy in my ears. Wow, this is Avengers Tower. You guys decorated it really nicely. Much better than my old man's outdated, European aristocracy mimicking design. Why are the lights off? Janet Van Dyne was on duty at Avengers Tower tonight. She was watching a horror movie to pass the time when a silver blur suddenly darted out of the elevator, startling her into a scream that echoed through the tower. The snack platter she was holding scattered everywhere. Out of reflex, she instantly shrank and looked at the people rushing in, only then seeing Peter and the stranger curiously looking around. Jarvis conveniently turned the lights on. Jan. What happened? Hank Pym, who had stumbled out of the laboratory door, saw Peter, Janet, and the unfamiliar young man, and his first thought was Spider-Man playing a prank? No, something's happened. We rushed back and didn't realize she was watching a horror movie, Peter explained briefly, introducing Pietro. This is Pietro Maximoff. His superpower is super speed, reaching about 223 kilometers per second at his fastest. Pietro, this is Miss Janet, the Wasp, and this is Dr. Hank Pym, Ant-Man. Hello. I'm Quicksilver, the codename I gave myself, Pietro said with a smile. Hank looked at Peter. What's going on? Long story short, Max completed his transformation. When we tried to stop him, he self-destructed. Now he's turned into a mass of living lightning and is starving, heading for the arc reactor beneath Avengers Tower. The Wasp, having recovered from the fright, returned to normal size and was still processing Peter's words when Hank reacted immediately. What is Max's current energy storage capacity? I don't know, but the electrical energy he released was incredibly exaggerated, nearly equal to a small thunderstorm. He absorbed all of Genosha's electricity in one go and still hadn't reached his limit. Hank frowned. Max Dillon was heading toward Manhattan. Because he hadn't eaten enough, his flight speed was very sluggish, barely exceeding Mach 7. Shortly after he left, he felt Genosha's power restored. He had initially planned to go back for a feast, but at the critical moment, Mr. Sinister's voice reappeared in his mind. Don't think about going back. That power is being maintained by Magneto. You are no match for Magneto. If you don't want to seek your own demise, do not think about confronting Magneto head-on. Electro was obedient. The memory of almost being solo-killed by Spider-Man was still vivid. He didn't want to be caught and sent to the Raft prison, or worse, be killed by Magneto. He wanted to properly enjoy himself and absorb enough electrical energy. So his target was clear, the large arc reactor beneath Avengers Tower. It was rumored to be able to supply power to the entire Avengers Tower for 3 continuous years. It would certainly make a decent meal, along with the entire Manhattan power grid. He was going to feast. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, The Approaching Storm. So why isn't Thor here in this situation? Tony complained through the screen. Due to the unique nature of Electro, Tony was a character who absolutely had to be absent from this fight. Both the electricity needed for the Iron Man armor and the arc reactor in Tony's chest were prime targets for Electro. If the power in those devices were absorbed, Tony Stark would be essentially finished. Finished, literally. The shrapnel fragments in his bloodstream would flow toward Tony's heart due to the loss of magnetic suction, leading to his death. Therefore, the Avengers needed to figure out a solution within minutes, or Tony would be offline and unable to participate in the discussion. Thor said he's in Svartalfheim, helping the dwarves resist the fire giants. If the God of Thunder were still here, we certainly wouldn't need to worry about a live bolt of lightning, Hank said, adjusting the details of the new Spider-Man suit alongside Peter. Tony, far away in his mansion, tried his best to provide enough information before his power cut out. After all, once Electro truly arrived, the electricity in Manhattan wouldn't be enough for him to absorb anyway, and communications would truly be severed then. And the Fantastic Four are still exploring in the Wasteland universe. Banner went to find his girlfriend. Captain America sighed helplessly. He was advised not to participate in the fight either. The enemies were increasingly exceeding the scope that an ordinary super soldier could handle. What about the X-Men? I just contacted Emma Frost. She says he seems to have learned how to defend against telepathy using electrical signals from somewhere. There's no way to stop him that way. The captain brought more bad news while Tony, Hank, and Peter worked on the suit design. The suit's material was a polymer made of anti-gamma radiation, the same cosmic radiation that had mutated the Fantastic Four and modified their original spacesuits to perfectly adapt to their powers. Therefore, if the equipment was designed beforehand, this suit could also perfectly adapt to Spider-Man's abilities, primarily based on Peter's inherent bioelectrical discharge and storage capabilities, to design a suit that could strip away electricity. Tony took advantage of the still-working communication system to first summarize his analysis. Okay, to summarize our strategy, 1. Based on his previous characteristics, Electro can absorb and release electrical energy, but he cannot absorb the electrical energy he releases. If we create an electricity-free environment for a short period, Electro will grow weaker and weaker until he completely loses resistance. So, we first need to stop the arc reactor beneath Avengers Tower. Janet, can you handle that? Janet, executing the shutdown procedure underground, sounded relaxed. Of course. Even if I'm not a professional scientist, I run in scientist circles. I always have to explain to investors what you guys can pull off. Leave it to me. Good. Next step, create a bioelectric suit for Spider-Man to engage the enemy. Based on his weakness, complete a power swap, enhance the suit's storage capacity, guide him to absorb your internal bioelectricity, and then store the electricity he releases to boost your speed. It should significantly increase your speed. I'm still studying our Sonic friend's running data. I'll have him deliver the suit once it's done. Tony looked at the blueprint, modifying details with a stylus. Peter listened, then asked, what if this doesn't work, and we can't drain him enough to weaken him? Then we'll have no choice but to break up all the electrons in his body, turning the entire person into an electric current to be grounded or dispersed into the atmosphere. That will likely kill him, so try not to do that. Hank warned, and Peter nodded. As the only person on the team currently capable of discharging electricity, he was the only one who could execute this strategy. The strategic thinking was simple, since Electro had shown the two weaknesses of severe weakness from excessive current drain and the inability to absorb his own released current in previous fights, they would use Spider-Man, who can release bioelectricity, to attract the enemy, grab him, and then strip away his electricity in one go, forcing him to surrender. All New York hospitals have been evacuated, they are all in New Jersey now. Various corporate projects and high-level construction have also been notified, at least as requested. Quicksilver, having returned to Avengers Tower, reported his completed task, much to the surprise of the veteran captain. I wish this kid could join us every time we go out. Wait, Quicksilver smiled. Is that an invitation to join the Avengers? First, no. Second, even if it were, you'd have to sort things out with your old man. Tony bluntly pointed out the biggest obstacle to Quicksilver joining the Avengers, then looked at the reply from the Pentagon. Although Tony often disagreed with the Pentagon and the White House, he couldn't risk them doing something stupid underground in New York that would allow Electro to absorb too much power. Fortunately, the Pentagon, upon learning that a guy who could recklessly absorb electricity was heading toward Manhattan, very politely stated that they had received the warning, shut down all projects, and would wait for the Avengers to handle everything. Humph, that's a surprise. I thought they'd send the US agent or a few fighter jets to deal with the problem. Tony finished the design as he spoke. Jarvis, start 3D printing. Tell me how long until that electric ball reaches Manhattan. Based on satellite imagery, there are 1 minute and 52 seconds remaining, sir. Good. Where's the silver-haired kid? Tell him to pick up the package. Tony said this as he poured himself a vegetable drink. Just as he was about to drink it, he saw Quicksilver standing outside his mansion door on the camera feed. My goodness, this is California. He got here in half a minute. Tony reluctantly told Jarvis to open the door while asking, how much time is left, Jarvis? 1 minute and 22 seconds, sir. I meant the Christmas new suit. The speed suit will be completed in 37 seconds. Excellent, Jarvis. The New York mayor and the White House have all been notified, right? Janet looks like she's shut down the arc reactor. Tony finished his drink, smiled, and began the battle he was destined not to participate in. Have New York pull the plug. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, Give Me More Electricity. Just as the Electro, Max Dillon, was about to arrive in New York, he witnessed an utterly despairing sight. The city lights of New York had completely shut down in an instant. Countless lights flickered out at once, plunging the entire city into darkness overnight. From Long Island, where the Statue of Liberty stands, to Manhattan, the city's heart, silence fell almost completely. Better to shut down the power themselves than let the Electro absorb it. This was the first step of the plan. No. 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 The Electro felt immense pain. He needed electricity. He craved electricity. Every inch of his body, though whether he still had skin was debatable, yearned for electrical energy. The residual current in his body was barely enough to make any movement comfortable. He could feel those minute currents gnawing at his being. Every move was agonizing, as if countless ants were chewing on his bones. Even though he was purely composed of electricity, he still felt himself sweating profusely and was overcome by an inexplicable chill. Electricity. He wanted electricity. Only more electricity could alleviate his pain. Ah. He flew over Queens, passing countless residential buildings. The faint electrical energy in residents' phones, computers, and power banks were all sucked dry by him. Some people, ignoring the warnings from the Avengers and the government, set up their own diesel generators and opened their 24-hour convenience stores. The Electro in the sky simply overloaded their generators until they exploded. Near a private hospital, several robbers were preparing to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. They brandished flashlights, crowbars, and baseball bats, ready to smash the hospital window, when suddenly the flashlights sparked and plunged into darkness. As the thieves looked at each other in confusion, one of them was instantly struck down. The remaining few, having no idea what happened, quickly looked around, but saw no one. In the pitch black, everyone was knocked unconscious by an unseen force. Okay, looks like being a superhero isn't simple either. Gwen wiped sweat from her brow, looking at the criminals she had knocked out using her abilities. She really hadn't received any physical enhancement, it was exhausting. And that crackling guy flying overhead had drained her phone battery. Even the power from a single AA battery was probably sucked up by him. But for Max Dillon, it still wasn't enough. Where is the electricity? Where is it? Where is my electricity? He had flown a loop around Brooklyn and Queens, but the minute amounts of absorbed energy were utterly insufficient. He desperately craved electricity. But at this moment, not even the Avengers Tower had any power. He had to go to another city to find more electricity. Suddenly, he felt a surge of electricity in Manhattan. The Electro broke into a look of intoxicated bliss, then surged toward the source of the current. The one generating the electricity was none other than Peter. He was wearing an anti-Electro suit specifically designed to counter the villain. Parts of the suit had armored structures, most notably the chest, shoulders, wrists, and calves. The color scheme was largely consistent with the original blue and white suit, but the lines extending from the chest spider symbol also branched out to the calves and arms. As bioelectricity surged from Peter's body to the surface of his skin, the eye lenses and the chest spider logo lit up first, followed by all the web lines on the suit. Tactical information appeared on Peter's eye lenses. He took a deep breath, stretching his limbs like an athlete on TV. I hear this suit can reach supersonic, even hypersonic, speeds. Quicksilver looked at Peter's glowing new suit, marveling. Want to race? Maybe later. Stick to the plan, Quicksilver. Capturing this guy is up to us. Peter shrugged. Quicksilver smiled and departed. Peter then stood on the top of Avengers Tower, waiting for the Electro to fly toward him. When the Electro saw Peter, his eyes lit up, letting out a surprised electricity, before pouncing, completely disregarding whether the person was the Spider-Man who had beaten him before, or if the new suit posed a problem. He charged in and grabbed Spider-Man's shoulder. Bioelectricity immediately flowed from Spider-Man's body into his. Peter felt his bioelectricity weakening, even his wall-crawling adhesion was decreasing. But before Peter could be completely drained, he grabbed the Electro's arm and yanked. The new suit's gauntlet, along with the current flowing out of the Electro, instantly recharged the entire suit. The Electro let out a cry of pain. It's a trap. The Electro instantly realized what was happening. He didn't dare stay any longer. This place was stripping him of his electricity, and he had so much more to absorb. He couldn't be caught here. Hey, God, is the only time a guy going to an electric rehab center gets this excited when he's running away. Peter watched the Electro fly off and immediately charged out. His running was also accompanied by lightning, pushing his speed past his previous limits, breaking the sound barrier in a single burst. He landed on a wall and began a fast pursuit of the Electro. Thanks to the bioforce field device previously given by Osborn, he didn't have to worry about shattering glass walls as he ran on them. He could even fire webs and perform a supersonic swing. But this wasn't the final effect. Okay, finally connected. Tony, who had been cut off for a few minutes and couldn't hold back any longer, finally restored contact using the suit's rebooted system. The power consumption is fast, web-slinger. You need to grab the Electro again quickly to draw new power from him. That depends on how well the bait is prepared. High above Manhattan, the injured Electro was fleeing Spider-Man. Suddenly, he saw the distant Baxter building light up. Could it be another trap? I'm an energy being now. I'll be fine. At worst, I'll just electrocute everyone. The Electro said viciously, arriving at the Baxter building. He flew directly toward the power source and saw a giant, hamster wheel. Hey, buddy, how was my run? A silver-haired boy in a green, friction-resistant uniform smiled as he stepped off the wheel. The electricity immediately began to dissipate. The Electro desperately began to absorb the lost electrical energy, but Spider-Man had already caught up behind him, grabbing his arm and once again drawing the current from his body. The Electro let out an instant cry of agony. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, tributing the legendary hamster Quicksilver. Having Quicksilver transform into a hamster to operate a giant hamster wheel and lure Electro, this was the second critical point of the entire plan, a power source that could be interrupted at any time. As Peter tore violently, Electro let out a cry of agony. He couldn't believe he had been harmed again. However, what terrified Max Dillon even more was the sensation of his life force draining away. When a person is literally living electricity, every time the electricity is ripped from the body, it represents extreme pain and a weakening experience. After being torn apart again by Spider-Man, Electro was horrified. He frantically absorbed the residual electricity created and dissipated by the silver-haired hamster just moments ago, restoring a small fraction of his energy bar. Electro wanted to run. In fact, he'd wanted to run ever since Spider-Man showed up wearing that suit, but he never expected the suddenly lit Baxter building to be such a blatant trap. They actually built a damn hamster wheel to generate power. Why a hamster wheel? Electro's brain short-circuited for a second, but he quickly snapped back. This was no time to crash. He immediately shot out at supersonic speed. He had to escape New York, flee to a safe place with electricity. I'll chase him. Stick to the plan, Peter said to Pietro, asking with concern, can you keep up? Of course. Do you think I'm like you guys? You run like grandma's taking a stroll. Quicksilver shrugged, then turned into a nearly invisible bolt of lightning. Peter could only sigh helplessly. I hate supersonic speed. Because it means everything I say can't reach the other person unless I grab them. After muttering resignedly, Peter continued to run. Electro wasn't regaining energy as fast as he was losing it, and after a few more times, Electro would undoubtedly have to surrender. Peter looked up at the blue lightning bolt accelerating wildly in the sky to escape and accelerated his own run. The system attached to his tactical visor constantly monitored his physical condition and finally displayed the current maximum speed of the suit. Mach 7. Perfect. I'm a genius. Tony Stark sat in his mansion in California, cheering excitedly. What else could this be called if not perfect? He had developed a brand new supersonic suit, even faster than his existing supersonic armor. I need to remind you, sir. This speed relies on Spider-Man's physique and reaction nerves. An ordinary person cannot handle the extreme conditions at such high velocity. I know, just let me be happy for a few minutes. Tony, sporting deep dark circles under his eyes, rolled his eyes helplessly. In some ways, Jarvis was a real pest. How's the design work for Mark 41 coming along? It is nearly complete, sir. Excellent. This is a crucial step from 0 to 1. Microstorage and telemetry technology. I should be able to sort that out by the Mark 43 or 44. Tony said this while pulling out the design blueprints for his new armor. The outcome of this battle was beyond doubt. Electro had been soundly defeated by Peter back in Genosha even without the new suit. Now, with Spider-Man wearing the new suit, the fight was essentially over. The only issue was... Jarvis, tell the kid to be careful of the enemy self-destructing. Electro hadn't considered self-destruction yet, he was still focused on escaping. He bolted toward other areas, quickly flying out of New York City limits. But he was infuriated to find that the high-voltage lines and substations along the way were also without power. Finally, however, he spotted an illusionary light radiating from a gas station and its accompanying motel up ahead. Electro immediately spun around and flew toward it. If he could just get enough electrical energy, a single Spider-Man would be easy to handle. He quickly zoomed into the gas station, but something was faster than him. Quicksilver walked out of the motel restaurant, pointing to a giant hamster wheel inside the room. Looked familiar. How the hell did you get here? Quicksilver shrugged. Was it hard? Watch where you're running, cut the power at the nearest settlement, install the hamster wheel, eat a couple of snacks, and wait for you to show up. Look behind you. Electro was stunned for a moment, then heard a voice he couldn't believe. Here's Spidey. Next, the supersonic dashing Spider-Man used the suit's contact device to rip a massive amount of lightning from Electro's back again. Electro screamed and flew erratically. He thought about escaping to another place but then thought of the silver-haired kid. Nowhere was safe. To Manhattan, to Manhattan. Unconsciously, Electro muttered to himself for some reason. He found his target and immediately bolted back to Manhattan. Peter watched the fleeing Electro, then looked at Quicksilver. He reacted faster than we expected. So he's going for a hostage, Quicksilver said, pointing his lips at the distant lightning bolt. Still sticking to the plan. Yes, still sticking to the plan. Electro, having sprinted into Manhattan, looked at the pitch-black city and began searching building by building for people. He quickly spotted a child, only 7 or 8 years old, snatched him from his mother's arms, and headed for Times Square. Spider-Man caught up at this point, but this time, he didn't rush in because Electro was holding a child. Give me power. Electro roared. I want electricity. Restore my power now. All right, right away. Just don't get excited, because... The hand Electro used to grab the child was torn off by Spider-Man. Don't misunderstand, it wasn't the Spider-Man standing in front of Electro, but another Spider-Man wearing the real Velocity suit who stood behind him. The one in front threw off his mask, revealing his silver hair, and caught the child just before he hit the ground. That severed arm transformed into pure electrical current, which was completely absorbed by the Velocity suit. Ah. No. My hand. Looking at his severed limb, Electro wailed. He painstakingly regenerated the arm, but it made his body look even dimmer. He saw Spider-Man and Quicksilver, who had saved the child. In an instant, he seemed to understand his fate, locked away in the raft prison, spending the rest of his life without electricity. Never. Electro suddenly smiled. Then, brilliant light flashed across Times Square. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 288, Shadow of the Octopus. The projector displayed the final result of the battle on the wall. Electro's self-destruction caused an explosion with a radius of about 30 meters, but facing 2 supersonic heroes, his explosion was a dud. It served no purpose other than turning himself into a pile of dissipating electricity. Despite this, for those watching the live broadcast, this was still a monumental moment. Gentlemen, we have seen the interdisciplinary research situation of Project Rebirth, Project 1, Project Beast, Project 2, and Weapon X, Project 10. With simple genetic editing, we achieved in just a few hours a project plan that had eluded us for decades, an alpha-level mutant that can be controlled by us and is greatly enhanced. Otto Octavius stood in a secret conference room beneath the Pentagon, broadcasting the fight of their modified Electro, Max Dillon, to an audience. The room was filled with key military and Pentagon officials, as well as the presidential candidate Matthew Ellis. They had witnessed the entire process of the Avengers finding a way to neutralize Electro. It could be argued that this entire spectacle was the reason the White House and the Pentagon chose to shut down all facilities in the New York area and prevent the American Avengers from intervening. Otherwise, dealing with Electro would not have been difficult for Ms. Marvel, Carol Danvers, with her energy absorption powers, or Ares, the god of war from Greece. The biggest issue is not success, but cost. With this operation, we successfully recovered a vital strategic asset from the illegal mutant nation, the genetic slicer designed and manufactured by the renowned biogeneticist Nathaniel Essex. This equipment can consistently and stably produce super soldiers for us, approximately 20 per day. Matthew Ellis rubbed his jaw. He didn't care much about the super soldier program. Compared to his predecessor, the Republican president whose term was plagued by mutant unrest and the Twin Towers bombing, Ellis, a Democrat, was actually open-minded about superheroes and mutants. With superheroes around, he could easily cut the police budget, save expenses, and use that money to court voters. As for the losses caused by superheroes and criminals, the heroes themselves paid for those. If it weren't for the profitability of Stark Industries, the compensation alone would bankrupt Tony Stark. Of course, Tony Stark didn't cover alien invasion damage, he was only responsible for the collateral damage caused by superheroes thwarting villains. Very good presentation, Dr. Octavius, apart from whether it was truly necessary, President Ellis said, looking disinterestedly at the Pentagon officials. His own Secretary of Defense, also a Democrat, was clearly uninterested. The CIA and FBI were more interested, but General Ross's interest was practically exploding. The idea of a U.S. military-controlled supersoldier force was exciting to him. If Magneto discovers this, he might declare war on the United States. We don't need to go to war with 16 million mutants for a single machine, Ellis shook his head. And supersoldiers? America is the most powerful nation on Earth. We don't need a stronger military. If there are alien invaders, we have the Avengers, the American Avengers, and S.H.I.E.L.D. protecting us. We can even call the X-Men. A single supersoldier can replace 100 troops, Mr. President. If the U.S. military had enough supersoldiers, not many, just imagine 20,000 Captain Americas, then the U.S. military wouldn't need any non-technical troops, saving hundreds of millions in military spending annually. The most troublesome part of the whole process, the tens of billions dollar genetic slicer, doesn't need to be rebuilt, we recovered an existing one. Otto smiled. Hearing the mention of saving hundreds of millions in military spending, President Ellis finally raised his eyebrows in interest and nodded. And all of this has only one obstacle. Norman Osborn's research on Project Beast cannot interface with ours. I strongly recommend that the Pentagon reclaim the development rights for the Savage Force project. We will discuss that matter later, Dr. President Ellis, who had long since learned from his advisors about the personal animosity between Otto and Norman, stood up and interrupted Otto. Norman Osborn has proven his project is making steady progress, there's no need to complicate matters. As for you, don't forget your primary task, Project 5, Doctor. Now, I need to get back and rest. It was a good show today, but everyone, remember to keep it confidential. Otto adjusted his glasses in resignation and nodded. Yes, Mr. President. Hours later, Otto returned to his lab in Lower Manhattan. With his artificial symbiote, he could now walk independently, but Spider-Man's constant growth and meddlesome nature led him to realize that if he was to carry out his revenge, he had to eliminate Spider-Man, or at least keep him too busy to interfere. He activated a device set up in the lab. As electricity gathered, the scattered and disintegrated lightning that had resulted from the self-destruction was condensing to form a rudimentary, blurry human shape. I had Nathaniel Essex place a suggestion in your brain, if you couldn't escape, self-destruct in Manhattan. And it proved true, Spider-Man, he always finds a way to deal with us, and I cannot allow him to interfere with my revenge. Otto stood in front of the apparatus. The device barely sustained Electro's life signs, but it would take several months for him to fully resurrect. However, a few months was worth it. He wanted to see how much more Spider-Man could grow. You are just the first, Max Dillon. Otto sat down, looking at the screen displaying one potential candidate after another, Quentin Beck, codenamed Mysterio, Mac Gargan, codenamed Scorpion, Alexei Sitsovic, codenamed Rhino. Max Dillon, codenamed Electro, and Otto Octavius, the ultimate Dr. Octopus. This list was already long, but if he wanted to defeat Spider-Man, it wasn't enough. He needed more helpers who could counter Spider-Man. Of course, before that, he could extract some interest from Norman Osborn. As the events at the Pentagon showed, what he needed to prove was not that he was more successful than Norman Osborn. It was Norman Osborn's complete failure. Otto smiled, looking at the names on the list responsible for the Savage Force project, Jonathan Drew and Kurt Connors. So, who will be the final member of my Sinister Six? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 289, Cladding the World in Armor. An hour after Electro dissipated, Tony Stark and the New York City government, having confirmed no abnormal electrical activity, restored power to New York. As per the previous agreement, the entire second half of 2012's New York electricity would be supplied by Stark Industries' 5 large arc reactors, and residential electricity would be free. This was a good opportunity to investigate any power theft or leakage, check for strange laboratories in the decaying parts of New York, and then take them all out in one sweep. Of course, Tony still intended to charge for industrial electricity, such as that used by Osborne Industries and Warren Corporation. At most, he could offset some of the costs with the losses these companies incurred last night. Making it completely free for a month and a half was impossible. So, although we might have lost tens of millions of dollars in one night, we successfully dealt with one supervillain. The only flaw is that this guy's need for electricity was like a drug addiction. He'd rather self-destruct than be captured. Tony stated the current situation and laughed quite happily. He hadn't dared to set foot in Manhattan for several hours, and he was finally relaxing a bit. Only when he was with the Avengers did the uncontrollable anxiety he developed since the Battle of New York ease somewhat. In this place, even without wearing his armor, he could maintain a sense of security and self-control. Well, my mission is over. Pietro, Quicksilver, felt a little nostalgic about his brief time as a superhero. Although there was no applause or cheering, having a place where he could run with a purpose was very important. However, neither Tony nor the captain could help with this. After all, the young man genuinely had a father, and Genosha had no diplomatic relations with the United States. In fact, Genosha was largely unrecognized by most of the world. All right, come visit often, especially you, Spidey. I'm sure Genosha welcomes you, and not just me. Pietro smiled meaningfully, then quickly left. Watching a silver streak of lightning rapidly depart, the captain mused, perhaps our team really should have a few mutants. It would significantly improve their perception. Yeah, but more importantly, we need to expand further. Chala, Black Panther, rarely comes to New York. Janet, Wasp, is already one of us. So, we've essentially only had Spider-Man as a new recruit in the past 6 months. Tony, also an Avengers leader, frowned. He had received news from Nick Fury that the Thunderbolts had also gone through a round of recruitment. Tony couldn't figure out Fury's thinking. He seemed to be specifically recruiting based on the roster of the Wasteland World's Thunderbolts, bringing in Astra, the Tinkerer, Moonstone, Makai, and Songbird into the team. Fury was quite something, knowing that these people rebelled in a parallel universe and led to the annihilation of the superheroes, yet he was recruiting them while his own organization was riddled with Hydra agents. Tony didn't know what his plan was. Tony looked over at Peter. Peter, you know a lot of superpowered friends. Any thoughts? Heracles or Marvel? Sorry, I'm kind of tired. You can go home if you're tired. According to my schedule, I'm still on a field study trip. Theoretically, I shouldn't arrive in New York until tomorrow at the earliest. Peter yawned helplessly. Tony was momentarily startled, then smiled resignedly. All right, kid. The tower has guest rooms. Just rough it out here for the night. Go get some rest. After Peter went to the guest room to sleep, the captain looked up at Tony standing there. Are you all right? Yes, I'm fine. Why? You look stressed, Tony, as if you're facing some difficulty, the captain asked with concern. If there's anything you need me for, you can always say so. I'm fine, Steve, it's just. Halfway through his sentence, Tony suddenly realized how he could question the captain, and quickly asked, Steve, if you were preparing for a war, but the war started before you were ready, what would you do? So you're worried that we aren't ready for the enemy we'll face? I'm just asking, if it happened, what would you do? If war taught me anything, it's that there's never a war you're completely ready for. War will always encounter various situations, even the side with the advantage, or the certain victor, will run into trouble. Steve looked at Tony and continued, if you're asking how to buy more time to prepare, hold the line, buy time for the rear, protect the industrial centers. I guess that's in every history of war. Tony just nodded. He had an idea. As his armor continued to iterate, JARVIS was also constantly upgrading. This gave Tony the idea of using JARVIS as the central command for an Iron Legion. He already knew that in a parallel universe, Ultron would break through human-set shackles and transcend limits to become an enemy of the Avengers and humanity. So, Tony and Hank weren't planning on overdeveloping Ultron, and Tony had stopped Hank from using his own brainwaves to upgrade Ultron. But what about using JARVIS? If he used JARVIS, he could guarantee safety to a large extent. Tony was confident JARVIS wouldn't betray him, and he wouldn't set overly high goals for JARVIS. All it needed to do was control all the suits in the Iron Legion. Thinking about it, Tony sighed, then forced a smile. Thanks. It's really nice to have an old guy around, isn't it? I'm not an old guy. I just can't quite keep up with your era. Then, you want me to build you a suit of armor too? Iron Patriot. The captain shook his head. Although the enemies they faced were getting stronger and he felt increasingly powerless, he still wanted to enter the battlefield directly. The very existence of Captain America had more spiritual significance than his actual combat ability. Steve Rogers stepping onto the field was the most important thing. We fight together, united as one. That's how we fight any enemy. Tony looked at the captain and asked the question. What if we can't win? What if we lose? Then we lose together. The captain looked at Tony, or, as our team name says, we avenge. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 290, Inspector Stacy. So, when the power came back on, I went to check the damage, and I saw a lot of petty thieves knocked out on the ground with baseball bats. They all said they didn't know who hit them. So, either a stealth master knocked everyone out, or an invisible man did it. The invisible woman, Gwen Stacy, sat in the back seat of the car with an awkward yet polite smile. Peter, sitting beside her, was slightly restless and quickly changed the subject. Uncle George, didn't you get promoted to inspector? Are you still going out on patrol? The rank structure of the NYPD generally shifts starting at the inspector level. Patrolman, detective, and sergeant are frontline officers who must respond to calls. Once promoted to inspector, they usually move away from active patrol work and take on an office-based role. Captain George Stacy had finally earned his promotion due to his steadfast dedication during the symbiote crisis and his many instances of leading NYPD officers against various supervillains, coupled with the imprisonment of Kingpin, who controlled the NYPD. Considering he was only in his 40s, he was quite accomplished for his age. I can never sit still. It's one thing during work hours, but if I run into something on the road, I'll still handle it if I can. Inspector Stacy said this as he dropped Peter and Gwen off at the entrance of Midtown High. It was a rare day when he drove the kids all the way to the school gate. After Gwen waved goodbye to her father, she suddenly blurted out. I still haven't told my dad that we went on a date. Should I ask why? Gwen just smiled. It's nothing. I just feel a little embarrassed that the date didn't go anywhere. Did you fight that Electro guy the night before last? The name Electro was actually coined by J. Jonah Jameson, JJJ. The old man intensely hated the guy for causing a nearly 2-hour citywide blackout and blowing another huge hole in Times Square, leading him to loudly criticize the villain and toss in a few insults toward Spider-Man while he was at it. Yeah, overall, it was fine. No one was seriously hurt, but the guy didn't want to be caught and chose to self-destruct. Were you hurt? Peter naturally shook his head. No. Gwen breathed a sigh of relief. During those 2 hours, when she saw a man made of lightning flying through the sky and after receiving Peter's advance warning to stay safe, she was immediately worried. Electro had drained the power from all active electronics, making it impossible for Gwen to contact Peter. In that moment, she felt an unprecedented anxiety, an inability to confirm his safety. She couldn't know if he was safe, and no one would reply if she asked. She worried he might go up against an enemy he couldn't handle and get injured or even taken down. Spider-Man's power was constantly growing, and dealing with enemies was getting easier for him, but that didn't stop Gwen's concern. Peter likely sensed her worry and reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, I can protect myself. Gwen couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. That statement had zero credibility. Believing Peter Parker would put his own safety first in a fight was less likely than him confessing his feelings to her. But she didn't say anything, pretending Peter's words were perfectly acceptable. So, when is our next date? Peter was stunned by the question. He quickly looked at Gwen, who looked back at him with confusion. What's wrong? Since we've already had one date, why can't we have another? You didn't reject me. Peter's brain sputtered. Venom chimed in appropriately. Logically, there is no issue. Is there really no issue? They seek a mate, and you did not provide that to them, so it is reasonable to continue. Organisms will fight each other to secure a mate. This is the natural law of your planet. Peter walked through the school entrance, his mind full of question marks. Of course, there is another scenario, that the individual is powerful enough to dominate the mate selection of most members of the opposite sex. Without a doubt, all animals function this way. Peter, who already guessed that if he asked, but I'm not an animal, Venom would counter with, why wouldn't humans be animals, simply mumbled, why am I listening to your nonsense? And forcibly cut off the dialogue with Venom. But Gwen clearly misinterpreted Peter's words. What? I was talking about Venom, he's talking nonsense in my head, Peter explained to Gwen, pointing at his head, then smiled helplessly. So, Uncle George mentioned that invisible man. Oh, yeah, that was me. My arm is a little sore from swinging that baseball bat. Good thing I play the drums. You know you only make people forget you exist, you don't actually disappear. Bullets can still hit you, Peter reminded her, stopping by Gwen's locker. I walked behind them. I'm not going to walk right into their muzzle, Gwen replied, using Peter's own words against him. Don't worry, I can protect myself. She watched Peter walk away and began thinking about whether she should study harder so she could be reassigned to Peter's classroom for the second semester. I'll think about that later. For now, I'll plan the next date, or better yet, just figure out where to go. On the other side, Peter walked into the classroom. From the cosmic cube crisis to the zombie universe, and now to Electro, he had been on a non-stop rotation. The great blackout the night before last had Harry excited. He even skipped over the part about the two girls circling Peter on the way back from Puerto Rico. What happened the night before last? Tony Stark actually gave out free power. I thought JJJ made it clear enough. He just talked about a lightning Spider-Man showing up and that the Spider Cave had a new suit. Cindy, sitting nearby, was also very interested, mainly because she had felt Peter moving at an incomprehensible speed that night. To catch Electro, the Avengers designed a supersonic suit for me, driven by my bioelectricity. That's all. So, you're a speedster now. Not really. The new suit uses up electricity too fast. Unless Thor is following right behind me or something similar, I can't run that long. As Peter was talking, he noticed Amadeus wasn't in school and was about to ask about him when the bell rang. The teacher walked in and announced, "All right, class, here's some news. In December, Osborn Technologies is inviting our freshman class for a technology tour. If you have any conflicts, remember to request a leave of absence in advance. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z." Chapter 291, Chapter 291, The Osborn Military Technology Exhibition. Time rushed into December 2012. Well, perhaps not rushed, but all in all, both Peter Parker and Spider-Man had a remarkably uneventful period, aside from accompanying Gwen or Cindy on 2 more outings. It was eerily calm. It seemed that both the fugitive Dr. Octopus and Mr. Sinister, who possessed the gene-splicing tool, had vanished without a trace. The whole of New York only saw minor criminal activities. While world peace was good, having world peace when you knew someone was plotting something was downright strange. Peter was fairly certain this was the calm before the storm, that these individuals were definitely plotting in the shadows. He just didn't know what they were up to. And so, time moved on to December and the scheduled tour of Osborn Industries. Do you think Norman Osborn is planning to create another Spider-Man, which is why they're having another tour? Before reaching Osborn Industries, Gwen asked Peter curiously, leaving him speechless. He certainly believed Osborn Industries wanted to create a new Spider-Man to prove the complete success of their Savage Strength project. The problem was that neither Dr. Connors nor Dr. Jonathan had managed to resolve the contamination issue caused by extraneous genes in the genetic programming. For most people, genetic modification wouldn't grant superpowers. Becoming a monster like Kurt Connors was a good outcome, the majority would likely die outright. All I can tell you is don't overthink it. Besides, the head of the Super Soldier Project now is Dr. Connors. He loves to study lizards, so just make sure you don't get bitten and turn into Lizard Woman. Gwen imagined herself turning into a lizard person or something crocodile-like and shivered. As they spoke, the bus arrived beneath the Osborn Industries building, and the students filed out. Harry wasn't there, he was still quite displeased with his father. Amadeus wasn't there either. He had taken quite a few days off lately, barely maintaining the minimum credits needed. The rumor was that Hercules needed a guide and had taken old Zhao away. Even Cindy didn't come today, S.H.I.E.L.D. apparently had some business and called her away. Peter relaxed by half. Welcome, everyone, to Osborn Industries. I am the CEO of Osborn Industries, Norman Osborn. Whether surprising or not, Norman was personally in charge of greeting the students. He appeared on the roof of the building in a suit and tie, solemnly leading the students into the newly redecorated Osborn building. Today, the lobby of Osborn Industries had been set up as an exhibition hall, filled with a large display of Osborn Industries products. However, this time, let alone the radioactive spider, there were no genetically modified creatures of any kind in the exhibition. It looks like Osborn is trying not to cause any more accidents. Peter thought this to himself, about to step inside, when Gwen held his hand. She then blinked innocently. Peter simply smiled, took Gwen's hand, and walked into the lobby, starting to look at what new things were on display. It was somewhat unexpected that, despite being a technology exhibition aimed at students, most of the products on display this time were from the military industry. Osborn Industries didn't produce weapons, but it provided a large amount of battlefield support equipment, including the latest drone models and a series of high-tech gear, such as new powered exoskeleton suits. Peter even spotted the next-generation hover platform that replaced the Vulture's wings, likely the future Green Goblin hover platform, if there would be a future Green Goblin. At least for now, Osborn's mental state seemed quite healthy. Is this Osborn Industries style? Gwen muttered curiously. This was completely different from the exhibition she and Peter saw 9 months ago. Peter nodded as he walked. This really wasn't Osborn's usual style. Mainly, why display these items to a group of high school students, American high school students at that? Was he expecting these kids to join the army? Or to devote themselves to the military-industrial complex? Joining the military in America didn't exactly have the same sense of honor. Peter mused as he walked on. He stopped in front of the display case for Osborn Industries' new powered armor suit, finding the sight strange. Then, he suddenly realized something. Perhaps. What's wrong? You look troubled. I just find it odd. This tech exhibition, which looks like it was put together last minute, seems designed to catch my attention, but Osborn hasn't contacted me about anything. It's as if he wants to find me but doesn't want to do it openly. It was very strange. Norman Osborn was hiding something. That was the only answer Peter could come up with. So, are you going to work? I'm not sure. Just a moment. Peter excused himself to the restroom, then called Harry, who was killing time at the web-slinger's base. Norman's actions today were very strange, hosting an exhibition completely unsuitable for high school students, getting him to come, yet making no direct contact, only showing his face at the start. He planned to find Norman to ask what was going on, but first, he needed Harry to find out what his dad had been up to lately. Hey, Peter, is something going on at the tech show? I suspect your dad needs something from me but is afraid to say it outright. He might be hiding something. Can you help me investigate? Harry on the other end hesitated for a moment. Are you serious? The computers at the web-slinger's base were supplied by Osborn Industries. Won't they be useless for checking up on my dad? I switched them to the Avengers system ages ago. It's a direct connection to JARVIS. Ever since discovering Norman had hidden information about the Vulture, Peter had started replacing the underlying operating system of the web-slinger's computers with the Avengers system, though they still maintained an Osborn Industries shell on the outside. Harry, upon hearing he could investigate his dad, immediately became excited. You wait right there. I'll check for you right now. Peter hung up the phone, somewhat resigned. He then sent Gwen a message, telling her he needed to do some Spider-Man work, before immediately becoming invisible, donning the symbiote suit, and starting to crawl toward Norman Osborn's office. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 292, The Savage Power Takeover. Peter Parker crawled along the wall outside Norman Osborn's office, only to find him talking to an unexpected guest, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross, the Hulk's father-in-law, a steadfast proponent of the Superhuman Registration Act, and a staunch anti-superhumanist. What could he be discussing with Norman? Activating the listening function on his suit, Peter immediately caught the conversation. The Pentagon's proposal to acquire the research related to savage power is completely unjustified. We haven't failed to achieve results, on the contrary, we've already advanced to the primate testing stage. Norman's expression was calm, even relaxed, as he dealt with General Ross. Both men sat composedly in their office chairs, the atmosphere didn't seem overtly tense. But Peter's expression changed. The Pentagon was trying to acquire Oscorp's Savage Power project. Recalling the Electro incident last month, Peter seemed to realize something. It appeared that this whole affair wasn't just Mr. Sinister's plan but also involved the Pentagon. Going further back, Dr. Octopus was likely involved as well. He had been monitoring Norman Osborn and his super soldier project. The Scorpion was created by Dr. Octopus after stealing and modifying a radiated scorpion. And as far as Peter knew, Dr. Octopus had also been recruited by the Pentagon specifically to study symbiotes. Although, theoretically, there shouldn't be any symbiotes left on Earth except for the venom on Peter, so he wasn't sure what Dr. Octopus was currently researching. It's likely he plans to snatch the Savage Power project from Osborn as a means of revenge, Peter mumbled. Although Osborn wasn't exactly a good person, he was at least friendly toward Peter. If the Savage Power project fell into the hands of others, it wouldn't just pose a danger, but it would be impossible to monitor effectively. Especially if it fell to Dr. Octopus. So, this must be why Norman was seeking his help. But what could Peter do? Peter, there are a few things you should pay attention to. A timely message from Harry reached Peter. Through the communication, Harry explained some recent developments around Oscorp and Norman Osborn. A few small-time Oscorp shareholders have been selling off their stock in large numbers since the end of last month. The Pentagon has acquired these shares and is now Oscorp's fifth-largest shareholder. I suspect some of the bigger shareholders might also have deals with the Pentagon to sell their equity. That's strange. If that were the case, the Pentagon should be using its position on the board to deeply intervene in Oscorp's existing projects, yet they're trying to take the Super Soldier project back from Norman. Just as Peter was pondering the hidden motives, General Ross finally spoke, slowly and deliberately. The Pentagon does not doubt Oscorp's progress on the Savage Power project, Mr. Osborn. We are concerned that your pace of research is too conservative. As we understand it, the Avengers Spider-Man, Shield Silk, and a supercriminal called the Scorpion are all products of Oscorp's Savage Power project, yet none of them came directly from an Oscorp lab. You have so many successful case studies, why aren't you accelerating human trials? That is because gene splicing and transplantation is an extremely precise technology. General Norman deftly sidestepped the narrative trap set by General Ross, choosing not to discuss why Spider-Man and the others were special. Individual successes do not represent mass production. We may be able to create one Captain America, but everyone knows what your military truly wants is an entire army. General Ross paused, giving Norman a meaningful look. Undeniably, Norman Osborn was correct logically, but that didn't stop the Pentagon's hardliners from wanting to seize the Savage Power project, and all other super soldier projects, to ensure full coordination among them all. General Ross, however, recognized that today's meeting was unlikely to resolve anything. Meanwhile, Peter, eavesdropping, was deeply worried. He was afraid that the Pentagon's pressure would lead Norman to force Dr. Connors to conduct human trials, potentially leading to the emergence of the lizard. I have to talk to Norman. Just then, a message from Gwen appeared on his eyepiece. Peter read the text. She first asked if the problem was serious, then inquired if he needed a spy or a master thief to help. Since the Electro incident, Peter had taken Gwen to the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters to test her abilities. The conclusion was that Gwen's ghost effect worked not only on human perception but also on various technological devices. When she activated her power, she would be registered as non-existent by monitoring systems and cameras, even computer analysis would come up blank. However, the weakness of Gwen's power was as clear as ever, she only vanished from perception and observation, she didn't truly disappear. If danger appeared, her physical body was still that of a normal person, and she could even be endangered if someone, unable to see her, swung a weapon right where she was standing. It was very dangerous. But Gwen had a point, this situation might indeed require the help of a master thief. Take a note for me, Venom. Remind me to contact Black Cat. She'd be perfect for this, and since it involves the super soldier program, she'll be happy to help. I bet Gwen won't be happy. Peter ignored that comment. He waited until General Ross and Norman Osborn finished their conversation, which ended on an exceptionally unpleasant note. To summarize, the two sides, frankly exchanged views, reached a basic consensus on the continued advancement of the super soldier project, and established a positive atmosphere for future consultations. In short, it was a very unhappy meeting. Spider-Man, thank you for coming. Norman clearly knew Peter was there. After General Ross left, he opened the window. Peter swung in, then deactivated his stealth. Seeing Spider-Man truly there, Norman Osborn visibly relaxed. Perfect, Peter. I need your help, or rather, the Avengers' help, especially Tony Stark's. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 293, Chapter 293, The Avengers Invest in Osborn. Is there anything the Avengers can help you with, Mr. Osborn? Just a heads up, if you're talking about stopping the Pentagon from reclaiming the Savage Force project, that might not be realistic. Reclaiming. That's just an excuse for pressure. Norman shook his head, indicating the so-called pressure was negligible. If they really planned to reclaim the Savage Force project, they wouldn't be acquiring shares in Osborn Tech. What they want is to seize control of the entire project themselves, gobble up Osborn Tech's years of research, and even, further, take over my entire company. Damn it, I won't let them succeed. I have to stop them. Well, Norman Osborn was still Norman Osborn, he wouldn't want to be a supervillain, but he wouldn't sacrifice his own interests either. He was happy to help Spider-Man or even the Avengers, but not at his own expense. The core of the issue was that the Avengers themselves didn't want the Savage Force project controlled by the Pentagon. Previous incidents had proven that the Pentagon, or at least a significant portion of its personnel, was willing to develop supernatural powers at any cost, regardless of human life or collateral damage. They didn't care about illegal human experimentation or associated losses of life. Norman Osborn, at least, cared a little, because if he was exposed for illegal experiments, his company's stock would truly plummet. So, I need the Avengers, or if not in the name of the Avengers, then in the name of Stark Industries, to buy a stake in Osborn Tech. I will heavily support you. I'm tracking the shareholders who are likely to sell their shares to the Pentagon. If Tony Stark can snap up their shares before the Pentagon does. Peter was dumbfounded. You could say this had nothing to do with being a superhero, but since it involved the Super Soldier Project and illegal human experiments, there was definitely a connection. But you could also say it had everything to do with Norman Osborn's private interests and manipulative business maneuvers. It seemed too ridiculous. Peter hadn't fully processed the request, while Norman was still outlining his grand plan. If possible, I can use my funds to buy back those shares acquired by Stark at a premium. Even if Stark finds it profitable and doesn't want to sell, we can negotiate a retained stake, provided he promises not to interfere with Osborn Tech's internal affairs. I don't really understand this stuff, Peter said helplessly, giving a vague response. How about this? I'll tell the Avengers about this, especially Mr. Stark. He should be able to make a reasonable judgment. He truly didn't understand business, and the specific details needed to be discussed with Tony. Norman, clearly confident that his proposal would be approved, nodded with a smile. Sorry, no new gear for you right now, Peter, he said, switching back to a paternal tone. Is there anything else you need recently? If you have any other technology requirements, Osborn Tech will satisfy them as much as possible. Actually, no, Mr. Osborn. But there is one thing I wonder if you remember. Dr. Otto Octavius previously worked for the Pentagon and escaped after being captured. Norman Osborn instantly looked thoughtful but quickly recovered. Of course, I remember. All right, you head back to the tech fair. I saw you brought your girlfriend. Have fun. Peter scratched his head, offering no correction about Gwen's status. Then, he remembered something and made a bold request. Could I take Gwen, or my friend, to visit Dr. Connors's research? A few hours later, when everyone else should have been on a bus heading home from school, Peter and Gwen, each holding an Osborn Tech intern badge, entered the testing area on floors 33 to 37. Gwen looked at the contents inside, staring at Peter in astonishment. I thought you wouldn't bring me here, worried I'd go looking for some modified creature to get bitten by and gain superpowers or something. Actually, I was pretty worried. That's why I brought you. Peter said this as he led Gwen through a genuine tech exhibit. The various creatures on display opened Gwen's eyes. She saw all sorts of reptiles scurrying around. The one that most surprised, and even horrified, her was a lizard kept inside a temperature-controlled box. It had bitten off its own neck, but its head was still moving, looking up at Gwen from the sand. Gwen was startled, and the scientist with a missing arm quickly walked over. Sorry, it did it again. Again. Oh, good afternoon, Peter, and this must be. Dr. Connors smiled and shook Peter's hand, then looked at Gwen. Your girlfriend. We haven't officially defined the relationship, Gwen answered for Peter. Peter nodded repeatedly. Dr. Connors looked at them strangely, but Peter quickly shifted the topic, picking up on Gwen's earlier word. You said, again, Dr. Connors. Has this self-mutilation been happening for a long time? Yes. These lizards realize that they are different from other lizards, practically immortal. If we put them with ordinary lizards, they end up killing the normal ones, as if they already know they are unique, perhaps identifying themselves as a special kind of lizard, a unique creature. Dr. Connors then explained the current situation, and once their population is too low, they attempt to reproduce. If their number is 1, they try to commit suicide. Then, why keep only 1? Gwen couldn't help but ask. Dr. Connors shrugged, then activated the equipment on an adjacent temperature-controlled box. Inside, a monkey with lizard scales and a skull-like structure was baring its teeth, roaring at Gwen and desperately pounding on the glass window. That's the reason, kid, Dr. Connors said. We are conducting a new round of primate experiments, and the results are extremely unsatisfactory. Peter leaned close to Gwen's ear and spoke. That's why I brought you here. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 294, Black Cat in Action. Peter returned home that evening and briefly explained the situation to Tony. Tony was clearly surprised. It was rare for Norman Osborn to take such a significant risk to secure control of his company by making a deal with Stark Industries. Furthermore, most of the two companies' products weren't in the same field, meaning the acquisition wouldn't even trigger anti-monopoly laws. However, this matter clearly exceeded Peter's area of expertise, so Tony told Peter to go home and took over the matter himself. Peter simply communicated this to Harry so Harry would be aware. Of course, Tony Stark didn't really know how to conduct business, but he just needed to hand all business matters over to Pepper Potts, and everything would naturally be resolved. Back to Peter. Having returned home and gotten ready for bed, Peter went into his bedroom, lay down, and pulled out his phone. He made a private call to Felicia using a satellite phone, Stark Industries satellite, to ensure the call's security. Although the call was just to set a time to meet up and check if Norman or others were hiding anything. Hello, Felicia. Is there a problem with the detective agency? Felicia, who was at home searching on her computer for news related to the rapid drop in Osborn Industries stock price, didn't think Peter had anything serious to discuss, given he used the formal term instead of her name or codename. However, Peter's next words quickly changed her mind. It's not that there's a problem with the detective agency, it's that there's a problem with the Hudson River again. Felicia raised an eyebrow, immediately understanding what was happening, and countered. Want to set a location? I assume it's tonight. Yeah, the top floor of the Osborn Tower, about 2 hours from now. See you there. Felicia listened to Peter's meeting spot and nodded. Then she noticed Peter Parker's voice was strangely quiet. Just as she was about to ask why, she heard a loud shout from the other end of the phone. "Peter! Aren't you asleep yet?" "I'll be right there, Aunt May." Despite Peter muffling the phone with his hand, both his overly loud reply and Felicia's own super soldier physique allowed her to hear everything perfectly, and she couldn't help but smile. "Are you laughing?" "No, I'm not. Go to bed, Spider-Man. See you in 2 hours." 2 hours later, having changed into her black cat costume, Felicia, who had been waiting on the rooftop for a while, sat dangling her legs over the edge. She watched as Spider-Man swung over on a web. Tonight, he was wearing the old-style symbiote suit, pure black with a white spider icon. It looked more suitable for stealth, but considering Spider-Man could already turn invisible, it was likely just for aesthetic effect. "So, Spider-Man has a bedtime." "Most of the time, I just have a time to turn off the lights. If there's a special situation, I usually wait until my aunt and uncle are asleep before I head out." I remember her. Felicia, who had once attended an almsgiving event, smiled and shook her head. "She's a very nice person, isn't she?" "She is. It's just..." Peter rubbed his head and sighed. Uncle Ben knew his situation but was still worried about his late nights and early mornings, and even more worried about his safety. As for Aunt May, he suspected she knew he sneaked out every night but was temporarily being placated by Uncle Ben. He started debating whether to tell Aunt May his identity but was unsure, worried that if she knew, she would worry excessively about his safety. "Perhaps you should consider telling your family about your secret identity." "I don't think you can keep it a secret forever," Felicia continued. "The longer you keep it a secret, the greater the harm she'll feel from your perceived lack of trust when she finds out." Peter paused, choosing to skip the topic. "Have you told your mother you're investigating the truth behind your father's death?" "She lives in Europe, she can't monitor what I'm doing." "Your defensive layers are impenetrable, Felicia." A literal translation of the idiom Peter used. Ignoring Peter Parker's internal thoughts, Felicia asked, "So, why did you call me out here? Do you remember the huge New York blackout last month?" Felicia nodded as a matter of course. Some blue lightning guy flew around Manhattan for a few dozen minutes, causing a 2-hour power outage in New York. "I had a cell phone ruined." "Why?" "That guy was a mutant, but his powers weren't originally that strong. He only became that powerful after stealing an electric eel from Osborn Industries and undergoing surgery. And currently, it looks like the Pentagon helped him with the surgery." Black Cat's expression finally turned serious. The Pentagon, that was the direct mastermind behind her father's death. There were many Hydra agents hiding inside, and they had started manufacturing new super soldier models with a new program. And how is that related to Osborn Industries? Today, people from the Pentagon came to pressure Osborn Industries, and someone dumped a huge amount of Osborn Industries stock. The Pentagon is slowly buying it up. Dumping massive amounts of stock. No wonder Osborn's share price dropped so fast. Felicia looked thoughtful, then shook her head, still looking puzzled. All this sounded like the Pentagon had problems, so why bother Osborn Industries? Spider sense. "I just feel like something's hidden here at Osborn Industries, especially that Osborn himself is hiding something from me. I need your help investigating the link between Osborn Industries and the Pentagon." Felicia nodded, looking down at the building, which was already dark. It was past 11 p.m., and the entire Osborn Industries tower was pitch black. Clearly, everyone had gone home. In other words, there wasn't a single employee here now. It was the perfect time for infiltration. For both Peter and Felicia, infiltration itself posed no difficulty. Both had outstanding agility, and with the addition of a professional thief and an invisibility ability, the two easily sneaked into Norman's office. Peter also used venom to disable the alarm system inside. Next, Black Cat was responsible for picking any non-computer-related locks, while Peter was responsible for deciphering the computer. Just as they were about to start, a violent shockwave, sounding somewhat like an explosion and somewhat like an impact, came from beneath them. The two looked at each other in the darkness. "I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 295, Octopus Invasion." Switching the viewpoint to a few minutes earlier, after Dr. Kurt Connors had sent all the staff working overtime home, he personally did one last check of all the facilities, including the incubators. This was a testament to his diligence. As the head of the lab, he had to ensure the lab was foolproof and that there were no leaks. He couldn't account for sudden intrusions like Electro, but if something like the previous incident where a radioactive spider bit Peter Parker happened again, it would be a huge problem. Not everyone could become Spider-Man. If the DNA didn't perfectly match, it would lead to serious accidents or even create a monster. All right, the experiment made some progress today, successfully lowering the influence of the lizard DNA by 0.03%. Connors muttered. He checked the incubator containing the lizard-infused monkey one last time. Then, he looked at the clock, realizing it was nearly 11 at night. If he went back now, his son Billy would definitely be asleep, and his wife Martha would again scold him for not prioritizing the family. After finishing his final checks, Connors walked out of the lab. Just as he was about to use his key card to lock the door, something grabbed him and violently threw him back inside, where he crashed against the lab door. What kind of jerk is here to steal things this time? Mr. Kurt Connors, Richard's student. I've heard much about you. Connors pushed himself up and looked at the unwelcome guest who had used such violence. It was a short, stout man wearing sunglasses, holding a cup of coffee in his right hand and a tray in his left. 4 robotic arms extended from his back. The arms were covered in a viscous, reddish biological substance. Connors recognized the figure instantly. Dr. Otto Octavius. Doctor, I'm surprised that Oscorp's research personnel still show me such respect. Otto looked at Connors with surprise, then his gaze fell on Connors' missing arm. He couldn't help but chuckle. Are you surprised that a patient with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, can walk around here with flexible limbs? Connors was indeed a little surprised by the fully limbed Dr. Octopus, but he quickly regained his composure, scrambling to his feet and preparing to say something. But Dr. Octopus used one mechanical tentacle to cover his mouth while another grabbed his leg, pulling him over. Simultaneously, a third mechanical tentacle reached into the incubator, effortlessly unlocking the electronic lock, while the fourth tentacle skillfully tapped on the control panel's keyboard, preparing the experiment. It's really amusing. Norman Osborn is both an incredibly arrogant and incredibly stingy fellow. He plagiarized my achievements, yet considers them his own. He clearly has the scientific acumen, but to save money, he didn't even change the underlying code for the security system, still using my old core code. How foolish. As Otto spoke, he watched the machine automatically pull the mutant lizard onto the lab table for blood extraction, analysis, the addition of chemical substances, neutralization, and correction of various human-incompatible DNA sequences, ultimately completing a single vial of serum. His tentacle finally released Connor's mouth. That serum hasn't been perfected, Otto. You can't create a super soldier with it, you can only create a monster. Yes, a monster. Otto laughed. Connors finally guessed Otto's plan. He swallowed hard, listening in disbelief as Otto explained, I've been here several times now. Of course, it wasn't necessarily me personally, but my memory was enough to create a lab that looks identical to this one. Next, people will see that, in response to the Pentagon's acquisition attempt, Norman Osborn chose to pressure his super soldier program supervisor, Dr. Kurt Connors. Under his boss's oppression, Connors reluctantly chose to use himself as a human test subject, ultimately transforming himself into a terrifying lizard monster. Don't worry, a perfectly unfabricated video will prove everything. A mechanical tentacle held up a vial of what was undoubtedly a failed lizard serum. Dr. Octopus looked at the transparent serum in the test tube, giving a heartfelt compliment. Look, the first step in my revenge against Norman, a small, perfect gift. Realizing the severity of the situation, Dr. Connors, unable to stop Dr. Octopus's malicious act, tried to defeat him through logic. Do you believe people will buy this flimsy narrative? I believe the Pentagon will. 2 mechanical tentacles lifted Dr. Connors up, fitting a muzzle over his mouth to prevent him from speaking. 1 tentacle injected the lizard serum into Connors' body, while the last tentacle deployed another vial of serum from its palm and injected it into Dr. Connors. It's quite interesting, Dr. Connors. The Erskine serum we replicated cannot effectively induce mutation. It can only adapt based on the user's willpower and physical fitness. Failure results in death. But we discovered from Max Dillon, the guy who stole your electric eel, that if we use it in combination with other animal serums, we can guide the enhancement. 1 + 1 is greater than 2. As Otto spoke, he walked over to the control panel's computer, easily cracked Oscorp's central computer with a USB drive, and entered the system. He didn't forget to look back at Connors, using the 2 empty tentacle palms, from which the serums had been injected, to emit Vita rays capable of inducing and accelerating cellular mutation. After all, an ordinary monster is no match for Spider-Man. Let's see what Oscorp has plagiarized over the years. Military equipment, genetic science, environmental protection, Spider-Man, no identity information for Spider-Man, as expected. He suddenly froze because he saw something. A gene-altering spider for curing ALS. Jonathan Drew. His spider isn't here. Realizing this, Otto turned around and roared, where is Jonathan Drew's spider? His roar was cut short. Illuminated by the Vita rays, which his sunglasses partially shielded, a colossal reptilian monster, whose head was already over 4 meters tall even while crouching forward, was staring at Otto with its golden eyes. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, The Birth of the Lizard. I am certain that shockwave wasn't generated normally. Peter ignored Norman's office and opened the window. I'm going to check it out first. You cover our tracks and be careful. I'll be careful. Felicia rolled her eyes at Peter jumping out the window. He's 2 years younger than me, you know. Peter, of course, didn't hear Felicia's complaint. He was descending rapidly. Soon, he spotted a weird flash of light coming from a laboratory floor, which happened to be the one housing Dr. Kurt Connor's Savage Strength Project, the same floor Peter and Gwen had visited earlier that day. Connors? What happened? No time to open a window. Realizing something was wrong, Peter simply kicked through the lab floor's glass and landed inside. The moment he entered, he witnessed a shocking sight, a giant reptilian creature, taller than the Hulk, nearly 5 meters tall, with a tail over 3 meters long. Its body was covered in glossy, hard, chitinous scales. This was nothing like the lizard Peter remembered from Spider-Man lore, a human in a lab coat who had merely transformed into a lizardman. Instead, the monster that appeared before him looked like a bloodthirsty killer straight out of a monster horror movie. The creature used one of its newly grown hands, unconstrained by mechanical tentacles, to seize 2 tentacles of a certain octopus, slamming him fiercely against the floor before letting out a roar. Dr. Connors? Connors turned into the lizard. How could that be? He has no reason to inject himself with lizard serum or undergo surgery. Unless. Peter looked at Dr. Octopus. Otto. What did you do? Just a little experimental mistake, Spider-Man. I knew the Erskine serum would enhance the lizard's bestial nature when the lizard serum took effect, but I didn't realize it would also accelerate the cellular mutation. Dr. Octopus slammed to the ground, let out a dry laugh, pointing triumphantly at the lizard, venting his pleasure. Look. Everyone will see. This is a monster created by Oscorp. Everyone will know that it was Oscorp that created this monster. You did this just for that. I did this just for that. Otto roared, getting up. I've worked so long, precisely for this moment. I want to destroy everything Oscorp stands for. What does Connors have to do with this? Well, Otto smiled. He can help me destroy Oscorp. That's all. The massive lizard shattered a containment unit with a punch, pulled out a modified monkey inside, bit off the monkey's head, and swallowed the entire thing. He was feeding. He was hungry. The lizard's enormous size required vast amounts of energy to maintain, yet he deliberately chose to consume a smaller creature like the monkey, ignoring the 2 larger, more massive live humans. Connors? Can you hear me? Peter reached out to Connors, wary of Dr. Octopus. The lizard looked at Peter hesitantly, then suddenly seemed to realize something. His golden vertical pupils instantly constricted, and he turned to charge outside. Peter quickly shot a web, sticking to the lizard's back, but the lizard's power exceeded the reinforced web's strength, and it snapped during his charge. Peter then shot a massive amount of the symbiote from both hands, forcefully clinging to the lizard. The lizard howled and shrieked, charging toward the window. He was just about to leap down but was tangled. His golden eyes vibrated, seemingly waiting for something. Finally, he briefly looked back at Spider-Man. Then, accompanied by an earth-shattering howl, the lizard tore open his entire back. Massive amounts of scales, along with skin, were brutally ripped off. Blood sprayed from the lacerations, then flowed vertically, exposing the muscle and spinal column underneath. The tangled portion of the back, like a heavy shell, slammed to the ground. Freed from the symbiote's entanglement, the lizard shrieked as he free fell from the 100-meter-high building, smashed onto the pavement, and then, enduring the excruciating pain of his skin being torn off, dug through the ground with his bare hands and escaped into the New York sewers, rapidly fleeing. That's one giant monster. Felicia, having finished tidying up the Oscorp office, zipped down on her grapple gun, dangling in midair as she spoke. Are you going to go after the monster? No, we have to catch Dr. Octopus first. Black Cat, contact the Avengers. I'll transfer the contact signal to you. Tell them to protect Dr. Connors' family. Connors might go after his family now that he's out of control. After speaking with Black Cat, Peter decisively turned back. Dr. Octopus was also planning his escape, but Peter abruptly shot out a hand, and a massive black symbiote surged toward Otto, intent on capturing him directly. Surprisingly, however, Dr. Octopus's 4 mechanical arms also spewed out a massive amount of red symbiote. The 2 sticky biologies wrestled in midair. Otto wore a satisfied smile, but Peter frowned. He had noticed that Dr. Octopus had fully functional arms and had initially thought he had finally opted for some high-tech prosthetics. He hadn't expected the final solution to be the use of a symbiote. The symbiotes should have been wiped out a long time ago. The secondary symbiotes left by Null should have lost their activity. They have no consciousness. Peter, muttering to himself, heard Venom's reply. He understood one thing: Otto had mastered some way to activate the inactive symbiote remnants Null had left behind. His eyes narrowed. No time to dally with Otto. He forcefully pulled Otto closer and charged forward. Otto smiled, confident he could temporarily fend off Spider-Man. His mechanical arms had been upgraded and were incredibly strong with the symbiote's enhancement. Even Spider-Man, strengthened by his own symbiote, might not win in a test of strength. You can't stop me, Spider-Man. Is that so, Otto? Why do villains always assume I can't handle you? A cold flash streaked by. A sharp treasure sword appeared in Spider-Man's hand, severing the two tentacles reaching out. Then, Venom grabbed Otto's arm, molecularly merging into Otto's body, and sucked out the entire red secondary symbiote. At the same time, Peter swung the sword to slice off the other two mechanical arms, then let the Dragon Fang sword revert to being part of his web shooter. You didn't know a wizard friend sent me an unbreakable sword, did you? Of course, I'm sure most readers have forgotten, too. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, We Need a Hunter. Using a specially selected dragon tooth blade from Strange, Peter successfully severed Otto's 4 mechanical arms. Venom then extracted the unconscious symbiote from his body and tossed it aside. Otto didn't lose consciousness, but losing both his tentacles and the symbiote clearly exceeded his expectations. He roared in anger, "Damn you, Spider-Man. None of this would have happened if you hadn't interfered. Your revenge has hurt too many innocent people, Otto. You need to rest." Peter sealed Dr. Octopus's mouth with a web shot. "I hope you'll voluntarily share what you know about the Erskine serum. Otherwise, we'll have to bring in a telepath to deal with you." After webbing up the now 4-limbed, tentacleless Otto to the ground, Peter left messages for the NYPD and Black Cat to monitor the situation. He then charged towards the huge hole created by the lizard, dropping down to aim for the large pit. "Can you find the way he went?" Peter asked the question, and his body instantly shifted to Venom's control. Venom's probing tongue sensed the air and headed in the direction the lizard had fled. He continued to move until he reached a junction of several sewers where all the sewage flowed vertically down a single drain. Venom didn't jump down, he simply squatted, looking at the area. The scent interference is too strong. I can't tell where he went next. Did he jump down? Or did he take another path? Venom seemed to be asking himself. When the lizard reached this point, the scent of blood from his wound had completely vanished. This could only mean one thing: for the lizard, his massive injuries had fully healed. Peter sighed helplessly. Osborn Industries' Savage Strength Laboratory was a key monitoring project for the Avengers. Surveillance of the potential for the lizard transformation had never stopped. The Avengers possessed a potential villain list that Reed had brought back from the Wasteland universe, aimed at non-intrusive monitoring of anyone who became a villain in that alternate world. Whenever he began to pursue supernatural power or equipment, Jarvis would immediately respond. "I don't think it's your fault." Osborn didn't force him, and he had no intention of injecting the serum into himself. Besides, it's been over an hour since closing time, no one could have known he would still be at the company checking the equipment at past 11 o'clock at night. "We need to find him, the biggest problem is finding him." When it was clear that chasing after him further was pointless, Venom exchanged control with Peter and, at the same time, asked curiously. "Speaking of which, why do you think he'd go looking for his wife and children?" Dr. Connors once said that lizards that undergo the transformation believe themselves to be a separate species, no longer just lizards. Furthermore, their intelligence seems to have taken a huge leap. When individuals are scarce, they feel lonely. So, Connors will very likely go looking for his immediate family. Or grab a few girls off the street. Sorry, I'm kidding. That reproduction speed is too slow. Even if he really planned to do that, leaving aside the size difference, he'd probably commit suicide due to loneliness, just like the lizards in the lab, before the child was even born. Unless. Unless what? Nothing, I just thought of a few things. Peter took a deep breath. He thought of a Spider-Man work where the lizard was the villain, the Amazing Spider-Man. In the latter half of the movie, the lizard's goal was also to create more of his kind. He designed a special fog device to spread the lizard serum, attempting to infect everyone in New York. Would Connors do the same? Connors' intelligence was undoubtedly retained. He was still choosing not to eat people, but Peter couldn't guess how long that would last. He returned the way he came, climbing out of the sewer exit. By now, the NYPD had arrived. He saw Captain George Stacy, or rather, Inspector now, still choosing to be on the front lines, helping to escort the dangerous Dr. Octopus into a police car. Peter felt a moment of disorientation, sitting on the ground as fragments of thought flashed through his mind until Felicia Hardy pulled him back to reality. "Are you okay? How are things with the Avengers?" "They've already gone to monitor and protect Connor's wife and son." "You look unwell. What's wrong?" "I was just thinking about what Connors might do." Peter stood up, looking at the dim moon above. "I'm familiar with Connor's research. He said his modified lizards seek out more of their kind, or else they seek suicide. So, we have to start monitoring the missing women population, Though she couldn't see the face beneath the mask, Felicia Hardy felt Peter Parker give her an utterly speechless stare. It's possible, since Connors was injected with the super soldier serum and his reptilian nature was enhanced, but that's unlikely. Peter offered his hypothesis. The most probable thing is that he'll go off to develop a device that can spread the lizard serum in a cloud or fog. That way, he can spread the lizard serum throughout New York City very quickly. Where would he get a lab? The sewer. New York's sewer system is large enough and concealed enough. Equipment isn't a concern, the only material he needs is his own blood. I could assemble a fog diffusion device with the junk in my uncle's garage, and he doesn't need to do any experiments, he just needs to purify the serum. The lizard's goal is to create more of his kind, not to create the super soldier serum, so he wouldn't need complex materials. Felicia listened to Peter, then suddenly realized he was incredibly calm. She seemed to understand something. And you already have a solution. Peter did have a solution. Earlier, Peter had discussed the reversal of the lizard serum with Dr. Connors and Dr. Jonathan, Chapter 230. If they could obtain a serum sample from Dr. Connors before his mutation, they could create a neutralizing serum to restore him. Of course, that would take some time. Aside from that, Peter rubbed his brow. This task was best handled by himself and Dr. Jonathan, they had the easiest access. The other option was Beast of the X-Men, but Osborn might not allow outsiders into Osborn Industries' core labs. I have a way to create the neutralizing serum, but it will take some time. Besides that, we also need to find a way to flush the lizard out. If we can capture him before he creates the serum, we won't have to prepare for a worst-case scenario. But capturing the lizard from the labyrinthine New York sewers would be a monumental task. If we're going to catch a giant lizard, why don't we hire a professional hunter? Felicia's words struck Peter. Peter looked at Felicia, paused for a moment, and then realized. Right. New York currently had one of the world's best hunters. If Connor's reptilian side was severely enhanced, his behavior would be closer to that of a beast. Wouldn't the solution be to find a powerful hunter to hunt the beast? I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 298, Chapter 298, Peter's Concerns. Although the reasons were different, the final conclusion and the resulting plot might align. Kurt Connors of Universe 616 might, like the lizard in The Amazing Spider-Man, release a serum across all of New York, attempting to transform everyone into lizard creatures. If so, would it lead to similar outcomes? Would Captain George Stacy die while pursuing the lizard? It shouldn't, Peter thought. It's not the same universe, and I have the Avengers backing me up. Things like that shouldn't happen. Peter couldn't help but sigh again. As the year drew to a close, Thor had seen no major threats on Earth and had returned to Asgard early to watch over Odin's hibernation. If Thor were still around, this problem wouldn't exist, he could just wave his hammer and sweep the cloud-like serum away. So, what should he do? Peter. Why the long face? Aunt May, noticing Peter's troubled expression, quietly asked if something was wrong. Peter didn't respond immediately, so she gently touched his arm and asked again, "What's wrong, Peter? Are you all right?" "I'm fine, May." After saying this, Peter suddenly thought of something. He glanced at Uncle Ben, who also looked concerned, and asked Aunt May, Aunt May, are you still going to the soup kitchen today?" "I go every day. I was thinking of going to the soup kitchen to help out today. Do you mind?" Seeing Peter's somewhat forced smile, Aunt May asked worriedly, "Has something happened?" "No, nothing, just some lab stuff. I want a change of scenery, maybe help out at the soup kitchen." "Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Peter," Uncle Ben added with concern. "You can't solve everything alone. You need to learn to admit that." "I've known that for a long time, Uncle Ben." Peter smiled, then waited for Gwen to leave. He needed to walk to school with Gwen today, or rather, he had something important to say to her. Gwen Stacy was sipping milk while staring at her father. Captain George Stacy was reading the newspaper. When he lifted his coffee cup, he noticed his daughter's gaze and asked curiously, "What's wrong, Gwen? Is there something on my face?" "Very serious dark circles." "How did you manage to get more tired after being promoted to a police inspector who doesn't have to go on patrol?" "Duty, work. The NYPD motto, loyal to the end." George smiled helplessly. "Last night, while most officers were home, a mad scientist decided to break into the Oscorp tech building and created a giant, mini-Godzilla." "Giant mini-Godzilla? What kind of phrase is that?" "According to Spider-Man, it was probably 5 meters tall. Compared to Godzilla, it's definitely mini, but it's bulkier than the Hulk." George explained the situation. "The monster might need the Avengers to handle, but the mad scientist, Dr. Octopus, needed us to bring him in. Oscorp Tech happens to be in our 12th precinct's jurisdiction." "Dr. Octopus. I think Peter mentioned him." A big villain, but in his perfect world, he wasn't irredeemable. That's strange. What about you, Gwendolyn? Did something good happen to you? Why do you say that? Just a father's intuition. I feel like you've become very, well, happy. And the clothes you've been wearing the past couple of days are nicer than before, and you've been paying more attention to your appearance. Inspector Stacy asked a question of particular concern to a father. Are you dating someone? No. Inspector Stacy asked with uncertainty, really no one. I do want a boyfriend, but no, I don't have one. So you're dressing up to attract boys? Of course not. Gwen rolled her eyes exasperatedly. Is that how you see your daughter? I'm just pointing out how strange your words are. So, tell me, what's really going on? Inspector Stacy asked with great curiosity. Gwen's face flushed a little, but she finally smiled and admitted, I'm trying to ask Peter out. Peter? Inspector Stacy asked uncertainly. Which Peter? Peter Benjamin Parker. Yes, who else would I know named Peter? Inspector Stacy hesitated for a moment, then burst into a hearty laugh, much like J. Jonah Jameson, which annoyed Gwen immensely. After he had laughed it off, he shook his head helplessly. Impossible, impossible. I know Parker. He's a smart, helpful, very bright, kind-hearted kid. He's excellent, absolutely excellent. How could he be interested in you? Although she knew her father might tease her, Gwen still couldn't maintain her composure when he actually said it. Dad. All right, I won't laugh, Inspector Stacy said, shaking his head resignedly. So, you said you want to find, oh, I understand. You've realized you like Peter, but maybe he hasn't agreed to date you, so you plan to. See if we can go out a few times. Inspector Stacy shook his head and laughed again. I still don't know why he became so popular once he got to high school. There weren't many girls around him in middle school. Well, I can only wish you good luck, Inspector Stacy shrugged. But if I could be Benjamin's in-law someday, my God, that would be the happiest day of my life. Gwen sighed helplessly, slung her backpack on, and prepared to leave for school. As she left the front door, she saw Peter sitting right outside, waiting for her. Slightly surprised and happy, she walked over. What's up? Does Spider-Man not need to patrol today? The alarm system hasn't flagged any issues, so I guess I can skip it for now. Let's go to school. The two started walking toward the subway station. Before Gwen could say anything, Peter spoke first. Gwen, there's something very important I need to tell you. Oh, all right. She felt her voice drop. Go ahead. I can handle it. I have to tell Captain Stacy my true identity. Wait, what do you mean, you can handle it? Peter looked at Gwen with confusion, but Gwen's mouth was already wide open in shock. You're going to tell my dad. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 299, Mr. Negative. After school, Peter and Gwen headed to the FEAST, Food, Emergency Aid, Shelter and Training Center. The schedule was set. First, they would go straight to see Aunt May. Peter intended to tell Aunt May his true identity. When he realized that certain dangers might be closing in on his loved ones, Peter recognized that he truly needed to tell them to prevent some things from happening. Next, Peter would go with Felicia to meet Craven. The two sides had already spoken on the phone, but the piece of the lizard's back Peter had torn off was currently in the hands of Osborn Industries. Peter needed to personally take Craven there to retrieve the relevant material. Finally, in the evening, Peter needed to talk with Captain Stacy. Peter had told Gwen about how Captain Stacy had sacrificed himself to stop the lizard in a parallel universe. He wasn't sure if something similar would happen in this universe, but he wanted to ensure the safety of those around him. So, they arrived at their first stop, the FEAST Center. The FEAST Center had been riding a wave of popularity lately. A major reason was that the owner, Martin Lee, had become the superpowered Mr. Negative and joined the street-level hero group, the Defenders, becoming a street hero. But more importantly, his power of light could heal people's injuries. Some desperate patients who couldn't afford medical care would choose to come to FEAST to seek Mr. Negative's help. As luck would have it, Martin Lee was actually helping out at FEAST today. Of course, some people came just to see Mr. Negative transform, but Martin just smiled and declined. No, I can't do that. When I transform, I become very dangerous. If Mr. Negative touches a good person, he can turn them bad. My body holds both the power of light and the power of darkness. In Eastern terms, this is called yin and yang. I must ensure its balance and cannot use my power casually. Martin squeezed out from a group of laughing children and smiled when he saw Peter arriving at the FEAST entrance. Peter, we haven't seen you since you started high school. And Gwen, how long has it been since you two visited? Actually, I've popped in a couple of times, but I rarely see you, Mr. Lee. Peter shook Martin's hand. How have you been recently, Mr. Lee? I heard you went through some things. I'm all right, but things have certainly changed a lot. I was captured by a group of mad scientists and experimented on. Perhaps you've heard, I've become a sort of superhero. Martin said this with a touch of pride but also some resignation. It's not quite like that, actually. When I found I could use my ability to cure diseases, I did. But I quickly discovered the energy affected me. I can both heal others or give them power while turning them bad. But if I use either one exclusively, it will cause the yin and yang to become unbalanced. Exactly. Martin smiled. That's why I need to be a superhero. I need some violent means to maintain my own yin-yang balance. You're very smart, Peter. You've always been smart. Oh, right, you're here to see May, aren't you? And to help out at FEAST too. How's FEAST doing lately? Very well. More and more people have found jobs. Since the superheroes appeared, infrastructure projects in the city have increased significantly. Martin smiled as he led the two inside, adding, also, FEAST receives a large anonymous donation every month. I don't know who donates it, but I'm truly grateful to them. FEAST advocates for helping others, Mr. Lee. Perhaps some people were inspired by this spirit and chose to lend a hand. Peter smiled. He was actually the one making those donations. Since he joined the Avengers, Tony Stark could legitimately register the Spider-Man trademark and launch related toys. Peter received a significant sum of money, but he barely used it. One reason was that a sudden improvement in his family's finances might expose his secret identity, another was that he simply didn't need that much money right now. So, after setting aside some money for the web base, Peter asked Stark Industries to donate the rest to FEAST. He wasn't sure if other charities were trustworthy, but FEAST certainly was. Martin left after leading Peter and Gwen to the back kitchen. The two exchanged glances, naturally went to the adjacent storage room, grabbed aprons, and entered the kitchen. Aunt May, who was preparing dinner for the homeless individuals sheltered by FEAST, smiled with slight surprise when she saw them enter. Peter and Gwen. I didn't expect you to come now. You've both been quite busy since you started high school. It's been all right, May. I've been here a couple of times now. After Peter spoke, Gwen leaned in and whispered something to him. Peter nodded, then watched Gwen go to help in another area. Aunt May looked at him, both amused and curious. What's going on? All the secrecy. I have something I need to tell you, May. You might have noticed I've been leaving the house every night. May stopped what she was doing and looked at Peter. I know, Peter. But I also know you're a good boy. You haven't been doing anything bad, have you? No, I'm doing my best to help other people. Peter smiled, took a deep breath. I'm Spider-Man. May looked at Peter again, staring into his eyes. It took a while before she finally understood. Oh, my goodness, Peter. You're not joking. I'm not joking, May. I got my powers at the Osborn Industries Expo in March, and I thought I could do something with them. So, I asked Uncle Ben to help me learn how to control these powers. After that, you know the rest, I became Spider-Man, and I became an Avenger. As Peter spoke, he looked around, ensuring no one could overhear, before continuing. Uncle Ben and I were both worried at first that you'd be very worried if you found out, so we didn't say anything. But, Aunt May, I've realized that if I don't tell you, there are a lot of things I can't explain, and if danger comes, I might not be able to make things clear. Has something happened, Peter? Not yet, May. Peter said softly, I'll make sure it doesn't. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Zi. Chapter 300, Preparing for the Hunt. So, your secret base is a rooftop lab. Looks pretty decent. Yeah, except the elevator looks kind of old. Though usually, I don't use the elevator, I just swing right in. Peter hadn't initially planned on bringing Gwen to the spiderweb base, but he suddenly changed his mind. Gwen might genuinely be able to help with something without putting herself in too much danger. And all of this required Gwen to participate in the upcoming strategy meeting. Oh, hey, Peter, you're here too. Harry, who had been about to engage in some Spider-Man talk, rose and saw Gwen following behind. After a moment of astonishment, he looked at Peter, unsure what to say. Peter addressed the situation directly. Gwen knows I'm Spider-Man, Harry. She knew before any of you, and she figured it out herself. Harry. Gwen merely smiled and greeted the people inside. Peter had already told her who would be attending today, including people Gwen didn't know, such as Dr. Jonathan Drew, Jessica Drew's father, who had improved the spider project left by Richard Parker and created the spider that bit Peter and Cindy. There was also Kraven the Hunter. Gwen actually knew everyone else. It's getting late, Dr. Jonathan. Any progress on the antidote? It's very difficult, Peter, or rather, quite problematic. We don't have a blood sample from Dr. Kurt Connors. He never donated blood, and any blood from previous medical checkups would have been discarded long ago. Jonathan scratched his head in frustration, but Peter walked up to the operating console, performed a few quick actions on the computer, and a refrigerated vial of blood popped out. Peter took it out and handed it to Jonathan. Jonathan was wide-eyed with shock. This is Dr. Connors' serum. I once discussed with him the possibility of him becoming the supervillain Lizard in other universes. Just in case, he drew this vial of blood. Although he joked he would never inject himself with an unsuccessful serum, we made preparations just in case. I'll start synthesizing the antidote immediately. Oh, also, make one for me. If I have to stop him, he might try to use the serum on me. Peter sighed after speaking. We originally installed a tracker in his body with his permission, but unfortunately, for some reason, the tracker is now offline. You sound less like Spider-Man and more like Batman. The one making the quip was Black Cat. She opened the door and walked in. Her goggles, which completely failed to conceal her identity, left Harry speechless. Who was that? Felicia Hardy. She's a superhero too. How many people in this club aren't superheroes? I brought the hunter, Spiderling, and I didn't expect you to bring the little girlfriend. Felicia gave Gwen a subtly teasing look. Peter ignored her and extended a hand to the following Craven the Hunter. Welcome, Mr. Craven. We need the assistance of your specialized skills. I heard you need to hunt a massive lizard, so I came. Craven wasn't wearing his usual suit but had changed into the kind of attire, made of exotic animal pelts, that would infuriate animal rights organizations, which he, of course, paid no attention to. Craven merely smiled, awaiting Peter's request. This is his biological fragment. He tore off a piece of his body while trying to escape. This is a section of his back. I hope it helps. It's sufficient. With this piece of his back, I can confirm his characteristics. I'll leave immediately and notify you as soon as I have any information. Craven nodded and walked out. Peter didn't forget to remind him, that's no ordinary enemy, Mr. Craven. Don't underestimate him. Rest assured, Spider-Man. I know what's important. After Craven left, Cindy was the last to arrive and closed the door. The instant the door was shut, Peter sighed and had Venom cover the entire room. This is a signal jammer, everyone. This concerns our next operation, so I need absolute secrecy. Peter looked at everyone and rubbed his temples. Norman Osborn is problematic, that much is certain. Ever since Mysterio first invaded Osborn Technologies, it's highly likely he's done absolutely nothing to upgrade the lab's security, and there have been no countermeasures even after Electro's invasion. Keep in mind that even his own office has dedicated defensive equipment, so it makes no sense that he couldn't equip the lab with security. Remember that when the Vulture was possessed by a symbiote and invaded the lab, Osborn deployed not just high-strength protective glass but even a security force. But this time, since Dr. Octopus's invasion, the entire Osborn Technologies building hasn't reacted at all. Doc Ock didn't climb the walls, or Peter would have definitely seen him. This suggests Doc Ock most likely took the elevator right up, in broad daylight. Not only was the security system of Osborn Technologies easily breached yet again, after already being invaded twice, but the security force never appeared at all, and the entire lab was completely devoid of defensive measures. He's doing it on purpose, absolutely. He doesn't care about people's lives. Harry stated this without surprise. Peter then looked at Harry. Harry, I need you to go home and try to steal some information from Osborn Technologies to figure out what Norman is planning. This, of course, is the first distraction. Leave it to me. Black Cat, you're going to break into the Osborn Technologies building and steal. You are the second layer of distraction. When you leave or are driven away, that will be the moment Norman is most off guard. Felicia nodded. This was about the Super Soldier Serum project, she would take it seriously. After you leave, Norman will definitely check his office himself. That's when we'll be able to see the secrets inside. Peter finally looked at Gwen. Gwen, I really don't want to ask this of you, but leave it to me. I won't disappoint you. Harry was completely confused. Wait, Gwen. What ability does she have? Cindy and I will go after the lizard. Before that, I need to contact the NYPD. Any other questions? Harry thought for a moment. He would draw his father's attention, giving Black Cat enough time to search his office. No problem. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z. Chapter 301, Chapter 301, Spider Origin. Otto Octavius was being transported to the Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Although he had unreservedly confessed most of his plan while railing against Norman Osborn with a stream of trash talk, the Avengers didn't seem to fully trust him. They decided to take him to the White Queen at Xavier's school to use her telepathy to search for deeper contents. Otto waited indifferently for the impending interrogation. However, while in the vehicle, an officer tossed him a cell phone that was already connected and on speaker. "Otto Octavius, my old friend, my best old colleague, you truly surprised me." The voice on the other end of the line instantly enraged Otto, who roared almost immediately, "Norman Osborn. It seems you've made quite a few new friends, haven't you? You hacked into our company computers and prepared a video that is completely untampered with, one I can't find any flaws in, planning to pin everything on me. Then the Pentagon, which had already invested in Osborn Industries, could logically increase the pressure and take the Savage Strength project out of my hands, which you would then take over, right? What a magnificent revenge drama. I truly didn't anticipate Spider-Man being there, or that he had grown so quickly that I couldn't resist him, but that was just an accident. If it weren't for Spider-Man, you would be the universally despised failure today, Norman. That's very interesting, because my computer contains a clip of you outlining your evil plan to my employee, then modifying all of his records." Sitting in his office, Norman smiled and delivered the words that silenced Otto. After a long pause, Otto gave a dry laugh. "Truly, you are something else, Norman. You must think I'm stupid, right? Having security systems you could easily bypass despite my precautions, central computers running on the underlying programs you designed, and always arranging various labs in the headquarters building to make it convenient for you to easily find Osborn Industries' various high-tech equipment and use it against us. Oh, the Scorpion Serum, the Rhino Skin, Mysterio's brainwave amplification device, and, of course, Connor's little lizards. My Oscorp truly is a treasure trove, isn't it?" Otto was silent for a long time before finally countering, "You were waiting for me. Who has the time to wait for you? I was waiting for the Pentagon." Richard Parker used his genius to reactivate and modify the Savage Strength Super Soldier project, which Nathaniel Essex had originally rejected. It went from creating super animal soldiers to creating super soldier animal serums. Norman coldly stated his objective, and he did all this at Osborn Industries. Even when he left these things at Osborn Industries. Of course, his original idea wasn't really to create super soldiers, he wanted to achieve the greatest accomplishment of any scientist, to become God. To become God. Otto muttered to himself. This was not difficult to understand. For a long time, the dream of biology, especially genetic biology, has been to become God. In the Bible, God created all life. Therefore, to achieve the great feat of creating life was to become God. Thus, people began cloning, in vitro fertilization, step by step stripping the privilege of creation from God's hands. Ultimately, humanity aimed to independently create entirely new species, even a complete, independent, new ecosystem, officially declaring their achievement of godhood. Osborn, however, discovered the project's link to the rejected Savage Strength project by Nathaniel Essex and chose to invest early, securing the entire project in his hands. He then negotiated with the Pentagon, gaining the rights to develop the entire project and securing financial support from them. But would the Pentagon really tolerate a super soldier project they couldn't control? Osborn laughed. The birth of Peter Parker, or Spider-Man, was never an exception. Richard Parker was a genius and a madman. When he began to conceive of fusing animal and human genetic sequences using gene splicing technology, he didn't focus on how to achieve it on a large scale. He chose to focus on the individual, starting with a single human's genes. First, he would create a genetically modified animal that perfectly matched one person's genes, then scale it up to others. He chose his own genetic sequence and created the genetically modified spider that was most compatible with his own DNA sequence. In other words, the most perfect Spider-Man should have been Richard Parker, but he was already dead. The spiders designed later were merely copies designed by Jonathan Drew. For his own plan, Norman needed a super soldier, so he sent people to lobby Peter Parker's middle school to set up the tech exhibition. He originally planned to leverage the vanity and youthful exuberance of young people to cultivate a superhero controlled by Osborn Industries. He didn't expect Peter Parker to be more self-aware than he thought, which, of course, brought him quite a bit of trouble. That person called Silk was the real accident, but S.H.I.E.L.D. had still helped him out. When Spider-Man appeared, what would the Pentagon think when they realized I could really create a super soldier? They would try to absorb it. They wouldn't crudely seize my project because they know that the scientists, not a few animals, are the ones who truly accomplished this. So, from that moment on, I knew the Pentagon would intervene in various ways. Buying shares in Osborn Industries was just one of the simpler ways they could think of. So, you did all this just to counter the Pentagon. Counter the Pentagon. Why would I oppose the nation's highest authority? I simply cannot accept a drop in Osborn Industries stock price or a hostile takeover. My terms are very low, I only need a good price. Norman's hand rested on the disconnect button. Before hanging up, he spoke his final words to his old friend from his startup days. "So, I've concluded negotiations with the Pentagon, old friend. Thank you for helping me secure the leverage for the negotiation. Farewell." With a gunshot, a bullet pierced the brain of Otto Octavius inside the police car. The vehicle screeched to a halt, and several officers hurriedly got out to check the situation, collecting the phone in the process. On a distant building, a man wearing a bullseye mask put away his sniper rifle. He had once fallen from a great height during a battle with Daredevil, breaking every bone in his body. Now, Bullseye had returned as the most elite assassin, having reconstructed his skeleton with adamantium. Dr. Octopus was merely his first contract. I handpick only the finest and most captivating novels for you. Don't forget to check out my other novels. P. at Trian Hong Meng Z.